Visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A hot shower should be hot. A Navien tankless water heater makes sure your hot shower is hot or warm or mostly hot, but not quite hot, but warmer than warm. Whether you take it in the morning, after work, doesn't matter. Do you want a quick rinse or a full-on luxurious, I think I'm in heaven spa-length investment of time? Your choice whenever you want it. A Navien tankless water heater keeps your hot water hot. Backed up by Navien's powerful warranty. Get the hot water you need whenever you need it, period, at tanklessmadesimple.com.
In Oakland this morning, sunny skies, highs around 70.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
From Santa for the 49ers to stay in the game as Taylor makes the catch, eludes Irvin, eludes Newman, chased by Kelm, down the sidelines he goes. He ran 92 for a touchdown before. He's in again.
Oh, this is a very weird game.
96 yards. And he's going to chase Flipper Anderson's recently set receiving record after this one.
Then they give those guys a little extra weight.
Roger Craig, still on his feet, still running. What a run by Roger Craig. You'll never see a better one than that. From 46 yards. That's going to be a lot of highlights for a long time.
Oh, yeah, I dislike the Niners. Everybody know that. I don't like the Niners at all. They don't like us. It's just a rival. Every time we play, it's a dogfight, and that's how it is, you know. No love at all towards them guys. You know, I really dislike them, and, you know, we'll see them twice this year, so.
And we dislike you too, Aaron Donald. And oh, baby, welcome to the Roast. As we're live in the studio. The rest of the crew will be down at the Hilton Hotel down in Santa Clara today. So to go by and stop by and say hi to Dan Dibley and Mark Willard and Steiny and Guru and Damon and Ratto. But oh, baby, good morning to everybody out there. It's finally here. Monday Night Football between the Niners and the Rams. Another rendition of Shanahan versus McVay. Jimmy G versus Stafford. Aaron Donald against that offensive line. Should be a lot of fun today as the Niners need a win. That is a vibe I'm getting from everybody. I don't think people are, I'm not going to speak for everybody. There's a lot of people who are fired up about this game, but the sense I get from Shasky, the energy I'm getting from Shasky is just get a win. I don't see you being up. You're not down. It's just like, I need a win. Because if they don't win tonight, I'm afraid to come to the studio tomorrow morning just to hear what's going to come out of your mouth.
Well, I mean, we got grab bag Garoppolo. You know what I mean? I have no idea what's going to come out tonight. What? What?
Grab bag Garoppolo.
That's who he is.
Oh,
if I asked you, like I'm watching Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady play last night, and I'm watching the greatest quarterback and maybe the most talented quarterback of all time. Like, I know Aaron Rodgers is the most talented. No, Patrick Mahomes is the most talented, okay? Patrick Mahomes is probably the most talented quarterback we've ever seen in our lives. And I'm watching those two, and they can make it happen. Tom Brady went down in like 4 plays. They were down, multiple scores. Like a hot knife through butter. Like a machete through butter. And I'm looking, I'm going, we really stuck with Jimmy Garbo instead of Tom Brady. It's frustrating. So then I see that we got to go up against the Rams tonight, and they've got Stafford, and we've got Jimmy G, and I feel like I'm banging my head against the wall. Everybody's got a potent offense but the Niners.
Yeah, well, some of that's on Shanahan. Not the quarterback. We could get into all that. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is up? If you're getting ready for work and you're on the roadways, good morning to everybody out there. YouTube, what's happening? Twitch, what is good? Comcast Business Text Line, good morning to you. Spadoni, Lubman, and Shasky. Myself, good morning to everybody out there as we get ready for Monday Night Football. Look, before we get to Jimmy Garoppolo, the quarterbacks, this rivalry is back. And this was something I was hesitant to say last year. We went back and forth, and I said, Seattle's still one of them ones. That's the game. But when you meet in the last game of the regular season, and they got to have a game for the 49ers, and they come back in the fashion that they did, rallying from 17-0 to win that game at overtime 27-24, to beat up in the NFC Championship game, and for the way that game went down, where the Rams sent the Niners home for good, and the Rams go on to win the Super Bowl championship, you know what? This is a rivalry now, and it's back. And you think about when they played. Now, we weren't born back in 1950 when the Rams and Niners first tangled at Keysar Stadium. The Rams went in 35-14. Grandpa probably remembers that. Grandpa
Norm Van Brocklin throwing to Jack Snow,
no
JT
doubt.
Snow's dad.
There it is. One of the greatest wins in this rivalry for the Niners was back in 1953 when they rallied from a 20-0 lead. The 49ers, that is. But this is the Super Bowl champs coming back to town. And they got to have a game. And this was a game last year, because everybody likes to go to last year. 3-5 last year. They were 3-5. It's all good. I don't like slow starts. And I don't think this team can afford a slow start. I don't think this team can afford. Like, everybody's just like, oh, they were 3-5 last year. It's all good. No, it's not all good right now. Situation's critical. Trent Williams is out for 4 to 6 weeks. All right? Alshire is out for another 2 months. Elijah Mitchell, who the hell knows if he's coming back?
Doesn't it feel it feel like when we talk about McVay and Shanahan, when those two teams match up, whoever wins in the trenches ends up winning that game?
And that's why I'm putting this game on the defense.
I'm with you.
The defense, if they want to go out there and be called a great defense, and the defense has played very, very well so far to start this season, well enough to be 3-0. But tonight, they just need to take it into their own hands and beat up this makeshift offensive line of the LA Rams and beat Stafford all day. I mean, that jersey, whatever jerseys they're wearing, the white ones or the optimal ones, it needs to be green by the end of the day.
The bone,
with
white.
nothing, the bone.
Is that what it was? The mummy look?
Yeah, whatever the hell it was. Whatever. They run a great uniform.
He will throw it up, though. That's
and he
the
will
thing.
throw it up, and if you continue to hit him, he will throw it up even more. So he needs to have nothing but grass stains, on his jersey all day long.
They're playing 2 rookies on this offensive line. At least that's what it looks like. And they're missing their center right now. So clearly the 49ers are going to have an advantage on the edges because of the 2 bookend guys. No Andre Whitworth, who was an absolute stalwart for them for quite some time after playing for over a decade with the Bengals. This is going to be a big one. And I think it really stings if Kinlaw doesn't play. I think it absolutely is going to sting when we know Eric Armstead's not going to play. You know, those are 2 big losses. But I feel like they can overcome those because you have Bosa on that line. The kid that I'd like to see to flash tonight, I want to see some Drake Jackson tonight.
Yeah.
You know, I would love for him to have a nice big game. And then who's going to guard Cooper Kupp? Is it one guy? Is it a variety of guys? Cooper Kupp has been destroying the Niners since he came into the league.
Show him different looks.
Cup or Coop.
Cup or Coop, huh? Show him multiple bodies. He's going to line up all over the place. He'll line up inside in a 3-by-1 formation. He'll line up outside in a 3-by-1 formation. He'll line up in the middle. He'll line up wide. They're going to move him around. He'll be in motion. He may get a jet sweep or 2. Show me some Mooney. Show me some Mosley. Mosley has experience against him, and Mooney Ward help him out with that. Because, look, you're not going to stop Cooper Kupp. He's going to get his at some point. But can you limit him? How you limit him? I'm going to tell you how you limit him. By getting to Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Punish him. Don't give him the time to throw. If it's Cooper Kupp, great. Great. But shut down all the other guys.
Yeah.
I don't want to see no Higbee. I don't want to see Allen Robertson, Van Jefferson. I think he's on IR. So
Is he on IR?
Yeah, he's not even playing. So they got a kid from Notre Dame. White kid from Notre Dame.
What's his name? It's going to kill me. I should
find
know
the name
this.
in a second. But he's been making plays for him.
Well, and your guy, Cam Akers, it feels like I have no idea what to expect from him tonight.
Played well last week.
Darrell Henderson is the guy that kind of scares me more than Cam Akers. And I feel like they've actually been better at running the ball than the numbers would dictate against the 49ers.
No doubt. And they dominated. They ran the ball last year in the NFC Championship game. In the NFC Championship game, they controlled the trenches. Ben
Skowronek is the name.
Skowronek
is the
name.
There
you go, Ben Skowronek.
Right
He's been
when I
playing
heard
with
it,
them.
I smiled.
Yeah, Ben Skowronek, your boy from Notre Dame.
Yeah, well, my boy from Notre Dame is Mayer, the tight end, who I want the 49ers to draft.
I want Brock Bottas.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm watching football yesterday, B. I'm watching football yesterday, and clearly defense is really good right now in the league, just in general. I feel like the offenses are very hit and miss.
Let me stop you right now with that. Defenses are ahead of the offenses.
No, I feel like it's not that. I feel like the offense is right now. What has happened in the league is that you've got a plethora of defensive linemen flooding into the league year after year after year, and not enough good offensive linemen.
See, you know
and
what
no
I'm thinking?
continuity.
Well, the offensive line, I've told you this for years now. The trickle-down effect with the offensive line has been
bad.
It's getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
Agreed.
Ever since I've been on 95.7 The Game, I've been saying that. But also, I think we're going to go back to a day to where these teams do play their guys for the preseason. Maybe it's a few
that's
possessions.
undeniable.
And Dan Dibley's been talking about that, and this year really hit me. Some of these guys can't run basic running plays. They can't execute. Delay games, turnovers, holding, illegal man downfield. These guys are so behind right now. Some of these offenses, they can't even snap the ball. Like, go look at the Washington Commanders. Carson Wentz I can't even evaluate him because he's under siege every single play. Every single play, he's dropping back. He's got 5 dudes in his face. Offensive line plays at an all-time worst. And then just, maybe you need to shed off some of the rust. Like, you telling me the Denver Broncos couldn't use rust in the preseason for at least 4 possessions? Hey, here's how you build a rapport with Courtland Sutton in a game. Jerry Jeudy in a game. Here, throw some passes in a game.
I won't deny that these guys obviously need repetitions. I just think Denver's not that good. And they beat the Niners, which is more of an indictment on how bad the Niners played on that given night. Like, they had 5 drops yesterday in just the fourth quarter alone. Right. I mean, I'm watching that game. The fourth down play that Russ threw to the running back, he's wide open. He turns his head, trying to run it down upfield. Jerry Jeudy had multiple drops in that game.
He dropped. That's the story of his career.
Russ just doesn't look good. He's staring down receivers. He put on some weight, and he wants to be a pocket quarterback. That's not who he is. Part of what makes Russ special is running around and doing the magician stuff.
He's getting older.
Well, that's
so maybe he can't do all that stuff.
Clearly, he's been taking shots.
And he's taking shots, so the offensive line doesn't help. Guys dropping passes doesn't help. But you telling me they couldn't use a little bit more repetitions in preseason? A lot of these teams.
But it's undeniable. But the other part is, I think Hackett sucks.
Yeah, well, that's a problem. And the Niners lost to him.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not going to say he sucks. Well, like, we could think Matt Eberflus sucks with the Bears. It scored 12 points yesterday at MetLife Stadium against the New York Giants. Niners lost to him. Niners lost to him.
Those are facts. I'm not arguing any of those.
But
also there was some bad weather in a lot of the East Coast games. It felt like it was raining in Philadelphia. No, and I'm just saying, in terms of the offense is not clicking. When I watched that game last night, Tampa Bay versus Kansas City, clearly those are two of the more high-powered offenses because of how great the quarterbacks are.
And they've been together for so long.
Well, I mean, Kansas City's wide receivers feel all new.
Right. Well, Hartman's been there for a minute.
Valdez-Scantling and Juju. Yeah, I mean, Kelsey's the key. Kelsey's so good.
Exactly.
I'm watching Kelsey last night. I'm watching Kelsey last night, B, and I'm saying, how do they understand getting this guy the ball so often in so many different spots on the field? And even when he doesn't get the ball, he's commanding double and triple teams, and it's opening things up for others. Andy Reid is just... You could say it's Patrick Mahomes, and I'm here. Mahomes is amazing, and I'm sure he makes a lot of offensive coordinators look good. Andy Reid just totally understands freedom of allowing his players to be players.
Yep. So, now that you bring up coaches, Nathaniel Hackett, Matt Eberflus, Andy Reid, you're going to bring up Todd Bowles. Why not?
How about Robert Saleh winning a game and ruining your survivor pool?
Oh, they've ruined two. They've ruined all four of my survivor pools. 2 weeks ago against Cleveland, the Jets steal that game. I had to bow out of 3 survivor pools. Then I was like, I'm going to take another gamble. The Jets ain't beat burning me twice. Well, they beat Pittsburgh. But you bring up all these coaches. And last year, the talking point was, I wouldn't take 3 coaches over Kyle Shanahan in this league. How are we feeling about Kyle Shanahan right now? As big of a game as this is for the 49ers, this may be a bigger game for Shanahan. He's 7-4 all-time against McVay. But the one big loss was last season in February. That's the big one.
To me, that feels like the ultimate, one-upper right now. Like when we judge the Harbaugh and Carroll now, looking back.
Right. He's got the Super Bowl. Harbaugh doesn't.
Not just the Super Bowl, and he beat you in the NFC Championship.
Beat you in the NFC Championship.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the only matchup that matters. Nobody brings up like, hey, Harbaugh actually beat him in his first ever game. Right. And no one ever brings any of that stuff up, right?
So it's all about the playoffs. So the 6-game winning streak is gone.
It's not that it's irrelevant. It's just not as important as the NFC Championship game. Right. Would you agree?
Hands down. Hands down.
Like, that's the ultimate trump card right now in the back pocket of McVay. And I can't stand the guy. If he runs into the end zone tonight and chest bumps someone, my head might pop off.
You know what, though? I was thinking about that last night, McVay running to the end zone. And I didn't admit this, but I kind of liked it. I was like, damn, look at this coach. He's into it. He's chest bumping players. I would love to go see Shanahan do that. Show me some emotion.
Well, you don't have to be that way. You like Andy Reid, right?
Yeah, he doesn't do that.
He's stoic as hell.
He's hella stoic. He fist pumps a little bit, and he's got his big call sheet. Everybody does it differently. I'm not mad at Robert Saleh popping out his neck veins, getting amped up over a Jets touchdown.
I don't know what Robert Saleh does on game day. You are the architect of the defense. Like, what are you telling into the microphone to the offense, and you're not calling defensive plays? I never understand that.
You know what, though? The Jets, they look structured. They have discipline.
I can't believe that just came out of your mouth.
Dude, they do. They look organized.
They were going to lose that game 10 different ways until the final 5 minutes.
Robert Saleh has them at 2-2.
I know, it's crazy.
The Niners lose, they'll have a better record than the 49ers. All right?
Yeah.
Who's laughing now?
It's true.
People want to laugh at the Arizona Cardinals. Who's laughing now? They're 2-2. You want to laugh at the Seahawks? They're 2-2.
The Cardinals are the scariest broken play team in the NFL. I mean, you could go Josh Allen. You can go Mahomes. I'm going Kyler. In terms of broken play, the guy I fear the most right now is Kyler. It's the only way to play.
Analytics may have ruined the Baltimore Ravens.
Well, how so?
Not kicking the 3 at the end of the game.
Well, you know what I thought that was?
Go take the lead.
I didn't think it was analytics. I thought it was the fear of, we get 3 here, Josh Allen gets 7. That's what I thought it was, and maybe I'm wrong.
Points. You have to take the points.
I'm probably with you.
You have to take the points.
Lamar threw a couple of really suspect throws in that game that just didn't. And again, the weather was part of that game.
20-3, they blew another lead. Another double-digit lead against an AFC East team.
I know.
That's the second
and
time
their
in 3 weeks.
defense doesn't look the same as I'm accustomed to.
And Marcus Peters, what was he going crazy for?
I have no idea.
What the hell was he mad about? He's always mad about something. I love Marcus Peters, but damn, calm it down, dude. Calm it down. Buffalo's tough. San Jose Jazz fan. Wait, Bronte Shasker not in Santa Clara today? Yeah, a little too early for us.
Well, you got to understand that I'm taking my family to the game, and so I'm not going to go down to the stadium and, hey, hon, you drive your car down. Like, I'm trying to save fossil fuel here, all right? I'm trying to reduce my carbon footprint. Go down to Santa Clara once.
Yeah, you ruined my life. I could have been staying in the hotel last night, man. It would have been nice. Been real nice. Soft pillows, soft sheets.
No one said you couldn't.
Well, I wasn't going to drive back up here to do a show. 6 in the morning.
You were at the Giants game yesterday.
Shocker, right?
What happened there?
Well, the afternoon slate. I scouted the afternoon slate and was like, okay, Green Bay, New England, Brian Hoyer. Not really into that one.
You scouted the afternoon slate. Okay.
Broncos, Raiders. It's all good. I've seen Russ enough. I've seen enough Russell Wilson to save my life.
Flex Denver out of every primetime game for the end of the year.
They're on Thursday Night Football this week.
Flex
against
them.
the Colts.
I don't even care.
All right.
I know it's not possible.
What's the other game? Cardinals, Panthers.
Horrible.
I could just pull up the ticket on my phone. Nice family outing. Baby Chaz had a great time. Lubman came up, said what's up. What a great time.
Was he wearing his Miami coat?
No, he looked very professional.
How about him on Friday night?
What was happening Friday night?
The home run ball.
Oh, my gosh. So, anybody, go to my Instagram right now or Morning Roast 957. Sam Lubman in right field. Yeah, find a highlight. Yaz hits a home run to the arcade. And Lubman goes, I almost got that home run ball. So, I rewinded it. And Anna's looking. She goes, there's Lubman. By the way, he had like a 1983 leather jacket on. I don't know where that was from.
Yeah, he wore that with me on a Friday night against the Dodgers when I was with my entire family. He looks like he's Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I don't know. He looked wild.
I like that jacket. I got that. It was a $25 purchase at Ross. One of the better ones I've gotten there.
Looks not bad. No, you know what? Not bad. I'm not mad at that. I wore thrift. Hey, dude, all through college, I had thrift store shirts. Thrift store button-ups, $2. Worked for me. It could work for you. I'm telling you, man.
You are just in your bag today.
Telling you, man. Didn't knock my hustle. If you know what I mean. And hopefully you're sleeping, not listening. Lubman was very disappointed in dropping that whole run. Not even dropping the whole run ball. Just misplayed it and got punked. And he looked so disappointed afterwards. So disappointed. Lubman, go ahead.
Oh, no, just saying we got a break in 1 minute.
Oh, I didn't know what you were doing. I thought you wanted to talk. You were raising your head. Saskia, you don't look like you're ready for a game today, man.
I'm very nervous.
I'm very disappointed in your energy right now. I'm very disappointed in your energy.
It's hard to feel good about this offense right now, and I know they're going to have to score points. So as much as Stafford will throw one up, I know he's going to score points. He's going to hit a couple of big-time throws, and they're going to put at least 20 to 25 points on the board.
For the Rams?
Yes.
They're not putting 20, 25 up on the Niners tonight. Not against this defense.
You think they're holding them under 20?
If the Rams score 20 to 25... The 49ers are losing this football game.
That's a tall ask from the Niners defense.
They held them to 20 in the NFC Championship game.
Yes.
They held them to 10 last year on Monday Night Football. They scored 10 points.
That was one of the turning points of their season. Right. It was also one of the lowest points of the Rams season.
All right. Before that, other than the Saturday night game, think about the Rams' last 6 games against the Niners. All right. 20.
I mean, it's hard for me to look 24, at the Jared Goff games.
10. 20, 16. They scored 31 with that Jared Goff on a Saturday night.
Yeah, that was the
7.
Emmanuel Sanders
And then
game.
7. All right? So, they're averaging, I think, less than 20 over the last 8 games against the Niners.
But the Niners against the Rams over the last 5 games that they've played, the Niners have averaged less than 3.5 yards a carry. They're not running the ball like they were early on in the matchups. That's why they went to the Debo thing. I'm very worried about this one. The Niners are going to have to play stout defense, and I don't know if they can do it.
I don't like your energy right now, man.
I'm just giving respect to the Super Bowl champs.
Oh, now you want to give respect to the Rams. Rams are averaging 16.8 points per game over the last 7 against the Niners.
I throw the Jared Goff game.
Well, there's 3 with Stafford.
Those I'll listen to.
10, 20, 24.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. What is 888-957-9570? Give me a Niner fan who's got some energy, who's ready to go. Because my partner's not ready to go today. He's just not. I'm disappointed. Where's the Niner fans at who are not worried tonight? who are ready to roll. That guy Shasky over here, man, turned into San Fran Shasky on me on the big Monday Night Football game. Cannot believe it. I'm looking for my read, Lubman. All right, that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking. No compromises.
Mr. Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? Lots has been written about how the San Francisco 49ers have the LA Rams number. After all, the Niners have beaten the Rams 6 of the last 7 times they've played. That's a trend. But here's a better one. The last 9 teams these two teams have played in San Francisco, the total has gone under 7 times. With these two defenses, look for another low-scoring game. Hammer that under on that 42.5 total. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks Nyquil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks Nyquil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks Nyquil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank?
we'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger looking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Hey, guys. This is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Listen to Bonte and Shasky each day this week around 7:30 for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Kirby. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. Brakes, oil changes, car washes, and more. Get all the info on our contest page at 957thegame.com.
On the ground and a base hit. One run scores. Here's the throw home. It is not in time. The game's over.
Giants are walk-off winners thanks to David VR. Finished the home schedule 44-37, which it's always good. You want to win at home. Gabe Kapler said before the game, though, that he hopes better offseason communication will lead to better results next year, which, you know what? I'm down with that. Go communicate a deal for Aaron Judge. I think that makes things better in 2023.
Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, so I'm looking for Joe Shasky the Butcher. When you find him, let me know. 888-957-9570. Right now, sitting in for the Butcher is San Fran Shasky because his energy is all bad for Monday Night Football. I don't like it whatsoever. I don't like the juju. I don't like the vibes. I don't like anything about him right now. Nothing. But Sam Lutman, our producer Sam Lutman, talk about communicating and the Giants and Aaron Judge. I saw him yesterday at the game. He had himself a weekend. By the way, he's going to every single Giants game, which is great. He's talking to everybody. Logan Webb for 15 minutes. I wonder what Logan Webb thinks of Sam Lutman. Or who is this crazy red-haired guy who's just in the dugout talking 100 miles an hour, right?
Raider fan Logan Webb, and I believe we're going to get him booked for Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys.
Oh, there you go. How about that? Yeah. How about that?
Giants pod.
Let me not say how about that because apparently I stole that from Stugatz. I didn't know Stugatz.
No, it's actually he stole it from Mad Dog Russo.
Oh, okay.
How about that?
Well, I stole it from Marty Lurie. How about that? Wow.
Wonder who he stole it from.
That's the most epic of
Rich
baseball.
Eisen, I have the drop.
How about that? Everybody's always stealing something.
Yeah.
Hey, you always got to steal something. We will talk a little Warriors because they look good in Japan.
Patrick Baldwin Jr.?
Oh, James Wiseman, Patrick Baldwin Jr.? Oh, my gosh. The Warriors got embarrassment of riches. Oh, I can't
My
wait for Warriors
favorite is
basketball.
everybody thinking that Mac McClung's going to get like 20 minutes a game.
Yeah, he's going to be in Santa Cruz. This is be cool, people. The Warriors.
He can play.
And the Warriors, the ball was just hopping around.
Yeah,
I was just like, damn.
Who's that
look at
big
Looney.
they have?
Oh, Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was making some things happen.
I've never really seen him.
I mean, dude, Kuminga's defense, Wiseman running to the rim, displaying good hands, being physical, pulls us in his bag.
I got a nickname for Kuminga.
What's that?
You know when I saw him at Draymond Green's wedding, he was wearing the long black leather trench coat?
Yeah.
I think we should call him Blade.
This is Blade?
Yeah.
Nah.
And that doesn't hit?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet. I still like the JK.
I mean, he got them Wesley Snipes like vibes though.
Dude, he's got some swag. He's got his own cameraman now.
He's in his
media
own
day.
world.
You should have seen him in media day. Last year he was by himself. Remember we ran up on him. This year he had his own personal camera guy.
Oh, kind of like Jordan Poole.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
They all got their own camera
The kids
guys.
don't know about Blade Chasky. They don't know about that.
Did you get the joke I was going
I did, but it's like a 20-year-old movie.
I know. Darn
What's
it.
the joke? There was a joke because of the long trench coat?
Well, because that's what Blade wore.
Well, I know what Blade wore, but I was just like, it wasn't hitting for me.
You didn't like Blade growing up, did you?
I loved Blade.
Oh.
I snuck into the Alexandria to go see Blade.
Oh.
21st and Gary, baby.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a big Blade guy. What are you talking about? By the way, we always talk about Arnold Schwarzenegger dominating the 90s. And,
Yeah, it's Wesley Snipes.
Tom Cruise. Wesley Snipes. Put some respect on his name. All right? This guy was in classics. Sidney Dean, the best street ball pickup player of all time.
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man going against
Major League.
Stallone.
What was it? Phoenix? What was his name? Simon Phoenix?
Simon Phoenix. Yeah, remember he was in Taco Bell. And he took the ATM and just stole money. Dude, Wesley Snipes.
Taco Bell.
Man,
Of all the scenes that he did, he went straight to the
They
Taco
promoted that
Bell
movie.
scene.
Taco Bell was like the official sponsor of that movie. Dude, Passenger 57. Taco Bell. So damn good. Money Train. Put some respect on Wesley.
Taking over the Carter?
New Jack City, exactly. Nino Brown. Come on, man.
Yeah, we taking over the Carter.
Come on. Talk about I don't like Blade. I love Blade. I'm not anti-action movies, okay? I'm just Star Wars and then, how many Star Wars are going to come out with? 45 Star Wars?
Andor's not bad.
I mean, gosh, how many times are you going to remake the same movie?
Not 5, not 6, not
They
7.
do it all the time with Spider-Man, it's fine. They do it all the time with Batman, it's fine. With Star Wars, I need you guys to remake another 4-hour movie 1,500 times? I've been doing it my entire life.
Well, they're not remaking the movies. They're just creating new stories to add on to
Whatever.
the stories we already have.
Yeah,
Remaking is what they're doing to a lot of the superhero movies.
No. They're remaking Star Wars. These dumbass storylines
It's actually
that they're
new
doing.
stories, but that's okay.
Good new stories.
It's like tonight. Tonight's a new story for the
Gosh.
Niners and the Rams.
Who's the producer for the Star Wars, the original? George Lucas, right?
Yeah, he sold it to Disney.
Okay, and so Disney's now rewriting all the stories?
Well, no, they've got different people that are coming up with different parts of the universe that have been unexplained.
All right, gotcha. So Sam Lubman, Giants takes. Your thoughts on the Giants being eliminated over the weekend?
You get 10 seconds.
I get 10 seconds
No,
on
I'm
the
talking about
Giants?
Sam Lubman.
Oh, Sam Lubman. All right, you got 10 seconds to talk about
Because
the
I'm going
weekend.
right back into the Niners.
Oh, you're back. Butcher's back.
I mean, look, tonight's
San
Monday Night
Francisco's
Football.
looming.
You know what I need, though, to wake me up? Dun, 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 dun,
We'll get that for you. Anything to bring the Butcher back. Because I don't like your vibes right now. It's a big game. It's a big game. You go to 2-2. We're feeling good. Going on the road next week.
To bring it full circle, as we let Lubman give his 10 seconds of Giants talk, what about the fan? De Niro and Wesley Snipes.
Oh, my gosh. It's great. I'm telling you, put some respect
Where
on Wesley
Primo
Snipes.
gets shanked by Robert De Niro in the shower. All right, Sam, let's hear it. You got 10 seconds. Giants, go. Season's over. They didn't qualify for the playoffs.
All right, sorry, I had to get off the phone with a caller. You know what? They played out the last month strong, and hopefully they can just carry that into next year and maybe add Aaron Judge in the process. That's my 10-second wrap right there.
Damn, that sounded depressing. Let's go to Mo and OKC. You guys are killing me today. Killing me. Mo and OKC on the roast. What's happening? Sam Love is so damn depressed.
What's going on? What's going on, Bonte?
What's up, Mo?
What's going on, Sam?
Mo, talk to me, man. Talk to me, Mo.
Hey, Sam Franceschi, it's okay. You're not the only one who's not looking himself. So is Kyle Shanahan. But guess what? We got old man Bobby Turner to come wake you guys' game up tonight.
Well, okay, speaking of, yeah, good call on that. I'm glad you brought that up. So Bobby Turner's back, huh?
He's back.
He took 3 weeks off and he's back.
He's back.
What was the point of Anthony Lynn?
I mean, hey, by the way, people were saying Anthony Lynn, the Lions offense was averaging 17 last year. They got this new OC, Ben Johnson. They're lighting the world on fire in Detroit. Offense isn't a problem in Motown anymore. And they had a bunch of receivers out. They had Swift out. They had St. Brown out. They had everybody out. They're still dropping 40 burgers.
Hawkinson.
Come on.
Hey, TJ Hawkinson is so dope. That dude is a baller.
Maybe the best tight end to ever come out of Iowa.
But this is my frustration with the Niners, and this is why it's hard for me to have
Not a
lot
shot
of
at Kittle. Not a shot at Kittle.
No, it's not.
It's a shot of Noah Fant is who it is.
But like
Scored a touchdown yesterday.
This is my biggest problem with the Niners right now. Like they have all these weapons, and yet I feel like I'm watching the entire league throw to their weapons and let them be playmakers, except the Niners. And I'm frustrated. I'm really frustrated. And so it's hard for me to envision a scenario where Debo gets going, where Ayuk gets going, where George Kittle breaks free. I got to see it before I believe it.
Yeah. By the way, I got people coming at me for Star Wars. I realize how much you guys love a fake movie. People getting mad at me. Bonte, it's good cinema.
That's based on a true story, Bonte. It just happened a long time ago.
Oh, okay, got it.
Most movies are fake, by the way.
Wait to say, wait to say how confident in that take, Lubman. Better than your 10-second Giant right now.
Maybe I feel better about Star Wars right now than I do the Giants.
Damn. A lot of depression going on in the morning roast. What's happening around these parts? It's Monday Night Football. The same night when John Taylor broke 2 90-yard quick slants. The same team who bounced your ass for the playoffs last year. It ain't nobody fired up around here. Got people worried about McVay.
And they're
when
wearing
did you guys start
throwbacks.
being worried about McVay?
And they're wearing throwbacks.
And they're wearing throwbacks.
McVay's got a Super Bowl. You have to respect him. At bare minimum, right?
Oh, man.
You have to.
All right, we got a break.
They
Lubman's
took Stafford right from underneath us before we could even get like this guy's at Cabo hanging out. We could have had Stafford.
Lubman's mad. We got a break. He's worried about the Giants. San Francisco's looming large. Spadone's happy because the Raiders finally got a W. They finally got a W.
Josh Jacobs looked great.
Even though he cursed out the Raiders 50 million times in the thread.
Crosby was balling.
I light a fire under that ass. That's what I did.
Hey, you know what? You need to light a fire under San Francisco's ass.
I need the Monday Night Football theme.
Hey,
coming
roasters.
Back.
Light a fire to San Francisco. He's worried right now. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Hi,
I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God.
But they're going on 4th and 5 from the LA 40. Garoppolo got it across, and it's Samuel breaking away. Touchdown, 49ers. And Garoppolo doesn't care what the analytics community says now.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I was hoping you played the Debo not knowing, or Aaron Donald not knowing who Debo Samuel is. Maybe we'll do that a little bit later. And maybe we ditch San Fran Shasky for good, and we get the real butcher. The real butcher, 888-957-9570. If you're scared, go to church. What are you worried about?
Because the remix hurts?
Dude, it's the same old sorry-ass Rams. It's the same old sorry-ass Rams.
With Jalen Ramsey, Bobby Wagner, and Aaron Donald, all future Hall of Famers on defense.
Yeah, they're not that sorry.
I mean, come on, man. They're the Super Bowl reigning champs.
Oh, look at you.
Like,
Give it credit.
I'm very worried about. They got Brunskill, who hasn't played at all in months, and it looks like he's, I guess, going to start at center against Aaron Donald.
Let me say,
you got to have some healthy fear.
Listen,
you have a left guard and a right guard that have about 5 games of actual experience.
This season is an effort season, and what I mean by that is Trey Lance is gone, and Jimmy's back, and it's effort to everything. Just go out and play. Like, my expectations, I don't know what they are anymore with this football team. I don't know what I'm going to get. But you're not the only one worried. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. As a lifelong Niner fan, he's right to be worried. Aaron Donald is about to be on Jimmy's ass like a hemorrhoid. Like,
I watched that fourth quarter back last night, NFC Championship game. It's impossible to not notice how Aaron Donald fired up the team on the sideline and then went out and had one of the great fourth quarters a defensive lineman can have. He dominated that game. Just completely dominated that game at the end. Cooper Kupp dominated that game at the end. You know, Stafford, yes, he threw one up. Tart should have made the play. 49ers had opportunities. They decided not to go for it on that fourth down, which I still, to the life of me, in real time, I'm like, you got to go for it. This is where, screw analytics, like the feel of the moment. How's my team playing? Like, what's the other team going to do? Where are we at on the field? How am I looking right now? I'm a team that bases my entire identity off pounding the rock and being able to get 1 or 2 yards. I won in Dallas and in Green Bay by shoving it down teams' throats. And you cower up at that moment, it was really difficult. And then, so that's a gut punch. And look, until I see this team out on the field tonight, I'm going to be fired up. It's Monday Night Football. The music's got me going.
Now you're fired up.
But B,
about time. It's like 50 minutes.
I have tremendous fear of the Rams because I respect their personnel that much. And I think that their coach, look, right now he's got the edge on Shanahan.
Oh, wow. That took a lot for you to say.
It did. And you know I hate McVay.
You know I like McVay.
I know. And it hurts me.
I respect McVay.
But he's got a Super Bowl. He's been to 2. He's got the Super Bowl win. It's very close.
They win. All they do is win.
Look,
Aaron
I think it's easy to make the statement, well, if Shanahan had Stafford, he would have won that game.
No,
then he should have had Stafford then. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he had an opportunity to get him, and they didn't get him, and they went with Trey Lance. And so, you know, like, he made his bed, and now he's got to lie in it. So let's see what they have schemed up tonight. This is a huge game.
You know what?
They've got 2 Rams games in 4 weeks.
You know what? I'm going to say this right now. Because you're all worried, and 925's worried. Everybody's worried about the damn Rams.
Well, I'm just being respectful of the opponent.
Not about time.
They're the Super Bowl champs.
All the time, I'm respectful, and I'm a Rams lover. And all of a sudden, you're respectful?
Well, and they haven't really played a good game
Now you're
this
respectful?
year. I mean, have they played a good game?
The Niners are winning this football game. Lock it up, Spadoni.
Why are you doing this?
Lock it up. Because when I lock it up, they win. I don't pull out guarantees like that. I guarantee you game 4 against the Boston Celtics, right? I guarantee game 6. I guarantee game 6. I guarantee the Dallas Cowboys win.
The Rams to be dead in the water. And they went on to win a Super Bowl.
Hey, they were dead. They didn't win a game in November.
Then December,
they went down to beat Brady, shocked us all. They beat Brady in Tampa in the playoffs. Nobody saw that coming. But listen, I guaranteed you a win week 18 against the Rams. And they went down there and win. And went down there and won, excuse me. They went down to Dallas and Jerry's World. I said, I'm coming back from Fort Worth Airport, and I'm coming back with a W. They won.
Okay.
They go to Lambeau Field. What did I do? I guaranteed it. NFC Championship, I didn't make an official prediction. So today.
Are you kidding me?
So today, I'm guaranteeing a 20-10 Niners victory.
20-10.
20-10.
Very specific.
You know why? Because his defense is going to dominate. They're going to be in the backfield all night long. You want to get on Jimmy Garoppolo's ass? 6'5"? Well, what about Matthew Stafford? He's got to go up against Bosa. This defense wants to be great. Everybody calls him great. Show me greatness tonight. Dominate this wounded Rams offense.
The one thing that McVay's done
I'm blocking it up. Lock it up, Spadoni.
Okay, that's fine.
Guaranteed it. I'm not worried.
I'm not making
If you're
a
scared,
prediction.
you should have went to church yesterday and prayed.
I'm not making a prediction for this.
This is inaccurate.
I can't predict what this Niner team's going to do. I just can't. I think it would be foolish for me to try to predict it. You're entitled to do whatever you want.
2-2.
I look at McVay, and every time he's faced the 49ers, he's had some sort of an adjustment or a wrinkle. When they faced the wide 9, he was running it right up their gut, remember?
Yep. Oh,
and then the 49ers had to adjust. At one point, when the pass rush was so ferocious, he went to that tight end screen game, and he totally neutralized the 49ers by, basically forcing their D-ends to not rush so hard because of all the screens that were gashing them. They've thrown the ball to Cooper Kupp over the middle and forced different matchups.
Oh, my God. You're kidding
what
me.
does he have schemed up tonight?
You're driving me crazy now. You're driving me crazy.
I'm respecting the opponent.
Oh, my gosh. You never showed this much respect. You're so worried right now. You're so shook up. You're so shook. This team just beat the Rams 6 straight times. And they got away with one.
Yeah, but the
Rams
biggest
got away
one they
with
lost.
They got away with one. All right? This offensive line of the L.A. Rams is so terrible. The Niners got the best D-line in football. They should dominate.
Even without Kinlaw and Armstead?
Dominate.
I want to see more Charles Omenihu tonight.
There you go.
He's a guy that I really...
There you go. Come on.
To go real under the radar, I don't want to get too geeky on this. Omenihu is nice.
What is wrong
I like
with you?
him. He's probably more of a third down guy, but I really like him. And Givens, I think, can have a nice game.
I'm going to Trevor and San Rafael, man. I don't know what I'm getting from you. You talk about Jimmy Grab bag. You're a mixed bag right now. You're a mixed bag.
Well, it is Halloween.
Make it candy corn, make it Tootsie Rolls. Getting the worst candy forever from you.
Let me see that Tootsie Roll.
Trevor, Sarah Phil, listening on the Odyssey app. Come on, Trevor. Niners are winning tonight, right?
Yeah, let's go. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, you ain't scared. You scared of the Rams?
No. I mean, I will give respect to McVay and the Rams. I hate the Rams. I hate McVay. But I think the real thing is tonight is going to be D'Amico Ryan. He's going to have that defense ready. And we've been going all out on D all season long so far, but tonight is where we're going to make the difference. We're going to make the takeaways, and then the offense is going to capitalize off of those takeaways. Because last week we got a few forced fumbles, but we didn't get them. We need to be intercepting Stafford. We need to be forcing fumbles, getting that backfield sacks. And then, with that good field position, the offense will be able to flourish. And yeah, I see us coming out on top because of the defense and the offense getting a little bit on track. And we'll be first place in the NFC West.
There you go, Trevor. That's what I'm looking for.
He got less confident as the longer that call went on.
Show me some swagger. Niner fans, come on.
Well, we are going to be wearing the throwbacks. I'm fired up for that.
Well, I'm not fired up for that. I'll tell you why. I don't think they won a game in the throwbacks last year. They lost to Green Bay Packers in the throwbacks.
Yeah.
They lost
that was the Devontae throw.
They lost to the
end
Tennessee
of the
Titans in the throwbacks.
Yeah, the all whites. Yeah, that was.
They lost to the Colts in the monsoon.
Ah, that's right. Yeah.
Now, did they wear the throwbacks against the Rams on Monday Night Football?
I think they did. That was the fourth down play. I think they did.
They lost to Seattle in the all whites in Seattle.
I believe they're wearing 2 and 2, so they get two of the throwback at home and 2 of the throwbacks on the road.
So last year,
last
year I think they were 1 and 4 in the throwbacks.
Well, that means they're telling me they're due.
Boy, let's go down to Phoenix.
You already locked it in, Bonte.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not worried at all. They're going to win this football game. Niners will win this football game, and it'll have nothing to do with Jimmy Garoppolo. Nothing to do with him. It's about the defense.
You don't think that the quarterback's going to have to make some plays tonight?
He'll make a couple plays. Last year, he completed 1 ball over 10 yards last year against the Rams, and they scored 31.
He was ultra accurate over the middle, though.
Oh, my God. He threw check down after check down.
Yeah, but he was good. I'm giving Jimmy his props. He was good in that game.
He was good checking the ball off 2 yards away. Great. You sound like David Lombardi. Wow, what a dart. 3 yards down the field. Oh, look at him throw it through the crowd.
I'm just
3-yard pass. Ooh.
Assessing what I see.
Let's go crazy. This guy threw 1 pass over 10 yards. They put up 31 on the Rams. They're going to run the ball down their throats, and they're going to play smash-mouth defense. Matter of fact, I'm going to take another level.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to take it up a notch. I guarantee you the Niners score a defensive touchdown tonight. Book that one, baby.
Well,
somebody on that.
Hufanga, I mean, he needs to have a monster game tonight. I want to see him just blast somebody over the middle, pop that ball up in the air so we can get going in the other direction.
All right, let's go to Deion.
Need Nick Bosa to step up.
Oh, my God,
he's got to have a multi-sack game.
Hey, can I put out the bat signal? I need Papa Shasky. Papa Shasky, where are you? I need you right now. Your son is lost right now. I don't know who your son is. San Fran Shasky is looming large. He's a transplant right now from Idaho. This ain't the butcher I know. Not right now. Gosh. Deion at Phoenix. Watching this on YouTube. San Fran Shasky, help him out here, Deion.
Idaho getting a drive-by there.
Yeah, everybody's getting it today.
Yeah, what's up?
Deion, what's happening? Going once?
What's going on, man?
Oh, what's up?
First time caller, man. I've heard about you guys, and I appreciate what you do.
What did you hear?
What did you hear about
What did you hear? That we're crazy?
No, man. I just literally listen to y'all. Honestly, shout out to the homie Jason DePronte. He's a fellow content creator.
Nice.
And he was the one who kind of hit me to you guys because I saw him go on the show, and now I started listening. I'm not originally from the Bay. I'm from L.A. But,
that's okay.
You know, I love my Niners regardless.
Yeah, we'll bring you in.
There you go. You're a roaster now.
Tonight's game, man, to be honest with you, I gotta agree with you. We gotta run the ball and the defense has to do its job. The thing is, the defense has been playing fantastic. It's the offense that's been inept, and unfortunately, that's Jimmy Garoppolo's fault. He's the one back there being the quarterback, not making things happen. So, statistics would tell us that Jimmy's going to win this game because he always winds up beating the Rams outside of the NFC Championship game. Also, for defense, the only people we really have to worry about are Ramsey, Donald, and Bobby Wagner. But Wagner scares me to an extent because he knows Jimmy Garoppolo. He didn't even do no film study. He probably just went to sleep, and they were like, "You gonna study film?" He's like, "I'm playing Jimmy Garoppolo." Why? I have no reason to do that.
There you go.
I just hopefully these things work out, and hopefully we see some Jordan Mason.
Yeah.
With Bobby Turner being back, hopefully he got in Kyle Shanahan's ear like, yo, man, we was running back by committee. Why are we giving Jeff all the carries? Like, we need to mix it up and make sure that we hit them with different types of runners so that way they can't get used to it, and just make sure that we stop using Debo in the backfield. And the last thing, here's the thing. I don't want people to think that Kittle doesn't deserve his money, but we better start using him like we're paying him.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Kittle on the break.
Yeah,
I'm with you there. Hey, good call, Dion. Not bad for your first time. Not bad for Dion.
On the Bobby Wagner front, against the Niners, okay, in 20 career games, then not including that NFC Championship game, he has 110 solo tackles, 6 sacks, 2 fumble recoveries, and 5 interceptions.
Hall of Fame career.
If he just played the Niners, he'd be the greatest linebacker of all time. I mean, you got to be kidding me. And it feels like he steps in front on our, like he'll pretend like he's blitzing and then drop back into coverage at least 3 times a game against the Niners, and dupe a bad throw in there.
It won't be his night tonight, baby. Niners winning this game.
110 solo tackles in 20 games.
He won't get 10 tonight. 95.7 The Game is live at the Hilton in Santa Clara. I know, I shouldn't say that. Bobby Wagner's all-time
He's
pro.
an all-time great.
You don't have to remind me.
I have tremendous respect for him.
Listen, when he got signed by the LA Rams, I said, of course he's getting signed by the LA Rams. Of course. They always get these great reclamation projects.
The only difference between this matchup and NFC Championship, obviously Bobby Wagner addition, but defensively, Von Miller was really good in that NFC Championship game in the second half.
Von Miller
was
really
good. And so that's one area where I do believe hopefully they can neutralize Aaron Donald because they don't have to worry about the exterior pressure, because no Trent Williams is big.
Huge.
I mean, are we getting Colton McKivitz? Wow, that stinks.
Oh, my God.
It's tough. I think they're going to have a really hard time moving the ball tonight.
Ashawn Robinson's no slouch.
No, he had a great
Alabama.
game.
He had a great NFC Championship game. Great NFC
That's a
Championship
good call
game.
on
So
that.
Bobby Wagner wearing number 45 now. Leonard Floyd, number 54. Leonard Floyd's not a great player, but he fits that scheme
He
very,
flashes
very well.
every couple series.
Yeah, he makes a play.
Yeah,
he makes
does.
a play that makes
He
you
does.
like, oh, wow, who's that? Number 54, and that's Leonard Floyd. By the way, 95.7 Game is live at the Hilton in Santa Clara today to get you ready for tonight's matchup between the Rams and the Niners. Stay tuned in all day. Our coverage is brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon, and Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. Harris Ranch Beef. There you go.
It's
You're
an
listening.
excellent meat.
It is great. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. Your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Let's go to OG all the way up in Seattle, the Pacific Northwest. We got Niner fans up there. OG watching us on YouTube. What's up, OG?
Big time. Yeah, I'm a Bay Area guy. I'm just up in Seattle for work. But I'm excited for the Niners. I think, look, we've got a championship defense, a Super Bowl winning caliber championship defense. And if I look at all the games yesterday, all those top teams, Chiefs, Bills, you name it, how would they fare against our defense? I don't think that they do that well.
I'm with you.
I think our defense would clamp down on them.
Yep.
But I look at our offense, and I'm so worried.
I'm the same way.
So worried that we don't have any answers. We don't have any answers. I don't know how we're going to get out of what happened last week, because I don't see that Kyle has the clarity. I feel like Jimmy is not settled in. So I'm really worried. So I want to hear what Bonte and what you guys have to say about how are the Niners going to fix their offense moving forward. What's the game plan?
It's such a great question, and I don't have an answer for it. I know this. They got to get Danny Grant. He was, I guess, missed a practice this week. I don't even know where he's at physically. They got to get someone like him going because they have zero pop. They have the 51-yard run from Debo, and then I believe the second biggest play of the year is like a 37-yard run by Jeff Wilson Jr., and that's about it.
Yeah, they got to get explosives in the passing game. That's where you got to fix this offense. You have to get Kittle involved down the field. You have to get Debo involved down the field. Move Debo away from the line of scrimmage. Stop running him against 7 to 8 man fronts. They know it's coming. The Rams last year in the NFC Championship game played 9 in the box. They said, Jimmy beat us over the top. That's how you fix this offense.
And that was with the healthy Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah, exactly.
Who led the NFL in 20-plus yard runs.
So, stretch the field vertically. Now, you may say, well, you can't do that with Jimmy G. Well, man, you sure the hell better try.
I know.
You better try. Get Ayuk down the field. So, get these guys in advantageous matchups here and get the ball out fast, obviously. Run me some good screenplays. Can you run me some good screens? Now, it's going to be tough to do that because Bobby Wagner and Leonard Floyd sniffed those out left and right. So, you probably can't run a screen tonight. But I think the way to open up this offense is you got to stretch the field vertically. Stretch the field vertically like you were going to do with Trey Lance. Got to say, Jimmy, I need you to make a couple throws a game.
Well, that was in the NFC Championship game. They got Kittle isolated on a linebacker and had the throw that they needed on the very first drive. Couldn't they hit early in the game? Like, if they score a touchdown in the first 7, 8, 9 minutes, I'll take a huge deep breath. Right. I feel like the longer the game goes, because they're so much better in the first quarter offensively, the longer the game goes, the more I worry about them finding some pop in the offense. Like, what's the wrinkle tonight?
Wow. Is the wrinkle Brock Purdy?
No. I mean, we got to see it with Jimmy first.
I'm kidding, man.
Now, are you, though?
I'm kidding. I'm not there with Brock Purdy. I'm not there with Brock Purdy.
37th best college quarterbacking.
That's a lie.
History of all time.
That's a lie.
That's
I've seen 37. I've seen 37 better quarterbacks this last decade than Brock Purdy. I don't care about the numbers that he played within the Big 12. Do not get me.
I'll take Kyler's one and done in Oklahoma.
Yeah, exactly. He played 4 years at Iowa State. He's very mid. Okay, mid. I told you. I watched this game. Had a lot of chicken on the game, as Marshawn Lynch would say. Iowa State versus Iowa, biggest game in Ames, Iowa in a long time.
The Cyclones.
And Brock Purdy threw up on himself and got benched in that game. Okay? Don't give me this thing that he's the 37th best quarterback in college football history. Are you kidding me?
Well, that's what the numbers tell you.
I don't give a damn about the numbers. He's not even the 37th best quarterback in the last decade of college football. Are you kidding me?
That was Tim Rattay's claim to fame. He had outthrown Terry Bradshaw. Remember that? At Louisiana Tech, he broke all of Terry Bradshaw's records.
Oh, my gosh. 37th best quarterback in college football history. Imagine Joe Montana, Joe Theismann. Imagine, hell, even Rick Meyer. All right, Kerry Collins, Jamarcus Russell. All right, 37th best quarterback, Brock Purdy. What are we doing here? Stop it with the Purdy stuff. I'm going to lose my mind with the Purdy stuff.
Can you give me 1 minute here? Watching the game last night, and I know this will never happen. I know. I freely admit it. I know it's not going to happen. So don't come in and do, Joe, it's never going to happen. I'm asking you, hypothetically, I would give up a first-rounder and 2 second-rounders to go get Brady right now.
Why would Tampa Bay do that?
I know they wouldn't, but I'm saying, like, what would you give up to get Brady for this year?
Come on.
What would you do?
Do I play Madden?
No, I'm asking you.
To give up Brady?
Yeah. What would you give up? I'd be willing to give up, because I know they gave up their first-rounder already in 2023, but 2024, I'd give up at least multiple firsts and multiple seconds to get Brady. I would, for this year.
Where's that coming from?
Just me watching Brady and wishing he was a Niner. I'm watching Chris Godwin, and I'm like, Ayuk can be as good as Chris Godwin. There's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt in my mind. Cameron Brate, this guy's always open. George Kittle can't become a superstar with
Shanahan let Brady run the offense?
Brady's going to audible at the line every single time, no matter what. Don't even matter.
So then you're going to have friction with Shanahan and Brady.
Another thing, watching like Leonard Fournette, like no one wanted Leonard Fournette, number 4 overall pick.
Look at him.
He looks great.
He looks great.
And I know they lost that game, but like, it's just. I watch Brady and I get so frustrated.
You know when I get frustrated? How about the other guy on the other sideline? How about Patrick Mahomes?
Oh, he's amazing.
Shanahan didn't even scout him. They didn't even scout him.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty sad. He might be I think he's more talented than Aaron Rodgers. I think he's the greatest physical specimen, the quarterback, in terms of throwing the ball all around the field. You could take Josh Allen, and you're not wrong. Josh is awesome. I'm taking Mahomes.
I'm taking Dan Marino, but he's right there.
I'm taking Mahomes over
Dan Marino. You seen Dan Marino?
Mahomes is in the middle of it. I mean, he's like 27.
LQ Austin dropping a hat, Matt. We'll get you on the other side. I got Lubman, man. He's a rare form. What the hell did the Giants do to piss him off? I got San Francisco worrying about everything. I got Lubman just bitter about the Giants and gave Kapler's end of the game speech to the home faithful at Oracle Park. Did you see how he slipped in? And next year, I'm like, oh, so who's going to be back next year? It's been guaranteed to be back next year. Maybe that's why Lubman's all bent out of shape.
And Larry Bear sent an email out to me and the rest of the fans.
Did he? What'd he say?
I'm just apologizing for underperforming this year, and the comments on Twitter were wild.
Got a personal email from Larry Bear?
Well, yeah.
You're going to need to forward me that email. I need to read that.
Oh, yeah. I didn't get that email. I didn't get
Apology not accepted.
Oh, sorry, Steiny.
Wow. What's coming up? Your phone calls. 888-957-9570. The rolls along. How the Niners going to win this game? I'm guaranteeing it. Defense. And limit the mistakes, of course. Just don't let Jimmy throw it more than 15 times. He'll be all right. That's coming up on the game sponsored by Caltrain Stormwater.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
If you're a professional builder or a designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationship with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Salt Mill, and other suppliers has led to an increase in lumber inventory. And we know there's been so many shortages lately. Additionally, Golden State's state-of-the-art Stockton facility is fully equipped with a wall panel production facility. Golden State can help you save space, labor, and time with prefabricated walls delivered directly to the job site. Golden State strives to deliver the materials the very next day, and in some cases, the same day. And remember, the best tools you can use on the job site is the Golden State app, which provides greater access to the industry-leading services team. You'll have access to resources and important zoning regulations, permitting details, and hundreds of user guides at your fingertips. The Golden State app is available at goldenstatelumber.com, Google Play, and the App Store. Supplying the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hi, welcome to the Ikea Fall Savings Event.
Hey, I'm checking off my fall to-do list. I've got apple picking done. Now I need a cozy rug for cider tasting night.
Well, we've got offers on rugs, lighting, and more. And as an Ikea family member, you'll save $20 when you spend $200 or more pre-tax.
Great. Now I actually have to make cider.
Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/fall savings event to get ready and save. Offer valid 10/7 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and ikea-usa.com/fall savings event for complete terms and restrictions.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Listen to Bonte and Shasky each day this week around 7:30 for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Kirby. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. Brakes, oil changes, car washes, and more. Get all the info on our contest page at 957thegame.com.
It's a monster Monday night matchup.
Shut up, all of you. Just beat the Rams.
We're live from the Hilton Santa Clara for Monday Night Football.
Quarterback sneak. Jimmy Garoppolo puts it away for San Francisco.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Second and 12, Samuel, wide receiver screen, good play, big play, and in for the touchdown. He led the league in yards after the catch, and this, for 44, he does it all.
How do you prepare for a guy like Deebo Samuel, a unique player? How do you game plan for a guy like that?
Who?
Deebo Samuel.
Who's that?
The receiver.
They did a lot of good things as far as, reverses and things like that. He just made some good plays today.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Is this, you know what? Maybe play some Mac Dre, play some Nicotina, play something for this guy. Because San Fran Shasky, for an hour and 10 minutes, it's been lost. He's been worried. He's been fearful. I've never heard him so complimentary of Aaron Donald, who still doesn't know who Deebo Samuel is. Maybe this gets San Fran Shasky going. Maybe it brings out the butcher in him.
Town in my clean ass bands.
Are we coming? Are you coming?
Clean ass Rams. What's up?
I'm
fat like Ted Turner.
Oh, you're back?
Yes, and I'm ready. It's Monday Night Football tonight. Let's do this. Here's the problem with Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald's so disrespectful to Deebo Samuel. And Aaron Donald is one of the all-time greatest football players I've ever seen live. I got a chance to see Reggie White live. I got a chance to see Lawrence Taylor live. I think Aaron Donald is every bit as good as those guys. And I'm not disrespecting those legends. I'm putting Aaron Donald on a level that I've never seen. And I just look at the evolution of the Rams. He's been a constant. And then everything else has kind of evolved around him. Like, he has been that dude. The first time that I went to Levi Stadium as a season ticket holder, I had season tickets go back to Kansas City, but when I finally ended up buying in at Levi's, the Niners wore the all-whites. I believe it was 2018.
Game.
Todd Gurley was the star running back that everything went through.
39-10, the Rams.
And Aaron Donald was relentless in that game. I believe he had 3 strips in that game. I think they only recovered 1 or 2 of them, but he was just ripping things out like an accordion, and he's just unstoppable. So I have tremendous respect for him. But I keep going back to, what is the 49ers game plan for neutralizing him? Is he just going to throw Brunskill in front of him? You got Brunskill, Banks, and Burford in front of Aaron Donald with no Trent Williams?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, San Fran Shasky, we need to send him to Patagonia and bring out the Frisco Shasky and put a North Face on you. Because you did start wearing Patagonias.
And Patagonias are very. I'm not going to allow any Patagonia slander.
No, a lot of slander.
Once you buy one of their coats, you realize how good they are.
I ran into Jordan Ramirez at Media Day.
And if they want to, drape me out and stuff,
listen,
hit up our marketing team.
I ran into Jordan Ramirez at Media Day. J-Ran. We know him. He's Steph Curry's photographer. He travels around with Steph. And he was just like, all these newbie San Francisco people wearing their little Patagonias. And that made me realize, Patagonia ain't a Frisco thing. We wear North Faces out here.
Okay.
All you little trendy techies want to wear Patagonias. You have turned into that. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to you. I don't know what's happened. A little success on the morning show. All of a sudden, your head's this big and you're wearing Patagonias and San Francisco, all worried about everything in the world.
As everyone else moves out of San Francisco, I'm the one who still pays property taxes here. Let's just let the record be shown.
Man, you're really
I'll
scared.
wear whatever the hell I want.
He's Patagonia, San Francisco, fits the bill. LQ and Brentwood, what's happening? Watch it on YouTube. Come on, man. LQ, you're not worried about tonight, are you?
But you see, I hate to say, but I'm with San Francisco this morning, man. I'm worried.
Oh, my God.
Said it. How is this O-line going to hold up with this D-line? We have 2 rookie guards, a center that has come back from an injury. We're missing our all-world left tackle, and we have a below-average right tackle. The only way we're going to win this game, like you guys said, we played perfect on defense throughout the whole entire game. No mistakes. Minimum mistakes. And Bosa needs to ball out. He needs to have an all-this-mix game Monday night versus the Steelers type game. And we're going to win this game.
Yeah.
That's all I got, guys.
Well, I would love for them to have a special teams moment. I know they got one in the Green Bay game, but it feels like special teams in terms of them having a game-breaking return or a big block or something like that. That would be something that they could really use in their back pocket.
Yeah, I would love that. Defense touchdown. Give me a defensive touchdown.
God, that's asking a lot. How many defensive touchdowns have there been in the NFL this year?
Mika Fitzpatrick yesterday.
And then he got hurt.
Raiders had one. Robertson.
That's right. Ball got stripped, yeah.
There's been some defensive touchdowns.
Robertson looks good in that 21.
Dude, he does look good in that 21. There's been some defensive touchdowns this year. A lot of defensive plays, actually. I'm looking at Aaron Donald's stats in 15 games against the 49ers. In 15 games.
What's he averaging?
5 and 10 against the Niners all time. 12.5 sacks against the Niners in 12 games.
Wow.
It feels like 3 came in one game. You know what the Niners have done? Even the Monday night game last year, they neutralized him.
He's on pace for 16, 17 sacks in the season just versus the Niners. That's pretty good.
They neutralized Aaron Donald.
That's about on par with who he is.
They've done well against Aaron Donald in the last few years.
Well, and the thing that's hard for me to escape my mind is, again, season on the line last year in the NFC Championship game. He gathered the troops in the fourth quarter, screaming and yelling, huffing and puffing, and then went out there and just wrecked shop.
He did wreck shop.
He doesn't get a sack for that final play, but he caused that interception.
He did.
Then that's a great example of the stats can be misleading right there. Watch the final drive. Aaron Donald literally snuffed out every play.
See, you have changed. Comcast Business Text Line, 925. Shasky buying $150 hoses just so he doesn't fry his dirty. You're right, Ponte. He has changed. Dropping a hat, Matt in San Francisco. Listening on the radio. Can we get rid of San Francisco? Where's the real butcher? Dropping a hat, Matt. Where's the real butcher?
Well, good morning. How y'all doing? The butcher boy. I don't know, man. The butcher boy became a Jimmy G hater, but it's gonna be all right. Look. It's gonna start. It's gonna start with this defense, right? They played well last game, but they need to get some turnovers. That's how they beat the Rams last year on Monday night. And then on offense, right? It's about rhythm, right? It's about Kyle Shanahan coming with the game plan to not play conservative, but to get Jimmy G and get these our prolific offensive weapons. Get the ball to them, right? Because that offensive line is not going to hold up. The thing I don't like about Shanahan when he came to San Francisco is that he didn't bring that offense he had in Atlanta. He didn't try to blow teams out. When you got this type of defense, try to go out there and score points early. You know what I mean? The defense is going to take care of the rest.
There it is. Dropping a hat, Matt. This defense has to dominate tonight. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. Last year, they held the Rams to 10 points. They came back from 17-0. Hell, they scored 20 in the NFC Championship game. Should have been good enough to win, but the defense was on the field a lot. 35 minutes in that NFC Championship game. Rams did what they had to do to keep the ball and play keep away, and they ran the ball effectively against the Niners in that NFC Championship game. It kept them on schedule. So ever since Shasky dropped Boy from Butcher Boy, he hasn't been the same. Leave my guy alone, man. If we're going to get him up, we're going to get him. By the time we leave here, San Fran Shasky will be a thing of the past.
I'm actually considering changing my Twitter and Instagram handles and removing the name completely. I'm legitimately thinking about that.
To make it what?
Just, like Snoop Dogg. I don't want to be called Snoop Dogg, Doggy Dog, until I'm like 60 years old. So I'm thinking of switching it up. Just going to my real name.
Butcher? Or no?
Joe Shasky III.
Oh, come on.
Joe Shasky III.
See, you're changing on me.
I was just thinking about it.
All of a sudden, you make some new money and you want to change your name
It's just a
you want
slight
to change your avatar.
rebranding. It's a slight rebranding.
Oh, gosh.
Slight. And I don't even like the word brand.
Wow.
It's been done. There was Whitey Gleason. Now there's Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. That's what he does now. So
is that what he does? Yeah. There you go. My favorite story.
This guy
my wife came to the studio. I go, hey, I didn't even know his real name was Kevin. I'm like, hey, hon, Michelle, this is Whitey. He goes, Kevin. And I was like, I'm so sorry. My bad. I felt like such a jerk.
Man, the Niners are winning this game tonight. They're going to improve to 2-2. And they'll go on the road to Carolina looking for a split in Carolina and Atlanta. They will win this game tonight because we've been told about this defense being great. Well, tonight's a chance to be great in front of Troy Aikman and Joe Buck in a Monday night audience. It's a chance to be great again like they were last Sunday. I need a couple takeaways. I need sacks. I need fumbles. I may need a pick six or a fumble recovery for a touchdown. The Rams are wounded. They're a flawed football team, and this offensive line is in shambles for the LA Rams. This defense, led by Nick Bosa, Fred Warner Jr., Hufanga, should dominate tonight. I expect a dominant performance in front of the nation tonight. I do. I really do. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, do what you did last Monday night. Don't let him throw the ball over 10 yards. He had one completion over 10 yards last year against the Rams on Monday Night Football. They won 31-10. All right? Niners will win this game. I'm not worried about tonight. I'm not. I feel actually really good about tonight. I think McVay brings out the best in Shanahan. He does. I think Bobby Turner being back, that's a plus. DeMeco Ryan's going to be flying around on the sideline. This team will hit, and they will run the ball down their throats. It's not going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. We're all right.
I mean,
we're all right.
They're going to beat the Rams, and Jimmy's not going to have anything to do with it? Like, if they're going to beat the Rams, Jimmy's going to have to do something.
He didn't have to do anything. He didn't have much to do with it last year.
He's got to play better than he did last week.
There's no doubt.
It's almost impossible for him to play back-to-back weeks that bad. He's, 8-9-1 after a loss during the Shanahan era? Him and them together?
So you should be confident.
Well, look, they played so bad on offense. Here's the thing that I worry about. The thing that I worry about is that I believe Denver's offense to be really bad, okay? Really bad. And I believe the Bears' offense to be really bad. And also Seattle.
What about the Rams' offense?
Just hear me out. So this feels like by far and away the stiffest test for this defense. And the offense has to meet them at least a third of the way and score some points for them.
Rams scored 10 against Buffalo week 1, all right?
That was a blitzkrieg.
Yeah. They scored 20 against Arizona last week, and they didn't necessarily look great. Arizona just looked worse. Rams' offense isn't lighting anybody on fire.
No, but these two teams know each other probably as well as anyone else in the NFL.
Divisional game. Division games are tough. I don't think the Rams are scoring. I see a 20-10 game. I see 20-10, 23-10. Rams aren't going to be moving the ball.
I don't know about predictions. I look at Cooper Kupp and I say to myself, no matter who they've brought in, and part of why they brought in Ward was to slow down someone like Cooper Kupp. Even when you try to suffocate him, he still gets his 7 for 95.
So now, this is why you bring in Charvarius Ward. This is why you have Mosley on the other side. This is why you have a pass rush. Come on. Let's go. Ben in McLaren Park. He's not worried. He's listening on the radio. Ben, you know the Niners are winning tonight, right?
Okay, boys. Vontae, I'm jumping on your back like a gorilla, baby. Come
Let's
on.
go. I can carry you.
Shasky, and then
I carry Shasky every morning.
Real quick, too. Yeah, it's okay that you have trepidation. That's not a problem. But you boys, you lead me through my mornings, so I love you. I love you both for all what you do for morning radio on sports. But Shasky, it's okay. Just because the candlestick's gone, or it's growing. It's growing down there. It's a thing that needs to happen. And tonight is a big night. But Kyle has to open up the offense a little bit, I hope.
Yes.
And he can't be
What's that look like? What's that look like? Targeting Kittle?
Yes, of course. Everybody. You did open up. I don't care if he's a rookie or somebody that ain't there. Let Jimmy loose. Let Jimmy be free. Let him run through the field and just go ahead.
Like the Sound of Music.
There you go.
Jimmy Garoppolo running through the hills of Switzerland. Dude, I have no idea what that reference is.
No, I don't. I have no idea. I was just looking at
the hills are alive with the Sound of Music.
Look at you.
Hills are alive.
Look at you.
Yeah,
Over the hills, Led Zeppelin.
Well, that's a good song. That's not stitching music, but I don't rock with that.
Purple Pills, Eminem and D12.
Oh, I remember that. That was a bad song. Terrible song. Promoting ecstasy? Come on. What are we doing to our kids? Dave Johnson, low energy show today. We were all hedging for the emotional heartbreak to come. That's where we're at, Niner fans. We're hedging for the emotional heartbreak.
No, I just look again.
Jeez, I'm not living like that no more. I just watched the Warriors this weekend in Japan. I watched a lot of great college football. Watched the NFL yesterday. Even went to the Giants game. Just said, you know what? We're going to go to Oracle Park season finale. Whatever. Let's get out the house, family. You know what? I'm not worried. I'm not going to live my life like that.
It's not about worrying. It's not about worrying.
By the way, the streets are saying you better not change your hood name.
Oh.
You change your hood name, Butcher, business will not be booming around here.
Okay,
That's
thanks.
part of the alert.
Thanks, Antonio
Fontaine
Brown.
the Butcher.
Okay.
Fontaine the Butcher and Bonte. Come on, you can't change that name. The Niners got you so rattled that you're ready to change your name. Ready to change your entire You've talked about branding. I've never heard you talk about branding. That's how bad it is for you, right?
I watched
Niners,
football all
please,
day yesterday.
Baby Jesus, God, everybody. Get this guy a win tonight.
I need one. I admit.
He needs one. You may need one more than Shanahan.
I'm down and out. But here's the thing. I'm watching football all day yesterday. Yesterday was a couch game for your boy. All day, I was on the couch watching football. And every single game on the red zone, playmakers galore. Quarterbacks making plays. And so, and there were defenses. I'm not trying to dismiss that.
Even Jacksonville looks like they got played. Now, Trevor Lawrence turned the ball over a lot.
But he looks way better.
Playmakers.
Yeah, and Trevor looks a lot better, right? I'm watching the game of football yesterday, and then it was night capped by that Kansas City Chiefs Tampa Bay game. And those are probably unfair comparisons because everyone's going to look small in comparison to those two teams. But the way that these tight ends are used, whether it's Mark Andrews, whether it's
TJ Hawkinson.
Hawkinson's getting thrown to a lot.
Disley in Seattle's getting thrown to.
And I'm watching Kelsey last night, and even though he's double and triple teamed, it is a clear point of emphasis for Kansas City to get him involved and to have him out there running routes because it creates space for others.
How about Dallas Goddard, Philadelphia? He's getting plays. He's getting plays.
Well,
he's a baller.
But I'm looking, I'm saying, we got to open Kittle up.
Yeah, I agree.
They've got to open Kittle up. They've got to find a way to get him going. I don't want to hear about how great of an inline blocker he is. We need points on the board, and you're not going to score points if you're just going to be running Jeff Wilson into the back of Brunskill all game. Throw the ball around a little, open it up. I don't even care if you go 3 and out. Trust your defense, move the ball down the field, trust in Jimmy Garoppolo, and throw to George Kittle.
I agree. George Kittle's a tone setter. When he makes plays, it resonates with the entire football team. It's a juice play, right? It gives the crowd juice. It gives the team juice. He starts going. He's swagging out. And the Rams are like, oh, gosh, how do we defend this guy? How do we defend this guy? Then it leaves Ayuk and Deebo wide open. But this did make me laugh here. This text, 650 Cowcats business text line. Shasky really went from the butcher boy to the vegan lad.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Are you eating scones now? Are you eating vegan scones now, San Francisco? Is that what's happening? Oh, man. Come on. It's Monday Night Football, folks. Hit me with the theme, Spinoni. Get the theme back up, man. It's the Rams in town, the Super Bowl champs who ended their season in February. Come on. All these Niner fans worried. This is not the Niner fan base I grew up with. Niner fans I grew up with expected excellence. Niner fans I grew up with were pissed off if they didn't win by 30. All right? And it's the same old sorry-ass Rams. No matter what. They could go from they could play in St. Louis, L.A., Anaheim. I don't give a damn where they play. It's the same old sorry-ass Rams. And the Niners dominate. This is a win tonight.
You know why I'm sad?
Why?
Because the Rams have 2 Super Bowls since we've won our last.
I don't look at it like
2.
Why'd you bring me back down? I just played the Monday Night theme for you.
2.
Get the music back up, Spinoni.
And Seattle's
Get the music back
1-1.
up. Come on. Come on. This guy said this about your player. You're not fired up?
How do you prepare for a guy like Deebo Samuel, a unique player? How do you game plan for a guy like that?
Who?
Deebo Samuel.
Who's that?
The receiver.
They did a lot of good things as far as, reverses and things like that. He just made some good plays today.
That guy said that about Deebo Samuel. And you're out here talking about you're worried?
Deebo needs to have a monster game. There's no doubt about it.
People watching on YouTube, and you're worried for them. They didn't come for this.
Deebo's going to have a big game. Is he a running back or a wide receiver
He's
tonight?
a wide receiver. Use him as a wide receiver, please.
See, I think he should
Stop
be a
running
running
up
back.
against 8-man boxes.
If you're asking me, I'll be like, Jeff Wilson Jr., take a hike. You're going to be my short yardage guy. I'm going straight to Deebo.
Fantasy football purposes, I don't mind Jeff Wilson Jr. having a mediocre game. Just say that. I'll put it out there right now. No, I need Deebo out wide. I need him down the field. I need him in space. All right? I don't need him running up the A-gap against number 99, Aaron Donald. Because Aaron Donald will know who he is, and he will smash him. All right? Enough with Deebo at running back. I don't want to see it. All right, Austin and Redwood City. Because I got, the vibes in here. I got Lubman rattled. Spadoni's the only one. He's a Raider fan. He's all happy. He loves this right now. Spadoni is loving this right now as a Raider fan. Look at the little Niner fans worried. Ooh. Austin, listening on the radio. Austin, Redwood City. What's happening?
Hey, no much. We ain't worried. I ain't worried. Shasky. Hey, who is Aaron Donald? Who's Aaron Donald?
I don't know. Multiple defensive player of the year.
He's just a 3-time
First ballot
DPO.
Hall of Famer.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Hey, Austin.
I mean, come on.
Austin. That's the guy who does give me nightmares. 3-time DPO.
Come on, man.
I had to wear a jersey because of Aaron Donald.
Come on.
He's disrespecting Deebo, so who is he?
Yeah. He was being mad.
He's John Randall meets Reggie White, and that's all.
Yeah. Okay, but here, this is what I got. Hey, man. Hey, Kyle Shanahan needs to wake up and get out of bed because he battled with Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll over there sweating. Look like he young over there. Look like he came off the football field. We just need Kyle Shanahan to wake up, get out the bed, and let Jimmy loose. Let him loose. And one more thing after that, hey, we need a receiver, a big receiver like a Terrell Owens. I guarantee if Terrell Owens came back, he'd still get somebody 1,000 yards. But yeah, if we can go get Cole Beasley off the Bucks.
Wait, Austin. You just said you want a big receiver like T.O., and then you pivot to Cole Beasley, who's probably 5'8".
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if we can't get that Terrell Owens type player,
so you want another small guy?
I know he can run routes.
We said the same thing about Trey Taylor, but you're right about Cole Beasley. He's not bad.
Cole Beasley caught one pass yesterday and fell straight to the ground, and Brady was ready to go over there and strangle him.
Cole Beasley probably wouldn't work in this market for other things, for other reasons, but you can't go from T.O. to Cole Beasley. Now you lose me. Austin, you were rolling. T.O., I'm with you. We need a big receiver.
It's worth a shot.
Yeah, but then you can't go from...
That's a 4.
That's the best joke of the day. It's the best joke of the day.
Hey, constipated. Look, here's the reality of this morning is if you're a 49er fan, as I'm the most diehard, and look, I'm very worried about the Rams. You can make the argument, Joe, even if they lose, they're still in it. I hear you. I wake up this morning, and the first thing that I think about is that, my God, the NFC's wide open. If I just had competent offensive play, the 49ers would be one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the NFC in everybody's power rankings. No doubt about it. If they could just get some form of competent offensive play. That's literally all we're asking for. Green Bay looks terrible.
Yep.
They look terrible.
Do we really believe in the Dallas Cowboys?
I think their defense is elite.
Michael Parsons right now is a DPOY.
Yeah, I think I got to give Cooper Rush his credit because Bonte, you know, we can laugh all we want. He's making more plays with his feet and his arm than Jimmy is right now. I don't think that's a debate.
I know.
Watch the games.
Cowboy fans were laughing at us saying that, hey, offer Jimmy Garoppolo straight to Dallas. Yeah. Joke's on us. No, but I hear you with the quarterback play. So we all watched it yesterday.
And Tampa Bay looks they look beat up and flawed.
They are. Well,
but I fear Brady more than anyone.
Well, their offensive line took a lot of hits.
Yes.
Their offensive line took a lot of hits.
And the other team that I fear, obviously, tremendously is the Rams because you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. I look at Arizona, and I know people are going to scoff at Arizona.
They're 2-2.
I've been saying it for a month. They're a team that scares me.
They're 2-2. And we can laugh at Arizona all you want to. Think about how they won those games on the road. They're 2-2. Now they're 2 games away or 3 games away from having Hopkins back in the lineup.
But if we were just ranking like personnel groups, I would say the 49ers have a top 2 or 3 personnel defense in terms of defense in the NFC.
But what about offense?
Well, they have nice personnel, but they don't play well.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm so frustrated. I'm like, you gotta see some explosion. And that's where I'm looking at the head coach and the quarterback, and I'm saying, come on, guys, let's go. Tonight's the night. And I need my playmakers to step up. You got to give them opportunities to ball.
The thing is that I noticed, and we'll go back to the calls, E-Money and George, hang on tight. The offenses look modern in Buffalo.
Philly.
You know, you want to go Kansas City. You want to go Tampa. Hell, even Cincinnati, Miami. I mean,
McCarthy, give McCarthy credit. McCarthy's doing this with a backup.
Hey, but listen.
I laugh at McCarthy, so when you wake up and you win multiple games with your backup quarterback, you deserve credit.
I'm not going to go crazy because they beat the Washington Commanders.
It doesn't matter. It's a division game.
And they beat the New York Giants.
It's a division game.
Yeah, it is a division game, but those teams stink. All right? They stink. We're talking about 2 of the worst teams in the NFL. Carson Wentz has no time to throw whatsoever.
Agreed.
So I'm looking, but to your point, the offenses that look modern, right? Minnesota, their offense looks like a modern-day offense. That's my biggest issue, is the Niners' offense, as Baldy described it last Tuesday on the Morning Roast, the Niners' offense looks beige. It's bland. It's flat. It's boring. It's conservative. It looks constipated at times. I need Shanahan to evolve a little bit here and make some things happen. Where's the explosion in the passing game? That's why I hired you. Because in today's game, you need to throw the ball at some point, whether it's the end of the game, third down, money downs. They were 0 for 9 to start last week on third downs. Can we get some third down conversions that extend drives, keeps the defense on the field? They were punt. Broncos had the ball for 20 minutes in the second half. 20 into 30. Defense is not going to last like that. No wonder they gave up a drive at the end of the game. So Shanahan, I want to see him evolve this offense and get it a little more explosive. Now, everybody can say it goes back to the quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, you know what, Shanahan? What do you got to lose? Call everything. Open up the playbook. And if Jimmy can't get it done, then maybe we're having a different conversation tomorrow about the quarterback position. That's where we're at.
I just have a hard time believing that we're going to see this team score 25 points. I mean, 25. What did they average in 2019?
I don't think they need 25.
What did they average?
29.9.
That feels years away, doesn't it?
No.
I mean, that might have happened in the 2010s.
Well,
God, that feels like forever ago.
It was a long time ago.
I mean, man, but what happened? Why? Is it the teams have figured out Jimmy Garoppolo? Is it teams have figured out this offense? Like, why is the team so inept on offense right now?
Part of it is the quarterback. Part of it is the offensive line. Part of it is play calling. When you look under Shanahan, right? We talk about 2019. Look at his offenses in terms of points per game.
Yeah.
2017, they were 20th. 2018, they were 21st. Now, you want to give them mulligans for not having a quarterback? Fine, give them mulligans. 2019, 20 points.
Yeah, but we can't give Mulligan, just real quick.
But he's getting a mulligan this year.
On 2018, like that's the year Kittle broke all the records.
Everybody's giving him mulligans.
So like we pick and choose like a buffet cart.
I'm not giving him mulligans.
And they had a huge win against Seattle down the stretch.
Shanahan already has a built-in mulligan now. Trey Lance's starting quarterback is out. He's already getting a mulligan. We've already said he's not getting fired.
It's a lot of mulligans.
So 7 years,
I
a lot of mulligans.
Breakfast ball. I don't know if I allow a mulligan on every shot.
You guys are giving me the mulligans. I've been critical of Shanahan, and everybody said it's not Shanahan's fault. But as I go on to the points per game, 21st in 2020, 21st in the league. Last year, the Niners were 13th in points per game. 13th. Right now, they're 28th. So I don't see offensive genius in these numbers.
Well, and that's what...
And hold on. One last thing. Because I think correlates with everything. The takeaways, giveaways, and the penalties. They're in the bottom half of the league in both under Kyle Shanahan in his 6 years. So how many mulligans you want to give them?
Well, and comparing him to Andy Reid, which people can say that's unfair, but like a lot of people think Andy Reid's the best play caller in the game. He's been a coach for 23 NFL seasons.
He evolves.
He's been in the top 10 for scoring and overall offense 19 of those years.
Thank you.
Now, I believe Shanahan has 14 years of play callers, been in the top 10 5 times.
That's not good enough.
Well, I would argue that Shanahan's taken over some pretty bad teams.
I mean,
he was an OC.
I saw Andy Reid coach up a team with James Thrash and Todd Pinkston.
I know.
To NFC Championship after NFC Championship. I was at an Eagles game in the mid-90s, and the Niners wore the throwbacks with Tio and Garcia, and he walked in. It was either Coy Dittmer or A.J. Feely.
I think it was Ty Dittmer. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was Coy.
Ty did play for them.
Yeah, I know that.
They blew the Niners out.
You might be right.
They blew the Niners out. It doesn't matter for Andy Reid. Does not matter.
Kevin Cobb.
There you go. Kevin Cobb.
Arizona thought he was the answer.
He did. Michael Vick. He got hurt one game in Philly, and it was a Michael Vick show. And then to Andy Reid's credit, Michael Vick wasn't a great pocket quarterback. He got with Andy Reid, and he had one of the most dynamic seasons we've ever seen from a quarterback. Ever. So, how many mulligans you guys want to give Shanahan? Because I'm tired of it.
Well, they need to come out tonight, and they need to find a way to win.
You guys give him mulligan for passing up Mahomes and Watson, fine. We gave him a mulligan for passing up Brady. We gave him a mulligan for not trading for Stafford. We gave him a mulligan for moving up for Trey Lance. We gave him a mulligan for, well, Jimmy's not his guy. Well, Jimmy's his guy now. So open this bad boy up. And let's see what we hired you for.
What's the ideal amount of throws then for Jimmy G tonight?
25.
Opening it up for 25 throws.
25, baby.
They got to score on the first possession tonight. Got to get 6 on the first possession. Like, once they get off script, it feels like they become a completely scared team.
Is it that on Shanahan? Play calling? Decision making? Let's go to E-Money in Richmond, listening on the radio. What's up, E-Money?
What's happening with y'all players, man?
Hey, man,
I'm caller.
Hey, thank you for calling. I'm trying to get amped up for this game. It's Monday Night Football. It's the same old sorry-ass Rams.
That's the reason I'm calling, bro. Hey, that's the reason I'm calling, man. Everybody down. We one win away from being in first place.
There you go.
One win away.
There you go.
Jasky, man, put your big boy pants on today. We don't want to hear that shit. Hey.
Oh, man, buddy. You were a good call.
You were really good.
You're really good. And once a week, we always hit the quota. There's always somebody getting us fined from the FCC. At the FCC, if we had a ranking, you know how they got the fine list, right? Yeah. Draymond Green has been fined this X amount of times.
Antonio Brown.
Who else? Rasheed Wallace. DeMarcus Cousins. Think about all the guys who get fined. Jalen Ramsey gets fined every single week because he doesn't want to wear the right socks.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm swaggy. I don't wear a right sock. I wear a left sock. I'm swaggy, so I'm going to pay the fine all the time. The Morning Roast will be the most fined radio show by far over the last year and a half. When it comes to Xavier McDaniel, I mean, guys are just dropping bombs
I'd
left
like
and
to
right.
keep my job.
Oh, we're not doing a good job.
Check out YouTube and Twitch for all the uncut content.
There you go.
It's the Medellin version of the Morning Roast.
In Maranta on YouTube, this is funny.
Raw and uncut.
FCC white truck. Look out your window. We're looking out the window. The FCC's right there with headphones on. Oh, we got another S-bomb on the Morning Roast. We got them. They've got a case against us.
What's the spread tonight for the Niners-Rams? Because we did this last week, and I kept asking everybody, why are the Niners favored?
Well, I told you why. Because Kittle came back. It had nothing to do with the quarterback. How laughable is that?
What?
Now we're there.
What?
How laughable was that?
What?
You know why the spread changed like that? It's because Jimmy Garoppolo starting at quarterback. And he goes out there and literally throws a pick 8. All right? Literally throws a pick 8. And the spread changed because of that guy. 3 points.
How does Cooper Rush look better than him right now? Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm asking sincerely, like, how is Mike McCarthy? Is it just a small sample size with Cooper Rush? Like, he looks so much better than Jimmy. I'm like, he throws better. He's got more mobility. He's got better size. Right. Like, that's the one thing. Brady can evade the rush better than Jimmy. It's wild to me.
It is wild.
Like, Jimmy is a statue.
I know.
He literally cannot move off his spot.
He gives Niners a better chance to win, though. Niners are favored by 1.5 from what I'm seeing here, Spadoni.
It hurts my soul watching Brady play quarterback.
At home.
He should have been a Niner.
Usually the home team gets 3 points on default for just being at home.
So the Niners are what?
1.5-point favorites. It's basically a pick 'em.
So what does that mean in the world of it means basically a pick 'em, okay?
Well, it means that if the Rams were at home, they'd be favored by 4.5. Usually the home team gets 3 points off top. Off top, home team gets 3 points. But no Trent Williams. Jimmy Garoppolo, look at the way Jimmy Garoppolo looked the last week. Yeah. I mean, you know.
And the Niners got to win tonight. They might flex us out the rest of the year.
If
we get enough, I'm serious.
Damn, San Francisco.
1-3 and 2-2 feels so different.
Please, baby Jesus, I'm praying to you right now because I didn't go to church yesterday.
I mean, we
haven't been to church in years.
Denver for like the foreseeable future in these primetime games. I'm so ready to flex Denver out.
Listen. We're talking about flexing out a team in week 4. Please, baby Jesus, get a win tonight. Get a win tonight.
If you're a TV exec, you want to watch Mahomes and Brady, or you want to watch Jimmy G?
Wow.
And I know that San Francisco is a huge market.
What about the Niners defense?
Niners defense is amazing, but offense is what moves the needle.
Damn. The pick 8 got people ready to flex the Niners out. Let's go to George in the jungle. Listening on the radio. Damn, it's already injury report time? Oh, show's flying. 2 minutes. I heard you, Lubman. Jeez. 2 minutes. Lubman is in his back. Giants, what's going on around the morning roast, man? I don't know. George in the jungle. Listening on the radio. Good morning.
Gentlemen, you had me inspired. I was up. I'm ready to start a movement. Free Jimmy G.
Oh, boy.
Kittle down the middle. Feed the beast. Come on. But then you come back and you're talking about some other quarterback? Who cares? Just run the playbook. Just open it up. Give them the book and let them go. This can happen. Be happy. Win. It's easy.
There it is, George in the jungle. Just open up the playbook. It's that easy, baby.
I do want to see Deebo Samuel get a jet sweep early in this game and run right into Jalen Ramsey and set the tone like he's done the last 3 or 4 games.
Can I get Brandon Ayuk?
I mean,
involved, please.
Vontae,
for the life of me,
Joe, stop talking about other teams. If Brandon Ayuk was playing, and you could say this, I'm sure, for a lot of receivers. If Ayuk was on the Chiefs, the Tampa Bay Bucks, the Bills, if he was on any of these teams that throw the ball,
he'd be going to the Pro Bowl.
100%.
He'd be going to the Pro Bowl.
100%. You're telling me this guy can't do what Godwin's doing? We're over here like slurping on Godwin left and right. Godwin's okay. I'm not taking anything. Like, he's not a... Mike Evans is a generational talent. 6'5" and can apex the ball, and it's just... The catch radius is unbelievable. Yeah. Godwin's fine. Ayuk could do exactly what Godwin's doing.
Let's get to Jonathan in SF. Jonathan in SF, you got 30
Throw
seconds.
him the ball.
Baby. Let's go, Jonathan. Listening on the radio, on the roast. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to say, man, Kyle Shanahan needs to get a page from Bruce Bochy, man. You know how that baritone man would coach games, bro, manage baseball games? He would throw the kitchen sink at you because he would manage those games like it's the last game that he would ever manage. You know, a lot of times that, you know, when the Niners would lose a game, and I feel like at the end of the game was searching, you know, like, where's this play? Where's that play? How come Juszczyk and George Kittle are just blocking the whole game? They keep running the same play for Debo. I mean, we're so predictable. It's giving me headaches, bro. And then on defense, I mean, what's the point of starting great and then giving it up at the end? Man, the defense needs to learn how to shut the door closed, bro. Keep it shut. So, hey, stop playing around and just win this game, bro. We're running out of, you know, scheduled to win games.
Right.
This is football, bro. We got, you know, we don't have games like baseball. So we need to start, you know, winning these games, and it starts tonight.
Starts tonight, Jonathan. We're here and they're there, baby. We're here and they're over there. Damn it. Let's go, Jonathan. Let's go.
I mean, they scored like 11 points last week and lost.
I know. They gave
the
up 9
defense was
lost.
amazing.
Give up 9 and lost. Spadoni, we need a guru speech. The streets are calling for a guru speech. Maybe it wakes Shasky up. Maybe it wakes Lupman up.
Okay,
Give me his guru
I
speech,
can't win
Brody.
with you guys. Like, I'm either too optimistic or I'm too negative. I'm not even trying to be negative. I fear appropriately the Rams. They are the Super Bowl champions. They have Aaron Donald, Bobby Wagner, and Jalen Ramsey. All three are probably going to the Hall of
How do
Fame.
you like being
They've
on the
got
other
Cooper
side of
Kupp,
this?
who's the best all-around wide receiver in the game based off the statistics from last year. They've got a Super Bowl winning quarterback and a Super Bowl winning coach.
Hold on,
I'm being respectful. I think that's the bare minimum. Respect the opponent. That's what I'm doing.
You know what?
And they beat us in the biggest game of this organization's
I tried to
year
respect
last
the
year.
opponent for the last 2 years against the Rams. Y'all called me scary. Y'all called me worried. All of a sudden, I'm a little confident around this part.
I didn't say that.
And, all you guys. No. San Franceschi, you need a break. Get some coffee or something, man. You guys are scared of the Rams? Scared of Matthew Stafford? You really scared of that guy?
He will
He's
throw
thrown
it up.
5 interceptions this year.
The Niners need to make plays. He will throw it up. Now you gotta capitalize on the turnover opportunities.
Duke on the other side, along with Guru's speech. Maybe it had to wake people up around here. It's Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football. John Taylor, Roger Craig. Come on. It's the same old sorry-ass Rams. You guys are worried around these parts. 20-10. Lock it up, Niners tonight. Spadoni, let's go.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
I guarantee you Jimmy G doesn't throw a pick 8 this week. Hey, run it out of the back of the end zone this week. I guarantee you that one. And the Rams have plenty of injuries. They'll be short 2 offensive linemen today. Brian Allen and David Edwards. Allen's dealing with the knee injury he suffered back in week 1 against the Bills. Edwards was placed in concussion protocol over the weekend. And you know the NFL is cracking down on that. About time. Rams will also be thin at cornerback tonight, as they'll be without David Long Jr. and Kobe Durant as they deal with the groin and hamstring strain respectively. So the Rams are beat up. They're a wounded animal. You know what I smell? Smell blood. Same old sorry-ass Lambs. They're wounded. They don't want to get hit tonight. We know that about the Rams. They don't like getting hit. And they're going to get hit often tonight.
That smell is a combination of urine and weed that's going in downtown San Francisco.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Batmobile. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We have some callers. We've got Duke with a rap. We've got Guru speech. We've got it all for everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text line.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
O'Reilly. It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Come on, give it to me, Spinoni. Give it to me. Give it to me. It's Monday Night Football. It's the Rams and the Niners. These two teams first met back in 1950. And Joe Shasky knows all about it. You know the history of this game. Kezar Stadium, LA Memorial Coliseum. Then the Rams go to Anaheim and they become softies and they play at the Angel Stadium. and they became real soft, wearing watermelons on their heads. Niners lead the all-time series, 75-68-3. All right? They're 1-1 in postseasons. They met in 2 NFC championship games.
I went to one of those ties.
Yeah, there you go.
The Jeff Fisher game.
The Jeff Fisher game.
Kaepernick's first game as,
go.
well, I guess Alex got hurt in that game, got a concussion. And Jeff Fisher ran 2 fake punts in that game.
The concussion that ended his career as a 49er.
Yeah.
So, this is a deep-rooted, historic rivalry, and it's back.
I'm so glad it's back.
It's back. And this is a big, pivotal game. The Rams are looking at it saying, we beat the Niners. We sent them into a tailspin at 1-3. All of a sudden, we're 3-1 in first place. The way I'm looking at it is, the Niners will beat the Rams. We're going to have a log jam in first place for the NFC West. It's going to be a 4-way tie for first. And then you go on the road for 2 games against Carolina and Atlanta. And let's get this thing rolling.
Well, think about how thin the margins are right now in the NFC. You lose this game, you're in last place in the NFC West, or tied for it at least. You win this game, and you're tied for first.
Tied just like that.
And I look around the NFC, and it's like there's really no world beater. Now, Philadelphia feels right now.
They could be beat.
Yeah, but
I think Dallas beats them.
But they feel like the most complete team.
They do.
But does anybody, again, and they feel that way.
And that was a good win for them yesterday.
But does anybody trust Jalen Hurts versus Tom Brady?
No.
Right? I'm just using that as an example. And let's see where Philadelphia is at week 16 with their health.
Right.
They got a lot of smaller receivers, and we'll just see. You know what I mean?
Minnesota is right now second in the NFC.
But does anybody fear Kirk Cousins?
No, not even close.
All right, Arizona. I have no idea what to make of them. I fear them, but I don't know what to make of them long term.
Those Cowboys?
See, I think their defense is sustainable.
I think their defense is
and
really
I think
good.
CeeDee Lamb is special. Very special.
There's something with Dallas.
Yeah,
there's something with Dallas.
I don't know what to make of the quarterback. Time will tell. But I definitely think that they're in the mix.
I noticed Guru didn't have one single tweet about the Cowboys yesterday. What's going on with the old Goo? Is he feeling good? 3-1. Is he feeling good?
Is he going to wear a Cowboy jersey down to Levi's?
If he wears a Cowboy jersey down to Levi, Matt Nahiga should kick him off the air. Niner fans should ride Steiny and Guru if he wears a Cowboy jersey and boo him all 3 hours. He better not dare wear a Cowboy jersey on the 49ers property.
Stay off of my timeline.
He's probably going to go hang out with Troy Aikman and Joe Buck.
He's probably going to wear their Argyle sweater. It's Monday Night Football. He
Yeah.
likes to dress up.
Bontemps.
Well, so a couple things. If they lose this game tonight, we can kind of put to bed the Shanahan owns McVay in the regular season thing. We can kind of put that to bed. I feel like I'm already ready to do it because, like, the regular season, and I'm not trying to dismiss it, but right now it's all about what you've done for me lately.
Yeah.
And the NFC Championship game trumps whatever's happened in the regular season. And I'm not dismissing the 6 wins. They're amazing. By far, the most important win was the NFC Championship game for McVay.
No doubt. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Hey, Bonte, isn't it amazing for Monday Night Football to feel big again with Buck and Aikman? It does feel big.
It feels huge.
It feels huge.
I won't be listening because I will be there.
Yeah, I should get my earbuds and have the broadcast on. It's all I have wanted since it went for years. Monday Night Football.
So you're going to wear earbuds in the stadium, in the end zone, while you're watching the game?
Probably not.
No, Anna, don't talk to me. I'm listening to Buck and Aikman.
Yeah.
Although I actually wouldn't be a bad idea because when you're at the game, they don't show enough replays. One of my biggest gripes, if I'm going to spend money to go to the game, you better make the TV viewing experience identical to when I'm on my couch. And if you have a Jumbotron, play the replays.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I loved about SoFi. They played replays the whole time.
All day.
There's actually almost too much going on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's a lot going on. They're giving out shout-outs to fans, birthday shout-outs, wedding
Big
proposals,
Sean.
celebrities.
It's
They're putting the wrong names. Yeah,
and then Gavin Newsom showed up and everyone booed him.
Yeah, it was a lot going on.
Remember that?
Yeah, it's like, oh, wow, they hate Gavin Newsom, too. SoCal and NorCal gets lost. There's a partnership there. 925.
How are you guys doing?
Vontae sounds as sure of the weight as he did against the Bears. Listen, I was the one around here who had a fear with the Bears. You know that.
And why do you think I've peeled it back today after being completely wrong on the Bears game?
I know Eddie and Brentwood. I know they're going to be up. I just highlighted it. The Rams want to kick the Niners' ass. They do. Aaron Donald does not like the 49ers.
If you were to identify one player or coach that scares you the most, who would you pick?
It's number 99, Aaron Donald.
Because I was going to go Raheem Morris. I think
defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I feel like he gets no love, and I think he's really good at what he does. And he adjusted in that NFC Championship game, and they really took away all the explosive plays from the 49ers.
Well, also, a game like this, knowing that Jimmy Garoppolo's been erratic, Jalen Ramsey worries me because he's going to move around. And who's he going to guard? If he guards Brandon Ayuk, then Brandon Ayuk's basically going to be shut down for the night.
Lost in that Week 18 win. Jimmy threw one of the worst picks in the red zone that you could throw.
To Jalen Ramsey.
I mean, Jalen ran the route better than the receiver.
And Jalen Ramsey almost picked one off in the NFC Championship game.
Yes.
That would have been a pick six.
Yes.
So let me tell you, dating back to 2017 when the Niners beat the Jaguars that Christmas Eve game.
Yeah.
Jacksonville advanced to the AFC Championship.
It's probably the seminal win of the 5-win stretch during the 2017 because Jacksonville was that team.
They were legit.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget going in that locker room alongside Marcus Thompson II in the visiting locker room in Jacksonville. And after that game, Miles Jack off the record said, I can't believe we lost to that weak bleeping MFer. Jalen Ramsey on record was saying it's a scheme. They schemed it up for him. He's not that good. He's not that good. Right? Miles, Calais Campbell, they were pissed off. And I'm thinking I'm like, man, how dare these guys slander our franchise quarterback and Jimmy Garoppolo? Well, you know what? 6 years later, 5 years later, whatever it is, Jalen Ramsey may have been right. He may have been right.
I don't know. I mean, he had Blake Bortles as his quarterback.
I'm thinking to myself, they just clinched a division. They won the division title.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to the playoffs. They were irate that they lost to Jimmy. Irate.
That was a great game, though. That was a great game. Yeah. How is Jimmy going to get it done with no Trent Williams? I mean, this would feel like one of those signature wins for the Niners and their culture and their coach and their quarterback. Mm-hmm. You win a game without your number 1 and number 2 running backs. You win a game without your starting left tackle, who's the highest paid guy, I think, on the whole entire offense right now, without your starting quarterback in Trey Lance. This would be a big-time win.
This would be huge, especially against this guy who doesn't like the 49ers.
Oh, yeah, I dislike the Niners. Everybody know that. I don't like the Niners at all. They don't like us. It's just a rival. Every time we play, it's a dogfight, and that's how it is, you know. No love at all towards them guys. You know, I really dislike them, and, you know, we'll see them twice this year, so.
That's what it's about. I like that. But he doesn't like the Niners. We don't like him. It's a big game. Huge. You say, what's the key to the game? Just win. Doesn't it feel like it's one of those games, just like last Sunday? I don't care how you do it. If you punt 15 times, if you only score 6 points, come out with the W. Come out with the W.
They're not winning this game if they can't get better efficiency on third down. That is obvious.
Well, that's obvious. You can't go overnight. You have to extend drives. There's no doubt.
100%. They need to play complementary football, and they need to find a way to bottle up Cooper Kupp on the big plays. Like, Cooper Kupp has been a nightmare for them. And when the games that they win against the Rams, it feels like
they shut him down.
Exactly. Well,
they shut him down.
Relative to shutting down a top-notch wide receiver, because you're never going to hold the guy to 0 catches.
Like, I'm even disappointed in Tyler Miller on YouTube. Let's go to be up today to try to put us out of our misery. He's worried. Tyler's never worried. He's always high. He's always feeling good. He's worried. I can't believe how worried people are.
Well, my boy Della's coming in on the personal text line, and he's basically saying the same thing that everybody on the YouTube chat is saying. You know, Diggs owned Ramsey in week 1. The double move early in the game where he's so hyper-aggressive trying to jump a route, you can find a way to beat him over the top.
I like that. Do you get Ayuk down the field then? Do you double move Deebo Samuel? You have to stretch the field against this team. Because that's what I'll be looking for early on. Will the Rams have the 8-man in the box? Will they roam? Because remember, Eric Weddle played basically linebacker in the NFC Championship.
He was playing pickup basketball 3 weeks before.
And they stuffed the Niners running
out of the league.
So,
well, the other thing that you absolutely have to see tonight from the 49ers is mix in Jordan Mason. Like, I need a couple of different guys to run the rock. Don't just go with one guy running the rock. Change the pace up a little. If I have to go a jet sweep to Ayuk or to George Kittle, then so be it. I think all my playmakers need to touch the ball. The one thing that I come away with from the Denver game, feeling optimistic, the drive that was their best drive. All of the playmakers touch the ball. Spread it around. Get it to Ayuk. Get it to Debo. Get it to Kittle. Here's a touch for Jordan Mason. Here's a touch for Jeff Wilson Jr. When you spread the ball around, it balances things out, and boom, they went right down the field. Get back to that.
Guys are sick. You see that text from the 408. Game predictions for Jimmy passing yards and TDs, interceptions from 510 Comcast Business text line. I don't know. I don't know what I'm getting from Jimmy Garoppolo. It is the biggest mystery to me. It is the biggest mystery what he's going to do on any given play. He can go 20 of 26, for 215 and a couple touchdowns. Or he can go 13-19 with 5 GBO no throws.
I'll say it right here. If we lose the turnover battle, there's no way we're winning this game. And you could probably say that for 99% of the games. But with this offense being as limited as it is, you're not winning when you turn it over more than the other team.
They could win the turnover battle and still lose.
That's
That's how inconsistent this offense is.
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
100%.
But 510 is right. 510 is right on the Comcast Business text line. If the Niners can start this bad, but find a way to be 2-2 and 2-0 in the division, that would be huge. Last year, they were 2-4 in the division. They got swept by Seattle and swept by Arizona. Would be huge to be 2-0 in the division. I got to get you going. I got to get this fan base going. There's only one man who could do the job. We're leaning on a Cowboys fan to get this place fired up.
Is this fresh material?
It's kind of old. It may be overused, but what the hell?
Gurus.
Close the door.
Game 4 speech. I'm going to get out of your way, Goo. To the Golden State Warriors with everything on the line tonight.
Said, Johnny, damn. Listen, man. I don't know what's going to happen in this series, but I'll tell you what. We are champs. 3-time champs. And all I ask you is to look around. Look at your brother. Look at me. And give it your all. I don't care if we win or lose. You got to go out there and be tough. Not just for you, but for us and our fans. I don't know what's going to happen, but we got to go out there and fight. I'm tired of getting pushed around. I'm tired of being asked why we're not fighting. Again, men, bring it in. All I can ask you to do is fight. Let's go out there and kick the Celtics' ass. Let's go. Because at the end of the day, we're warriors. On 3, kick their ass. 1, 2, 3, kick their ass. Let's go.
I love how he turned into Doc Rivers at the end.
You know,
he turned into Doc Rivers like instantaneously at the
Fred
end.
Warner Jr.
We're warriors.
Take notes, Fred Warner Jr. Take notes.
Kick their ass.
Kick their ass. Kick the Lamb's ass.
Could you imagine
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
him doing that to Bosa? Bosa would be like, yeah, okay, dude.
1, 2, 3, kick their ass. Kick their butts. He probably would say, kick their butts. He wouldn't even say, kick their ass.
I mean,
kick their
Bosa's
butts.
like so low energy.
Apparently he gives a speech on Saturday night. How's that going?
I would love to hear that
Maybe
speech.
that's why they're 1-2. Maybe we need to switch that up.
Well,
I don't know.
Is John Lynch still addressing the team on Saturday night?
Better adjust it to maybe on Sunday. He adjust them to last night. Hopefully we get a John Lynch addressing of the team last night. Maybe that'll come out.
I need a Kyle Shanahan picture that floated around before last year's Monday Night Football game where he's in the car stressed out. Remember? He's in the little Toyota Camry.
Yeah. Looked like a Tesla, but whatever.
Was it a
Or
Tesla?
Benz. Hey, Kyle ain't driving no Camry.
You don't think?
Bring it in.
Kyle's driving a Benz. The arrogance test. Come on, man. We watched him walk on the field in training camp together.
All right, now I'm going to look it up.
Oozing with Kyle Shanahan,
here's the question
Toyota
I have for
Camry.
the audience.
All right.
All right?
Oh, you got a question?
You
now.
want to win me over?
All right.
What does it look like tonight? The Niners will win if. Fill in the blank.
If Jimmy doesn't turn it over.
It's that simple?
I think it is that simple. I think it is because I think the defense would be dominant tonight. Now, we tease this as well. I don't want to keep them hanging. Duke in the city, listening on the radio. He's got some lyrics to pump Shasky up.
Man, San Fran Shasky about to get shelved right now, and y'all about to listen to a real true Niner fan with real true Niner roots. Get y'all fired up, man. First of all, shout out to Tyler Miller, Drew Down, and all them on YouTube supporting the show, man. Shout out to y'all for innovating sports talk radio, man, and all my longshoremen, all my people at Matson Terminal, my family, for supporting what I do, man. Niner Empire, rise up and strike back. Golden Boy Trey Lance is not stumbling and bumbling and acting like my lumpkin. The bullets that he passing got fire and got gas in. Now it's getting drastic. You catching balls in the middle of the traffic. And then George Kittle's with the 2020 vision. He's slipping and he's slicing, make executive decisions. Got Nick Bosa. They say he is a roaster. Quarterback burnt like he came out of toaster. He faster Ferrari. 50 sack to prove by David Bakhtiari. Watch Debo run fast right past you. Receiving out the backfield. Stronger than the man is still. Leaving in the cloud of smoke. The Niners, boy, we ain't no joke. Touchdown. touchdown. Is what they say, but get the cheddar ball out. That's what we do in the Bay. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Fillmore's finest, Vontae Hill, and the pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. Niners, we ready. We ready.
Lakeview in the house.
To ride.
Lakeview in the house.
Let's go!
Did that get you going or what?
Give me the Monday Night Football sound.
We're back?
Dude.
The Butcher's back?
Hey, save just Dukes hyping the two of us up. That might be our intro into the into the show from here on. I'm dead serious.
Dude, Duke.
Wow.
Did that get you going?
I got goosebumps. Legitimately,
out of his seat now.
The hair
Come
on my arm
everybody's
is
hyped
standing
now.
out.
Tyler's hyped.
Wow.
Michael Hernandez is hyped.
Let's go!
Vince Vargas is hyped. Gabriel's hyped. Everybody's hyped. Bob Jones is hyped. DJ Tiny's hyped.
You know what I want to hear next?
All it took was a Duke call.
Everybody likes your Vegas.
Everybody likes your Vegas.
Everybody smoke. Let's do it. We're going to do it tonight. I can feel it.
Duke just dropped the mic, and he set the tone for it. It wasn't George Kittle. It wasn't Deebo Samuel. It wasn't Nick Bosa. When I look back at this game tonight, when the Niners win on Monday Night Football,
wow,
I'm going to think to 8:18 a.m. in the morning saying, Duke set the tone for the game.
Yeah, we're going to start calling him Unleaded Duke because that was straight petrol.
That's some of your fighters.
I mean, my God.
That's some of your fighters.
I mean, that was flammable.
That was unbelievable.
I can't believe that.
That was unbelievable. Dave Johnson's right. Duke has more creativity right there than Kyle has shown all season.
Come on. Just drive-bys on Kyle. By the way, speaking of which, I looked at him. The car does look like a Tesla.
Yeah.
It doesn't show what it is, but, I mean, it's got beautiful khaki interior. I mean, it's just incredible. Well, he looks so stressed out, though, in this photo.
Apparently his wife drives a Tesla G-Wagon. G-Wagon.
All right, let's stop, stalking the Shanahan family.
I mean, you looked it up.
I mean, this is Pro Football Talk who pointed it out. Your boy Florio. By the way, Florio?
Maybe, probably, but maybe not.
Florio's all over the place.
What do you do now?
Oh, he's just all over the place.
What do you do now?
He's running Dak out of town. He's just. I mean,
are we starting that movement? Cooper Rush to start?
Well, look, this is when you know the Niners are falling down in the pecking order when Florio doesn't talk about you every day.
He will be tonight.
Oh my God,
he will be tonight.
How many video shots are we going to get? Some straight shots of Jimmy and Kyle side by side when a play doesn't work.
Oh my gosh. All day long.
Hey, here's another thing.
I would be on my phone looking because my phone's delayed. I got the stream.
Yeah.
So I'll be looking every time there's a timeout, I'll be rewinding during the game, watching what's going on the broadcast.
This is what's something I think I find it funny. People that oh my God, so-and-so said this during a game. Blah, blah. Look, there's times where I get it. It's part of the content machine and people want to pull a lot of stuff. This is the way I view sports. Sometimes things happen in between the lines. And you gotta just throw it out the window.
Yeah.
You be saying stuff, you react a certain way. Right. People, they throw tantrums, frustration, whatever. Believe me, it takes one to know one. Your boy is not the most etiquette picture of professionalism when it comes to handling a loss or a victory in the right way.
No doubt.
But what I'm saying is that we made way too much of the Jimmy Garoppolo lip reading thing. Just way too much.
Oh, we didn't talk about it much.
No, but I'm saying the media in general.
To me, that's low-hanging fruit.
Well, no, what it is, it's a lot of people have never played sports in their life. I don't understand about creative tension.
Yeah, we've slandered coaches all the time under our breaths. Man, what the hell is he doing?
You know what the seminal moment was for the 1994 49ers?
When Steve Young went crazy on George Seifert when they got blown out by Philadelphia.
Thank you.
He went crazy.
No,
cursed him out.
Wanted to kill him.
Yeah. And they lost one game the rest of the year, and that was a game against Minnesota in the last week of the season that was meaningless.
You know what the seminal moment was for the 2002 San Francisco Giants in the dugout?
Jeff King getting choked out by Barry Bonds.
Okay.
After going after Dusty Baker.
Now, I'm not saying that that's always equaling a great working environment, but sometimes creative tension's a good thing. It's pro sports.
How about Brady going crazy at Bill O'Brien?
He broke 2 tablets recently.
I know. 2. He loses his mind all the time.
2.
All the time. Don't care. I don't care about the liberty thing.
They just got to win.
I do not care.
They just have to win.
Because half the time, Jimmy's right. Those plays do suck sometimes from Kyle. Sometimes they do suck. But Jimmy, look in the mirror. Your throws suck too.
Yeah, I agree.
All right?
And the two of you need to figure it out.
Figure it out.
For the kids' sake.
This league is wide open.
Get us to graduation.
Wide open. Just get me to the damn playoffs. Because I know once you get to the playoffs, single game elimination, this defense can win you a game. So, San Francisco's God, thank God.
My player of the game tonight's going to be Fred Warner. I got Fred Warner targeted as that guy. I believe that they're going to try to run the ball against the Niners. That's something that they've always tried to do, and I think he's going to have to stuff the run. But then simultaneously, their tight ends have quietly
Higbee's been good.
They've been kind of burning us. Even the backup to Higbee last year burned us.
And one thing that is concerning.
And they over-pursued last year.
One thing that is concerning, though, is linebacker depth.
Oh,
now that Al-Shair's out.
Absolutely.
Al-Shair's out for the next, 2 months?
So what do you got, Flanagan?
So you got Flanagan, and you got Greenlaw. And Greenlaw, I love Greenlaw, but he always gets nicked up.
Yeah, he does.
So linebackers stay healthy, please. In a game like this, it's going to be a hard-hitting game. Divisional games are hard-hitting. Linebacker depth concerns me.
Well, and when I look at the offensive line for the Rams, and if you're just joining us now, 2 rookies, and they're missing their center. So as bad as the Niners' offensive line is not good. I'm not here to pretend that it is. No Trent Williams. You got Colt McKivitz. But both defensive lines for both the Rams and the Niners should be dominating. I have a feeling we're going to have a 1-score game.
Yeah, Brian Allen and David Edwards are out. 2 starting linemen for the Rams. They're out. But no Boom on the edge. Bosa should have his way. This should be his day to say, hey, I'm the DPOY. Well, Michael Parsons last week at MetLife Stadium against the Giants showed out on Monday Night Football. Well, he showed out.
This is when Aldon Smith, when he became that dude.
Against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He did it on a Monday Night Football game. 5 sacks in one game.
This has to be a Nick Bosa
Could have had 8.
Could have had 8. Hey, Gene, look at you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Do not forget, after we go off the air, 95.7 The Game will be live at the Hilton in Santa Clara today to get you ready for tonight's matchup between the Rams and the Niners. Stay tuned in all day. Our coverage is brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey, taste the world's #1 bourbon, and Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. What's coming up on the game sponsored by MB Jesse Painting? More of your phone calls. Duke's got us hyped. Duke's got everybody's hyped. Chef Fred Shasky has been shelved. He's dead in the water. The Butcher is back here on the Morning Roast.
The 49ers play the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo fires into the end zone, and that's a touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle.
And we're live from the Hilton Santa Clara from 9 till 6.
What's my word, Steiny? The cooking show with the goo. All the ingredients to get ugly Monday, but yet they could win, and I wouldn't be surprised driving home. Feels great, baby.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Hi, welcome to the Ikea Fall Savings Event.
Hey,
Hey, I'm checking off my fall to-do list. I've got apple picking done. Now I need a cozy rug for cider tasting night.
Well, we've got offers on rugs, lighting, and more. And as an IKEA family member, you'll save $20 when you spend $200 or more pre-tax.
Great. Now I actually have to make cider.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/fall savings event to get ready and save. Offer valid 10/7 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and IKEA-USA.com/fall savings event for complete terms and restrictions.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store or Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a Samsung bespoke laundry set, washing and drying a full load in under an hour, making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. Save up to $1,052 on a new Samsung bespoke laundry set at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid September 29th through October 19th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
In Oakland this morning, sunny skies, highs around 70.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Listen to Bonte and Shasky each day this week around 7:30 for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Kirby. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. Brakes, oil changes, car washes, and more. Get all the info on our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Oh, my God.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
When I hear this, I know it's going to be a good day.
The places I go make me so
international.
Come on, man.
No, it's a win today.
Me and Bila.
Victory Monday. Especially when this guy's coming to town and he's talking that talk.
Oh, yeah, I dislike the Niners. Everybody know that. I don't like the Niners at all. They don't like us. It's just a rival. Every time we play, it's a dogfight, and that's how it is, you know. No love at all towards them guys. You know, I really dislike them, and, you know, we'll see them twice this year. So
we'll see you tonight, Aaron Donald. We'll see you tonight. John Taylor, 2 90-yard touchdowns, Monday Night Football.
Talk about voices that don't match their voices.
I know.
Or voices that don't match their bodies. It's him and Nick Bosa.
Well,
right?
I was going to say him, Bosa, Bonds, Mahomes.
Dave Stewart's
a good one.
Stewart's a really good one.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
That is a good one. That's all I got, though. Those four. Was Barry Bonds? He was on the was he on the A-Rod cast a couple weeks ago?
No, Barry Bonds was up at Sacramento Kings practice the other day.
I saw that, but he was supposed to be on the A-Rod simulcast.
Michael K.
Yeah,
Michael K.
He was scheduled to go on there. I wonder if Barry did.
Blow hard. Michael K.
I'm gonna leave him alone. Yeah. He's the voice of the Yankees.
Oh, the voice of the Yankees.
I don't think Judge is going to get that record, by the way.
You know what?
Nobody's throwing the ball to him. Nobody's throwing the ball.
Barry Bonds had more intentional walks in a 7-game span than he's had all year. I don't want to hear this.
They're not even throwing to him.
Yeah, welcome Yankee fans to what Giants' existence for about a decade.
Throw him the ball. It's like Barry.
Throw him the ball.
You know? Come on. Come on.
He's had the least amount of hard hit balls over the last 10 days than he's had all year.
That's what Baldy said about the Niners defense against the Rams offense. This was last Friday when Willard and Dibs and Baldy was cheating on us with Willard and Dibs.
The 49ers against the Rams run defense. The 49ers against the Rams offense line. To me, they win every matchup. Now, Cooper Kupp is a special animal, and the timing with him and Stafford is almost like any other quarterback wide receiver in this league. And so, but you have to know that. You have to know that they'll take their shots to Cooper Kupp. It could be underneath. It could be over the top. It could be, let him do his route running tricks. But their zones should be able to take care of a lot of it. Their speed at linebacker, including Hufanga, is as good as anybody in business. So that's where I think the 49ers, why they're favored, is because I think the score is going to be way down this game, and I think the Rams are going to have a hard time driving the ball against them.
That makes me feel good. But I also think that one thing that I think we undersell on Matt Stafford is his ability to extend plays with his legs.
He can at times.
He is surprisingly nimble. He'll spin out of a play and then whip it down the field. Yeah. I mean, he's really erratic in terms of accuracy.
Right.
But when he's in the zone for an entire drive, boom, 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 touchdown.
Yeah. I mean,
he'll make some great throws.
They have the better quarterback going into this matchup. They have the better quarterback. But he'll make throws. But damn, he'll also throw it to the other team. He'll fumble in the pocket. He'll take the unnecessary sack. He'll make just some boneheaded plays. So I don't fear Stafford like that. I didn't want the Niners to trade for him, to be honest with you.
I didn't either, but
I didn't want him.
But we can all agree, he'll make a bad play here and there. The difference between him and Garoppolo, arm talent, mobility, and then the pop plays. Stafford gives you all three of those elements that Jimmy can't give you. That doesn't mean Jimmy can't have a good game and outplay him tonight. But for the most part, even when Stafford is at his worst, he's still going to give you certain big-time plays down the field that I feel like when Jimmy's not having a good game, there's just no way he can give you that dynamic.
So as we wrap up the show here, you asked a question to me, fill in the blank. What do the Niners do? What do the Niners need to do to win this football game? Fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Just play clean football for once. That means no turnovers, no self-inflicting wounds, penalties. Play solid defense. Run the football. Because I think the defense can turn this Rams offense over multiple times. Stafford already has 5 interceptions this season. 5 picks in 3 games.
Wow.
5.
He led the NFL in interceptions last year.
There you go.
But he also threw for 40-plus touchdowns.
There you go. I mean, he's going to throw him up, but he's not on the same page with Allen Robinson right now.
No.
Dan Jefferson's out.
Agreed.
He's been going to Higbee a lot. And then, of course, there's Cooper Kupp. But the Niners have done a good job against Cooper Kupp for the most part. NFC Championship game, Cooper Kupp 8. I mean, K.Y. Williams.
Cooper Coop.
K.Y. Williams got his lunch taken away in that NFC Championship game against Cooper Kupp. Just was not a pretty day.
Yeah, right off the line.
Right off the line,
he
just bump and runs, just got smoked.
And the Niners just can't miss on their opportunities because there are going to be this is the part where it's frustrating. When they run the ball so much, they limit the amount of total possessions in a game. And so when you miss those opportunities and those throws downfield, they really, really hurt more so than teams that throw the ball and stop the clock more.
A lot of people say, fill in the blank, score. Score more than them. I don't care if it's a 7-6 game. Just get a win and improve to 2-2.
Back-to-back pitching performances from the Niners defense.
Because I tell you what, if they lose this game after my guarantee, after my lock, tomorrow's show's gonna. I thought last Monday we were both angry, and I wasn't myself, and I thought I had a terrible. I gave myself a D- for that performance on the air last Monday after that Broncos game. I was not in my element.
Oh,
it was just bad. We thought the Chicago show that Monday was bad. Just win today. Please, for the sanity of all our roasters, of all our great listeners at 95.7 The Game, the morning roast needs a victory Tuesday. Bad. I don't think this show, I don't think Shasky, I don't think myself can handle another loss, especially to the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Are you betting on this game?
No, I haven't bet in a couple weeks.
Besides you predicting the Niners would win on this show, where are you putting your real money?
Should I make a bet? Should I put some real money on this?
Are you hedging?
No, I'm not going to hedge and bet on the Rams. I'm not going to do that. I'm not betting on this game.
Is this the get-right game for the Rams or the get-right game for the Niners?
It's both. Get-right game for both. But this is one thing we need to happen. This is great. This is great 95-70 game knowledge. Oscar Perez. What we need is for Guru to liquidate all assets on the Rams tonight. Because fade the goo works. Fade the goo works. Somebody out there call Guru. Tell him to bet the Rams.
I don't have a lot of confidence in tonight's game. I will work myself up on that hour-long drive or more.
Cue up the Duke rap in a second. Let's get to Gene in Oakland on the radio. We can't have San Francisco's looming again. He's looming again. We don't want to do a show after a loss.
They have playmakers at all three levels on defense.
So do the Niners.
Yeah, I know, but defense for the Niners isn't a problem. I'm talking about Niner offense.
Yeah.
Like, this is a Niner offensive problem. That's the part of the team that's holding them back.
Come on, Gene. Hey, Gene. The Niners have Debo. They have Kittle. They have Ayuk. Come on, the Rams, they got Cooper Kupp. We don't fear anybody else but Cooper Kupp. Come on, Gene.
All right, yeah. Hey, man, listen, this is Uncle Gene telling you to calm down, Joe. We're winning tonight. It's going to be a tight game. Either I can't figure out whether it'll be 14-10 or 17-14, but we'll win in the end. I think the key, all right, is, frankly, I think Jimmy's got to be more mobile.
Yes.
Right? He at one point, he was a mobile quarterback before he had that serious injury against Kansas City. Well, he's going to have to do that again, particularly with all the problems on the offensive line. They're going to have to shake them up. They're going to have to do some things to slow that rush down, and that's one of the things they can do. Have some design plays for him even. And I think if they do that and they're successful and he gets some yardage, that'll open it up for Debo and Ayuk and the others and even Kittle. Anyways, that's the key. Like I say, either 14-10 or 17-14.
I like the score, Gene. I think it's going to be under. Over-under's 42.5. Give me the under. Give me the under in this one.
Oh, man, a 14-10 game after last week's 13-11 game.
Hey, I do not care.
Like softball scores.
The Cowboys had scores. Dude, the Cowboys had to sit through that lousy game in Jerry's world. Everybody's pumping them up. They beat the Commanders 25-10. The Commanders. All right? That's how Philadelphia blow them out. Everybody's pumping up Dallas and Cooper Rush. They were down in the third quarter of that game. Weren't they? Or they were up like 12-7 or something like that. I don't care. I don't care how ugly it is. I need to win for my own sanity, and I'm locking it in. Matter of fact, you know what, Shasky? I'm going to throw something in the Bovada account. I'm going to back my mouth up. I'm going to throw $100 on the Niners. -1.5, lock it up. I'm betting today.
Yeah.
Throwing $100. It was payday Friday. I got a little chicken left over. Giants kind of broke me yesterday.
You bet on the Giants.
No, I didn't bet. Hell no, I didn't bet on baseball since.
They had a guy who was the first time in the history of the Giants starting back-to-back games.
I know. Listen. I haven't bet baseball since like May.
Season on the line. Hey, we're going to go starter back-to-back games, but trust us, we'll find a way to replenish Rodon.
Was the season actually on the line, though? I mean, technically it was, but, was it, though?
I'm betting $100 on the Niners today. Lock it in. Put me in the spread formation or the spread offense with Willard and Dibs and Kyle Metz and the Spadoni. I'm taking the Niners -1.5.
Spread formation?
What is it called? What is it? Spread offense?
Spread formation. You're right.
Spread formation.
Oh, that's what the name of it is?
Yeah. But Dibs is smoking all you guys.
So I'll call you Lincoln Riley.
Call me Lincoln, baby.
Now, is Dibs betting on international stuff?
Call me Steve Spurrier. He was the guy with the fun and gun.
Did you see South Carolina change their uniforms?
To what?
They're very dramatic. They were very different than what I was accustomed to. Or maybe it wasn't South Carolina. It might have been NC State.
Oh, NC State with the white and red, with the red helmets.
They went really crazy.
See my boy DJ? He's getting better and better and better.
Ungalangale?
Ukulele? Is that his name?
No, I thought it's Ungalangale.
Ungalangale?
I could be pronouncing it wrong, and I apologize if
I don't know. We're going to need to work on that. But my boy DJ looked good this Saturday at Clemson.
About time.
Clemson's coming. Clemson's coming.
The all slants Clemson offense.
He improvised into a dime. Who's the running back? Shipley? Woo.
Yeah.
Number one?
One of the 15 Shipleys that are playing for Texas.
$100. I'm joining you, MDK1. Niners win tonight. I'm joining you. $100, baby. All right.
Tom 78942. I'm joining you.
Hey, MDK1 is a real one. For all the listeners out there on YouTube, thank you so much. Rocking with it. By the way, I gotta read
at this point, you dissing the Commanders. The Niners lost to the Bears.
Weak ass Bears.
And the weak Broncos.
The weak ass Bears.
So, like, what does that mean about us?
We're weak right now. The Niners are weak right now, but you don't have to be weak tonight. You could be in first place after tonight and not so weak. Download the Odyssey app. That made sense. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team, station, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Listen, Shasky, I was depressed last Thursday because I knew, damn, going on to Monday Night Football, Jimmy Garoppolo starting at quarterback. Then the Warriors came into our lives. The Warriors came into our lives Friday at 3 in the morning, Saturday night at 10. And I said, damn, the Warriors look so good. They're going to be blowing so many teams out. It's going to be so fun. They got so many dudes. Like, some guys are going to get DMPs who don't deserve DMPs. Moody looks smooth. Kaminga's playing defense. Wiseman's jamming. Steph is Steph. He looks so spry, so fluid. Draymond looks like he's in shape. Gosh, the Warriors look good. It makes me so happy. October 18th, week night, when they're going to smash the Lakers. Oh, my gosh. And then I think about Jimmy Garoppolo and I get sad. But you know what? Tonight, this defense, Vontae bet with their head, not with their heart. I'm straight up betting with my heart. I'm locking it in. My heart tells me the Niners are winning tonight.
Are you wearing your custom Bonte Hill jersey tonight?
No, I don't like to do that anymore because people are like, Bonte.
Shut up.
I feel like a douche doing
You're
that.
You're a 6'7" dude who walks around in the crowd and everyone knows who you are.
Today's a gold satin jacket day.
Oh.
Monday Night Football against the Rams.
His and hers? Last time I saw you two, you were both wearing the same outfit.
Yeah, Anna likes to wear the same shoes
cute.
and stuff like that. She likes to do that.
My wife turned to me and was like, we're not doing that.
Yeah. And I kind of
No, I'm not hating. I'm saying I know. It's a good look.
I wish Anna said, hey, we're not doing that.
And you guys had the Jordans.
We had the J's on, too.
And I think it was black jeans. Or maybe you're both in blue.
Jeans.
You might have both been in blue.
She likes to do that.
So you're wearing the gold satin jacket?
Whatever makes the wifey happy.
I was going to wear my gold satin jacket.
It's a gold satin. It's a new school one, not the old school one.
Yeah.
The old school one I had by Rockin' New Era, who always listens. Shout out to Rockin' New Era. Always tweet this. He's a good dude. He sold me a old school gold satin jacket. Just didn't quite fit me, so I gave it to my sister.
Oh.
She has a throwback.
Little snug. XL?
I mean, your boy probably should be losing some weight, but whatever. That's, I'm not going to talk about that. Let's go to Chris and Clovis. Odyssey app. What's happening, Chris?
Couples Drip. 888-957-9570.
Let's go. What's up?
What's up, man?
What's up, Chris?
Not much, man. I appreciate your work, Bonta Hill, bro. I like how your energy is, man. But, man, we got to beat those Rams, bro. This has got to be a bounce-back game. We got to wake up, man.
Wake up. Tonight they're winning, Chris. That's it. Call me Bonta, which is all good. All good in the hood. All good in the hood. So just gets it's off the rails, man. Like Friday's show was the morning mail-in. We mailed that show in.
No, we didn't.
I mean, we performed at a high level.
To play.
It felt like a mail-in show. I left the crosstalk.
Yeah, well, you just didn't want to face the smoke.
What smoke?
From Willard and Dibs.
Oh, well, I didn't want to hear Willard say the Giants have a chance.
Well, they did.
Then, thank God they lost Saturday.
They got
I'll say this. The Braves and Mets do not want to see this Giants team in the playoffs. They also won't.
It's worth consideration.
Okay, Kapler, real quick. Give me 1 second on Kapler.
This is real. This is real. Well, he don't want to lose tomorrow. Tonight. Listen, a happy Bonte from San Jose Jazz fan, even for a moment, is like a glass of orange juice, which is all we know. It's like a ray of sunshine.
In the words of Messy Marv,
orange juice and a blunt for breakfast.
I knew you were going to go there. Look at you. Bullies with fullies.
Orange juice and a blunt for breakfast. Hey,
I read the paper.
By the way, a lot of people are coming on.
No way Messy Marv reads the paper.
No, there's no. Gangsters do read the newspapers.
Not Messy Marv.
Gangsters read the papers. I've seen some thugs read the paper. They'll be like, let me see that paper real quick. And the way they move through the pages, I love how a gangster reads a newspaper. I swear to God, it's one of the most fascinating things ever. Back in the day, they would read it. Hey, boss, let me see that Sporting Guru real quick. And the way they kind of look at it, they read, and they hold it. Did they hold it for hella long? It's not like gangsters reading the news, but I'm telling you, man.
Orange juice and a blunt for breakfast while I read the paper. About to hit the block. About to see some paper. It's one of the greatest songs of all time.
It's one of the greatest songs ever. Gangsters, the way they read the paper.
Or Juice's Bout My Cereal, Bout My Milk. From the 90s. Bout my cereal, bout my milk. Remember that?
I do. Hey, I'm telling you, there's nothing like a gangster reading the newspaper. But there's been, Shaz, gotta ask you, man. These last 3 Fridays, I've just been having fun, man. It's Friday. It's a payday for everybody. We made it through another week healthy. We're going into the weekend feeling good. There's people who think I come into the show high. They're like, Bonte's giggling too much. Is he high? Is he off an edible? Number one, I'm never going to work high. Ever. Ever. Too paranoid for that. Ever. Never drunk, never intoxicated.
The one thing that you say could be the last thing that you say.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, I'll do that sober accidentally.
Yeah.
You think I'm joking?
No, you're not joking.
You know, you get me riled up enough. Let me ask you this one. Let's say it's 3-0 at halftime and the Rams are winning. Would you be shocked if they trotted Brock Purdy out?
Yes, I would be shocked. Now it depends how it looks.
I mean, obviously, there's 2 turnovers.
Could you imagine that?
If you told me Jimmy had a 300-yard passing night, I would be like, wow. Like, I'd be shocked, but I would also be like, I mean, the Rams, who would have thought? And then if you told me that Jimmy looked absolutely horrible and had to come out of the game, I wouldn't be surprised either. Like, I have no idea. It's grab bag Garoppolo. I have no idea who is going to be in there. It's like party favors. I don't even know what's in the bag.
That's better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Tell me I'm wrong. I don't know what it is. Do you know what it's going to be?
I don't know what it's going to be.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't. All I know is the Niners are winning tonight. That's all I know. I don't know how it's going to look. I never know how it's going to look with Kyle Shanahan.
Nor do I.
I don't know how Jimmy's going to.
No. How much sleep is he getting?
Who? Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah,
Shanahan hasn't slept in 3 weeks.
I mean, you thought that Obama looked like he had been worn 20 years deep after 4 years in office? Look at Kyle Shanahan.
Obama waves was dipping when he first became the president of the United States. By the end of his term, 8 years, he had no more waves.
Did you see where he was?
Huh?
He went to the Oak Club over the weekend.
I heard.
Yeah, my boy Casey Murphy took a photo with him, and so did the president of the Oak Club, Paul O'Driscoll.
Wow.
Yeah, the president was out in full force. Beautiful day for the president to go golfing at the Oak Club.
Damn. So go back and look at Shanahan's introductory press conference. Slick back hair, smiles, no bags under the eyes. You look at Shanahan now. Oh, my God.
They're calling him Potluck Jimmy.
Potluck Jimmy.
BYOB Jimmy.
Dude, Shanahan looks like he's been sleeping on the couch for months. Like, it doesn't look good. We need him to have a win. Yeah, and please, no Brock Purdy. Because there's people out there who believe Brock Purdy's more ready to play NFL quarterback than Trey Lance, which is absurd.
Bonte, I just want them to move the ball. Whatever's going to make this offense go, where you can use these playmakers that you've invested the amount of money and draft capital that you've done into those guys, like whatever's going to work. Jordan Mason, let's see it. Jeff Wilson Jr., Debo in the backfield, Ayuk. If Danny Gray can suit up, let's see him out there. Can I get Ray on a seam route? Can I get George Kittle?
Danny Gray, the ball? Can we get a Danny Gray target?
Has he had a target in the regular season?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think you're right.
Samoan Pride, hey, Bonte, y'all should have matching rings. That's good. Thanks, Shasky, for that.
Hufanga was at the SH game.
I saw that
the other day.
Valley Christian SH?
Yeah.
He's been going there. He was at another Sarah game. Yeah. He loves high school football.
And he throws up the tattoo on the arm.
Yeah, Hufanga's everywhere. He's embracing the local. By the way,
just a fan favorite.
He is. I might have to get a jersey of Hufanga.
It does dynamic. Feel like, and I think this 412 text message hits it right on the head. Tonight is pivotal for the psyche of Niner fans.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, I'm looking at you all day.
I'm a mess.
You are a mess. I mean, I'm talking myself. I'm guaranteeing now I have to bet and go on Bovada and have them take my money again. If the Niners lose and I throw $100 on, I'm going to be pissed. It's another one of those shows tomorrow if the Niners lose, and I'm saying to myself, is it worth me calling in sick?
What?
Just to take the day off. My performances after a loss have not been good this season. I'm going to just tell you that right now. It's been terrible hosting. Like, I've been terrible after losses.
You're the Colton McKivitz of hosts?
I've been, not even that. I'm the Nathan Peterman of hosts after losses. I've been awful.
Somewhere, somehow, Gruden will sign him to another 10-day.
My psyche has been shot after
As
losses.
a thrower of the football.
I mean, think about me in Chicago, Shasky in Chicago. Didn't you feel sorry for me at Soldier Field in that monsoon after that loss? I was terrible. I was calling Bears fans weak after they beat us by 9. You guys are weak. We scored 10 points against the Bears, and I'm calling them weak. Think about that. Maybe we did another Warriors game. Maybe we play Warrior highlights tomorrow from Japan. PBJ?
How is the Warrior lineup so loaded and Patrick Baldwin Jr. can make an impact and we can't target Danny Gray once for the Niners?
Danny Gray.
How?
PBJ's the 12th man on the team, and he brings us more joy than the starting quarterback on the 49ers.
Ryan Rollins, who was like an afterthought. I didn't even think he'd make the team. And he's out here balling. Matt McClung doing dunks and stuff in the layup line.
360 dunks, yeah. Like, what is going on? Warriors are stacked.
And Danny Gray can't get a target.
They've innovated offensive basketball, right? Defensive concepts, innovators. And the Niners are running the offense like they're stuck in 1971 playing Oklahoma for a Big Ten championship. Or not a Big Ten, a Big 8 championship back in the day. Like, what? Show me something tonight, Niners. I'm guaranteeing a win. I'm putting money on you guys. Putting my money on you. MDK, what? He's got money on you. For Tyler Miller, for Michael Hernandez, for Drew Down, for Joe Shasky, for Sam Lubman, for crying out loud. We need a win.
For the 408 Empire.
For the 408 Empire. They're out there grilling, half flipping. They don't even feel good. They're half flipping the ribs.
When are they opening up the parking lot, you think? 2, 3, 4 hours? 4
I don't
hours?
know.
5 hours before?
I don't know. I mean, they're not even caring about the barbecue down there at the 408. They're burning chicken wings.
Well, the one thing that's good, no rain in tonight's forecast.
Oh, say that. Well, that's good.
Watch it just start pouring down.
Tyler Miller, Steve Kerr should help Kyle out with his play calling. Now, they did meet up a couple weeks ago. Remember that? Shanahan and Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr wanted to tour the facility. I wonder what they talked about. What did they discuss amongst each other? One's at 9-time champ? The other has gotten close to championships? I guess Kyle Shanahan is a 2-time champion. He was holding the court for Mike Shanahan during the Super Bowl.
Stop. His family bloodline might be 2-time champions.
He was there. He had Broncos gear on during the Super Bowl.
Technically 3 because his dad won as an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, and he was there as a water boy. So maybe Shanahan has 3 Super Bowl rings.
Okay, Roger Maris Jr. Get out of here.
Dave Johnson's right. Jimmy's a 2-time champion as well. So, Jimmy, I want you to come to Levi's, put those 2 championship rings down and say, guys, this is what we're playing for. We're champs, man. We're champs.
Jimmy's a 2-time champion with the Patriots.
He is.
Okay. I mean, come on. How many does Brian Hoyer have? I watched him for 3 plays, and I was like, what? How is 36-year-old undrafted free agent Brian Hoyer, how was this the 49ers solution when they started in 2017? And he's still getting jobs in 2022 with the New England Patriots. It's insane.
Showing a lot of love to everybody. I feel good today. It's going to be a lovely day at Levi's Stadium. That's how I'm looking at it. It's going to be a lovely day.
The sun will come out tomorrow.
Look, that dust setting at Levi's Stadium. The fireworks going off. The choppers.
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper. The chopper's going to be...
Actually, it'll be Blue Angels because it's Fleet Week.
There you go.
Actually, now I'm feeling a little better. I'm feeling a little better. We're going to get a flyover?
We're going to flyover.
That'll be pretty sweet.
Niners don't lose with flyovers.
The Blue Angels.
Come on, Shasky. Let's go.
Blue Angels.
Lock it up.
We're playing them in softball tomorrow, too.
Flex. They're going to kick your ass. Flex, baby.
I can't stand the guy. If he runs into the end zone tonight and chest bumps someone,
well, you know what, though?
My head might pop off.
You know what, though? I was thinking about that last night, McVay running to the end zone, and I didn't admit this, but I kind of liked it. I was like, damn, look at this coach. He's into it. He's chest bumping players. I would love to go see Shanahan do that. Show me some emotion.
Well, you don't have to be that way. You like Andy Reid, right?
Yeah, he doesn't do that.
He's stoic as hell.
He's hella stoic. He fist pumps a little bit. He's got his big call sheet. Everybody does it differently. I'm not mad at Robert Saleh popping out his neck veins, getting amped up over a Jets touchdown.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
First time in my life I left you speechless. Go figure.
Sometimes you just got to let it hang there.
You're lost for words.
Like an above the rim. It's so pretty. I just let it hang.
Oh, that was White Man Can't Jump.
Oh, excuse me. What did I say?
So
Above the
pretty.
rim?
Oh, it's so pretty.
My bad.
Got to just leave it up.
Yeah.
Got to just leave it up. Hey, you know what? I'm going to get Willard Dibs fired up. Look at Willard Dibs fired up.
It looks
and
like they're
roasters,
in each other's laps.
Yeah, no, they are sitting in each other's laps. No space, man. Just breaking all the COVID protocols. Duke in the city. Hey, we got to play this Duke in the city for my guys here. Duke in the city, lighting the Bay Area up on fire right now. Setting the tone for the day. Here's Duke in the city.
Niner Empire, rise up and strike back. Golden Boy Trey Lance is not stumbling and bumbling and acting like Mel Lumpkin. The bullets that he passing got firing, got gassing, and now it's getting drastic. You catching balls in the middle of the traffic. And then George Kittle's with the 2020 vision. He's slipping and he's slicing, make executive decisions. Got Nick Bosa. They say he is a roaster. Quarterback burnt like he came out of toaster. He faster Ferrari. Bitches act approved by David Bakhtiari. Watch Debo run fast right past you. Receiving out the backfield. Stronger than a man is still. Leaving in the cloud of smoke. The Niners, boy, we ain't no joke. Touchdown is what they say, but get the cheddar ball out. That's what we do in the Bay. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Fillmore's finest, Vontae Hill, and the pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. Niners, we ready. We ready.
Lakeview in the house.
To ride.
Now, Dan Dibley can appreciate that.
That was incredible.
Mark Willard, that's what they call bars, Mark Willard.
Okay.
Bars.
First of all, I take major offense to you feeling like you needed to guide me into this conversation. That's gross. Second of all, that's already the second time I've experienced those bars this morning. What do you think I was listening to on my 1 hour and 11-minute drive to Santa Clara today?
Yeah.
What do you think I was doing?
I thought you were
ready.
listening to Creedence Clearwater.
That's offensive. Again, it's offensive. It's game day, so I'm going to pass it. Everybody's coming in a little
Better
hot
the white
today.
guy did it. Better the white guy did it instead of the black dude. That's the white guy.
I mean, that was white-on-white crime. I'm a little confused by the David Bakhtiari reference.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I know he needed to rhyme, but David Bakhtiari, is he a Ram now?
He's a Green Bay Packer. He's a Sarah High School guy.
Oh, he's from Sarah High.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you can rhyme Bakhtiari, you do it. That's something you do in life.
Yeah.
No. I was already in the space. I was just driving around last night, and I heard Pete Rock and CL Smooth come on, and I was like, "Oh, that's all it takes." That little horn right at the beginning, that's all I need. So I was already in the mood coming in this morning.
I like it. How are you guys feeling, man? Because San Fran Shasky, the alter ego of Joe Shasky the Butcher, just worried all day, scared. And that's not the Butcher I'm used to.
Yeah,
the
but
guy
you broke him. You got Joe Shasky back. You got the Butcher Boy back. And I was listening at about 7:15, and he's like, "You know what, Bonte? I'm thinking about changing my handle. I'm thinking about going to Joe Shasky the third." And you shook him, you broke him. Butcher Boy's back. All Caps Radio is back. You guys are crushing it. And you know what, Bonte? I got in the car at about dark 30. I don't even know this newborn's got me all twisted. I don't even know what day it is anymore. All I know is, dude, I'm elbows deep in diaper. There was a blowout yesterday. It had nothing to do with the NFL. I'll leave that at that. Shout out to diaper with two lives. But the fact that you got Butcher Boy back, you got All Caps Radio back. I'm fired up for this Monday night game.
Maybe my biggest accomplishment in life is getting Butcher back and getting rid of San Fran Shasky.
Yes.
I'm telling you, the guy was shook up. He was all red. Doesn't know what to expect. I'm like, wait a minute. We're going down to Monday Night Football. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman. Thank you, Dave. It's been a while since I got a 4. I needed that. I was desperate for that.
Do we tally up the score on all of these points?
We need to.
Are we doing like blackjack? Do you try to go for 21?
It's like grade point average. No, it's like grade point average where, Guru's like he's like, I love Goo, but he's like a C student. He's like a 2.42. But, you got to average all your references because Mark, my partner here, very rarely will he go for one, but he gets a lot of 3s, 4s, and 5s.
He's efficient.
Wow.
Yeah, Guru's he's a volume shooter.
Yeah, see, he's get degrees, Dibs. That's the school we come from.
Yeah, I went to college for 13 years. You don't have to tell me that, Bob.
Dan Van Wilder Dibley.
So let's paint the scene for me. I'm looking at you two beautifully on the Zoom. If you're on YouTube, you obviously are seeing the changeover right now. I see a Harris Ranch beef sign. I see 95.7 The Game. I'm assuming 2 laptops I'm looking at, and you guys are at the Hilton. Paint paint the scene for me right now. I'm sure there's Tim Jordan and Kyle Madsen both smiling, looking right at you.
Yep. And then most recently, I ran into look in the bathroom, and I'm like, I'm not going to look because that's gross. So he's here too.
Kramer would have looked.
Right, like we got the sort of like the vibe of like, something's about to happen. There's tailgate stuff everywhere at the Hilton, and they have been wonderful hosts. But yeah, they're already like you can see the people who've gotten up early to get the jerseys on, and like we're looking out the window. Levi Stadium is right out the window, so it's you can feel it down here already. And it's funny, by the way, that Dibs came out nodding his head with what you were saying, Bonte, because I have a feeling I'm going to play your role on today's show. I know you're nodding, but I guarantee you are the lesser in terms of confidence in this football game. You're going to be the lesser.
So why are you confident
today?
Why are you confident, Mark? You're always confident. You're always confident.
Well, no.
Jimmy.
I mean, he is a handsome man.
Gorgeous.
Here's the thing, for two reasons. And I told you this last week.
Okay.
One of them is this is just the way the story goes.
Oh.
It's just that, like, if I look at the arc of the way that this whole thing goes, it is. This feels like the way the story goes. But I'm also going to put aside, like I know we go the NFC title game, more important than all the other games, but let's not act like Kyle Shanahan has not had the upper hand in this head-to-head matchup most of the time. So why would that not continue?
But how can we look at the Jared Goff years and try to extrapolate that for what we're seeing now? Like, doesn't
we can look
matter?
at the Matt Stafford year and see the exact same thing.
That would be an extrapolation sensation.
Like if you want to go D-lines versus quarterbacks, you're all right. The one that we focus on is a problem for the 49ers as well, but why would we act like it's not for the Rams tonight? Matt Stafford, this matchup for Matt Stafford is terrible. It's terrible. Absolutely god-awful.
Well, the reason why I have confidence in Stafford, and I don't pretend to like he's on the Mahomes level, but the reason why I have confidence in him is because I saw him in the fourth quarter after, throwing a ball right into Jaquiski Tartt's shoulders, then lead the team on a drive all the way down and rip the heart out of the 49ers. Like, I saw him do it on the biggest stage and did it again in the Super Bowl with a no-look pass. So I think he's earned the benefit of the doubt, and I think me being a hater on that, I'm just assessing what I'm watching, I guess, is what I'm going at.
Yeah, and my concern, and Mark is right, I'm more in the concern camp. I'm not quite San Fran Shasky level. I mean, I don't know what my own moniker would be.
We got stunner stage on right now, dude.
Yeah, these are my
Dan.
You know, we got these at the Warriors Parade, and you played the Guru speech earlier, which had me fired up. I was getting a little egg bagel down the street here.
Oh, nice.
You played that, and I was just so fired up. I'm like, you know what? I got my Zennies. I'm going to put my Zenny shades on, my Stunner shades, and hope for the best. But I'm just so concerned about this run game. Jeff Wilson Jr. and who else after that? I mean, are we going back to Tevin Campbell, Tevin Coleman, Tevin Campbell? Can we talk? Shout out 90s R&B.
Can we talk?
Thank you. You guys talked about Brunskill at center and the offensive line, major issues. I'm just really concerned. Although one thing that I'm going to ride on in terms of what Bonte said, and I'm going to put this out on my BetQL. Guru and I are doing a BetQL chat tonight live.
Very cool.
I'm going to bet the prop, Niners defensive touchdown prop. I think Bonte's right about that. But this one feels like a 17-16 slugfest all over again.
Well, they're calling him Dan Drippy. Dan Drippy Dibs.
Okay.
I like that.
There we go.
According to YouTube. I'm not mad at that.
Wow, a little chat. Forget the Manning cast. I want the Dibbly Guru cast.
Right, the BetQL chat during the game. But you guys are all on the under, though. 42.5. The under, and the Niners only a 1.5 favorite at home. Usually the home team gets a guaranteed 3 points.
Right.
Interesting.
I'm not on the under.
What are you
this
on?
game at all.
He's on the Jimmy G. He's on the Jimmy train.
If I'm not on the under, Shasky, then what would I be on? If I'm not on the under, what would I be on?
So you got the Niners score some points, did, huh?
Drugs is the answer. No. I think what we do in the NFL is we look at last week and then and this isn't just Niners. We look at last week,
overcorrect.
and we go, that's what we're seeing, and that's never what we're seeing.
You did that last week with Denver, Mark.
but we do it every week, and that's not true because we had seen Denver more than once. But the 49ers that you watch Sunday night, that's not the 49ers that you're going to get tonight. You don't think that, do you?
He can't play any worse.
Yeah,
they've scored 10 points in 2 games, Mark. So I don't know. I hope we see something different than the norm. I think it's a 20-10 game. They get a defensive touchdown. They get one offensive drive. They get a couple field goals based off some Rams turnovers. I don't have any confidence in this offense right now. No Trent Williams. We don't know who's running the ball outside of Jeff Wilson Jr. Debo's been a running back. I need to see him play wide receiver. Where's George Kittle at? We're not talking about his injury in the groin. Where is he at percentage-wise? I don't know where we're getting from this offense. I know where we're getting from the defense.
And think about what you're saying. You're saying one offensive drive, 2 Robbie Golds, and a defensive touchdown.
There we go.
And that's going to be enough, 20-10?
I think so.
That scares me, Bonte.
The Rams' offensive line is beat up. Stafford has 5 picks already on the season. It's a divisional game. They're always tighter. They're always different.
Who's guarding
That
Cooper
is scary,
Kupp?
though, Dibs. You're right. This is why you pay for Moody Ward,
No,
though.
I know, but Cooper Kupp's so good. Like, even if you hold him down, he's still going to get you 75, 80 yards.
Yeah, that's no big deal, though. Yeah, he can get 75, 80 yards. I don't think that's going to be a killer. Look, I sat back, and Dibs helped me with this last week, and I almost was going to have to show up and wring his neck today because Survivor Pool, I had the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, my gosh.
Never in doubt.
When the game went to overtime, when the game went to overtime, and somebody that was representing Zappos.com was starting as quarterback for the Patriots, the game goes to overtime, and I just sat back with a sheepish grin and went, why do we even try to act like we can predict
Green Bay went
what's
3 and
going
out,
on?
too.
This is absurd.
Mark,
This is absolutely absurd. Therefore, in fact, I think a record was set only the second time in maybe in the last decade or two. Every NFL game at one point in the fourth quarter yesterday was a 1-score game.
Which is
Every
crazy.
single NFL game. So to act like last week means this week, this matchup means that, look, it's probably going to be nip and tuck, and I think you're going to see some differences in both of these teams that we haven't seen through the first 3 weeks, and I think you will see a heck of a lot more success on offense than we're expecting maybe from either of these teams.
Mark, speaking of Survivor pools.
Yeah, bud.
I was in 4 Survivor pools this year. 4.
You said it past tense.
All right?
You said it past tense. That's
I'm a
unfortunate.
survivor.
Yeah. 2 weeks ago, I took the Browns against the Jets in 3 of them.
Yep.
All right? Browns were up 30-17 with 1:55 left.
Yep.
They lost. This week, I was taking Green Bay. And at 9:50, I decided, you know what? I'm going to save the Green Bay Packers. I got arrogant and cocky and said, I'm taking the Steelers over the Jets. There's no way the Jets are going to burn me twice. There's no way the Jets are going to burn me twice. And the Steelers are up 20-10 in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
I fist pumped the hand and said, all right, babe, let's get to the Giants game. Let's roll.
Oh, boy.
And yeah, that's how that story ended.
My man, yeah. One thing we learned yesterday, Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be quarterbacks if their last name is Pickett. Because my God, that was everyone's like, oh, he comes in, he runs for 2 touchdowns.
He threw a pick on his first throw.
That was a disgusting, you can't throw it pick also. That was a gross loss by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, Survivor pools, man, they're drunk.
And
They're
shout
absolutely
out
drunk.
former Niner assistants, which have left Kyle Shanahan completely bereft of adults in the room. Bobby Saleh, 2-2.
I know.
Miami 3-1, despite driving Tua into head trauma.
Bobby Turner's back.
Bobby's got him playing. He's
Bobby
got no
Turner's
talent.
back, Mark Willard and Dibs.
Bobby's got him playing with the Jets. There's no talent, but man,
The adult is back, fellas. Bobby Turner's back. The adult in the room is back.
Oh, yeah, so now they're going to run the ball 47 times for 212. Forget the O-line issues and forget the fact that you have a glorified special teamer as your lead back and you've got nothing but rookies. And are we going to get Marlon Mack tonight? Over-under on Marlon Mack carries tonight.
Is he going to be suited up?
It's probably going to be active, right?
It's him or Coleman, right?
I don't know. It sounded like they were starting to trend toward wanting Tevin Coleman.
Oh my God!
As RB3, so he come in and get one tote. You give me one tote in the fourth quarter.
Maybe we only get two Jimmy O no throws tonight. Maybe we only get 2.
I mean,
yeah. Boy.
How are they going to stop Aaron Donald, guys?
You know what, though? We ask that every time.
They've neutralized him for the most part.
And for the most part, you're right, Bonte. They've actually had pretty good success when you compare them at least to the rest of the league. They're going to do what they always do. Neutralize Aaron Donald. Get the ball the hell out of Jimmy's hands. That's what they're going to do.
Right.
Well, with that said, we're going to let you guys do your thing. Willard Dibs live from the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara, followed by Steiny and Guru, and then Damon Ratto all day long. We'll stop by and say hi if you guys are still down there. Shasky and I will be down there around 3 o'clock. We'll be down there around 3 o'clock. Maybe we'll shake San Fran Shasky, get the real butcher to attend Monday Night Football between the Niners and Rams. Have a good show, fellas.
Thanks, boys. Come on down. We'll see you soon.
All right, buddies.
You got to go out there and be tough.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's do this. That's right. It is Monday Night Football. Willard and Dibs is live at the Hilton Santa Clara. Our coverage is brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon and Harris Ranch beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. And speaking of needs, the 49ers have plenty today. I watched so much. I didn't do a whole lot of leaving the house yesterday.
Yeah, me either.
I watched a ton of football. Yeah, by the way, babies are good for NFL Sundays.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like you can tell your wife, I'll just stay home with the baby.
Yeah,
and
so
you go do whatever you want.
We woke up at 6:05, baby Mila and I, and she was a little fussy, so hey baby, hey supper. I'm gonna take her downstairs, trying to take one for the team.
Absolutely.
We got live football from London. So your boy, I got the soccer on the laptop, the Manchester Derby. Shout out Erling Haaland, the best athlete under 22 on the planet. This guy took over, and I'm watching the London game, and I'm thinking, this isn't bad. 6:30 a.m. football, and I checked Twitter, and John Dickinson's like, I could get used to the 6:30 a.m. football.
I absolutely love it, except for the only people who didn't love it are the people who went to bed and had Alvin Kamara in their fantasy league and woke up to league-wide controversy over whether or not they should be able to replace their guy who was a surprise inactive. But yeah, it was a ton of fun, and I watched a ton from the beginning to the end, and I immediately just go, okay, Kyle and Jimmy, you have got to figure this thing out. I do not know what the answer is, but you have got to figure this thing out because I have never seen anything more wide open and being served on a platter than this NFC. You look at Tom Brady last night, who was essentially rendered insignificant against the Kansas City Chiefs right away. I'll give a shout to the Eagles and the cover, by the way. They look fine, but outside of that, the Packers, we were just talking about it, struggling against a third-string quarterback in their home building that we've never heard of. This NFC is sitting there for teams like the 49ers to just go take a stroll into the playoffs if you can just figure it out and be a passable offense. That is all anyone is asking for and all anyone needs from this team. But you're right, tick-tock. I mean, maybe it's Baker and the Panthers. Maybe it's Sam Darnold and the Panthers next week.
Who knows?
Schedule sets up for them really nice.
Yeah.
They're in the catbird seat if they can go get a win tonight.
If they win tonight, they're absolutely in a spot where 2 weeks from now you could possibly be 4-2, and like you mentioned, you would be in the catbird seat at that point because Green Bay, even with a gutsy win over a third-string quarterback, they don't look like world beaters. Tampa Bay with another, tough loss. Tom Brady looking better, but they fall. And you look across the NFC and you think, who is the class of the conference? Nobody is the answer. So if you can just be there at the end, if you can just be a playoff team, and think about the top seven. We've talked about this all the time since the year started. if you're one of the 7, who among the 7 NFC playoff teams will be favored? And the answer is none of them.
I mean, right now, I guess just by virtue of 4-0, they don't look dominant, but they do look good. The Eagles are
fine.
They're in a great spot. The Cowboys have worked their way to 3-1. So have the Giants. Nobody believes that, and nobody should. That's very circumstantial, but it is what it is. The Cowboys, when they get Dak back, do they stay the same? Do they get better? Do they get worse?
He's going to be a Dak up once he comes back.
I mean, it's only a 2. I'm going to give it a 2, actually.
No, because you don't believe he'll be the Dak up, but you're not going to take Cooper Rush out.
I tell you what.
He's a G.
Here's the thing, though. You're right, but it is circumstantial. The Cowboys have to be careful about when they bring him back.
When they bring him
Dak. Thank you, because Cooper Rush just beat the Giants and the Commanders. They just beat it now.
A tough Commanders team.
Look what happens next week. They're at SoFi against the Rams, followed by at the Eagles on Sunday Night Football. You're going to bring Dak back into that. If he loses those games, and those are losable, now you got yourself a quarterback controversy.
Well, you already have a quarterback controversy, and the owner is here for it. He wants it. He loves it. No quarterback in Dallas history has ever started their career 4-0.
He tried to walk that thing Dak yesterday after the game.
See how fun this is?
You are contagious is what you are. But anyway, Vikings and Packers 3-1, but nobody, again, does not look dominant. The Buccaneers are only 2-2. And then if the 49ers win tonight, the entire division here 2-2 as well.
Right.
You're right. No one's going to run away with it. But
Seattle's going to run away with it. How about that game? That game was fun.
Detroit is wasted.
Well, Detroit
is wasted.
That game was arena football.
They cannot stop anyone, and no one can stop them. They were down their top 3 weapons, and they scored 45 points.
And lost.
We're going to take your other
that's a month for the Niners, 45 points.
Thank you for playing a little Dan Campbell, Spadone. I was reminded of the Hard Knock scene where Campbell came out. Actually, he didn't come out. This was on the sideline. On the sideline, I think it was episode 3, and they had just done some things in a preseason game, and he looks at one of his coaches and goes, I don't know what we have top to bottom here, but I'll tell you this. We got ourselves a defense. We've got a defense. And I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. It's not even close. So the overall point is, give me the list of NFC teams right now. Just look. Forget record. Look. Good.
Philly.
Thank you.
And your list is over.
Thank you for coming to our show. Exactly. So it is sitting there on an absolute platter for the 49ers because, they've got losses to the Bears and Broncos, which, by the way, the more they watch them play.
Good Lord.
How the hell did they lose those games?
Both.
How?
I mean, you could lose Bears? One, and then, you lost one. It was a hiccup in a monsoon, and then Denver, you gave up 11 points. And you lost.
I think the Bears might be the worst team in football, and I'm not.
But the Denver loss was worse.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
To me, based on you were there, the conditions in Chicago makes the Denver loss worse.
I don't know. Gosh, when you have a 10-point lead in those conditions, you should be in an even better spot. When I look up and down the league, there was an announcer who's calling the Bears game against the Giants yesterday, and it was the second quarter, and Fields hits Darnell Mooney, and he literally goes, Justin Fields has completed a forward pass. That's how bad the Chicago Bears are. So the 49ers had huge opportunities, and they've whiffed. They've whiffed 2 out of the 3 games. They should be 3-0.
They should be in command of the conference.
They should be right by Philly right now, sitting here going. So they're not. So does that make them any better than these teams? Right now it doesn't, but we also know what we know. We know based on roster. We know based on history. We know where this team has been. This team is easily one of the 7 best teams in the NFC.
Right.
But you have to go do it.
You got to win games.
You got to go figure this thing out, and the clock is ticking starting tonight.
It's starting tonight, and you don't want to go on your 2-game road trip thinking, all right, we need them both. Although you should get them both because Carolina's got quarterback questions, and Atlanta, even though Atlanta is 2-2 and tied for first in the NFC South, they're not a team that's going to intimidate you or scare you in any way, shape, or form, which is why tonight is such a big game. You're favored. Monday Night Football at home. You've beaten this team 6 consecutive times in the regular year. The one you lost in the playoffs, you maybe should have, could have won. Certainly, you had an interception that you dropped. You had a 4th down call that your coach turtled up on and punted the football. It's a game you absolutely could have won. You didn't, so you should be confident going into this one.
I go kind of a little bit in both directions at the same time when we talk about Shanahan versus McVay, though, because the quarterback position is so important.
Right.
That let's remove this whole 6 straight in the regular season. Let's just look at last year. Okay, you had 3 games. One of them was not close. That was the Monday Nighter where the 49ers absolutely pounded away at the Rams. Then we have the Week 18 where the Rams owned 2.5 quarters and then the Niners rallied. And then you have the NFC title game where the Niners owned 2.5 quarters and the Rams rallied. So, look, I'm not expecting a blowout in this one. It maybe is a little overstated, Shanahan's ownage of McVay. You've got Matt Stafford now. That said, to Matt Stafford, who led the league in interceptions last year, he's off to a wonderful start in leading the league in interceptions again this year. Like, to me, yeah, the history of this matchup does matter. You play golf, you know that some tee boxes, you sit there and you just feel better because you have a history of hitting a good shot on that tee box. I think that is a factor tonight. I don't think the 49ers are thinking about last week at Denver. I think they're thinking about their memories against this specific team and the fact that they've played very, very well against
And I think that's the defense's thought more than it is the offense's thought, because if you look at the offense, it's Brunskill, it's Burford, it's Banks, it's McKivitz. They don't have that muscle memory against the Rams. These are guys who have not been on the field. Jeff Wilson Jr. has not been the feature back. So in terms of the offense against the Rams defense, I don't think they have that same sort of muscle memory, but the defense, absolutely, yeah. You look at what they've done against Matthew Stafford, what they've done against the Rams. They've played very well. You mentioned the game last year on Monday night where the Niners absolutely devastated the Rams offense, but I think about what the Rams have been through since then. They're champions. They've got that championship pedigree, and we talk about it in other sports. So the Rams come in with a certain amount of confidence. They're not thinking, oh, we need to survive the Niners. We need to hold off the Niners. They're coming in here thinking that they're the better team.
All right, DeMarco Farr in exactly an hour from the Rams broadcast. JB Long in a little bit less than 2 hours. The voice of the Rams all set up for you today to just simply count you down, if you will, to kick off. We're going to do it all day long, the rest of the afternoon right here on 95.7 The Game at Hilton Santa Clara. So we're excited to do it, and that means we also want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. That's the number. The Comcast Business text line, wide open and ready to go. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Glad to have you along for the ride. Thank you for taking a look at everything we've got set up here at the Hilton. It's all sponsored by Save Mart. You mentioned a second ago, Kyle Shanahan turtled up. This has been one of your things this year. You feel like you've never, ever watched a Niner game and went, man, Kyle, would you please stop being so overly aggressive?
He's so reckless, Mark.
You know what? I watched football yesterday, and I decided I completely disagree. We got to get into this. Kyle Shanahan's quote-unquote arrogance in play calling, I think it's a myth. Let's get to this coming up next. We'll take your phone calls. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
At Lucky California, every day is full of fresh possibilities everywhere you look at a price that will always fit your budget. This week, jumbo mangoes are 2 for $3. Limit 2 cases. Shop all of the fantastic weekly deals at Lucky California. Come see what's fresh.
It's a monster Monday night matchup.
Shut up, all of you. Just beat the Rams.
We're live from the Hilton Santa Clara for Monday Night Football.
Quarterback sneak. Jimmy Garoppolo puts it away for San Francisco.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Hilton Santa Clara, that's the spot. 49ers and Rams. Let's go. Get yourself over to YouTube and Twitch. Give us a call at 888-957-9570. It is Willard and Dibs. It's brought to you here at Hilton Santa Clara by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon in Harris Ranch beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. Speaking of tailgating, the Hilton Tailgate, great spot to be for 49er games. Begins 3 hours before kickoff. Every single home game, all ages are welcome, and there is no cover charge. Got that? So everybody, just come on down.
Babies?
Beer, mixed cocktails, babies, toddlers.
Awesome.
Yep, swallows.
Newborns, yeah.
Delicious food, music, all from local DJs. Everybody is here. So, yeah, come on down, Hilton Tailgate, before every single home game. Kyle Shanahan has been arrogant in a press conference.
He has.
Kyle Shanahan has not been arrogant on the field.
I wish he would be.
And I'm glad that you sort of see it the same way. Like I get what you're saying. Okay, but hold on. Here's what I noticed yesterday.
You hold on.
You hold on right there, because I want to know what you thought about this. I'm going to give you 2 scenarios, and you tell me, is this arrogant, or is this just how we want football to be played in 2022?
Lay it out for me, Mark.
Let me start with the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills, okay? It is 4th and goal from the 3.5-yard line with 4 minutes to go in a tie football game, 20-20. And
who's got the ball?
The Baltimore Ravens, who have not scored in the second half, have the ball. 4th and goal, 3.5-yard line, 4 minutes to go.
What are the timeout situations?
Tie game. It doesn't matter.
No, it actually does matter.
It doesn't.
It actually matters a lot.
I actually don't know off the top of my head.
For the sake of this argument, go ahead and continue.
No, that's the scenario.
Because if they have no timeouts, it's different than if they have all 3 timeouts.
Well,
with 4.5 minutes to go.
What are you doing?
If I'm Baltimore and I haven't scored, and I've got Lamar Jackson, and I have the best kicker in the history of the National Football League, I'm taking the 3.
Okay. They went for it and actually did not.
How'd that work out for him?
Yeah, he threw an interception. And it wasn't an interception where you're like, oh, bad throw. It was a desperation. I'm running backwards. He looked like Montana during the catch.
Montana,
right?
he's rolling.
Yeah, but there was no Clark, caught it, Clark. There was none of that, right? No, it was a terrible play call, and I don't understand. Here's what's happened. Analytics has combined with sports gambling to mean that now
Madden,
you just
add a dash of Madden.
Thank you. You just go for it on 4th. And you're just a little wimpy person if you don't, and we hate you, and we think that 3 is boring, and we don't like you to punt. We don't want you to play the field position
3
game.
wasn't boring in the morning game, in that London game. 3 was actually pretty exciting with the double doink and the 60-yarder.
The double doink was unbelievable.
And the 60-yarder before that.
Will Lutz, who,
he
by the way,
it from 60.
As he's lining up for that, has any kicker ever hit 2 60-plus
no chance.
kicks
I was
in one
thinking
game?
the same thing.
Because
no
he had plenty of leg.
Yeah.
He had plenty of leg twice, the double doink, and somehow the Vikings win that game. But I remember you saying this during the AFC Championship game last year. Chiefs come out right before halftime. They are slinging it. They're just running the Bengals all over the field. They've got an easy 3 sitting there. Nope, let's go for it. Let's go up by, I don't even know what they were. They were already up by 18. Let's go up by 25. Let's just freak out, have a party. They go for it. They get nothing. How'd that work out for them? You are watching arrogance.
It's situational arrogance.
Lose football games right now.
It's all situational.
Of course it's all situational.
And you're going to bring this all back to last year in the NFC.
No, but it's not situational because nobody is ever choosing the 3 anymore. No one's punting. If you are in a situation where it is 4th and something, and they go to the sideline with the camera, okay, coach, what are you going to do? He's already sent the quarterback on the field, so you're not even allowed to do this anymore.
Anywhere outside your own 40-yard line, you're going for it. And the analytics would tell you should go for it.
Great. Thanks, analytics. We don't like them in baseball. We're going to hide behind them in football. Let me give you another one. How about your division mate, Cliff Kingsbury? Explain this one to me, Bob.
This one's tougher.
Okay.
Cliffy.
You're in the 4th quarter. You are up 20-10, okay? And you score a touchdown to make it 26-10. Math majors, 16 is the number. That is a 2-score football game.
Yeah.
17 is not. And you go for 2?
Sure.
What the hell are you doing? What are you doing, Kingsbury?
What are you doing?
This guy sitting here, it's almost as he's like, oh, I got this play call. You got to see it. You got to see it. It's going to work for sure. I
got this awesome
I've been
play
saving
call.
this play call all day, and it doesn't work. And next thing you know, the Panthers scored a touchdown. They were going for 2. Good thing they're inept. They almost turned that into a 1-score game with 5 minutes to go.
That game was over.
No, but why would you even do that?
Yeah.
Like, give me all I want to do. I'm going to interview you, Kingsbury. Why? What went through your mind? It's 26-10. We got to go for 2.
That one is indefensible.
What are you doing?
To me, seriously, because 27-10 is a 3-score game.
Ball
it's
game.
over. 26-10 is they score, they get a 2, and you never know. Onside kick, they score, they get a 2. We got overtime, and we've already seen that this year, by the way, in the NFL. Insurmountable leads get surmounted.
I watched
Baltimore's
one.
on the
I
phone.
watched one sideways in the rain in Chicago
Yes.
when I told everyone in my
that one was
section.
not insurmountable.
It felt that way to me.
That was a flaccid beige offense doing nothing.
I got embarrassed because I started screaming that word when the Niners kicked the field goal and make
That's
it
on you.
10-0. I'm looking at Bears fans going, feels pretty insurmountable,
Yeah.
Jim. It feels pretty insurmountable.
Well, when the Browns go ahead and score a touchdown, when Chubb goes into the end zone instead of going down on the field, that one felt insurmountable,
Sure.
and yet they lost that game. Baltimore is defensible in that you get the touchdown, you make it so that Buffalo's got to match you with a touchdown. I understand that from the 3-yard line. I would have taken the 3. The Kingsbury one, that's just lunacy because you're so late in the game. This is not midway through the 3rd quarter where you're trying to, maybe put the hammer on a team. If you just take the 1, you go up by 17 with, like you said, 5.5 to go.
With
It's
Baker
over.
Mayfield on the other side.
Right, and you won the game anyway, which is not the point. The point is the process that got you to that point. But it all comes back to Kyle Shanahan. Arrogant in the press conferences, not arrogant on the field. I want the reverse. I want him to go for the jugular on the field, but he doesn't. He turtles up. He plays conservative. Last year, 3rd and 1, 3rd and short. You bring Trent Williams in motion. You give the ball to your fullback. You get nothing. Oh, bring on the punt team. Give me Wisnowski. That's where I want his arrogance, not in the press conference.
NFC Special Teams Player of the Week, Mitch Wisnowski. You got 99 problems and a Mitch ain't one.
That's
okay?
true.
But
The month.
It was the
Oh,
month.
yeah.
I mean,
The
that's
whole
even
month.
that's
That's the
even
whole
worse. I didn't realize
Even better.
it was the month. Here's the thing, though. Like, I'm not
Look at the
sitting
4
here.
weeks.
This is not going to be my platform today. Hey, Kyle Shanahan, just kick field goals. That's not my platform. My point is, I feel like we often are asking for 2 things at the same time that don't mesh. And I don't want Kyle Shanahan to be someone who just goes for it on 4th down because that's the cool thing to do in 2022. Analytics plus sports gambling with a sprinkle of Madden. And if it's 4th and less than 5 on the other side of the 50, you go for it. Come on. Come on.
Totally.
Come on. No, I don't want you to do that, especially with the defense that you have. I still want Kyle Shanahan to be smart. And here's where I think fans and all of us sometimes put the 49ers in a weird position. I hear this, and I heard it all morning with Bonte and Joe, and emotionally I get it. Come on, man. Open up the playbook. Let's sling it. How about some Ayuk? How about some Kittle? I want you to go over there. I want you to go over there. I want you to do all this. Next sentence, Jimmy sucks.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute.
Well, I don't want you to sling it because Jimmy sucks.
Because Trent Williams is out.
Right.
I don't want Jimmy to stand back in the pocket and, okay, no, option one's not there. How about option two? How about Aaron Donald in the side of your helmet for a sack fumble? I don't want that. So look, at least right now where the 49ers are, we cannot scream at Kyle Shanahan that you need this dynamic play calling when on the same hand we're yelling that Jimmy Garoppolo is not a dynamic quarterback. So the league is on an axis, and it has flipped to the other side. They are going for it on fourth down way too often.
There are times when you can go for it on fourth down, and it's a chance worth taking, and that's where I don't think Kyle Shanahan is aggressive enough. And to me, it's more than just on fourth down calls. It's in general. I don't want Kyle Shanahan to look at Jimmy G and say, go out there and just sling it. At the same time, your three best offensive weapons right now are not in the run game. They are Debo, George, and Brandon. Those are your three best chances to get positive plays. Apologies to Jeff, but you're not the guy. And whether it's Tevin or Marlon or whoever else you're going to go to in the backfield, you don't have Trey Lance. You've got Jimmy Garoppolo, a run game with a weak offensive line. So how are you going to move the ball? You've got to get the ball to your playmakers. So it's not go out there and sling it, but it's get the ball to these guys, let them make plays, and make it so you can move the ball.
All right. Get in the heart of the NFL with In the Huddle podcast, and then we're going to go to the phone calls here in just a second. Former offensive lineman Brian Baldinger, one of our favorites, NFL insider Jason La Canfora. Team up with the man who pulls no punches, Carl Dukes. They take you around the league, give you the inside scoop on the storylines that matter most, and dive deep on the matchups that determine who wins and who loses. New episodes out every Tuesday and Thursday. Follow In the Huddle on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. We're live at the Hilton Santa Clara getting ready for Monday Night Football, and 95.7 The Game will be there all day. Steiny and Guru, Damon and Ratto, everybody's coming, and we appreciate the Hilton Santa Clara so much. Justin in San Jose, lead us off on the phones. You're on with Willie and Dibby. What are you doing, Justin?
Much going to work. Hey, here's what I got. Man, hey, it ain't going to be no, oh, no, Jimmy throws. It's going to be no, oh, no, Trent Williams. Oh, no, Aaron Donald's in his face. That's what we got to worry about. And if Jimmy G get injured, do you see us shooting out there for a new quarterback? Let's say Kaepernick, that mobile quarterback, dynamic quarterback, something like, so he can run Kyle Shanahan offense like he wanted to run for Trey Lance. That's all I got.
Yeah, Justin, that's not happening. If anything goes down with Jimmy, Brock Purdy is going to be your quarterback, and he's going to be your quarterback for the remainder of the year. Sure, they would sign more as insurance, as they already have. They've already bolstered the quarterback room a little bit, and to have someone behind Brock Purdy. But no, there's not going to be anything sexy that happens there. I'll give you this on the Trent Williams thing. First of all, Trent's main assignment is not going to be Aaron Donald, Trent Williams' replacement assignment is not going to be Aaron Donald. He lines up over the ball.
It's going to be Burford.
That's going to be Brendel and those guys.
And Boone.
Yeah, who are going to have to try to slow down Aaron Donald, and they've actually historically done pretty well with that within the scheme. I will say this. None of these
three guys.
None of those three. Well, Brunskill. Had some good games against Aaron Donald, believe it or not. But here's what I'll say about just the Trent Williams factor. Of all the things that we talk about in this football game, Jimmy was terrible, Kyle's play calling, Matt Stafford to Cooper Kupp, they burned you last year. Of all these things, in this environment, Monday night, a home environment, the history of these two coaches, nothing worries me except for the fact that Trent Williams is out. Like all the things that you might try to do with Jimmy Garoppolo at the quarterback position could get blown up totally if they don't have somebody who can at least do 75% of the work at the left tackle position. It's the only thing. To me, it's the only thing that ruins this game potentially tonight.
Well, to me, what ruins the game is what I just mentioned, which is Brunskill and Banks and Burford, none of whom, Brunskill, he's done pretty well in the one game against Aaron Donald, but The other two guards have never faced Aaron Donald. They've never faced this Ram team in the National Football League, and you've got a situation where they've played pretty well against Seattle, not a great defense. Against Denver, not so much. And the easiest way to disrupt a quarterback, especially a quarterback like Jimmy Garoppolo, is A-gap pressure coming right up the middle. So forget the left tackle part of it, because that's the long way. Shout out Supertramp, take the long way home. The easiest way to get there is the direct line through the guards and the center. So if you can't hold up the interior of the line, then what? Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be off his spot, and we know that Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't do well on off-schedule plays.
Yep.
He doesn't do well outside the pocket. Jimmy is at his best where it's boom, 3 steps and out. One look and the ball's out. That's when Jimmy's at his best. And if you're a Ram defense and you look at this Niner offense and you think offensive line questions, running game not what it normally is. So let's bring everybody up to the line of scrimmage. Let's get after Jimmy Garoppolo and make it hard on him.
The exact same scenario on the other side, too, by the way. When the Rams have they've got offensive line issues. The 49ers have maybe the best pass rush in the game. They do not have great mobility at quarterback.
That's why I'm betting the under, by the way.
Listen, but I'm also telling you, in a way, I like the over just because nothing makes sense. What the hell in the NFL makes sense?
No, and you always like to lean
what makes sense?
in. You like to lean into these things.
Well, when it looks too easy, I know it's not.
The Packer game's on the phone.
Exactly.
They should have won that game by 30 on paper.
Why on earth? Right now, if you just asked anybody going into this football game, based on what we know, what should the over-under be? Should be about 29.
30.
Yeah. Should be about 29.
Exactly.
Like, neither of these teams are going to get to 17. How the hell can they? That's when they will. Like, what did we get? 72 points last night between the Bucs and the Chiefs, and the Bucs were one of the best defenses in football.
Those points came late,
I
too.
mean, man, but Patrick Mahomes did whatever he wanted the entire night.
Yeah.
Brady did kind of too, but that was because I think the Chiefs were in a we're up by 20 mode.
Right.
And so we're going to let you keep the middle of the field, and we're going to let you just kind of do things over the middle. Let's go to Rolando in Napa, next up with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rolando, what are you doing?
I'm here enjoying wine country. I just picked up some coffee from my favorite Starbucks in Napa. Shout out, if you're looking for the best coffee, the baristas in Napa off of Solano. They always take care of you. They get the order right. So big shout out to my baristas at Starbucks.
I was going to say, man, if you found a coffee house where they get the order right, I will drive at least 2 hours. I will do that.
Ask for Cassandra, Mark. She'll take care of you. She's the best barista in the world.
Sounds good.
Oh,
I want to talk about Niners tonight, and I'm positive. It's a beautiful day, and I think this is going to be D'Amico's big game tonight. So D'Amico is going to let, how you say, Mark, the dogs out. I think tonight, mark my words, Lockett, Nick Bosa is going to get 4 sacks tonight, and Hufanga, big 6, baby, off of Stafford.
That's a solid 4.
I mean, we do have, this is the reunited, and it feels so good, Joe Buck and Talanoa Hufanga back together again. I do feel some magic happening there.
No, and I liked what Bonte was saying earlier about a defensive touchdown for the 49ers. I like that, actually, in terms of possible prop bets. I'll check what the odds are. Probably plus 600, 6-1 odds on a Niner defensive touchdown. This feels like a game where the Niner defense will outscore the Niner offense. You and I are not in lockstep in terms of...
I hope not.
Well, I mean...
That either means they got 2 defensive scores or things are even worse than we believe with the 49er offense.
This feels like a 13-12 ball game to me. Rams, by the way, and
it's not going to be
my official pick.
13-12.
And if I can get the 2.5, and I know the spread is ballooned.
It is
to 2.5.
It's firing up to 2.5 with a bullet.
Yeah, and that's man. I would wonder come game time here in about 7 hours if that thing doesn't come crashing back down.
Okay, wait a minute. We have an update.
Exactly.
We have an update,
Exactly.
and Kyle Madsen moments ago was like, "Man, there's some money that's going to come in and push this thing to 3," and both of us were like, "Ooh, I doubt that. I doubt that because that's not that." Obviously, the number 3 is a complete game changer, and as we're sitting here talking about it, the number has fallen back to 2.
Right.
but there's it's moving every half hour, which tells you, obviously, it's a standalone game tonight. It's the last game of the week. Everybody wants to win everything back that they lost over the weekend. There's going to be a lot of money bet on this game. Prime time, two big brands, Rams 49er rematch of the NFC title game. But it is interesting. It is interesting where the money's coming in. When we woke up this morning, it was 1. It's ballooned all the way up to 2.5. It's come back to 2. But it's held steady from the jump that the 49ers are favored in this football game.
Right, from the jump. And again, a 2-point spread, and even if it goes down to 1, what they're telling you is that they think that the 49ers will win. And if you look at motivated teams, the Niners are obviously more motivated to win this than the Rams are, just based on where they would be if they lost. And Kyle sent this in our show thread. If the Niners lose, they're 1-3, 1-1 in the division with a loss to the Rams. If the Niners beat the Rams, you're 2-2, you're 2-0 in the division, and you have a tie-breaking win over the Rams. So this game is worth more than just your average garden variety 1-17.
Any division game is automatically a game and a half. I feel like, which is why the 49ers, if you did draw it up, as frustrating as the first 3 games were, if you're going to win only one of them, they won the right one. They won a division game and have an opportunity to do it again tonight. It's rare that you have games like this where it feels like if they lose, you are at this real deficit looking up and down the whole NFC, even though we're only 4 games in on a 17-game schedule. Right. I'm not one of these people that if they lose tonight, oh my gosh, you can't rally back from that.
Especially with the upcoming schedule.
Of course you can, but to the point you made last week, how many sort of obvious opportunities do you have? How many of those can you miss and then rally back? It's going to get a lot harder to rally back with the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Bucs on your schedule coming up than it would be if you can just, be 4-2 at the end of your games against Carolina and Atlanta, and then you've got a little wiggle room.
Right.
They are almost, outside of the Eagles, they are in the driver's seat as much as anyone in the whole NFC if they just win tonight.
Assuming that they go out and they handle those games on the road, which they should. Carolina's looking at a situation where they might be making a quarterback change, and Atlanta is better than we thought, but they're certainly not as much better than we thought as Philadelphia is better than we thought. The one thing that we do have to keep an eye on playing the schedule game is that Kansas City does loom, and Kansas City, even though you tried to bury them in the offseason, far from done.
I did?
You did, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, when they got rid of Tyreek Hill, you were like, oh, Kansas City. I like the Chargers.
Is that why I predicted the Chiefs to win the AFC West?
I don't remember it that way.
I absolutely.
We got to go to the tape.
I absolutely said that. What I did say is that I think the offense at times will look different, and it has.
Looks better. It looks different, better.
Once again, what do we remember the last game we saw? You don't remember 8 days ago when the Chiefs couldn't get to 20 against the Colts and looked awful?
The Colts are a juggernaut.
Are they now?
I took the Colts. What was I thinking?
I tried. I told you.
You did tell me.
I said, what was my lock of the week? I'm like, Tennessee is winning that game out.
They were up 20-0. I'm thinking, all right, Matt Ryan. They still have Andrew Luck.
Matt Ryan got old fast, brother. DeMarco Farr, next hour. Yeah, seriously, he needs to switch to that. I need to know, by the way, what is Mahomes saying? What is that?
I don't know.
What is that?
I got to go to the tape.
This is my new journey. I want to know. What is he saying? You think it's white 80?
No, it's I-80.
I-80? Traffic on the I-80? I don't know. Anyway, DeMarco Farr next hour. More of your phone calls. We're live at the Hilton. The Niners play tonight if you missed it. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's prime time for the Niners. You're fired up with the faithful. Hell yeah! Live from the Hilton Santa Clara.
This feels like their stiffest test in terms of offensive weaponry that they've faced yet.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
My bad.
95.7 The Game.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile home internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Hi, welcome to the Ikea Fall Savings Event.
Hey, I'm checking off my fall to-do list. I've got apple picking done. Now I need a cozy rug for cider tasting night.
Well, we've got offers on rugs, lighting, and more. And as an Ikea family member, you'll save $20 when you spend $200 or more pre-tax.
Great. Now I actually have to make cider.
Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/fall savings event to get ready and save. Offer valid 10/7 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and ikea-usa.com/fall savings event for complete terms and restrictions.
Hey, I'm Ben Kaspick, host of the Locked On Giants podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team. The Giants are all in on analytics, and on this show, we talk about the Giants in a way that's data-driven and rational, but also simple, passionate, and accessible to all. We understand sabermetrics, but we also understand what it's like to play this game. Listen to the Locked On Giants podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
If
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. The Hilton Santa Clara is the spot. Our coverage is brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon and Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. These are some of my favorite words in the English language. Tailgate.
Yeah.
Beef, whiskey.
No doubt.
Yep.
No doubt.
So it must be a football day.
You know, I don't know if this is a word, but da-da-da-da would have to be another one.
I speak football. I know exactly what that word means.
And Joe Spadoni was playing it during the morning roast this morning, and I was that guy on 680 heading southbound safely in the right-hand lane, hands at 10 and 2.
Good for you.
When he played the Monday Night theme, though, I'm pumping my fist.
Oh, man.
And,
it's so good.
Yeah, it just, something...
Thank you. Spadoni's still here. I'm like, if they can get jealous because we have Baldy, we can get jealous because they got the Monday night theme at least 4 times in their show. Da, da, da.
Ska-na-na-na-na.
Ba-da-ba-da-bop. Yeah.
Even the new theme. I prefer the old theme, but the new theme hits. It all hits the same.
Like the themes have been a thing, like social media this year, especially. I think part of it is that Amazon takes over Thursday Night Football, and they came in with a new theme, which is easily the worst of the bunch.
Their theme is buffering. Is their theme.
It is an odd look and sound. As much as the screen at sometimes looks a little dark, and the broadcasters all are finding their way, and that's fine. Yeah. Richard Sherman's taking heat because he's like, you hated Thursday Night Football.
He's a fraud. Can I do 30 seconds on Richard Sherman,
the fraud? And then I'll defend him. Go ahead.
Richard Sherman, and I hope you're listening, you're a fraud. Because when you were a player, Thursday Night Football, it's criminal. Thursday Night Football, they shouldn't put us through this. Thursday Night Football, you're exposing us to all these injuries. Thursday Night Football, they don't care about us. He retires. Hey, Thursday Night Football, what a gig! And Tua gets hurt on Thursday Night Football, and he doesn't say a word about it. Richard Sherman, you are a grade A, king-size fraud.
I'm trying to think of where how could I go about backing you into a corner on this conversation? It would actually
You looking
be really
real good,
easy.
Mark. Back my thing up.
Yeah, I'm going to back that thing up.
Back it up.
Okay.
Beep, beep, beep.
Give me something you hate. What do you disagree with?
I love everything, Mark.
That's a big.
Nobody asked you, Kyle.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
You know what I hate, and you do it about 12 times a show.
Okay, what is it?
I hate when people interrupt me.
Oh, well, that's not a. Like, give me.
You know what I hate?
Give me a corporation you hate.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Actually,
I hate when people cut in front of me at the frickin' B Bridge.
Have you noticed have you noticed the trend here? Whether interrupting, people cutting you off.
Yeah.
You just want everybody to get the boom, blank, get out the way.
Get out the way, fool, get out the way.
That's not the way life works. But anyway.
Okay.
Let's talk about gas.
I hate the price of gas, Mark.
All right. So
I hate when people grab me in the forearm, too.
Do you really? You actually feel like you've been have you been lifting a baby or something like that?
Arm.
Look at this thing.
It's a baby.
Okay.
There's a baby in there. It's my baby arm.
If Chevron called, okay? Chevron called you, right? They're charging $7.22 a gallon.
Dude, you're making me mad.
And they're on a boat, and they might be killing wildlife out there. Yeah, they're on a boat, just spilling oil into the water, okay? Chevron calls.
Hey, Dibs, we would like to offer you $500,000 to do our voiceover for our commercials.
Where do I sign?
Of course, I'm not coming down Richard Sherman's road.
He's a fraud.
Because he said on one hand, this is bad for health, but on another hand, we know that this is not going anywhere, and he is an incredibly qualified voice on the NFL. He's not supposed to take 7 figures and talk about football games, which he completely knows.
Go work on Sunday.
I disagree.
Go work on a Friday postgame show.
Work on Sunday.
You can work any other day you want, Sherm, other than the one day that you railed against.
Yeah,
You're making money on the back of all these injured players.
Look, this is very similar to the conversation that we've had about Live Golf. And if you want to talk about Dustin Johnson or anybody else out there, it's one thing when you're one of the top 10 players in the world. But so many of these golfers have been absolutely railed and ripped up and down because of the decision they made. And everybody ripping would have made the exact same decision. Y'all would have done it. Y'all would have done it if somebody showed up with life-changing money.
Well, $100 million, I mean.
There's no way you say no. And it's just a fact. And I'm not here to defend where the Saudi government's money's come from, but I'll ask each and every one of you listening, and you too, Dan Dibley, whatever check you do get, do you know where the money's coming from?
Absolutely.
You do?
Odyssey.com.
All right, so let's track the money.
Download the app. Thank you.
Track the money, track the billionaire, track the corporation. And
Are you
tell
calling my
me,
beloved David Field on the carpet right now?
I'm just saying.
D-Field?
Nobody sits down.
D-Field.
Nobody gets a contract pushed in front of them, and they go, before I sign, could you tell me where the money comes from?
This is different.
Nobody does this.
This is different.
It's not different.
No, this is a straight line from Thursday Night Football is the bane of our existence. Hey, Thursday Night Football. I'm in, guys.
By the way, I don't hear Richard Sherman on the broadcast being like, isn't this great? This is amazing, isn't it, right? Thursday Night Football. He's talking about a football game that is going to be played.
But when Tua gets devastated on the field, that would be a perfect time when you are Richard Sherman, NFL verbal tough guy, to step out and say, you know what, guys, we may need to rethink this Thursday night thing, which is what he said during his career. But now he's on the dais, and it's, hey, how about that football game?
The Tua situation had nothing to do with Thursday Night Football.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
If they didn't have a Thursday night game, he wouldn't have been back out there in 4 days.
But no, he wouldn't have been back out there in 4 days if anybody had a soul who was involved in this conversation.
Back injury.
Stop it. By the way, if the game was Sunday, would you have wanted him to play then? Then he could have cleared protocol.
Absolutely.
And then he could have still gotten another concussion, and it still would have been totally wrong what they did the Sunday before.
Had he played on Sunday, I would have known not to start him in my fantasy team.
By the way, what
was I thinking?
Now we're getting to the root of the problem.
On.
By the way,
I was sleeping. Damn baby, she's killing me.
Real quick on this, you want to talk about an underhanded move? Did anybody catch the Friday night into Saturday news dump where the NFL literally came out and goes, okay, the Players Association and the league have come to a new agreement.
I didn't see this.
That if there are any visible signs of concussion, that player's not allowed back into the game. This was straight from Adam Schefter. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to act quick, and we're going to come up with a brand new rule. If there is any visible signs of concussion, you can't play anymore. There's only one problem with their news dump. That was already a rule.
Oh, jeez.
That was already a rule. I could not believe how many reporters just regurgitated that news dump on Saturday night. Well, they've made a change, except for all they're doing is telling you what was already the rule. If you have visible signs of a concussion, you're not allowed back in that game, whether you pass the test in the back room or not. That whole thing was so sideways and so bad. Anyway, back to Monday Night Football. It's Willard and Dibs with you here. 95.7 The Game, live at Hilton Santa Clara, taking your calls, 888-957-9570, looking at your texts on the Comcast Business text line, and looking at you on Twitch and YouTube, the same way you're looking at us. That way it's not creepy.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
You understand? It's creepy if it's only one way.
Totally.
So we're looking at you, too.
I see you. We see you on there, on the YouTube and the Twitch.
A little romper room action going on there. Anyway, looking at this game tonight, to me, it is such an opportunity. It's and the thing we were just talking about when you said Patrick Mahomes, how great does he look? To me is the thing that I'm actually going to fall back on with this 49er game. These players and these teams do not look the same as they did 7 days before. Almost repeatedly. It's why we can't predict any of this stuff. It's why all of your survivor pools are down to 4 people after 4 weeks. Because we can't even...
Is that what yours is at? Are you down to 4?
I think we're at 5. We lost one person yesterday. Someone had Detroit. So we're down to 5.
Detroit?
We were going to be down to 2 if the Packers did not kick that field goal.
Wow.
Mason, make the field goal. And I knew they're going to call a timeout. That was an excruciating 2 minutes. But anyway, the Packers move on. But look, think of that. We can't find one game. That's all we got to ask. Give me one game where you know what's going to happen. And we can't do it.
It's topsy-turvy for sure this year.
So apply that, take your emotion out of the 49ers and apply that to the 49ers, and I'm going to feel confident that this offense is not going to look like it looked in Denver.
It'll look better, but
it has to.
They're facing a defense that is probably as good as the Denver Broncos defense, or darn near.
I'm going to challenge that statement, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, they're probably as good in different ways, and this is a Denver defense that you were not that high on going into that game.
I called them untested.
Yes.
They were untested.
I won't say you poo-pooed the Denver defense, but you did not have as much faith in the Denver defense.
I believe some of what I said was proven correct yesterday, no? As the Raiders, the winless Raiders, put up north of 30 on that defense. So that is kind of my point.
The Raiders have not had problems scoring the football. They've been a pretty good offense.
A little bit.
And that, yesterday was a classic spot. If you were going to ask me what game was the biggest slam dunk game yesterday, other than Green Bay over New England.
We did ask you that.
And I gave you Green Bay on a platter, and you're welcome.
No, they lost. They lost against the spread.
Spread,
no, we asked you for your pick of the week, and it was Jacksonville plus 6.5. Do not try to rewrite history.
Oh, no, I had a bad week.
You said it.
Check the overall standings.
I said, give us
dominating.
one lock, and you said Jacksonville.
We're picking every game, for those of you who don't know.
It's impossible.
And I am absolutely running things. I am like...
you're in first.
And it's not even close, quite frankly. And when the Rams cover tonight, I will only have given back one game to you this week. You're up by 2 on me for the week. I'm up by 7 going into the week.
So if the 49ers win, I pick up 3 games?
I believe that's true. I'd have to check the sheet. I got to check the sheet.
Big game tonight.
But it's a huge game.
Yeah.
It's not only for you, but for the 49ers as well. But you poo-pooed the Bronco defense, and the Bronco defense better than you thought.
They're
and
nice.
I think the
They're
Rams,
not great.
be
It's not a great
careful
defense.
poo-pooing the Rams defense. I would say the Rams defense, Denver's defense, they're probably on par with each other, especially when it comes to the matchup tonight against a 49er offensive line. That's not great.
The Rams, look, it's no shame, I guess, in giving up points to Josh Allen, but we saw them on the opener. Well, actually, they scored 23 against Baltimore and only 19 the week before that against Miami, but 31 on opening night against the Rams in a weather-controlled environment. I'm not going to, shame the Rams defense for that. 27 points against the Falcons at home the following week is not very impressive.
Atlanta better than we thought. First place Atlanta.
Take it easy.
Are they not in first?
Is anybody got a winning record in the division?
Well, I mean, no. 2-2 is not a winning record. It's not a losing record.
All right. And then they hold the Cardinals to 12 last week. 12 points total.
An explosive calamari.
Really?
Not really. I'm trying to sell it. I'm trying to have some fun here.
Then the Rams defense they're fine. They're fine. I think they are a top 15 defense. How about that?
Not even top 16.
No.
They're better than top half.
That's right. They're in the top half.
Okay, where's the 49ers offense in terms of...
Bottom half.
Bottom third.
Yeah, right now.
Bottom fourth.
But let's go week to week.
Bottom 32nd.
I mean, has any offense been through more tumultuous situations than the 49ers? You've had a quarterback change
New
already.
England's offense has been through maybe more tumult.
But, I mean, you got a monsoon and another rain game and a quarterback switch. I mean, that's a lot.
God.
Wait a minute. No?
Monsoon for a quarter. And you're calling this game here
Dibs.
a rain game?
Dibs,
It drizzled. It never rains in Northern California.
The Bills yesterday.
We're in a drought.
You got Stephon Diggs on your fantasy team.
And I do.
Okay, did you watch the ball go right through his hands in the end zone? Because it was a rain game. But listen, That Chicago game,
he stinks.
We're forcing people into some sort of large, broad brush statement about the weather. I was there. Do you want my pregame video?
I saw it. Your shoes were wet for 5 days.
They were playing.
It was a little bit of a drizzle.
Oh my gosh! Pregame swimming pool. Pregame swimming pool. The field.
Shout out Kendrick Lamar.
The field is a joke at Soldier Field. It's a joke.
It's a bit of a bog.
And we know this already. So whether it was totally preventative.
Whether it was.
See that?
He's working great.
Whether it was preventative or not is one question. But to act like that was advantageous or normal for offense,
I'm giving you that.
And it was a quarterback who I was told all offseason, hey, first game as QB1, he's a little flower. He never played college football, and he's never been the QB1. We're going to have to just wait. In fact, his body hasn't grown into it. He can't run because he's just a little pup. He's in a swaddle last week.
Shanahan ran him. He ran him into the ground.
Jalen Hurts is averaging 13 and a half runs a game.
Jalen Hurts played 60 college football games.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Those are facts.
My point is the 49ers have yet to be in a perfectly advantageous offensive position, and I would submit to you that today, with
Mark.
this weather, and the knowledge they have of that defense.
I brought my clubs. I may have to grab 18.
This is, and by the way, I'm not even using the rain against Seattle as an excuse. They scored 27. They were fine. They were fine in that game.
You called it a rain game.
It was not perfect offensive conditions, lie or truth. Lie or truth?
I mean, what is perfect offensive conditions?
Look out the window. Look out the window. This is perfect.
Look at the tree. It's a little breezy. 3 miles an hour. I saw a zephyr, Mark. I saw a zephyr.
It's way too early.
Jimmy G with his soft tossing. Oh, the wind is a factor.
Listen, if we're going to do that, then we shouldn't get mad at people who do think Trey Lance is a bust. But I won't allow that.
I won't either.
Too early.
Way too early.
To go broad brush on any of this stuff. That's what I was saying about Denver's defense. Are they top half of the league? Yeah. But they're not great. They're not a juggernaut. They're nowhere near as good as the Niner defense, in my opinion.
Well, what defense is?
Exactly.
You'd be hard-pressed. I mean, we thought Tampa was, and then we saw what happened last night.
But let's also admit the Niner defense has not gone up against a great offense yet.
True.
And maybe this is the best offense they're
Justin
going up
Fields,
against.
Geno Smith, and
Russell Wilson, who doesn't look like Russell Wilson.
Man, what did Sierra do to him? Honestly,
I don't know. I mean,
and shout out Sierra, who showed up. Sierra showed up in Oakland Saturday night at the Kehlani concert. My son Quest went to see Kehlani out at the old Oakland Arena, and Sierra showed up.
Did a couple.
She came on stage, did a couple of numbers. So
fantastic.
I won't hate on Sierra too much because she helped make my son's night spectacular, but
fantastic.
What did she do to Russ?
I don't.
He's not been the same since they've been together. Facts.
Really?
Hashtag facts.
Is
that
facts?
Women weaken legs.
Stop. I'm not doing this. We did this to Lamar Odom famously.
Where's he now?
Well, by the way, it was actually when he lost that woman that his life went sideways. It was the happiest he'd ever been when he was with Chloe. This is when he lost Chloe. That's where he ended up in somewhere in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
And, I mean, speaking of Chloe, Tristan Thompson, what a dirtbag.
What is going on here?
Just a quick sidelight.
This conversation went sideways.
A quick sidelight.
No, we're still
internet crap.
Those are facts.
Are we not still in gathering info mode?
No, we're
about
gathering
NFL,
timber.
right?
We're not gathering info.
He just walked by.
He did.
Boy,
It's going down. We're gathering timber.
He's locked in.
It is. It's going down tonight. It's Monday
we
Night
are
Football.
gathering info.
We're gathering info
but what
still.
do we know, Mark, about these two teams tonight? Let's start with the 49ers offense. We know that they're on to their, your words, backup quarterback. He's nothing but a bum. He's nothing but a backup.
I didn't say that. But it's a fact.
Those are my words.
It's a fact. He's
a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
The best player on their offense, their left tackle, is out.
Mm-hmm.
Their interior offensive line has been a question mark. Their 3 offensive weapons have not been utilized in any really meaningful offensive way. So we know, and their running back, Jeff Wilson Jr., is what, their 3rd stringer, maybe their 2nd stringer at the start of the year?
Yeah, he's there too.
So he's there too. So offensively, we know this team is beleaguered. On the other side of the ball, we know that the Rams defense is at least pretty good. They're a top 15
They've
defense.
got some players.
According to some. They've
Also banged up. They've got two rookies playing linebacker.
They've got 3 Hall of Fame players on their defense. Granted, all 3 are not playing at Hall of Fame levels, but if you looked at Niners offense versus Rams defense, you would give the Rams defense the edge, I think, in all fairness.
Based on what we've seen, yes.
On the other side of the ball, you've got a Rams offense, which they have a good quarterback who's prone to make mistakes. They have the best receiver in football, according to most. They've got an offensive line that is patchwork and a run game that is not necessarily that vaunted.
8 new starters, yeah.
On the Niners side, defensively, you have maybe the best defense in football. So when you look at the 4 units against each other, you've got strength against strength, defense against offense, both ways. So this one feels to me like it's going to be in the balance at the very least.
Well, almost every game yesterday was.
Right, you made a great point of that, yeah.
Every single game yesterday in the fourth quarter was a one-score football game, and that almost never happens. But, I think where we as fans and media, where we sort of lose our way when we're trying to predict a football game is that we go with everything that we know, like you just laid it out, and there were nothing but facts that you just laid out. But what we leave out is scheme. We leave out coaching. Like, there are always ways to scheme your way through something. The 49ers don't have their left tackle. To their credit, though, this time, they know they don't have their left tackle.
Good point.
In Denver, they had a scheme that was thinking, we have our left tackle. And then suddenly they didn't have their left tackle, and it ruined the second half, I could argue, and they lost the football game. Tonight, they're aware, and therefore, you've got coaches on each sideline who are really good at scheming for what they've got and what they don't have. And that has, by and large, gone Kyle Shanahan's way when he's gone against this particular coach in the past. I think that that's very, very important in this game. And as much as it's been so popular to rip Kyle Shanahan, where's this genius? Some guru, I don't even know what. Can he even call a play? He's an idiot. Listen, what he does, and he does it at a very high level, is prepare for these situations. What you're really hoping for the 49ers tonight is not more injuries, where now more adjustments need to take place. I'm going to give Kyle this, okay? Each game, he came up with a plan, and each time something got thrown at him in the middle of the game. Now, that happens a lot. That happens a lot. But from Monsoon to the loss of Trey Lance to the loss of Trent Williams, these are major things that are happening in games. He knows who he's got. Tonight, if he has those people at the end of the game, I like his chances to put some points on the board.
0 for 3 in halftime adjustments. In the monsoon,
that's fair.
By the time you needed to throw the ball, it was a real monsoon. You were there, I wasn't. I know watching the game that when they fell behind, that's when the rain hit. He had no awareness of the Doppler.
He gambled that he wasn't going to fall behind, and I would have taken the same gamble. Those broken plays on defense, who the hell saw those coming?
His halftime adjustments have not been great. They've been good on the script.
That's fair.
When you get off the script, his offense has been milquetoast with a Q-U-E. Seattle, you lose your quarterback. You were dominating anyway. Jimmy G came out and made plays. Fine. Denver, you lose your tackle. Okay. What's the adjustment, Kyle? The adjustment was to tell your quarterback to run out the back of his own end zone?
Throw an interception.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You made no adjustments.
No, obviously Jimmy's got to make good decisions on the
Scheme
field.
on the script. I love him on the script, which is why another one of my big bets tonight is Niners in the first quarter. First quarter Niners.
They've won them all. They've won them all.
You pointed it out, and I probably won't cite you tonight in the BetQL chat, but just know that I got it from you.
You keep my name out your mouth on your BetQL live chat coming up later on this evening.
It's part of the Odyssey umbrella.
Well, listen, I get it. His halftime adjustments, you can say, have not been great, and I think that that's completely fair. The Chicago one, though, that's a little wobbly because...
Check the radar, Holmes.
Listen, but he had the lead when that radar was coming, and you ripped him for not going on for it on fourth quarter.
Exactly.
I'm sitting there going, no, your 7-0 lead feels like 38-0 right now.
Not really.
But it didn't because Dante Pettis. Here comes DeMarco Farr. Got plenty of room for your phone calls as we keep going. But DeMarco Farr, part of the Rams broadcast and a former Ram, of course, himself, is coming up around the corner. 844-957-9570. That is the number. It's all sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or go online at mbjesse.com. It's Willard and Dibs.
Older boyfriend lessons not stumbling and bumbling and acting like my lump. And the bullets that he passing got fire and got gas and now it's getting drastic. Got you catching balls in the middle of the traffic. In the door Kittles with the 2020 vision. He's slipping and he's slicing, make executive decisions. Got Nick Bosa, they say he's a roaster. Quarterback burnt like he came out of toaster. He fast a Ferrari, 50 sack to prove by David Bakhtiari. You listening to 95.7 The Game. Niners!
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. Dot-com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
You're right. There's just a little breeze as we look out the window at beautiful Santa Clara and getting ready for the tailgate. And we'll be here all afternoon. Niner jerseys everywhere already, 10:30 in the morning. Live Hilton Santa Clara, and our coverage brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon and Harris Ranch beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. And I think both of these teams feel like they've got some needs tonight. Willard and Dibs welcomes in DeMarco Farr, former Ram, big part of the Rams broadcast as well, to talk it all out. DeMarco, what are you doing, man? Thanks for coming on.
Hanging out, man. Love this Bay Area weather. Reminds me of high school ball. You know, that snap in the air. You can feel it coming. Going to be a physical game tonight. Love this type of stuff.
Not bad at all. One of the first non-weather games that the 49ers have played in so far this year. So we're looking forward to it. You said it. We say it every time the 49ers and Rams play. It's going to be a physical game. Sure, it's football. They're always physical, but I get it. To your mind, the familiarity and the dislike that these two teams have for one another plays what role tonight?
You know, I mean, take it one step beyond. You know what it is. It's contempt and hatred in some corners, especially with the fan bases. But, you know, look, it's the way Kyle Shanahan likes to run his offense. It's the way Aaron Donald likes to play. It's the way Sean McVay likes to go about his business on offense. Look, there's going to be some high collision stuff. There's going to be some 3rd and 1s, 3rd and inches that the 49ers need to have and the Rams need to stop them on. So it's going to be one of those boom games, but it's always fun when these two teams meet up. Back in L.A., it got a little rough. It was crazy. The Rams finally got the monkey off their back, beating them in the NFC Championship game. But, you know, we all know it's not over. This rivalry is not over. It will begin again tonight with the winner of this football game.
It's the beauty of it. 2 times a year at least. Last year we got 3 of them, and the Rams finally McVay got over on Kyle Shanahan in the playoff game. Do we overestimate Kyle Shanahan's edge, quote unquote, on Sean McVay?
You know what's funny? I mean, just a lot of Garoppolo hate, you know, coming from the Bay Area, you know, when you ask about the Niners and all this type of stuff. And it's weird when you're kind of out of the bubble. So I'm looking at an offense that's trying to get itself right. It's a new offensive line. You didn't have Kittle. You had a quarterback switch, and then you want to blame one guy for all the problems that go on. But I still see the semblance of the same offense that gives the Rams fit. All this assignment football, this you know, you have to read and react to what they're trying to do and not lose a guy, not lose Kittle. So it's still tough. At some point, they'll start to get their timing back, but you hope it's not going to be against you tonight. So it'll be interesting to see what the Rams do defensively to try to stop that run game and put the game back in Garoppolo's shoulder.
DeMarco Farr with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game as we get ready for Monday Night Football. Okay, DeMarco, it looks like on paper both defensive lines should feast, right? Which defensive line is in even better shape, do you think?
Wow. Well, I got to go with Aaron and the Rams. And A'Shawn Robinson is playing inspired ball. I mean, he's a tough defensive end, like a 4 technique, a guy that can line up, head up with your tackle, and stone that guy. Greg Gaines has been a very active nose tackle, so I'll go with the Rams. And I just talked to Aaron Donald in the elevator about 20 minutes ago, talking about Bobby Wagner. And Aaron says he's never played with an inside linebacker that is good, number one, that can make all the plays an inside linebacker should make, plus he's a great communicator. So if you can actually help Aaron on the field, it's going to make you a better defense. So, and last week in Arizona, Arizona threw the ball 54 times. And I remember the knock on Bobby Wagner coming out of Seattle. They thought he was done. The guy played every single snap versus an offense that threw it 54 times. So he's not just a first and second down player. He's an every down linebacker. So I think he's really been a leader for this Rams defense.
DeMarco, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Did you just say that you took an elevator with Aaron Donald and he told you that he's never played with a good inside linebacker?
He's never played with an inside linebacker like Bobby Wagner. Like, he's played with guys that were good athletically, but they weren't great communicators. Or they were great communicators and they weren't that great athletically. So Bobby Wagner can play, make all the plays an inside linebacker should make. Like, he's elite level inside linebacker. Like, I think Fred Warner might be the best now, but when you're talking about 1A, it's Bobby Wagner. The last 10 years, it wasn't. So he's a great inside linebacker. Plus, he's a fantastic communicator. So what Raheem Morris wants to do and the schemes he's seeing, Bobby Wagner is great at communicating to all the other guys on the defense.
Which defensive star, rather, is likely to feast more? Is it Aaron Donald against a questionable interior O-line of the Niners, or is it Nick Bosa against a patchwork Ram offensive line?
Ooh, the Marauder. What did I just call him? That movie Sin City? Marv? He's that guy, like half a zombie. I love watching him rush. He is always a problem. But what I like more about him is he's an information gatherer, which means in the second half, he's going to be into your cadence, into your line splits, into what you're trying to do, and he's going to exploit it. So he's always a load. He's always a concern getting to the quarterback. But by the second half, at times, he's almost unblockable. So, and the Rams, they have Rob Havenstein, who's kind of their graybeard, and they're breaking in still Joe Noteboom as a left tackle. So there's still some issues along the Rams' offensive line, and even when the Rams are at their best, Bosa is still a problem. So believe me, we've talked about him all week, and we'll probably talk about him a lot tonight.
DeMarco, I wonder about Matthew Stafford, right? They haven't needed him to do anything that's all that dynamic yet. I guess when you're 2-1 versus 1-2, there's not that much of a drumbeat. But you lead the league in interceptions last year. You got more interceptions than touchdowns so far this year. And maybe it's a small sample. But what are we looking at right here as far as the play of Matthew Stafford?
Well, he should have had 2 more touchdown passes last week. I mean, an absolute bullet to Allen Robinson just went right through his hand. I think from about the 2-yard line. That should have been an easy walk-in touchdown for him. And then Cooper Kupp, which you don't see often, he absolutely missed one on a go. So he should have 2 more. But Matthew Stafford is kind of, and I was talking about this with Mike Martz, when he was telling me about Kurt Warner and Mark Bulger, when the Rams and the Greatest Show on Turf, when the quarterbacks were turning it over. And he would say, I don't worry about the turnovers because we're going to make some throws. We're going to put the ball in certain areas that defenses, tend to not cover, or we're going to take chances, basically. So it's going to get picked. Matthew Stafford is the same way. Most of those picks are not like going right to linebackers or bad passes. It's aggressive, over-aggressive stuff where the other guy makes a play on the football. So the last thing you would want to do with a guy like Matthew Stafford is try to rein him in, dial him back. He's a guy that wants to put it in the box every single drive, so you kind of coach him through it, but you never kind of pull the reins on a guy like that.
If Cooper Kupp is taken away by the 49ers, and if I'm D'Amico Ryan's defensive coordinator, that's what I'm trying to do, who do the Rams turn to for offense to try to counteract that Niner defensive approach?
Well, last week it was Tyler Higbee, the tight end, and I think with 2 more touchdown passes, he'll be the greatest tight end in Rams history. So last week, they really got the perimeter screen game going, and he was a big part of that. So look for him. Cam Akers was the guy that took over the game. Running back. He took over the game in Arizona. Buda Baker made one of the best plays you'll see at free safety, getting the ball out around the 1 yard line. Cam Akers was just about to stretch in for a touchdown, and Baker comes out of nowhere and knocks it out. So if he puts that in, that would be 2 rushing touchdowns for Cam Akers, and you would have spent the entire week talking about him. So it is what it is. But outside of Cooper Kupp, and if you're talking about the passing game, you're hoping it's going to be Allen Robinson. But I would look for Higbee and look for Cam Akers controlling the clock.
DeMarco, does it make sense to you that the 49ers are favored in this game?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's that old big brother thing. I mean, the Rams beat them when it mattered most. They got to the Super Bowl and won it. But it's not over. You can't forget, or it shouldn't be that far out of your mind, that the 49ers beat the Rams Week 18 in L.A., and they beat them physically. Debo had run through everybody on this football team for about 2 years. So I see why you would say the 49ers are favored. And the Rams are still trying to work out their own problems here. But you look, when these two teams match up, you've heard this 1,000 times, you throw out the record book. You really do. It's about what you do on game day. Best team on game day wins. So I would say fewest mistakes will win this game tonight.
Okay, so big brother dynamic. In this one, you still think the 49ers are the Rams' big brother?
You know what? You're going to have to, go on a long streak, something ridiculous, 20 games in a row, to get that big brother, little brother mentality out of the minds of the players and the coaches and the fan base. Really. I mean, it's been the other way for too long.
Yeah.
Either the 49ers have just been better than the Rams, or even if the Rams are good, they just can't beat the Niners. Either way, to get to the Super Bowl, you've got to go through San Francisco first. So it's always going to be them or us versus them.
DeMarco, great stuff, man, and we really appreciate your time on a busy day. Thanks so much, man.
No problem, guys. Talk to you guys soon.
Okay, there goes DeMarco Farr. That's one part of the Rams broadcast. Another part's about a half hour away. JB Long, the voice of the Rams, will jump in here. I find that really, really interesting. That the 49ers, through the eyes and the minds of the Rams, the 49ers are the big brother. And I get that if you've been a 49er fan for a really long time, you understand the dynamics of this going through the 80s, 90s, and beyond. But even, I guess, in recent times. Now, maybe Matthew Stafford doesn't feel that way. He's like, look, I'm the leader of this team. We've played 3 times. I lost 2, but we won the important one. I wouldn't think there's much of a dynamic. But he's right. If you extend it out, the further that you go, I mean, don't forget, Week 18, Matt Stafford's wife, it was crazy.
Exactly.
It took over the stadium.
And that's, I think, part of it as well. And because the Rams, I'm sure the players know that they are yet to win over their own market. Even after winning a Super Bowl, it doesn't feel like L.A. is a Rams town. It's a Laker town, first and foremost. It's a Dodger town, second. And then it's everybody else. It's whoever else is winning. You spent more time there recently than I have.
I don't know.
But if the Rams win again, maybe then they get. But even that, I mean, you're making a face, and the face you're making though is accurate because the Rams just won the freaking Super Bowl. Pick any other football town in this country.
Oh, gosh.
If your team wins the Super Bowl, you are now that town's most beloved favorite team. But if you're in LA, it's like Lakers, Dodgers, and then yawn. It was USC for a while. Now it's not. It was UCLA hoops back in the day. Now it certainly is not. Forget your Anaheim teams, and that's what the Rams still are for many people in L.A.
No, you're right. I mean, it's going to have to go through some generational stuff, right? I mean, if there are kids who are like, I want a Cooper Kupp jersey, and then those kids need to become 55 years old, and they're like, I've been watching since I was 6.
And then their kids become Ram fans,
and then,
too.
So it's never going to be that way anytime soon. It's just not the way the whole thing
And by the way,
is
55-year-olds, we don't sound like that, just so you know.
You don't know what you sound like when you're 55. You're not there yet.
I'm getting there. Each and every time I wake up at 2:06 and changing diapers.
You sound like that a little more than you think you sound like that,
That's
too.
sad, bro.
So
that is sad.
Anyway, that is the dynamic.
Shut up, Tim Jordan. Old guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Old guys turn around each other.
Rule. Do you have one of those hats?
No, I'm not.
Because now I know when your birthday is, so maybe I'll get you one next year.
Spadoni, you're barking up the wrong tree.
I think actually he knows exactly where he's barking.
Yeah,
anyway,
me and Steiny.
Point being, that's kind of a fan dynamic, maybe a little less so than the players, but DeMarco even said it's kind of a part of the mindset of the players.
But you mentioned it. The Niners have won 6 of the last 7. And yes, the Rams won the big one, but this is not that. This is a home Monday night game for the Niners, and I'm sure the Niners are feeling like Kyle Shanahan's probably thinking, cool, let's go. I've got ownage on you, little Sean.
It all leads to this for me, because we talk to people who are, whether it's with the Rams broadcast or, we have a Rhett Lewis on last week, or you've got people that are kind of the national perspective on this whole thing. Guru, thank you for not wearing a Cowboy jersey, but then you wore the Rams colors. I know it's a Warrior jacket, but what are you doing? Anyway, point being is, I do think that the perception of the 49ers right now, the worst perception of the 49ers sits with its own fan base. If you talk to people out of this market, if you talk to people within the league, it's the same answer every time. A Rich Ornberger will come on. A Rhett Lewis will come on. DeMarco just did it. He sounds very scared of the 49ers tonight. He thinks that everybody's too hard on Jimmy.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go, if you're not a 49er fan, you still think the 49ers are right in the thick of this thing, and you have the utmost confidence that the people in charge are going to figure it out. I think that's important, because we have to acknowledge our own emotions, which are involved in this and are by definition not rational.
Well, they're rational in that we've seen a lot more Niner football than all these other people have seen. We've seen every snap. We've seen every practice rep. We've read every article. We live it. We breathe it. And we see a 1-2 team that should be 3-0, and they're not. And then the other piece of it, and this, you may not like this because he's your guy, but we watch Jimmy Garoppolo play quarterback. We watch Jimmy Garoppolo do what Jimmy does, which is he wins games. All he does is win, but he makes losing plays. He's not a very impressive looking quarterback on the field. So as a 49er fan, you watch all these things and you don't feel the same way as somebody on the outside's like, damn, this defense, and your coach is a genius, and your defense is nasty. DeMarco said, Fred Warner is probably the best inside linebacker in the game, even better than Bobby Wags.
Yeah, well, he is, by the way. Although, I'll also say this, it's funny, and again, perception versus reality. I'm listening to Bonte and Joe this morning. I don't argue with anything you just said.
You're a roaster.
Absolutely, especially when I got an hour and a half drive.
Tell me.
But anyway.
By the way, it only took me an extra 10 minutes to come down here.
Versus going to the station?
Yeah. And it's about 40 miles further, but go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah.
Shout out the Bay Bridge.
Direction matters.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm listening to Bonte and Joe, and Joe's goes, oh, I just watched all this football yesterday, and everybody's got quarterbacks who make plays. Okay, hit your brakes. Hit your brakes,
Chicago?
Joe. Mm-hmm. Chicago, the announcer's yelling because he completed a forward pass.
Oh, that's so
Darnell Mooney had 4 catches yesterday. I think that's more than he had in the first 3 games combined. Okay?
Franchise record.
Did you wake up early and watch the Vikings play the Saints? Did you come out of there going, man, these quarterbacks are slinging it? No, you did not.
You would take either of those quarterbacks over the quarterback you have here.
You would take Andy Dalton?
Andy Dalton looked good, kid. Don't hate the redhead.
He looked better than Jameis Winston, but
Jameis looked good.
They were
on the sideline.
Yeah, they were fine. But then I'm gonna watch the Falcons Browns. Did I come out of there going, man, those Jacoby Brissett and Marcus Mariota, boy, they sling it. Okay, then Washington played Dallas. Cooper Rush has got a nice little thing going, but do you come out of the game going, man, playmakers, y'all? No, you don't. The Lions-Seahawks game
Thank you for y'all.
I mean, the Lions-Seahawks game is sideways, so the quarterbacks look good. But does anybody want Geno or Jared? He went to Jared. No. The Titans played the Colts. Playmakers. No. Do I need to keep going? The Bears-Giants. Jags-Eagles. They played in a storm. Jalen Hurts, one of my favorite players this year. Jets-Steelers. Watch that game. Tell me you're jealous of the quarterback position. Holy hell, his name's Pickett, and it's perfect. Bills versus Ravens. Actually, a low-scoring game, even though you love the 2 quarterbacks. Justin Herbert was good, not great, good again in Houston. If your feeling is, everyone's got a playmaker but us, that just means you watched last night. You watched last night and you went to bed. That's all it means.
Yeah,
That's all that means.
This week was not a great week for they've got a playmaker and we don't. Especially as you look around the league and, the Niners are down to their backup quarterback, who, by the way, is your starter because he's going to start the rest of the year. But if you look around the league, New Orleans is on to their second quarterback. And the Jets are back to their first. They've used their second. Pittsburgh's making a quarterback change. Carolina is going to make a quarterback change. So you go across the league and you look at all these situations, and you should thank your lucky stars that you have a guy in Jimmy Garoppolo as a starter who used to be a starter. He was a backup for about 5 quarters, and now he's a starter again.
He's not great, but he's going to look better tonight than he did last week.
Well,
I feel very comfortable saying that he's going to look better tonight.
And if you compare
than
him,
he looked last week,
compare him to the guys you just
loud.
mentioned. You know, a lot of the guys you just mentioned, you'd rather have him than Davis Mills. You'd rather have him than Geno Smith. You'd rather have him than Danny Dimes and Justin Fields. My heart goes out to Justin Fields and the end of his career, which, although in Chicago, he might be the best quarterback they've had since Jim McMahon, right?
It's so bad.
It's so bad in Chicago.
It's so bad. Justin Fields, by the way, they're like, hey, that was better. He went 11 for 22 with 174 yards. All they're saying is that he didn't throw a pick.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't throw a pick. Hey!
It's a start. It's a start.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh, my God.
It's like when my newborn doesn't, whiz on me when in the middle of a diaper change. Oh, you're being so good.
It's a girl. Like, that's one of the great things about having a girl is you should not get whizzed on in the middle of changing a diaper.
Of all the things I've learned in 5 weeks, she's 5 weeks old today. That is one of those urban myths. Just because.
How about a girl? It's way easier. It's easier. You're forgetting what happened 20 years ago.
I've changed more diapers in the past 5 weeks than you changed your entire career, bro.
Buddy, listen.
Pal.
Not only
Chief.
is it harder, Chieftain. I like adding the AN at the end.
Thank you.
Yeah, not only is it harder with the boys, we don't ever grow out of it. You know this, right?
True.
I mean, go to one of those family restrooms and then look at the look on a girl's face when she comes out. She's like, what is the matter with you people? Do you just come in here and spin around in a circle? Are you playing some sort of Space Invader game in here? Mm-hmm. What are you doing? And I actually had this conversation with the lovely Christy at the Giants game on Thursday night. I'm like, listen, you're not wrong. We're gross.
No doubt.
But controlling that thing is not easy.
That's what I try to tell my people.
I don't even understand it. Sometimes it's just, right? So shout out to the baby boys.
Thank you.
It's harder. It's harder than the girls.
Not to get too penile,
You're just tired.
But these women expect us to shoot 100%. If I go 99%,
all right,
there's going to be some splashing. There is splashing, people.
That's right. That's why
What is going on?
I have been saying for years that homes in the Bay Area should be just like Candlestick and just give us a trough.
That's it.
If you give us a little lateral movement,
Don't say that again.
It covers everything. Anyway, this went to an odd place.
Be better at your job.
JV Long.
What is going on?
JV Long is going to join us here.
What's going on here?
It's my new favorite.
Just a little bit. JD Long's going to get in here. Also, I want to remind everybody, losing a week in fantasy football means you're going to hear some smack talk from your friends. There's no doubt about it. I was getting it. Speaking of new dads, Brian Iglesias, who was 0-3, I was 2-1 in the 95-7, the lame league, and he came out and he smacked me around a little bit. I had a good week. He had a better one. And so he got his first win. And so he gave me some text messages last night that I didn't want to read.
He's got 2 babies outside. He's got twins.
But he's only got 1 win. But it is courtesy of me.
1 twin.
Yeah, check out the Reception Perception podcast for insights on which wide receivers to start this week to rack up a big fantasy win, whether you're in a PPR league or not. Wideout's a huge part of whether you win or lose. Matt Harmon and James Coe have a unique analysis to predict who's going to boom and who's going to bust. New episodes every Tuesday and Thursday. Follow Reception Perception on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts and the fantasy news of the day. We expected it after the tweets from late yesterday. Javonte Williams, running back, Denver Broncos, torn ACL confirmed, and so he will obviously miss the remainder of the year, and that Bronco offense, which was already struggling, is now down one of their biggest weapons, and the Melvin Gordon show takes over in Denver.
And, I don't know if you mentioned it, but Tua will not play this upcoming weekend.
Is that official?
It's official.
Good.
Mike McDaniel.
By the
has
way,
come out.
whether he passed a protocol or not, just for PR purposes, like, hello.
Right.
Like, do not. Can you imagine if they came out Friday, they're like,
another back injury.
Looks good.
Man.
Look, we tested it. We poked him. We poked him in the shoulder and nothing happened. So he's going to play.
Exactly. Gave him the smelling salts and put him back out there.
So bad. So bad. All right. Your phone calls wide open and welcome. 888-957-9570. Your comments on the Comcast Business text line, Twitch and YouTube, welcome as well. And also tucked in to our conversation next hour, the voice of the Rams, J.B. Long, as we continue at the Hilton Santa Clara. We appreciate you being with us on Willard and Dibs.
It's a monster Monday night matchup.
Shut up, all of you. Just beat the Rams.
We're live from the Hilton Santa Clara for Monday Night Football.
Quarterback sneak. Jimmy Garoppolo puts it away for San Francisco.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7. The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Elton John's Farewell Yellow Brick Road Tour continues with 2 shows at Levi Stadium on October 8th and 9th. For more info and tickets, head to 957thegame.com/events.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Hi, welcome to the Ikea Fall Savings Event.
Hey, I'm checking off my fall to-do list. I've got apple picking done. Now I need a cozy rug for cider tasting night.
Well, we've got offers on rugs, lighting, and more. And as an Ikea family member, you'll save $20 when you spend $200 or more pre-tax.
Great. Now I actually have to make cider.
Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/fall savings event to get ready and save. Offer valid 10/7 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and ikea-usa.com/fall savings event for complete terms and restrictions.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
We're looking at you, Mojo SF. I see you on YouTube. Getting the W today. It's that simple, Dibs. Getting the W today. And I'm picking up 3 on you in the spread formation. It's happening.
Okay. Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I appreciate those well wishes, sarcastic as they are.
No, it's a win-win, actually, because I would love for the 49ers to win, which would be good news for us. It'd be good news for the 49ers. It would make me happy. If, by chance, par chance, they don't win, I happen to have picked the Rams in our spread formation, and reluctantly, I would pick up a win.
Don't you try to steal the sniff.
Oh, I
guru.
just did.
Don't try.
I just did.
Don't steal his bit. Do not
First
do
of all,
that.
bits get stolen all the time. Steiny, with the apology not accepted, was stolen from me, which I stole from my brother Douglas.
Oh.
Thanksgiving about 8 years ago, somebody flashed a picture of him, and he said, "Ow, ow, ow," and we all laughed, because who does that? And he says, "You know my eyes. I have bad eyes. You know that hurts me." And I said, "Oh, Doug, I forgot. I'm so sorry." And Doug says, "Apology not accepted." So bits get stolen all the time.
Story. That's actually a really good story.
Night.
Why is no family able to do Thanksgiving without drama and fighting? That I don't think I've ever heard of it.
Yeah.
There's always something that comes out of it. Sometimes, by the way, on Thanksgiving, because some of you are like, I went to Thanksgiving last year and it was great. No, seeds were planted. Seeds were planted you don't even know about. Because I went to Thanksgiving last year and it was great.
Yeah.
And then I found out about 3 months later, holy hell, everybody's fighting.
Well,
I was like, what the hell? What happened?
I had a rookie year this year at Thanksgiving because I was with Supper's family, and they apparently do this thing where they play bingo after dinner.
Oh.
The mom, the future mother-in-law, the famil buys presents for everyone. So when you get a bingo, she gives you a present that you unwrap. It's like, oh, that's your prize.
Amazing.
I thought it was so much fun. Apparently, nobody else likes it.
Oh.
They all want bingo eradicated.
So
and I'm sitting there like, oh, 67, isn't this fun? And, Supper's
doing victory laps
Supper's
around
hit
the
me under
living
the
room.
table like, knock it off.
Stop.
We want this to end.
Well, but then why are they doing it still if you have all of them wanted to end?
Because the fulfill.
Because the one.
The future father-in-law enjoys holding court
patriarch.
and spinning the balls.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. All right, we're live at the Hilton Santa Clara, and our coverage is brought to you.
It's a cut. Spinning the ball, sorry.
Jim Beam, bourbon whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon and Harris Ranch beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. Really glad you're with us. 888-957-9570 the number. Comcast business text line. And yes, we are staring at you too, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for being creepers and staring at us. No, we appreciate it very much. Glad you're with us on whatever platform you're using right now to bring it all in. And JB Long, the voice of the Rams, will be along in 10 minutes. We had a conversation, if you missed it, with DeMarco Farr about a half hour ago. You can download the Odyssey app and subscribe to Willard and Dibs and check that out if you did miss it, because an interesting subject, I think, came up at the end where he sort of stated that the 49ers still very much have a big brother mental advantage when it comes to this matchup. And then I will extend that point further because, and I'll admit also, I'm saying this as a way to comfort 49er fans going into this. I want you all to know that the rest of the world thinks your team is better than you do.
Right.
The rest of the world, and now we could say that maybe that's just like old habits dying hard. They were in the NFC title game last year, so the rest of the world still thinks that you're good. We do take a few weeks. We are slow on the uptake. Like, let's take the Packers, for example. Are they good? They're 3-1. Aaron Rodgers doesn't think they're good. We think they're good.
Right.
We assume they're going to win the division. Why? Because they just do. They do. I don't know, though, if that's a very good football team this year. I know they eked one out over the Bucs by a couple of points. I know the Vikings ran them up and down the field. I know they beat New England's third-string quarterback in overtime. There's so much parity this year.
In the NFC especially,
right, that being 1-2 or 2-2 or whatever, like, you're fine. Heck, being 1-3 is not preventative of anything.
That's what I was just going to go with, because even if you lose this game, and it's basically a coin toss, I don't know if the spread's moved right now. Niners were favored by 2 at last look, but even if you go to 1-3, Carolina and Atlanta both coming up in the near term, even if you're 2-4, even if you're, God forbid, 2-5, you're still not out of it in this NFC because of what you're talking about. There's so much parity. There's no dominant team. You could go on another late run. Like last year, they were 3-5. They went on a run all the way to the NFC Championship game. This year, that sort of a run feels even more possible than it did last year.
9 wins is going to go to the playoffs. Look up and down this NFC and tell me what you think is sustainable as far as 10-win teams. Could the Eagles win 10?
They should.
Absolutely. Could the Packers win 10?
They should.
Absolutely. Could the Vikings get to 10?
Yeah.
They could.
Yeah, why not?
Could Dallas get to 10?
Yeah.
They
could.
Through your teeth, you're like, maybe. All right. Could Tampa win 10?
Yeah, they should.
Okay.
The Giants, the New York Giants?
Absolutely not. Like, unequivocally,
they're
absolutely
3-1.
not. Yes, they are circumstantial. Could the Rams win 10?
They should.
Okay. Guess what? We still haven't gotten to 7 teams.
We've gotten to 5, and of those 5, 2 of them are iffy.
So where are you going next? Again, I keep stressing this, and I know we're way too early to start looking at the way the playoffs are going to shake out, but the 49ers, for this to not recover, like, I have full faith that they are going to continue to get better, that they absolutely, on some level, will figure it out. Does it mean they'll dominate? Does it mean they'll have a second half like last year? No, I have no idea. But if they can stick around 500, you're essentially competing with Arizona, Atlanta, Detroit, the New York Giants,
Minnesota.
That's who you need to beat. That's all you have to do. You can lose to Philly, Minnesota, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, and the Rams, and Dallas. You can lose to them all and still see you in January.
Well, and that's the thing about this new NFL playoff format that I really don't like, is the fact that you can basically find your way into the playoffs almost haphazardly. 7 of 16 in each conference get in. So when you look at any particular conference, especially the NFC, in this time, the NFC is going to have 4 or 5 teams at the bottom, and usually you'd have 4 or 5 at the top, but you don't have 4 or 5 at the top. So You take the 4 or 5 bottom feeders, and then you look at everyone else, and you're basically looking at, like you said, 9 and 8 would be enough to get it done.
Fun fact, okay? Ready?
Yeah.
Fun fact. Are you a believer in point differential?
Not so much in football as I am run differential in baseball.
Okay, I think that's a fair statement. However, I will also say it usually is an indicator of something. Like if I'm going to go through the AFC, these are the teams with a positive point differential. The Miami Dolphins, the Buffalo Bills, the Cleveland Browns, the Baltimore Ravens, the Cincinnati Bengals, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Kansas City Chiefs. That's who has a positive point differential.
Those are probably all playoff teams.
And they're all at 500 or better also, by the way.
Right.
Okay? So that's that. Let's go to the other 3 divisions in the NFC. The Eagles, positive point differential.
Yeah.
Cowboys, Giants, only by 5, by the way. 3-1, 5-point differential.
But defense has been really good. Their
Absolutely.
offense has not been good. The defense has been solid.
Minnesota, Green Bay, positive point differential. Tampa Bay, Atlanta, positive point differential. Which teams in the NFC West, don't look, have a positive point differential?
Well, the Rams don't after getting motorboated in the opener. Seattle might. They lost although no, they got boated by the Niners, so they wouldn't. The Niners, they say they lost a close one. The Niners probably the only one with a positive point differential.
Pay that man his money.
And they're what, plus 8?
49ers, who in this moment, at this hour, are the 4th place team in the West, because the Cardinals and Seahawks are both 2-2 and the Rams are 2-1, are the only team with a positive point differential in the
plus
division.
8, is that right?
Plus 10.
Plus 10.
Plus 10.
And the Rams are what, like minus 12?
Rams are minus 9. Rams are minus 9.
And Seattle and Arizona are probably not too far below the Mendoza.
Seattle's minus 20, which was the point differential in the Niner game.
Right.
They're basically even outside of that, and the Cardinals are minus 15. So it's not a perfect thing, and it's especially going to have some holes in it when it's early in a season. We've only had 4 games for most of these teams. But for whatever it's worth, I will fall back on the reason that they have a positive point differential is not because they've been good, it's because their defense has been epic.
Yes, exactly.
And when you have an epic defense, still to a degree untested, I will agree.
Right.
But when you have an epic defense, you go to the playoffs.
Well, and you're not going to be that
far. Way it works.
You're not going to be that far in the negative in point differential because you're not losing games 38-7.
You're never going to get blown out.
Most
you're
likely
be in every game.
You might lose a game 20-0, but you're probably not going to lose 40-20. And in terms of the 49ers and where they sit after they get out of the bye, their schedule gets a lot easier. Their last 4 games of the year at Seattle, Washington, at Vegas, which would be an interesting one.
Oh man!
And then Arizona. You've got Arizona as your finale. You've got Arizona and Seattle and Washington, 3 of your final 4 games. So even if you're in a spot where they haven't been able to really find their footing, and you go into those last few games and you're sitting at, you're maybe 6-8 with 3 to go, or you're 5-8 with 4 to go. Season's not lost based on who you have left.
JB Long, voice of the Rams, going to join us in just a second. By the way, you mentioned that Vegas game. I've officially done a switch. Like, when that schedule first came out, you know me. I'm the type that's like, oh, New Year's Day in Las Vegas. Pass. Like, oh my gosh, amateur hour, hardcore, overly priced. You're all nuts. No, I do not want. I've switched. I want to be there.
You want to go, huh?
We got to go. We got to go. You have to go. You have to go. It's going to be the last time you leave your house ever again.
Go. I'm not allowed to leave the house.
Yes, you are. That's still 3 months away. You can do this. You just have to plan it now.
Okay, if I have a bullet to fire, and let's just pretend hypothetically that I have a bullet to fire,
I think
that's not the one I'm firing.
I think they're going to clinch the trip to the playoffs in that game.
Yeah, tonight actually might be the bullet that I'm firing here.
Are you going tonight?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, gosh.
By the way,
I want to stay. I got a bunch of people to pick up from school.
I can get you Raiders Niners tickets $385 a piece now.
I'll pass. I will
400 level.
Speaking of these games, though, immediately after the game, get to 95.7 the game tonight for overtime with Kyle Madsen and Evan Giddings. They will be taking your calls, breaking down all the action from Monday night. That is the place to be with no waiting as far as getting your comments on the air immediately to 95.7 the game as this one ends, and talk to Kyle and Evan. We will talk to JB right now. That is JB Long, the voice of the Los Angeles Rams, who joins us right now live on Willard and Dibs. JB, what's cooking, man? Thanks for coming on.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Mark. I feel like this is a studio update from San Francisco on our TV side, Mark, and I'm about to take it back from you to call the
next. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we're over here getting ready for 49ers and Rams, but we've kind of been given the 49er perspective. Let's go live to JB for the Rams perspective with this update. Hey, JB.
Is that tonight?
You better get down here, kid.
Exactly.
Traffic's starting to build out here on Tasman.
Mid-Peninsula. I'll be with the team momentarily. I'll be sure to hop on the bus and take the police escort. Look forward to seeing you guys soon.
Absolutely. And let us know how everyone is feeling, because I think you know this. It's inherent. Like around here, they're 1-2. It's been a lot of drama with Trey and Jimmy. Sunday Night Football, very poor performance. And because of that, the 49er fan base feels very on edge, lacking a normal confidence. But I bet that's also just the way fan bases work, right? Like the Rams are 2-1, but how's everybody feeling about the way they've looked so far?
Mark, it sounds to me like the 49ers have the Rams right where they want them. Isn't this the circumstance they're used to at Levi's? Season kind of on the ropes, reeling a little bit. Here come the Rams, and this is how they've put their year back intact a couple of times recently, especially last year. And lo and behold, it's Jimmy Garoppolo back at the control. So it feels like deja vu all over again from the Rams standpoint, and I think this is a big one to overcome. The NFC Championship game snapped a lot of bad history, but that history can kind of pick up where it left off, at least from a regular season standpoint, with a lot of the same cast of characters if the Rams aren't able to come into Levi's and win tonight.
How beat up are the Rams? We've talked a lot here about Trent Williams being out, Azeez Al-Shire not going to play, but from a Rams standpoint, just how beleaguered, especially is that offensive line?
Yeah, I think that's it. 4 games, 4 different configurations. Van Jefferson was scheduled to be their third receiver. He's yet to play this year. That one hurts. There's some bumps and bruises in the secondary as well, but I don't think the Rams are going to get any sympathy from anyone because they've had the better of the injury story for most, really all of Sean McVay's tenure since 2017. They've won a lot of injury reports and a lot of games because of it. And especially in a circumstance like this where I think the 49ers could go down their injury list and say, we've got you beat on that one. This is not a matchup where I think you're going to point to guys who were not able to play as the story of this contest. I think there's plenty of reliable, steady stars in this game who are going to determine the outcome. But offensive line, definitely for both teams, I understand, is an understandable concern given the pass rush potential for both of these opponents.
JB, coming off of the NFC title game, I think that this would be an uncomfortable situation for a 49er fan if, say, they're up by 3, but Matthew Stafford has the ball with 5 minutes to go in the game. But I'd love to hear you compare the offense that he was running and the weapons he had in that NFC title game with the situation he would have tonight. How are they different?
Yeah, I mean, Odell Beckham's injury in the Super Bowl changed a lot. I mean, I think he was well on his way to becoming the Super Bowl MVP that night against Cincinnati. Instead, it went to Cooper Kupp, and the Rams are fortunate to still have that Lombardi trophy given, I think, the depletion of their weapons. And I'm not sure they've totally solved for that. I already mentioned Van Jefferson's name. Odell, if he is a Ram again this year, it's not going to happen until closer to Thanksgiving based on all accounts. The big signing was Allen Robinson, and aside from a touchdown catch against the Falcons in Week 2, so far it hasn't clicked, which is not to say it's not still going to work out the way the Rams had hoped. But aside from Stafford, there hasn't been a lot to point to that would make you feel like this is still one of the best offensive teams in football. In fact, I know output is kind of down across the league, generally speaking, through the first month of the season, but in terms of points per game, yards per game, this is the lowest output through September that the Rams have had under Sean McVay. And a lot of people would have told you that's because Matthew Stafford's arm was bothering this offseason. That hasn't been it. It just hasn't been it. I think pass protection early, really just catching the football. Recently as Arizona, both Robinson and Kupp dropped touchdowns, which seldom if ever happens. In different ways, but I think like San Francisco, they just have not been able to break out when they have the football yet. And I'd be surprised if that doesn't happen tonight for either or both of these offenses because they tend to bring out the best in each other.
How can the Rams do anything offensively outside than throwing the football against the 49er defense that's been pretty stout against the run?
Yeah, look, I think San Francisco probably has a good claim to the best defense in the NFC, if not the entire NFL. And your audience understands that the only caveat to that is they've played the Bears, Seahawks, and Broncos, right? So We'll see what it looks like. Or maybe we won't see what it looks like against a top-tier offense in the Rams tonight. But I think they have all the pieces. To me, their secondary looks improved, even without Jimmy Ward. I think their secondary is better than we've seen it in years past. And their pass rush is ferocious. I mean, I watched a lot of that Denver game last week on the flight home from Arizona. And to see Bosa in slow motion turn into corner is enough to give you cold chills. And that's an issue right now, as we've already talked about with the Rams on their offensive line. So the 49ers are used to it. The 49ers can use a Garoppolo, time to throw in the mid-twos and solve for the Rams defensively and Aaron Donald. At least they've done it in the past. I'll be curious to see how Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford go about it tonight because they have not had a ton of success running the football, as you alluded to. And outside of Cooper Kupp, it's unclear who they can really rely upon to move the chains.
You know what, JB, I didn't think that this name would come up in our conversation, but I was just sitting here listening to you talk about the Rams, and suddenly my mind went to Buster Posey, and here's why. So the San Francisco Giants lost him, and there therefore was a conversation all year long about leadership within that group. Talk to me about the Rams, who lost Andrew Whitworth, and then also had rumors of moving on from Sean McVay and Aaron Donald in the offseason. Yes, they ended up coming back, but is there a recalibration in terms of the emotions of the locker room that the Rams need to go through this year?
I think you're onto something there. Let me quickly share an anecdote with you because each day I drop my youngest son off at his preschool, and there's a San Francisco Giants fan who has a child in his classroom, and so I see their car license plate and license plate holder almost every afternoon. It's a San Francisco Giants holder, and the license plate has Posey, kind of customized vanity plates. And so Buster Posey, even down in Los Angeles, is almost a daily reminder of this rivalry and what LA versus San Francisco means. But anyways, I do think there's identity formation going on, to your question, especially offensively. And this is not last year's Super Bowl team. No NFL team is last year's team, but especially so for these Los Angeles Rams, even though quarterback, Kupp, Ramsey, Donald, a lot of it looks the same. But on defense, I think there's a big addition in Bobby Wagner, and I think they were intentional about signing him and breaking their roster-building pattern to get a big thumper at middle linebacker for nights like these. And I'm excited to see how he fits into this formula, given his success against the 49ers while he was with the Seahawks. But on the other side, without a fixture like Andrew Whitworth, yes, I agree with what you're saying, that I'm not sure who the Rams are going to be long-term on offense quite yet. I'm not sure they have all the pieces they need to win the NFC West or defend their titles quite yet. But I think there's a lot of latent potential there. And to give you one example, Ben Skoranek, a seventh-round, second-year receiver, is suddenly a Kyle Juszczyk-like chess piece for McVay. And this is an offense that's not operated with a fullback traditionally, but they can run three receiver sets and put Skoranek in the eye and create some problems. And so I'm curious to see what that next evolution looks like tonight against a team that has made a lot of yards, a lot of touchdowns using Juszczyk in that way.
Excuse me while I bet some Skoranek overs here as I'm preparing for the game. No, actually, I was thinking about
just
some
don't
Skoranek.
try to spell Skoranek.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have to spell it to bet it now, Mr. Long. It's not indicative of what's needed to happen. Mark and I were talking about the saturation factor of the Rams in L.A. Are you seeing more Rams fans now in L.A., or are they still kind of playing third banana to the Lakers and the Dodgers?
So this is purely anecdotal, right? But
of course.
I've seen more Rams hats and jerseys and colors this offseason than I probably saw in the first 6 years combined. That feels hyperbolic, but I'm really That's how I feel. I was even down in Arizona last weekend for college football, and Richard Jefferson was there, and he was at the Arizona basketball opening night on Friday wearing a Rams hat. Like, he's there at his alma mater to support Arizona basketball, and he's wearing a Los Angeles Rams hat. Like, to me, that doesn't happen a year ago. And so this is going to be a long, slow, steady burn, and I think of this as a generational project, not a win one Super Bowl and you're in type of deal. But beating the 49ers in that NFC Championship game accelerated the growth curve. I don't think there's any denying that. And 2 weeks later to host the Lombardi Trophy, like, those are the types of things you have to do in Los Angeles if you want to be mentioned in the same breath as the Lakers and the Dodgers.
JB, great stuff. Welcome to town, my friend.
It's always good to be back, and I hope tonight lives up to the hype. When the Rams and the Niners get together, this is what it's supposed to feel like.
No
right?
doubt.
That's kind of been my theme of the week, is the fan bases always know how to behave and always feel a certain way. But I think this rivalry's finally infiltrated the locker rooms. There's some legitimate bad blood between these teams tonight.
No doubt, no doubt.
Taylor Swift.
Yep, we all woke up with the Monday Night Music in our ears. JB, thank you so much, and have a great call.
Appreciate the invitation. Mark, we'll talk to you on headset before too much longer, I'm sure.
Sounds good. No doubt about it. There it is. The voice of the Rams, JB Long, joining us here on Willard and Dibs, live from the Hilton Santa Clara, and not done yet. Now, something interesting I just noticed while he was talking about how offenses have kind of been behind the defenses so far this year. Did that just switch as we arrived at week 4? Spadone, you're going to need the game show music for something, Dibs, that I want to ask you coming up next as we continue. Plenty of room for your calls as well at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The baseball season is winding down with just 3 games left on the schedule, but there is still money to be made. Toronto heads to Baltimore with the top wild card spot in the AL nearly wrapped up, and their bats were out in full force over the weekend when they swept the Red Sox. The over is hit in 4 straight for Toronto, and in 7 of their last 10, a trend that the BetQL model loves. So today's 5-star best bet of the day is the over between the Orioles and the Blue Jays.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and other suppliers have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Additionally, Golden State's state-of-the-art Stockton location is fully equipped with a wall panel production facility. Golden State can help you save space, labor, and time with prefabricated walls delivered directly to the job site. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, or in some cases, the same day. And remember, the best tool you can use on the job site is the Golden State app, which provides greater access to their industry-leading service team. You'll have access to resources like important zoning regulations, permitting details, and hundreds of user guides at your fingertips. The Golden State app is available at goldenstatelumber.com. Google Play, it's also available at the App Store. Supplying the Bay Area since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
O'Reilly! Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with Peak Long Life Universal Pre-Mixed Antifreeze and Coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Is your old bulk tank water heater dying? That's a good thing, because now you have the perfect excuse to get that Navien tankless water heater. Hot water as much as you need, only when you need it. Your old tank hot water heater kept pouring your money into itself. A Navien only heats water when you need it heated. Rest of the time, you're just saving the bucks. Put new life into your hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com today and check out Navien's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navien.
I'm an emotional wreck, Kyle.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we already told you that after the game, Kyle Madsen and Evan Giddings. Speaking of E-Dog, get ready. You can get ready for tonight before it even happens with the 415ers podcast. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy with a deep dive in the keys to the game and explain what must happen for the Niners to get to 2-0 in the NFC West. Follow the 415ers on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Can I just say what we're all thinking? That's about enough for you, Giddings. It's about enough, Evan Giddings.
Really?
I mean...
See, I wasn't thinking that. I was like, that's
It'd
about
be a
enough
lot
of you,
cooler
Dibs.
if you were.
It's not about enough
I'm
out
a
of you.
huge Evan Giddings fan.
Well,
He's everywhere.
He is. He's crushing it. He's crushing it.
Don't miss the Bay Area Panthers in a bounce-back season.
That's right. So he'll be with you before the game. He'll be with you after the game.
That's a force, Fedoni.
There you go. Okay, so J.B. Long sort of insinuated, did he not, that the defenses are ahead of the offenses. And that's
League-wide.
what leads to these 11 to 10ers. Forget the 4-1-5ers. How about the 11 to 10ers?
Not bad.
And you have said maybe tonight would be a 13 to 12ers. Well, I think you're wrong, and I think the offenses, wherever they were sitting, they've caught up. Do you know, Dan Dibley?
Don't turn your screen away from
My
me.
screen has been turned away. Do you know?
Chucky Booker turned
Let's
away.
check my math. There are 32 teams in the NFL. Is this accurate? 32
You don't know the
teams.
song.
32 teams in the NFL?
Give or take.
Okay. There's only one game left. There's no bye week, so that means how many have already played their week 4 game?
15, Mark, and I'm
Okay.
6. I think I'm 6, 7, and 2.
15 games, but how many teams have played?
30, Mark.
30. Okay. Dan Dibley in those 30 games. Game show music, if you please. Joe Spadoni. Of those 30 final scores, 30 individual teams, how many teams this week did not get to 20 points? Dan Dibley.
Well, let's see. That game did. That game, let's see. I turned that one off.
Carry the 3.
That S was boring.
All right.
How many teams did not get to 20?
How many teams out of 30 did not reach 20
I
points?
feel like I'm being set up here, so it's got to be a low number. I'm going to say 3, Mark.
Well, you overdid it. It was 5.
Oh.
It was 5.
Oh.
But 25 out of 30 teams got to 20 points, which is essentially
5 didn't?
Would we agree that's kind of what we're just asking the 49ers to do that every week?
Get to 20?
Give me 20 and you're going to be right there.
You talk. Give me 20.
Right? Give me 24 and I think I got a dub for you. But you give me 20, you'll be right there, right? NFC Championship game, 20-17.
Yeah.
Give me 20 and I'll give you the world, Jimmy.
That's right.
Okay? Jimmy Eat World. So
Miami had 15.
Miami.
The Commanders commanded nothing offensively. They
Miami,
had 10.
Miami 15 and lost their quarterback.
Indy 17.
Indy 17.
They stink.
The Bears 12.
I mean, the Bears every week.
Exactly.
They beat the Niners south of 20.
And the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, the Panthers.
16, and they're going to change their quarterback.
Gosh darn it.
This idea that the 49ers are going to have to somehow win the game 13-10, I think that's PTSD. I really do. I think it's PTSD off of last week, and I get it.
It's
I
Jimmy
get it.
Garoppolo is what
I get it. 27 the week before.
Yeah, lit him up. And
Well,
that's a Trey Lance win, by the way. Trey Lance
it is
gets the
on his
win.
record. Yes.
Yes. Well, you're a big believer in Jimmy G quarterback record. That's a Trey Lance
I
dub,
don't sound like that at all.
which is what makes the bit so perfect. You sound much more like this.
I do not. I reject. I reject
Jimmy
this.
G.
Yeah.
Jimmy G. All he does is
No,
win.
and I don't even like when you said about 20 minutes ago that I'm quote unquote a Jimmy guy, because what happens when you say that is that means people think you're a Trey hater. I said all summer I support the move to Trey.
You can
I
no
support
two
the
things
move to
can
Trey.
be equally true. Ralph Barbieri, rest in peace.
Okay.
You can be a Trey supporter and also be a Jimmy guy, which you are.
Why can't I be a
and you
Trey
are.
guy? Why do you have to change the word to supporter? Do you not see what you're trying to do? This is politics that you're using right now. It's little
It's
word
tremendous.
choice. It's propaganda.
It's
You're
tremendous.
using little words that you're a Trey supporter, but
are.
you're a Jimmy guy.
You are.
No, I'm a Trey guy.
No.
And a Jimmy guy because they put 49er jerseys on and they play football.
As a wordsmith, you know that I like to mix up my verbiage. Okay, yes, I will talk like this. You are a
I am
Trey
literally
guy.
teaching
you
a
are
course
Jimmy
right now
guy.
at the Academy of Art that is about social media. Thank you. And we just, Module 3, last week, all about propaganda. I know exactly what you're doing. It's
You're
word
taking
choice.
it that way.
It's negative. I'm not. You're a
taking it that
Trey
way.
supporter. But you're a Jimmy guy.
I mean, you're a Trey tolerator. Now, that would have been propagandizing the topic.
Absolutely offensive.
You're a Trey supporter.
It's offensive.
Jimmy. You're
Stop
a Jimmy
it.
lover.
Stop it. I am now.
Yeah.
He's a quarterback of the 49ers.
Yeah.
So that's a part of this.
I have a quick question for
Oh,
you.
hi, Kyle.
Hello.
Nobody knew that Kyle's here. You have to
I've
come
just been
around and be
putting
on
headsets
camera,
on.
or else you're going to be like this Wizard of Oz thing.
Lean in.
Oh, wow. That is super uncomfortable. That got really bad.
I can't wait to. Yeah, we gotta watch it.
Okay, now we're on delay.
Wow! Extreme close-up. Anyway.
Okay, no, so I typically, I've always said when the 49ers are on Monday Night Football, I will not watch the Manning cast because I'm dialed into the game. I don't care about what.
Yeah. I don't want to have fun.
However, Stephen Curry will be making an appearance on the Manning cast tonight.
Ooh.
Will you flip the game over to see what Steph has to say about the 49ers?
Great uptick. I'll be here at the game. Had I been home, it's still a no. It's still a pass.
I'm going to say no, but I'm going to watch later.
When it comes to...
I'm going to watch later because I do want to know what Steph says, but I do not want it to be in the midst of... I'm watching the football game.
Right.
I'm not here for a conversation. Like, I'm literally actively trying to go against that in my life. Right? If you're a big fan, don't you want... Quiet. Just get, I want a dark room and a game and a big chair and a drink. I don't want... everybody else's thoughts.
Right.
Honestly.
And the beauty of the Manning cast to me is if something happens that's great or noteworthy, it's going to be tweeted on social media and I can catch it after the fact. And no matter if it's my team or just any other team on Monday Night Football, I just want to watch the game. I enjoy football because I like the football game. I like 11 on 11. I like the idea that on any play, anything can happen. You've got 22 elite grown 300-pound behemoths all trying to fight over this little piece of leather. It's fascinating to me each and every play. I don't care if the Mannings have Charles Barkley. That doesn't interest me.
Listen, I'm also going to freely admit what we know. I'm a 49er fan. So that means tonight, until the game ends, if you're mad at Jimmy, and last Sunday was a mad at Jimmy game, that's for after the game. I'm going to take Penny for a walk. She's going to take a dump on the ground, and I'm going to go, look, ladies and gentlemen, that was the 49er game. It's poop on the ground.
She did it, Jimmy.
Exactly. That's when I want to get mad at Jimmy. I don't want it in the middle of the game. I don't want to sit here and go, things have just gone sideways, and now 2 future Hall of Fame quarterbacks are going to make fun of my team as I'm sitting here already angry. No. To me, that is a complete distraction. I have no interest in that at all.
And I don't want to come across here as anti-Steph, but there are many things that I look to when it comes to Steph Curry, and him opining on a Monday Night Football game is not one of them.
Previewing the 49er Panther game next week, you know who he'll be rooting for.
Well, he probably will beat the drum or whatever they do out there in Carolina. Is it somebody who beats the drum or bangs the gong, whatever they do.
He might be
He's done it before, and that's great, you know. And when it comes to Steph Curry and the Mannings breaking down Niner football, it's a pass. And, Steph Curry, if it's Draymond Green, he might say something provocative. What's Steph Curry going to say? I just came from feeding 1,700 underprivileged youth. Of course you did, Steph. You're the GOAT.
Yeah, let's hear about...
See you on the floor.
Let's hear about his
October.
trip to Japan. Yeah, did he really fly back from across the world to go straight to the Manning cast?
Well, they do it from home, so...
Well, I understand that.
Which is, I think, Los Altos Hills or Atherton or one of those Tony communities down there.
All right, Steiny Guru right around the corner. Plenty of time for your calls as well. And again, a reminder that we're live from the Hilton Santa Clara. And our coverage is brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon and Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
At Lucky California, every day is full of fresh possibilities everywhere you look at a price that will always fit your budget. This week, jumbo mangoes are 2 for $3. Limit 2 cases. Shop all of the fantastic weekly deals at Lucky California. Come see what's fresh.
The 49ers play the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo fires into the end zone, and that's a touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle.
And we're live from the Hilton Santa Clara from 9 till 6.
What's my word, Steiny? The cooking show with the goo. All the ingredients to get ugly Monday, but yet they could win, and I wouldn't be surprised driving them. Feels great, baby.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't,
You'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
So as you graduate and head out into the world, there's only one thing that you need to know. Hi, this is Jamie from Progressive. Yeah, I can talk now. Progressive protects you 24/7. So, tell me what happened. Oh, I'm sorry, Gene. Can you give me 1 second? Brush that for every meal. Congratulations and thank you. Sorry about that. I'm back. So tell me about this fender bender.
Contact us 24/7 on the phone, online, or on the mobile app. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
In Oakland today, sunny skies, highs around 70.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
Hilton Santa Clara coverage brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon and Harris Ranch beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. What are you doing? thinking that just because Willie and Dibby, the curtain is starting to fall. Go nowhere because Steiny and Goo, well, they're in the ballroom right next door. They're in the Yosemite room, is what it's called.
Yeah.
Doesn't look anything like Yosemite in there, but it's beautiful.
It's a beautiful room.
And in a different way. And so they'll be in here. And then Damon Ratto are going to be here.
Ratto's already here.
Ratto is here.
Boy, did he love the drive down.
He loves the Hilton Santa Clara.
Loves the drive down.
Yeah.
No doubt.
We are right in earshot, eye shot of Levi's Stadium and getting you ready for the very, very, very large game tonight. Before they jump in here, just a couple of notes. Summer League darling Mac McClung has been released by the Golden State Warriors. They intend to bring in guard Ty Jerome on a camp deal. That's after he clears waivers. Also, we mentioned that Javonte Williams does have a torn ACL. It is also an LCL. It is one of these really bad PCL, like just
and the MCL
knee explosion that is going to, as I've already seen Doc Pandia tweet about it, one of those that really threatens the future stability of the leg. He's got a lot of work to do in order to even be ready for the start of next year. Javonte Williams, the young running back for the Broncos.
That's a shame. So of the 5 ligaments, you're telling me he tore 3 of them?
I didn't go too deep into it. I just saw a lot of CLs.
Yeah.
There was an ACL, there was an LCL, there was a PCL, and possibly more.
Oh, and this also in from Doc Pandia. He's now telling you who plays football tonight.
Oh, who plays football tonight?
Game show music, please.
Wow.
Who do you think that Doc Pandia has declared plays football tonight?
There's a couple of different ways that he could go here. There is a name that pops right out on the defensive side, but he also could be, I know Doc Pandia is the kind that likes to encourage people who are in need, so maybe he says that Jimmy is going to play football tonight. That's not really playing to his public, though, and he's very big on social media. I am going to go.
I love the way you're going through this,
Yeah, Doc Pandia is going to say that Fred Warner plays football tonight.
Spadoni, if you would, please. How's he supposed to know? Spadoni doesn't know. It's a buzzer. No, you were close, though.
I know. Kyle gave me the thumbs down, so I knew.
Hufanga?
Oh.
Talanoa Hufanga.
Should have thought of that.
Plays football tonight.
He
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doc
The
Pandia.
reuniting Joe Buck and Hufanga. If Hufanga returns a punt block for a touchdown, I don't even know. Like, I think I'd leave the house. Like, my house is not big enough to take the victory lap that I'd want to take. I got to do a whole city block if that happens.
Yeah, and I want to check the odds just to make sure I have it right, because Bonte made the call first, and I'm co-signing on Bonte Hill's pick. Bonte Stradamus, Niners to score a defensive touchdown. I think it's plus 600, but I'll get the exact confirmed odds on that coming up momentarily.
Speaking of odds, I think it is holding pretty steady for right now with regard to the 49ers being a 2-point favorite. Now, the odds within the odds have adjusted. No, they have adjusted a little bit.
Inside the game.
Well, right. So they have. It has normalized at minus 110. It was lower than that. In other words, it's not threatening yet, but it's moving in the direction. If it were going to move again, it's going to go back to 2.5. Rather than 1.5. So there is, again, when we woke up, it was 1. And so there is a significant amount of money that has continued to pour in on the 49ers. It moved a full point, and at one point, 1.5 points. That's a large movement.
Yeah.
That is a big movement from when we woke up today. So I know that we as a group look at the 49ers last week and say, where on earth would we find our confidence? But that goes to my point I've been making for the last hour and a half, which is the rest of the world is feeling better about the 49ers than we are.
Yeah, and that's true, and that's the betting public certainly as a part of the, quote, rest of the world. A couple of my other favorite bets, and I mentioned before, Guru and I live on the BetQL network. We'll have a live chat today. It's being dubbed as Daryl and Dibley. I don't know what happened to Guru and Dibs, but Daryl and Dibley.
Yeah, it's got a lot of D's.
And I don't mind him being first. It just felt a little weird, Daryl and Dibley, as opposed to Guru and Dibs. But get to your BetQL app and go to the Monday night game. You'll see a chat link. Guru and I will be chatting. One of the bets I love, Niners first team to score a touchdown, minus 123.
Well, I mean,
so slightly favored on that.
They do every week. They have scored first in every game. They have been a first quarter monster. It's just about adjustments or even sustainability, if you will, for whatever reason has not worked out. And yes, there have been major losses in each game on the offensive side. 1 week the quarterback, the next week the left tackle. Maybe that factors into it a little bit as well. But, you and I talked to two pretty big Rams voices today.
Yeah.
And you can hear it. Like, the history of this matchup is very alive inside the Rams locker room. That is not a group that feels confidence when they're going up against the San Francisco 49ers.
Nor should they.
There are wounds there.
Yeah. And even though they were able to salve their wounds by having the NFC Championship game victory, still the muscle memory of having lost 6 in a row in the regular season, that has to burn.
That's odd to me, though, because usually a championship makes everything go away, honestly. When the Giants won in 2010, I always tell people, that's when I finally got over 0-2. I was not over 0-2 until 2010. A championship makes it all go away. You beat the 49ers in the NFC title game, then you won a championship, you had a parade. It was crazy. You had all these things, and you're going to show up in week 4.
Crazy.
Thank you. You're going to show up the next year in week 4 and be like, gosh, we're the little brothers again. You are?
You shouldn't, especially when you went through the Niners to get the ring. It's not like, when the Warriors had an easy run, they didn't have to face this team, they didn't have to face that team. In this case, the Rams went through their rivals. So how could you still feel like the little brother? One more quick prop before we bring the fellas in.
Hit me.
And it's because we mentioned Hufanga to make an interception, the yes-no prop, plus 625.
Ooh.
So that's pretty good money for
Hufanga to pick off Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford will throw you the ball.
And Joe
no matter
Buck's
what
voice
jersey
to crack is only plus 400.
That's bad odds.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Pretty good.
I do like the tailgate that happens every 49er game here at the Hilton Santa Clara. It begins 3 hours before kickoff. They do this for every home game. So tonight and all the home games that are forthcoming the rest of the year, all ages are welcome. There is absolutely no cover charge, so that is no barrier to entry. Beer, mixed cocktails, great food, music from local DJs. The Hilton Tailgate before every 49er football game. All right, Steiny Guru taking over to take us, not the rest of the way, up to Damon and Ratto, who will then take you the rest of the way up until kickoff. Guru, I heard everybody coming in. Oh, gosh, you better not wear a Cowboy jersey.
Please.
And then you put Rams colors on.
No, this is a Warrior jacket,
I
baby.
know it is,
All
but from the back, people are going to see you out that window, and it's going to look like you're Matt Stafford's cousin or something.
Well, I'll tell those people in the back. I watched 2 Warrior games this weekend like it was regular season. I said, you know what? I was thinking last night, what you going to wear, Goo? And I said, you know what? I'm going to rock the Warrior jacket.
Do you think about it the night before?
Oh, no doubt.
You do.
And he goes third person in the mirror, too. Like, Goo, what would you look good in tomorrow?
But listen, I'm looking at all you people here, and I feel like I play. Like, I know I'm not part of the game tonight, but I get on my guy's nerve because I know he's like, what's he smiling at? And I'm going to tell you this. The Niners will win because of morale. It's not the numbers, and you talked about everything going around the NFL. We were in the green room talking about it. What you think you know, you don't know.
Yep.
But the Niners have to win this game. It's on you, Kyle, not Madsen, Shanahan, and for morale, they'll beat the Rams tonight.
Well, I mean, that's what's done it before in this matchup, and I actually dig what you're saying when you say, and I know it makes Steiny shake his head, I feel like I play. Okay, does that go in a little far? Yeah. Maybe. However, just think about the nature of sports fandom. Like, all of us, in some form, have something that we're going to do tonight to quote-unquote get ready for this game. The truth of the matter is, you ain't got to do a damn thing. Wow. The game is going to get played. But yes, the energy that you feel and somehow you have, and actually collectively, it does have an effect on the game. Like the Rams and Chargers, one of the difficulties that they will have at SoFi Stadium for the rest of their lives is that they don't have a lot of home games. The Rams sort of do. The Chargers flat don't. They don't play home games. They never get that crowd that drowns out the offense for the other team. They never, ever get that. And the beauty of a night game like this, your rival's in town, You don't have to worry about if you're sitting on the sun side of the stadium. There's no other games. Like, it should be a focused crowd that does create an advantage for the 49ers
Troy
tonight.
and Buck in town.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's exciting. Yeah, the Monday night angle and the rival and the fact that you've beaten him 6 straight times. But I love your enthusiasm for the emotional, the momentum angle. But ultimately, when the coin is flipped and they get out on the field, all of that is just nonsense. It's median nonsense. I don't think any player on 3rd and 1 is going to the line of scrimmage thinking, man, Kyle really needs this. Kyle's dauber's down. Let's do it for Kyle, guys. So I like the sentiment, but it's poppycock.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's as soon as that ball's kicked off.
What happened?
I was a fiddle faddle guy.
You don't matter.
Okay, no.
No. You don't matter.
That I get.
You're no factor in this game today.
The fans are, aren't they, Steiny? The fans are.
He's not a fan.
Like if
he's in the press box.
Are you going? Are you going to the press box?
Yeah.
No cheering.
Okay.
Well, Dibs and I are, we doing our little.
No cheering, but chatting. We'll be chatting at betql.com. Don't miss it.
By the way, 49ers.
Go ahead.
What about
it? Not a good day
what did you come in with?
Not a good day for him.
I know when you actually lift the legal pad up in the
Vikings,
air. And there's something
Vikings
really
go
special.
to 3-1 with a big win. Falcons. Look at the Falcons 2-2.
Plucky.
Cowboys. Look at the NFC East may have 2 playoff teams. Cowboys 3-1. Eagles 4-0.
Man.
Seahawks gutsy at 2-2.
Juggernaut.
Where are we with the New York Giants?
They're legit.
3-1. And then they're going to get Jimmy.
They're brutal.
They're going to get Jimmy in a trade.
They're brutal.
Cardinals with a big win.
Getting Jimmy in a trade.
Cardinals with a big win yesterday. Kyler Murray.
Dallas, of course, found something. Did you throw Dallas?
Dallas. 25-10.
Do you still think the 49ers are taking trade calls on Jimmy Garoppolo now that Trey Lance is hurt?
They're like 14th in the conference right now. They got to win this game.
For morale.
I don't know about that.
And for the standings.
Yeah, but Mark, if I would have called you, Dibs, and Steiny and said, what do you think about those Eagles down 14-0? Would you guys have jumped off the ship like a lot of people on Twitter? I was like, okay, Eagles come back. Those teams Steiny just mentioned to me have an identity. And the circus came to town here in San Francisco when you brought Jimmy back. But I feel like they're at that 3-5 juncture when people were like, oh no, the math is there. You're not out of it if you drop this game. But damn it, Kyle, your unit, you're the specialist, the offensive guru. Let's see something tonight. Lose 37-34.
I know.
But let's see some life from the offense. You got 19.
They can play 12 quarters and it wouldn't be 37-34.
They don't have weapons, Goop.
I will. I'll say this because I know a lot of us want to compare it. And by the way, before I say it, let me remind everyone you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. I know we want to compare it for 2 reasons. A, it's Monday night and you're taking on the Rams.
Okay.
So we remember that from last year. And B, you have a losing record and you sort of feel like you're at a crossroads. Last year's 3-5 was a much worse crossroads than this is. It was halfway through the season and it has now been admitted they were making a quarterback change if they didn't win that game. They were essentially saluting the rest of the season, and that was that. That's not on the line tonight.
No.
That is not on the line tonight. And in fact, they will be highly favored. Even if they were to lose tonight, they will be favored to be 3-3 in 2 weeks. Right? So I look at the NFC very differently than you do, Steiny. You can play with the Vikings were plucky and the Cowboys and this, that. Yeah. There are not 7 teams that are going to get to 10 wins. There are not 7 teams that are going to get to 10 wins. So if you hang around 500, you're right there.
It depends on the tiebreakers because
you could lose a tiebreaker.
If you lose a tiebreaker to Arizona or the Los Angeles, if you lose tiebreakers to teams you're going to play, like Carolina's a team you got coming up, and Atlanta's a team you could lose a tiebreaker to.
I'm not here to tell you tonight's not big.
Okay, I'm giving you. Can I give you a dab on that one?
I'm here to tell you it is not as consequential as last year's Week 10
if you look at the last 4 games on the schedule, they've got Washington, they've got Arizona, they've got Vegas. The end of their schedule is not that difficult in terms of. I mean, Arizona's a team. If you can't beat Arizona twice, you don't deserve to go.
Well, they've struggled with Arizona.
Well, that's a division opponent. You can't assume that.
I think the Raiders are half decent. I think they're going to be better.
They're okay.
By the end of the
they're fine.
Like,
they're fine.
And
Washington's terrible.
They don't look very good. You're right, but they may get Jimmy too. So
stop it.
Doesn't he have a no trade clause? Jimmy?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Wow, good
There's
call.
a no-trade clause, and the 49ers also don't have another option.
But even
that's off the
in
table.
this crazy hypothetical, if they were going to trade him, would Jimmy rather stay here and be a starter or go to a worse team and be a starter?
The only way you're taking a call on a Jimmy trade is if you're 1-7.
That's what I was thinking.
Like now somebody who needs a quarterback who wants to compete. But I mean, I don't think any of us believe that.
No, and if they're 1-7, does a team want a quarterback who's quarterbacked this team to 1-7?
Fair.
Right.
You know?
But I'm surprised you two are doing that.
Doing what?
Doing this is who we play because you lost to Chicago, who now looks like they got a
Yeah,
I'm not doing that at all.
I'm just saying that
I'm not doing that at all.
even if you lose this one at 1-3 and you split the next two and then you lose to Kansas City, you're 2-5 going into the bye. It's not over at 2-5.
But my thing and my greater point is
I disagree with you there. If you're 2-5, no, you're in a
Willard, forget what's going on in the other cities. My question to you all is, when does the light come on for this team?
Who says it will?
That is my fear. That is exactly because we keep talking about.
That's not my fear.
When is that light going to come on? Ben Franklin.
It's going to come on. I don't know how bright it's going to be.
Wasn't that Edison?
But
the light bulb?
Yeah, electricity. The key on the
I didn't mean to Google on you.
No, here's how I'll bat that back to you. Okay?
I love him.
Give me one historical, factual piece of evidence that suggests the 49ers for the remainder of the year will look like they did last week. Why on earth would that suddenly be them? That has not been them for any moment of the last 5 years of football.
Except when they lose their quarterback.
Well,
and you go to Mullins and Bethel.
Okay, so you end up with Brock Purdy, and he's a 7th rounder, and he looks one. That's not what I'm talking about.
Right.
If Jimmy plays and Kyle coaches, when, over a much longer period of time, has this ever looked like that?
Never.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean it won't.
Well, no, nothing
and it doesn't
means
mean
anything.
No, but it doesn't
about
mean,
the future.
like, I think there's a chance this year that Garoppolo's play will be less than it normally is. And it hurts. It hurts them. Because they barely made the playoffs last year. Like, I think they're closer to really struggling than we think. Like, if something happens to Garoppolo, like if Garoppolo gets hurt, forget for the year, but even for 3 or 4 games, like, can Brock Purdy win him some games?
I think the bigger issue for this team is that the running back situation to me is scarier than that. If Brock Purdy comes onto this offense, I think that if the running backs are as healthy as they are now, they can ward that off better than if they lose Jeff Wilson Jr. If you're down to a rookie and Marlon Mack and Tevin Coleman, that hurts to me more than if you happen to lose Jimmy Garoppolo for a couple of games. I think that the running back situation is much more tenuous because Kyle loves to run the ball. And right now, what do you have?
Well, except for
Trent Williams tonight.
Yeah, historically, he's been able to get production out of different running backs for sure based on who you're playing. I don't know in the NFL there's ever anything that's more important than quarterback. But, Steiny, to answer your question, if Jimmy is not who he was in the past, I'm not 100% sure he even needs to be that. Because what if I said this defense to me has a chance to be better than the defenses Jimmy's played with in the past?
I just don't think we're allowing for the fact that Jimmy could be the quarterback of this team, and it might be the first time they don't have success.
Oh, sure.
That's possible. Get to the playoffs.
Yeah,
and part of it is, do you think we'll see anything tonight between Garoppolo and Shanahan where, there's another one, just like another thing, like Jimmy's frisky,
I love that
Jimmy saying the play stinks. Maybe they get into it on the sideline.
If you're asking if I think that they're going to now be on their best behavior because of what we've just been through, no.
But nor do you think there'll be a blow-up.
I don't think when has there ever been, quote-unquote, a blow-up? But could we get a Kyle Shanahan eye roll? Hell yeah.
I think we could get a Jimmy Garoppolo shaking his head like this guy.
Because you put it out there, what's different between these two? And the two is Jimmy was divorced.
Right.
He got his
papers
fired.
And he's not your starter.
I would never tell you guys that he's sabotaging himself. No, he's trying to bust his tail. But now he's telling you, people, look, I'm not even in game shape. So there may be some exercises Kyle's trying to get through to him because he's not Dan Marino on a good day, that now when you say, Willard, what's different? Everything's different. This relationship was severed. Can Jimmy come back from that? Can Kyle know now that he has a guy? Like he can't, a little voodoo, my Jedi mind trick. It ain't working because Jimmy knows you wanted to go elsewhere.
Yeah, and you tried to go elsewhere, and then you ended up not going elsewhere, and now here you are, and you're stuck with Jimmy G. You're thrilled. I'm sorry, Mark. You're honored to have Jimmy G for the 14 games. I'm just going to put the rat on the table, guys, because that's what I do. Rams win tonight, 21-20.
Wow. We're going ahead
13-12.
No, you said 13. 21-20 is the official Nostradamus.
Right.
Bet the under. Rams win.
I'm shocked.
We were just talking about how nobody bets the under.
We had a meeting of the minds in there.
Well, nobody in that room.
I don't have the data. I don't have the data, but I feel like if you bet unders yesterday in the NFL, you got your butt kicked.
Oh, there's no doubt.
No, it's just something. It's something psychological about rooting against points.
Yeah, how you watch
it's just
the game.
easier. Basketball's always the over.
My girl and I had this conversation yesterday because I woke up at 6 a.m. and I'm like, these body clocks are going to be a hot mess. I bet the under in the Vikings-Saints game, and I was wrong.
Was it 53?
It's the only
what was the number?
42, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Yeah. Like and it was the only thing I lost yesterday. But she looked at me and said the same thing. She didn't bet the under. That's no fun. Who the hell wants to bet the under?
Exactly.
It's not fun.
Unders are a lot more fun to bet because, if
they win.
Well, if you're going to lose the under bet, it's, shoot, this thing's over.
Right.
It's 21-14 at halftime, and the under is over. But especially he's betting soccer unders. That's really painful. You're under 2.5, and it's 1-1, and you're just hoping for the D.
I know Steiny's like, I work with a guy that's telling me a story for the second time. But that Minnesota game was -4. I'm on it. They get a late touchdown. I'm by myself in the lab. I say, okay, a push is like a win. Grab my pillow. I'm like, he's not going to miss this extra point. He missed it. He missed the extra point. Like, how?
Well,
why?
Because it's a longer extra point now.
And that's why
you were the one who said, the extra point. Get rid of it. It's so boring.
Mark, he mixed it.
But then again, the double doink from 61 yards, that game should have gone to overtime.
I can't recall the double doink.
The double doink. By the way, it wasn't just that it hit the bar. It hit the bar on the very inside. That kicker's going to be like, how the hell did that ball not go through the upright?
He had the distance.
It hits the upright in the middle, then it hits the bar in the middle, and it spins on top.
Somehow must not be a symmetrical ball or something like that.
2 doinks inside.
Outside.
Inside the upright.
Anyway.
In Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Dolphins looking for a new doctor, huh? Team doctor.
Well,
not a doctor.
Shocker.
I mean, this whole thing.
Lee Majors, the fall guy.
You're gonna watch so many people now be the fall guys and the fall girls for this whole thing, even down to the point where. So now you say it already comes out today. Okay?
Tell us, Mark.
Right? Today, the Dolphins announced Tua is still in the protocol.
What a
The protocol from beginning to end is 5 days.
5 days.
But you're going to announce him out on Sunday, which is 6 days from now, because he's, quote, still in the protocol.
It's an abundance of caution.
The whole thing
they've
is
shown
PR.
it the whole way.
The whole thing has been about PR from the beginning. How do we tell him that it wasn't a concussion when it was? And now we're going to fire the doctor because he made mistakes. And now we're going to announce a guy out because you couldn't have played that guy if he was the healthiest he's ever been in his life this weekend.
I'm not mad at McDaniel, but there's a video flowing around the internet, started yesterday with Tomlin and Ryan Clark. He held Ryan Clark out of a playoff game in Denver because of the altitude and the condition that Ryan Clark has, and they're talking about it. And Tomlin, like a leader, says, I needed to save you from yourself. What type of leader would I be if I didn't remove you from that situation?
Sickle cell, right?
Yes, exactly.
He's talking about not yesterday.
I look at McDaniel like, did he get any? Did my guy Tua get any of that from McDaniel? Not blaming Mike, but that was just like, that's what a leader
Well,
does.
McDaniel's not in the locker room.
There's no way Mike McDaniels can get back in there.
Exactly. McDaniel gets the report from the locker room, which is, back spasm. And so he's like, get back in there. You're my quarterback.
I think that's one thing that's kind of under-talked about.
And unfair in many ways.
Coaches, they basically purposely take themselves out of it. I don't know. Talk to the doctor. If he's ready, they tell me if he's ready, I'll play him. If not, I'm not playing.
He should have. This is the mistake absolutely right where I thought McDaniels made the mistake, but I don't even know if it's his fault because every time he talks this week, it feels like the owner of the Dolphins is sitting on his right shoulder with a gun to his head, being like, this is what I want you to say, read the script. But McDaniel keeps saying, like, for instance, well beyond the eye test, that was not a concussion last week. How the hell do you know? You weren't even in there.
Right.
You have such plausible deniability. He could have, at every press conference, been like, I wasn't there. I do what the doctors tell me to do. But the Dolphins as an organization couldn't have their head coach say that. McDaniel ended up in a terrible spot.
Awful spot to where he could only come across in a certain kind of way. Unlike Kyle Shanahan,
callous,
when it comes to Lipgate, he didn't have to say what he said. I'm not aware of the video. How can you say that the video, it's like, dude.
I never saw it, but it was a joke.
Yeah. You already had it to where you had an out, and then you dragged yourself back in.
I didn't understand that either. By the way, John Lynch did an interview a day or two later, and he was asked about it, and he made a joke out of it.
Yeah.
He just downplayed.
Well, and Jimmy on Friday basically said, we're fine.
Right.
And you know what? We blow it out of proportion because that's what we do.
Right.
And as fans and as broadcasters, because it was a unique thing.
But it is what it is was kind of.
Yeah, but see, for me, you're right. We grab stuff, we get excited, we're emotional. And then Steve Young talks.
Yeah.
I agree.
And Steve Young goes, you guys are onto something. And then I go, okay.
Wow.
If he calls the team, if he says the team right now has an edge of resentment around it, I mean, is that not legitimize what we're talking about?
All day long, man.
And that's why
all day.
That's why I was not really concerned about the Jimmy Garoppolo smiling after the game till I saw Brent Jones. Brent Jones was saying unacceptable.
Unloaded.
He was the reason we lost, and you can't be doing that. You just and you're right, Mark. That's when we're not making it up. Then
right.
That's
no
is he a Hall of Famer, Brent Jones?
No.
But he's in our Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Thank you.
By the way, Mac McClung released.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we broke.
Can you believe that?
May the era rest in peace.
Apparently Curry beat him out.
And their over-under win total moved from 53.5 to 53.49. So.
Did anybody watch? Because, by the way, we're all excited about Wiseman based on box scores. I have one buddy on the East Coast. He's like works odd hours. He goes, I watched them all, and his hands are still not good.
That's what I was just going to say.
He goes, he still can't catch a ball. Like he can dunk the ball, but he can't catch a ball.
What did you say?
I didn't watch.
Yeah, I watched.
I mean, I didn't, so what do you think?
There were some brick hands, a little bit like, you're big. Can you grow into that, or you're just born with the mitts?
Some frustrating moments.
You can get a little better.
Steiny, who'd you play with that had bad hands?
Ed Lackman.
Thank you. I love when Ed Lackman makes the show.
Sometimes I think about nobody knows who Ed Lackman is.
No, but Lackman has to make the show.
Like, he would be really upset with me if he knew I was bad-mouthing his hands from 30 years ago on the West Coast.
How do you know he doesn't know? This is a very wide-ranging platform, Steiny.
I love it.
Do you know how many
Steiny goes to his car and
me?
Lackman's waiting for
You
him.
never told me.
Lackman was about 6'6".
He's been waiting for you to do one live remote. He's actually waiting in the parking lot right now.
He couldn't catch me.
I'm going to go talk to him right now. Steiny, you're going next.
Have a good one.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
You're doing a great job. And together, there's Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What is going on? Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you from the Hilton Santa Clara. And we are doing the show live before Monday Night Football, which is about 2-3 blocks away. If you're going to the game tonight, definitely come by, stop by. Tailgate starts at 5:15, 2:15. It's my kind of party, Goo.
Yeah, it's our type of party. And I always tell my partner that I'm a hapless romantic, and it doesn't stop at sports. No shade at the NBA or Major League Baseball, but there's nothing, Steiny, like Monday Night Football. It's in the air.
Usually you do that when you think you made a good point.
But I was smelling in the, it's in the air.
That may be the barbecue starting right now. But hey,
they're out here.
It took all of my self-control to not bring this up during the changeover.
What you got?
You've never used a porta potty in your life?
Never. And I've had to.
I can't believe
it is one of the most.
You're doing that for show.
Dude, I'm a deer hunter. I needed something, but I said, I'll wait. I just, no. Flies, the heat.
Not even,
and then it's still the other stuff. Oh, man.
Even number one?
No.
Come on.
No, I can't do it, Steiny. Well.
I mean, that
shocked you. I'm shocked that you're shocked.
You're the only person I've ever known.
The things I tell you.
So apparently you've never been in a bind where you just had to.
Well, I find location for locale.
Yeah, that's called.
Not in there. And then I always had a phobia. What if I get trapped in here and I can't get out?
The lock's on the inside.
Yeah, but
so
still,
you can usually.
But in my mind, that's how it works.
Hey, by the way, I thought of a great question.
Uh-oh.
For 49ers
We'll decide
fans.
that. Yeah, let the listeners know.
Okay, you ready for this?
Yep.
Would you agree that we've seen a different Jimmy Garoppolo the last few weeks, demeanor-wise, off the field-wise?
That is an A+, no doubt.
Okay. What about Kyle Shanahan? Has Kyle Shanahan changed at all that we've noticed? Or is he the same coach he's been for coming up on 6 years? Has Kyle Shanahan changed at all? Or is he still the same coach he was when he got hired here and the exact same coach he was game 1 when he was starting Trey Lance and game 3 when he's starting Jimmy Garoppolo?
I'm honest with you and the listeners like I am every day we talk, Steiny. That beard is looking like Obama when he started office. It's getting grayer and grayer, and I feel like he's becoming less confident. He's less confident now because of how Jimmy is the captain of the ship. Now, they can write this thing together, but how can I come back and talk to you and make you feel like, sky's the limit when you know that I don't believe in you? And right now, I just feel like there's an offense that I'm watching games all day yesterday, and I'm just like, you got Kittle, you got Debo, you got Ayuk, and I know you don't think they're the fastest show on turf, the Rams, Steiny, but they are above average weaponry, in my opinion. I'm seeing teams and offense do more with less. Tonight's the night. Phil, you got to do something, Kyle. And I don't know if he's being less aggressive, but I think it's bothering him upstairs, and we're seeing it at the podium.
I don't think so.
What made you ask the question?
Because I don't think he has changed. I wonder if he's really capable of changing a great deal. I mean, everything he's done in his coaching career after he got done with college has been rewarded. He's been rewarded at every step of the way throughout his coaching career, even to the point where he got an extension a few years back, where we were saying, that might have been a little early. Okay. But no, I think Kyle Shanahan is the same coach he was. I think he's stubborn. I think he feels like I think he thinks he's getting the most out of this team, and that if they don't make the playoffs, then I don't think Kyle's going to look at himself, because Kyle's been told, and Kyle believes he's a great play caller, great signal caller, creative. Everybody says it. So I don't get the sense that Kyle Shanahan's the kind of guy who is big on introspection.
Wow. You know what? That saddens me, and I'm sure if I'm a Niner fan, I wouldn't want that to be an attribute of my coach or just a person in general. I don't care where you're at. Steiny, that reeks of arrogance.
Yeah, I know. That's who Kyle is.
I don't like that, man.
But that's who Kyle is. That's who Kyle is. I think can't we agree? Can't we agree that the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers is pretty, he's a fan of Kyle Shanahan.
But you got no hardware, and you should have some, Steiny. So when you got
I don't know if he should have some. He didn't close the deal.
No doubt. Twice in my mind. Deserve it. I got last year to check.
But you said he deserves. He doesn't deserve it. He didn't deserve a title, or he should have. You got to finish. Yeah. You got to close the deal.
Speaking of which, there's something you said last week, and you don't even know this just stayed with me. Through 3 games, I put the Niner defense up against any other unit in the league, Steiny, and I mean that. But teams are scoring. The way the Niners games are going, I don't got to tell you, but I'll just help you out. They're giving up points at the end. And you told me basically, Goo, that can't constitute as a great D until you finish it off. Is there any of that tonight to where if we know that the defense is out there so damn much and they've just been flying around hitting that the offense, they're getting nothing from the offense? Can you give them a pass? Or are you still looking at them like, nope, you gave it up in the fourth quarter with 5 minutes left? You can't be in that great group yet. Like, what more can
they can't be in the great group because it's 3 games. They've only played 3 games. Season's 17 games. We got a long way to go. I don't know if they're a great defense. They look like they got the potential to be a great defense, but they got to be better down the stretch of games, and they got to turn teams over a little more.
And you know what? They need help from the offense. Keep them off the field, get some long, sustainable drives, but I just can't wait to see, and I hate to say this, like I'm telling you and the listeners that I know the defense is going to show up, but that's D'Amico Ryan's department. Kyle, what are you going to do tonight?
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about tonight's game against the LA Rams. What do you expect to see tonight? And the first place I'm going to start is at quarterback for the 49ers. Do you think there's going to be any residual visuals, if you will, between Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo? You think this is a big deal between them? It's going to resurface over the course of the season? I don't know how I feel about that, to tell you the truth. My feeling is that while they don't have the greatest relationship, I don't think they had a great relationship last year, the year before either, that they just work together. That's essentially what I'm talking about. So, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Remember, we're live from the Santa Clara Hilton. It's brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon and Harris Ranch beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. We got Lorenzo Neal coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll take your calls on the other side. 888-957-9570. 49ers going to win tonight? You tell me on 95.7 The Game.
It's a monster Monday night matchup.
Shut up, all of you. Just beat the Rams.
We're live from the Hilton Santa Clara for Monday Night Football.
Quarterback sneak. Jimmy Garoppolo puts it away for San Francisco.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy!
Holy mackerel!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Welcome to Santa Clara. We're at the Santa Clara Hilton, at the Hilton Tailgate, which starts at 2:15 today, 3 hours before kickoff of every home game, and going to be a lot of fun today, Goo. All ages welcome. There's no cover charge. You got beer, mixed cocktails, delicious food, music from local DJs, and again, it's free for everyone to come on down to the Hilton Santa Clara, and right adjacent to Levi Stadium.
And we're looking at the beautiful scenery, and it's people here. They've taken off work.
They're starting to come.
Men, women, and kids. Let's go. Look at our guy over here. You ready?
What's your name? Ramondo in the house already. Yeah. And it's going to start filling up. So if you're going to the game tonight, pop by, say hello, and Give us a little love here at the Hilton Santa Clara. This game starts at 5:15 tonight. Obviously, Monday Night Football, and you were talking before the show about pressure tonight, and you really feel like Kyle Shanahan's got some pressure on him tonight.
And
Please explain.
Okay, Steiny, it's not math pressure because I know people, the season is not over. But because the way that this season has started out as the world turns, that qualifies for a soap opera. And in any good soap opera, you have drama. And the Niners have a part of that. And right now, through 3 games, and you know what? You checked me, Steiny, like a hockey goalie. You checked me. You said, you know what, Goo, they're not a great defense. And you know what? It's 3 games in, but they're playing great to me through 3 games. But what about the offense? And the pressure is to send a message to the rest of the NFL. You know what? I got my unit intact. The offense can put up points. And in a crazy way, I told you, hey, what if they lost 38-35 and the offense looked like what it was? Yeah. That's what people want to see.
No, they don't.
But right now, they don't want to see an L, 38-35. Niners, but my point, they want to see, I'm going Martin Lawrence. They want to see life from the offense. And right now, through 3 games, they haven't seen that.
Is that one of his movies?
Yeah. Oh, my God. What am I going to do
There's
with
a movie
you?
called Life?
Yes. It's Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence.
Life is the name of the movie?
Life. Oh, Life. I think it's Life Jennings. Yeah. But I can't yeah. No, he sings the song Life. I can't believe you haven't seen it.
I don't think there's a...
You lose the street cred a little bit. There's a movie called Life. I've watched
Life, the official trailer.
No, Steiny.
Looks like it's a Nicolas Cage
Put
movie.
Martin Lawrence, Life. Come on.
Anyway, 888-957.
Some of his greatest work.
9570 is the number. What's the one thing the 49ers have to do tonight? It's we're 3 games into the season. They're 1-2. It hasn't started like we've liked, or certainly like 49er fans would have liked. What's been the most disappointing thing that you'd like to see turned around tonight? That's the question I have. 888-957-9570. Comcast Business Text Line also open. But if you just look at this small sample size, George Kittle, he's missed 2 out of 3 games, and the game he played, he wasn't a factor. Deebo Samuel had a pretty good first game. He's been okay. Brandon Ayuk, he's been disappointing. Obviously, the running game's been just so-so. The quarterback situation's been kind of a bummer. The offensive line has been below average. So, Guru, what do you want to see tonight?
I want to see...
you want to see points.
No, it's not just points. I want to see better play from Jimmy Garoppolo. And what concerns me, Matt, is that he stepped to the podium and said he wasn't in game shape. I appreciate the honesty. I'm not even mad that you're not in shape. I just assumed... this was like a video game. The fact that we were out there, we went to practice and the OTAs. We didn't see Jimmy. They had him somewhere behind the barn or what have you, thinking, you know what? He's not a part of what we're getting ready to do. So I know you're not Ron Jaworski, but my fear is, okay, so it's a live game on Monday Night Football against your division rival, the defending Super Bowl champs. And yet, I'm not going to be able to watch Jimmy drop back and make a throw, Steiny, and not remember what he said. I'm not ready yet. So hopefully he's ready, and I want to see a quarterback in command, because when I mentioned 19, 85, and 11, it all starts with 10 and the blocking up front. But that's what I want to see, Jimmy Garoppolo in command.
Just like he was when he started his 49er career. That's the one thing I remember about Jimmy Garoppolo. When he came in after he was traded, and he played the last 5 games of 17, and he essentially won every game. He looked like he was in command at the line of scrimmage. Yeah. It was a breath of fresh air. Those were the good days, I guess. But the question is, what's Jimmy Garoppolo going to be like tonight? What's he going to be like this year? The one thing that I will say is, if you really do think about it, he played in the NFC Championship game, then he didn't play, then he had surgery, then he didn't participate in training camp. I do think it's realistic to think Garoppolo's going to play better than last week on a consistent basis. We know he's going to have some games where he doesn't look great, but I think in general, he's going to play a lot better on balance than he did last week in his first start, essentially, of the season. And that's what I look for tonight. I look for Jimmy Garoppolo to be more stable than he was last Sunday.
Let me ask you this. Does that lead you? Because then I didn't tell you this. I was going to wait till tomorrow, but that was one of the best prep sessions ever for my radio career with you. We were joined by the boss, Matt Nahagian and Ray Ratto. We were talking some good stuff today.
That was what is wrong with you?
Dude, we had some provocative conversation. I
didn't say a word.
It.
You guys were bothering me, in fact.
You had some great input that kept the cipher going, as I call it, but I guess it didn't hit you like it hit me.
No.
Anyway, when I bring up this word, I said the Niners need a win because of morale.
Yeah.
Does that mean anything to you? Just about the way that the season has started. I know they're not out of it, even with an L. But, Steiny, give me something about morale.
No, I won't.
Wow.
And here's why I won't.
Wow.
Here's why I won't.
All right.
I think it is so overblown when people think that a losing streak will make a team wilt, or a losing streak means that the team's not playing as hard as maybe they should be. Look at the Raiders yesterday. They're 0-3.
Oh.
And a lot of times, when I look at a team that's 0-3, I don't say, 0-3, they're going to pack it in. I say, no, they're 0-3, they're going to be desperate. And that, to me, is what the NFL's about. Teams that aren't good, they don't lay down. They tend to be desperate. And that's what I see, and that's what I think the 49ers, they got to try to play like that tonight. Because I'll tell you what, man, they go 1-3. They're in last place in their they're in last place then in the NFC West, and they'll have just multiple teams.
Seattle put up 40-some points, even though you just beat them, but you'll see them again where Jimmy doesn't play well up in Seattle if he's still under center.
Yeah. Hey, Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland, Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose, starring John Mayer, One Republic, and Matt Nathanson, plus more to be added. Tickets go on sale this Friday, October 7th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. That's Alice in Winterland. Also, tonight, immediately after the 49ers-Rams Monday night game, get to 95.7 The Game for Overtime with Kyle Madsen and Evan Giddings.
Yeah.
They're taking your calls and breaking down all the action from tonight. 49ers 1-2, Rams 2-1. 49ers have won the last 6 regular season games, but they lost the biggie last year in the postseason. Does that matter? Does that matter?
And Niner fans going to be mad at me, but Steiny, it matters in the wrong way. I feel like the Rams winning that game in the fashion that they did to go on and get their first Super Bowl under McVay, and their second trip to the Super Bowl under the same coach. I think mentally they come in here with more, not just because of the record. They obviously got a better record than the Niners. They got more of, you know what? If we drop this one, we're still okay. And I feel like that means something. I could be wrong. You just laid it out earlier like you don't believe in that. But I just think the Niners got bigger issues and fish to fry than those 6 games that we beat this team and yet tripped up and wet the bed and lost in the NFC Championship game. I think the mental edge goes to the Rams.
888-957-9570 is the number. Monday Night Football down here in Santa Clara. Guru and I at the Hilton Santa Clara. We'll be here all day. We'll be here till 3 o'clock. Then we turn it over to Damon and Ratto. They're going to take you right up to kickoff. And then after the game, don't forget Overtime with Kyle Madsen and Evan Giddings. So we got your 49er coverage locked in today on 95.7 The Game. And again, we're at the Hilton Tailgate here in Santa Clara. If you're looking for something to do before the game, come on down. It's free to get in. There's no cover. There's beer. There's mixed cocktails. All ages welcome. And there's going to be music. There's going to be food. So a lot of fun before the 49ers take on the Los Angeles Rams. And dare I say, because I think people have forgotten this, and this is the one thing, Goo, that I just... It's what I keep coming back to that I don't think anybody is talking enough about. These are the defending Super Bowl champions. The LA Rams are the defending Super Bowl champions, and yet it sure feels like, probably because it's true, the Niners are favored here tonight, and I just can't figure out why. I get that they're playing at Levi Stadium, but the 49ers to me this year have not. The fact that they're a favorite tonight, to me, surprising. I would have thought this maybe would be a pick-em game, something like that.
You know what, Steiny? Back in high school, I wasn't too nice with the ladies, but the Niners are like I was then, desperate. You know, I was kind of desperate, and I think that's why the Niners are favored, because what I just stated earlier. I feel like in a crazy way, I know it's 3 games in, they're 1-2. I still haven't mentally got over the loss to Chicago, because I thought what the Niners are, I thought the words Kyle Shanahan, you won't lose to what I thought was in the lowly Bears, and guess what you did? And then you couldn't stay at prosperity last weekend on national TV and lost to Denver. So I just feel like they'll come out like hungry dogs tonight, and that may not mean a damn thing. And when I see you tomorrow in studio, we could be talking about a 1-3 Niner team. I don't think that'll happen, and I just think Matt Stafford, who I believe has 4 interceptions on this young season, will throw you a couple, and maybe, Steiny, it's a pick 6. And maybe that's the way that the Niners get in the end zone and get help from their defense. But I will say this. They have went on the Rams and won the Super Bowl. They were my pick to get back and win it this year. And I just feel like they are getting disrespected. And I think about McVay and I think about Shanahan. And, you know, these are 2 young, great minds, regardless of how they got there. But last time I checked, McVay's validated his I'm a genius ticket. He got to a Super Bowl. He won 1 and got to 2 and was in it, the one he lost at halftime. My point, Steiny, is both of these organizations needed a quarterback, and it looks like the Rams said, to hell with the draft. We're going, and we identify Matt Stafford as the missing piece. See you later, Jared Goff. Shout out Marin Catholic. They got their Super Bowl. Kyle got his guy, Trey Lance. We questioned how he was being used. I know you and I did. He's hurt, and now he's got Garoppolo. I don't know if he can get Garoppolo back to that stage. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but it just feels like, Steiny, this relationship between those two is tainted.
Tainted I can live with. Broken, then I think everybody's going to feel it. The other thing is, and tell me what you think of this. I mean, when you talk about a guy like Tom Brady or a guy like, let's say, Justin Herbert, who throw the ball a lot.
He was throwing yesterday.
Doesn't that mean that the relationship between Garoppolo and Shanahan, do you think it's less important than the relationships that big throwers have with their coaches, simply because those coaches are asking their quarterbacks to do more? He's not really asking Jimmy to do a lot. Jimmy knows that.
And resentment starts in, though, Steiny. Jimmy said it. He's in it. You called it frisky in the changeover. I think he resents that. But when we look at Jimmy Garoppolo, and maybe I'm selling him short, you tell me what you think. Kyle's a big reason. Like one of his biggest things he's done as a Niner head coach is get to a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. And maybe that might sound like a diss. I don't know. But now that you're telling me the trust may not be there, let's just say from Jimmy to Kyle, how can you get to those great heights? If that's tainted, if Jimmy's
what I don't understand is
I'm not in it, but he can never verbally say it, and he won't go throw an interception to throw an interception. I'm just wondering now, are they asking Jimmy to do something that no man has done, to where the coach has told you you're not good enough, but I need you now because the guy that I traded you in for got hurt. I don't know if they can make that happen.
One thing that I'm curious about is why when we talk about Jimmy Garoppolo and we talk about Kyle Shanahan, why does all of the blame come down on Jimmy Garoppolo? And Jimmy's not good enough, and Jimmy doesn't see the field, and Jimmy's limited, and we're winning in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo. Doesn't some of that fall on Kyle Shanahan? Has Kyle Shanahan made Jimmy Garoppolo a better quarterback than he was at the beginning of his 49er tenure? I think the answer might be no. Jimmy Garoppolo came to this team and he won his first 5 games and he looked pretty darn good. In 18, he got hurt. 19, he takes him to the Super Bowl. So why isn't Garoppolo either more thought of, or why isn't he better this year than he was 3 or 4 years ago? That's on Shanahan.
And you know what?
To me.
Yeah, no
but
doubt.
I know we can't criticize him, right?
No, stop it. And I have. That's been a theme. I don't want an award for it. Like, what did I say? The Honey Badger said on the biggest stage in the Super Bowl in 19 that the Niners threw the ball when they should have been running. And I'm just wondering if Jimmy was thinking that same thing and couldn't do a damn thing about it, or was just playing a good soldier. So I'm with you. Maybe he does. We've seen it, and now we're starting to see it, Steiny, with some of the play calling. Sometimes when you get these labels, I've never happened to me. Oh, you're a genius, or you do something well. You get too cute. You want to appease everything and everybody when you need to just be a one-trick pony. And when the Niners had the running game going, maybe he would call pass plays just to show you everything in the book when you should have just stayed with the run game. So that's not on Jimmy. And if Jimmy can't audible, Steiny, or he's not out there like Peyton Manning, then he's limited to a degree. So when, the 10-point lead evaporated last year in the NFC Championship game, I thought that was on Kyle. I didn't think Jimmy had his worst game. But the last drive, when the Rams were just pinning their ears back, coming after him, people, oh, look at Jimmy, he's scared, yada, yada, yada. So that's when the optics look bad, and Jimmy takes a lot of blame for it.
888-957-9570. Daryl the Guru Johnson, Matt Steinmetz with you at the Hilton Santa Clara. Come on down. We're doing the show live. We'll be here till 3, and then we're going to turn it over to Ratto and Damon Bruce. They'll be here, and they will take you all the way to kickoff.
Let's go.
Here's a little piece of news. This ought to bother you. Steph Curry will be a guest on tonight's Manning Cast. Yeah, I dare you not to watch it now.
Now I'm tuned in. The guy can do no wrong, Steiny, but I'll be tuned in tonight.
Steph Curry on with the Manning brothers. Even though Guru doesn't like that they have to share the spotlight. The Monday Night Crew has to share the spotlight with the Manning brothers.
No, it's just for Aikman and Buck. They're so damn good. Like, if you want comedy, go to give me a club. The Punchline. Yeah, my guy Tommy in Pleasanton, Tommy T's. I don't want comedy mixed with my sports. And that's what they're trying to do. You got the commercials.
Yeah, I think it's great.
I think a lot of people agree with me. Oh, you're in on the Manning Cast?
I don't think there's anybody who agrees with you.
Oh, dude, Twitch and Steiny. So you're not watching the game. You're tickling your funny bone. You want to laugh. I don't want to laugh.
Who knows more about football, the Manning brothers or Joe Buck?
Okay, I got you. Where you going? But who can broadcast it better?
I think the Manning brothers. I think I learned more from the Manning brothers.
Oh, wow. Yep.
You know.
Look at my boy. Yeah, looking like looking like something out of Casino. Yeah, Sam Rothstein.
See, you can't. We're on radio. Okay, so nobody knows what just happened. They just know you said, "Look at my guy. Looks like Casino." Imagine you're in Berkeley and you're tuning in and we're talking football and you go, hey, it looks like Casino. Like, don't you get it? They're going to be like, what is he talking about?
And that's why
you have to set it up.
I'm going to take that. And you are right, because I did omit that Dan Dibley walked by in some just stunner shades, but I knew you would have my back and pick me up.
I'm getting sick of it.
When I slipped.
I'm getting sick of it.
When do you ever do it? We've been remoting for years.
No, but you a lot of times you'll refer to something off air, and I got to go back and clean it up.
Yeah,
like a spill on aisle 7 or something like that.
Yeah,
but
I'll give you that one. That was on me. Dan Dibley walked by people. Yeah,
and he was.
I said he had.
And he had a pair of sunglasses on.
Yeah.
Inside,
yeah,
that's a nice.
Now that didn't even. I didn't even mark. That didn't even.
They didn't look like sunglasses, actually.
Did they look like stunner shades? You know
I don't
what those
are? No.
See,
I don't know what those are.
That's what the kids wear, Steiny. They're stylish. E40, everybody else stunner shades.
E40's older than me. You said young kids,
right. But 40 is hip, like a hippopotamus, man. You get that? Hip and hip. Okay, I'll leave that there.
I think there's still some residual disappointment from me from last week with you. That might be.
And we still haven't putting it to bed.
What do you got here? No Trent.
Don't see. Yeah.
Guru does not like. Here's the funny thing. Everybody can make. See, this is how you set it up. I don't just talk.
Right.
So everybody makes fun of my notebook and my different colors because I get organized, and everybody makes fun of me. You won't even let anybody look at your notes. Like that is
because they're my thoughts.
I have no sources.
Well, most of them aren't. Probably.
Right.
They're probably somebody else's thoughts.
Please.
But the bottom line, Goo, is it's a little selfish. You apparently think your stuff is so important that you won't let anybody look at it.
Now I'm gonna put the right on the table.
All I saw was no Mitchell,
but
Trent Williams.
You don't even know this. In the green room, people, that's where we prep for the show. I'll go use the bathroom, and I'll be it's something about it, and my notepad I'll take it with me. I'll fold it up so
Why don't you
can't
just close the
review.
notebook.
Well, I got
Let's
it on
just
paper.
do this.
Yeah. No, I don't have the notebook. I do mine separately on 8.5 by 11. But it starts with the lucky break back in 2012. I had what you have, a notepad full of my notes trying to win a contest and get on air, left it alone, and Dan Dibley took a picture and tweeted it out. Now, I could have wrote anything. I'm nervous. I don't think I'm worthy. All kind of just insecure stuff, and it could have ruined me. And so I just guard everything I write now when I'm in the station. Like,
that
why
makes
would
it
he
sound like
do
it's
that?
important.
It is important.
Come on.
Dude, what if I would have wrote
written?
Thank you. What if I would have written I'm that could have just, all confidence gone. So that's why I just guard everything I write.
All right.
Yeah.
But you share it at some point, right? Is there anything on your list right now that we haven't talked about in the first hour?
Yes. And the thing is just
But we got
bullet
low
points.
next.
Yeah. They're bullet points to make me not forget because you're long-winded and you're good. But, you can go long and then I'll forget what I was going to say. That's material.
Give me some of your bullet points.
We'll get it one after Low. That'll be a tease that won't be paid off until after the great Low Neal.
All right. We got Low Neal on the other side, everybody. You know Low Neal. He is one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. Hey, get at the heart of the NFL with the In the Huddle podcast. Former offensive lineman Brian Baldinger and NFL insider Jason La Canfora. They team up with the man who pulls no punches, Carl Dukes. New episodes are out every Tuesday and Thursday. Follow In the Huddle on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. We got Lorenzo Neal on the other side. Is he going to be coming down here tonight? Probably is.
Yeah, him and Larry doing the pregame.
All right, so we're going to get with Low Neal right after this on 95.7 The Game.
It's prime time for the Niners. We're fired up with the faithful. Hell yeah! Live from the Hilton Santa Clara.
This feels like their stiffest test in terms of offensive weaponry that they've faced yet.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
My bad.
95.7 The Game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstar batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, welcome to the Ikea Fall Savings Event.
Hey, I'm checking off my fall to-do list. I've got apple picking done. Now I need a cozy rug for cider tasting night.
Well, we've got offers on rugs, lighting, and more. And as an Ikea family member, you'll save $20 when you spend $200 or more pre-tax.
Great. Now I actually have to make cider.
Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/fall savings event to get ready and save. Offer valid 10/7 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and ikea-usa.com/fall savings event for complete terms and restrictions.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Guru, first of all, I love your energy. Steinmetz,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, you heard the man. We are live from the Hilton Santa Clara, and our coverage today is brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon and Harris Ranch beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. Let's get right to it. Our main man. I'm going to say it today because I'm feeling good. This is the greatest fullback that's ever played the game.
Yep.
Lorenzo Neal. What's up, Lorenzo? How you doing, buddy?
Wow, Steiny, I love you today. I cannot believe you gave me the. You just gave me the gamote. Goat? Wow, I'm speechless. But I'll tell you what I did do last weekend, guys. This past weekend, Harris Ranch provided me a tomahawk steak.
Oh,
that was absolutely amazing. One word to describe it: legendary. This tomahawk guru just melted in my mouth. I put it on the grill about 225 degrees. And I let it sit on there for 30 to 40 minutes, right?
Yep.
And then after I did, I put my thermometer inside, and I got about 110. And then I took it off my smoker and put it on the grill and let it just sear the juices in. Oh
wow.
Yeah, Guru, special. Yeah, love you guys. Yeah, I know how to throw down on the grill. But I'm going to tell you right now, tonight's going to be a throwdown, and it's going to be some meat up laying on the field because it's going to be a slobber knocker. This is going to be a headbanger. I'm telling you guys, this is a physical game. I'm telling you right now, this is going to be, I think the most points going to be scored is 24 to 16. I'm telling you guys, that is going to be a low-scoring physical game, and it's going to be a good one.
Lo, before we get into football, I got special Steiny today. So the listeners already know he hasn't seen the movie Friday. So I bring up Martin Lawrence, and I go like this, you going to eat that cornbread? Do you know what movie that's from? What movie is that from, Lo?
Life, baby.
Yes, and Steiny hasn't seen it.
Oh, Steiner Burger. You got to see Life. You want your cornbread?
There you go.
Guru, the boom boom room. The boom boom room.
Don't ruin it for him, Lo. I think he's going to go to the lab and see it. Hey, Lo, on my list, I got a bunch of things about this game, but you played. You know what goes on in the locker room. I told Steiny and the people, this game's about morale. I know if they lose, it's not over, but everything that's going on and just even before week one, morale, they need to win this tonight. Does that mean anything or resonate with you?
No, 1,000% it resonates with me, Guru. Let me tell you right now, this is the game that, that you got to look at Jimmy, you got to look at friggin' the head coach, and you got to say, put your differences aside. This is where coach goes in and says, Jimmy, let me talk to you. You see this media, what everyone's trying to pull you and I apart saying, oh, my play sucked or this, that, and the other. Oh, and you go ask him, you got to play free. You walked in the game and got to play free. Jimmy, enough's enough. Tell me, young man, what do you want? If I'm the head coach, Guru and Steiny, I'm telling you, this week, Cal goes in, Jimmy, here's the plays. What plays do you like? Tell me what you like. I'm going to give me your list of third down plays. Give me your list of 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. What do you like on 3rd and 7 or more? Tell me the plays. I'm going to look at the defense, and I'm going to dial up the plays that you want. But I just need to know because I know the coverages, and I know what what plays can beat these coverages. But give me your list of plays that you like against these particular coverages, and we got to forget the rest. This is everybody has to be on this ship. Jimmy, you get to finish your book. All the different things that was going around and all this Jimmy getting traded, everyone wants Jimmy out, all this stuff. Jimmy, guess what? It's you and I right now. I'm the head coach. You're my quarterback. You're the quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. We are depending on you. Forget the outside noise trying to divide and get us to argue and fight amongst each other. Jimmy, what are we going to do? Because this falls on you and me because you're the guy who's leading the team. You're the quarterback. How are we going to drive this ship? How are we going to put our differences aside and say it's about win? That's what this is about. This is about winning a football game.
Lo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Of course, Monday Night Football tonight from Levi Stadium. The San Francisco 49ers against the L.A. Rams. Let me ask you this, Lo. Everybody worries about how a team's feeling if they're, struggling 0-3, let's say. What's the difference between a team that's desperate and a team maybe that's, I don't want to say packed it in, but starting to get resigned about their season? For example, let me just throw an example at you. Last year when the 49ers were 3-5, they're right on the verge of their season coming apart. How did we know they were going to be a desperate team rather than, you know what, it doesn't look like it's our year? Yeah,
I think this is exactly what you're saying, Steiny. Team that you're on the verge. People are saying, "Is this our season? What do we have to do?" I agree with you. This is a team right now. I don't think it's volatile. I think that you're the San Francisco 49ers. You are a Super Bowl. You have a Super Bowl defense. You are Super Bowl rating on defense. You're not Super Bowl rating on offense. I think you guys. So it's about right now that this team come together and say, but how do we do? Because we never necessarily been a high power offense, but we've done it by strength and numbers. And that's, I think, the whole message, the whole camaraderie has to be today, for here on out, is we have to do this together. We're not good enough collectively to do it necessarily on offense, but we got to win as a team. And that's special teams, offense, defense, coaches. Everyone has to be on board in order for this team to have success.
Let me ask you this, Lo. What's the plan of attack tonight? Because the Rams come in here, they obviously got a better record than the San Francisco 49ers. Last time you seen them, they erased a 10-point lead, broke your hearts, went on to win the Super Bowl, but they're without their starting guard. I know it's the NFL and injuries, but if you're Kyle Shanahan, what's your plan of attack tonight?
Well, it's simple for me, Guru. It's like, can we establish the run game? We got to find some way to establish the run game, but we got to hit the quick hitters. We got to be quick. Look for this team to have some down blocks, quick track plays, trap plays. Let the guy seem like a peer that he's beating, and then the guards coming across and pulling and trap. Look for some type of trap, some misdirection. You got to hit this thing. And also, guys, you got to get the ball out of Jimmy G's hand quick, because offensive line right now, I know it's no pun intended. We always say games are won and lost in the trenches. No question, no doubtedly, unmutable. This game will be won and lost in the trenches. And I look at the Niners and you say, this offensive line, we already know defense is unbelievable, but can this offensive line provide enough protection for Jimmy G? Guys, you know Jimmy's not that mobile. You know Jimmy can't get out of harm's way. You're going to have to block for him, but if you can't hold up, it's going to be a long night. That's why it's imperative. The game plan, Guru, getting back to it, get the ball out of Jimmy G's hand quick. Win on first and second down. Get the quick out. Get the ball out of his hand. Win. Keep moving the sticks. Don't be in third or long. Be in third or manageable. 3rd and 3 or less, because now you can still run or pass on third down. It's going to be very, very imperative, because if I'm the Rams, I'm saying, look, we're going to play a lot of two-man. We're going to make sure we're going to keep the middle of the field not open, because I know Jimmy. Jimmy wants to throw the ball in front of him. When have you guys seen Jimmy throw that 5 route where that's a 15-yard and the receiver comes back down here? When have you seen him throw all the 3 routes, the outside route? Jimmy does not throw the ball out well to the boundaries. You saw even in the end zone when he stepped out of the end zone, that ball was out in the boundary, intercepted. It's close. He doesn't have the mechanics right now. To me, in my opinion, he's not a great forward that throws the ball outside on the perimeters. And so I think the Rams' plan is to say, we know where he wants to go. It's the middle of the field. That's where Jimmy is more effective at, is throwing the ball in the middle where he can see everything. The Rams are going to try to stop that tonight. So it's going to be a battle of wills and battle of attrition. And like you guys talked about, this is about camaraderie, and this is about team, and this is about individuals coming together and say, let's change the narrative about us, but let's be who we know we are, and that's the San Francisco 49ers that takes pride in our running game, and we kick your butt on defense. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if this team is going to win tonight, defense is going to have to win the ball game.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him every Monday at 1 o'clock with us, and you can also hear him on Mondays with Sean Salisbury, the Football Hour. That's at 6 o'clock, but that will be tomorrow instead because of tonight's Monday night game. All right, Lo, I mess around with you about Kyle Juszczyk, and most of the stuff I say is just to mess around. But
Of course.
I do wonder this. Okay, we got George Kittle, who's a tight end and a great blocker. We've got Juszczyk, who's a fullback. Not every team uses a fullback, but they use him because he's a great blocker. Does Kyle Shanahan need to use those guys just a little more, though, to kind of make them a little more of a threat than they are? Because Kittle only gets 3 catches. Juszczyk gets a catch a game. Should they diversify it a little more using those 2 guys specifically?
Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you right now, Steiny, this is my game plan. And you guys might think I'm crazy. I believe between Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle, they should have between 30 to 40 targets. That's either running the ball, that's catching the ball, you have three. Here's what you guys have to. You have three guys that are game changers. Two of them that's prolific, Pro Bowlers. You know, we know what Debo can do. We know what friggin' Kittle can do. Ayuk starting to come in his own. Look at his. You have three guys, Guru, that can absolutely light it up. Tell me why in the hell wouldn't you try to target those guys 30 to 40 times this particular game, because they are your big play guys. You have. I know the running game, and I get that. And guess what? 20 rushes for the rest. But if I'm going, those are the three guys. Those are the three guys that's going to get the predominant, the most targets, the most touches. I need my playmakers touching the ball. Who on this team, guys, besides those three guys I just named, who has big? Who's the guy? Who can get you the big explosive play besides those three guys? You better target those guys 30 to 40 times a night. That's the game plan. That's what it should be. And Kyle Shanahan, we're going to see tonight how much he really believes in these guys, because I'm losing. I don't care if it's incomplete. I don't care if it's fun. I am getting those three guys the football often and often.
Lo, that is incredible, man, and it's kind of maddening. And if you look at this Niner team since Kyle's taken over, Robert Saleh, he took care of the defense. That was his job. What did he do? Go got himself a head coaching job. I don't know what DeMeco Ryans' future is, but if his unit keeps playing like they are, I know it's 3 games, he may be on the sideline controlling the team. Kyle, how can he not look at the weaponry and get what you're asking to be done? Why haven't we saw that already? Is it the quarterback?
Well, I think that you got to realize now, Guru, drastic times calls for drastic measures. I think those three particular guys are guys that you got to find a way to get the ball. And here, that's not usually what you do in traditional football. But if you don't have the running game and you don't have the offensive line to do the things that you need to do, you got to say, then we got to light it up. We got to find a way when bubble screens, reverses, counters, do whatever we can do to let these three gentlemen touch the ball. And we got to find a way to get it to them often, and we got to get it to them early. You can't wait. Those three guys control your game. Those three guys, they're not thermometers. See, a thermometer measures temperature. A thermostat regulates. They are regulators. They are thermostats. They can bring, if Debo busts, you know the crowd goes crazy. When Kittle does it, he regulates temperature. Ayuk, they regulate them. These other guys, they're just even kill on your offense. You don't have big play potential, but they're just going to be steady, Eddie, and that's the biggest thing. You got to protect the quarterback tonight. You've got to find a way to keep him upright. You've got to find a way to stay ahead of the sticks. You've got to find a way to get the ball out of his hands quick. And then every now and then, you're going to ask those guys up front that they got to hold up for 7 steps, and he's going to have to let it go, and he's got to turn it loose. But you got to hit them quick, often, and hurry to wear those guys out, because if you try to hold 1,001, 1,002, 3, 4, the line, I'm sorry, in my opinion, they won't hold up, Steiny. They can't hold up. They won't hold up. And they, individually, they will take turns. One might hold up this play. Next play, he does it. So you have guys on that offensive line, in my opinion, they cannot hold up consistently. If that's the case, you got to get the ball out of his hand quick and often.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game on the eve of a Monday Night Football game between the Niners and the Rams right here at Levi Stadium. Daryl the Guru Johnson, Matt Steinmetz with you. We're at the Hilton Santa Clara. All right, if you're Kyle Shanahan, Lorenzo, and you know you're going into tonight's game without Trent Williams, are you worried about how that's going to affect the running game or the passing game?
I'm worried. I'm worried for both, because here's what I'm doing. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing, guys. I'm putting Kittle to the opposite side, where your other tackle, who's a first round pick, and you say, okay, you got to hold up a little bit better. So I'm putting Kittle on his side, and I'm going 12 personnel. I'm going too tight. I'm gonna take the guys. I don't like to say that, but I'm taking my fullback off the field at times, and I'm going too tight so I can have 12 personnel so I can stretch the defense, and also I can have a double team on helping out the tackle. So I would go with look for this team tonight. Don't be surprised if you see some 12 personnel with 2 tight ends in the game to try to help with the blocking and try to help slow down that pass rush.
You know what, Lo? You said something interesting when you got on here. You talked about, basically, to me, this is how my ears received it. Like, the state of the Niners is soap opera-ish. It's drama. And I'm wondering, if you see that and the fans see that, we're not making it up. I mean, how big of a deal is that in the locker room? Is that talked about? Do they ignore it? Or is that a rallying cry for these guys tonight? Like, you know what? To hell with the noise. And what did Tupac say? It's us against the world. Are we going to see that from the Niners?
You have to, Guru. You're exactly what you said. You've heard the rift between Shannon and your quarterback, Jimmy, that you hear speculations. You're not for sure, but Jimmy just getting going. He said he wants to play easier. Shanahan says you got to go ask him. I don't know. This is laughable. Did he read the lips? The lip reader said, supposedly he said, these plays sucks, man. So all this stuff is going on, outside stuff. But this is human. This is the human nature. First, everyone wanted Jimmy. Oh, we didn't want Jimmy. We want Jimmy. And now all of a sudden you have this. And look how we as humans, we always want to conquer and divide and separate. That's just the demand. That's just the dynamics of fans and people. Look at, they want to separate. Look at Buffalo yesterday, losing by 20, all of a sudden making that comeback. Buffalo's supposed to be this big team. Look at all around the league that you have teams that are going through certain things. But this is about football, and it's about nutrition. It's about attrition, saying, how do we survive? How do we stay together? How do we not let the wind move us because the storm is out there? We just did windy. It's not even a storm because the season hasn't even started. We're only 4 games in. What the hell? Are we already falling apart? Come on, guys. That's the outside media trying to find a way to see if they can ravel us and make us just come apart, just like this country. We're divided. And that's how it works. And football teams, good football teams with good head coaches and good people and good guys in the locker room, like you alluded to, Guru, guys coming together. This is when they come together and say, look, we have to surround our circle with us. If you let the outside pull on us, we will become divided, and then we'll start to believe the drama and believe everything surrounds us. We're a good football team. We have a super. Let's be honest. This defense. If you put this defense in Buffalo, if the Niners defense was with Baltimore, if the Niners defense was with a lot of teams, the way that their offense is moving, you would say, my God, that's a Super Bowl team. So you have one part of the puzzle figured out. You just got to get this offense going. So the team is in a good place. You got to get the offense. You got to get guys moving, and you got to find a way to keep the defense off the field. But you got to win on first and second down. Stay ahead of the sticks, Guru. But the biggest thing, they have to believe in one another, and they have to play with effort and energy and faster, and they have to want it more tonight in order for them to beat the Rams.
Lo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. I got one for you, Lo. You know, obviously, you've been out of the game for a little while, and when you're not playing, you probably see how passionate fans are and how week to week things change. And if the 49ers lose tonight, this is going to be a nightmare week. Everything's going to be going wrong. The season's in trouble. If they win, we're back. Let me ask you from when you were a player, okay, and you're going through these ups and downs. It's nothing like a fan, right? I mean, you can't go through it like a fan, right?
Hey, Steiny, that's a great question. Without a doubt. I've been on some bad teams. I was with the Saints when they was called the Aints. And I could look on the defensive side of the ball when you have Sam Mills, Ricky Jackson, Von Johnson, and you saw your Pig Golf, you had Wayne Martin, you had that defense, you said, okay. And offensive, we know we had Willie Rowe, you had Whiskey Wade Wilson, Steve Walsh, some guys, and you're like, in the certain part of the season, you've seen your defense, you see them every now and start to look a certain way, and you knew that because our offense couldn't score. We were playing against Atlanta, the Niners, when it was that particular conference in Atlanta, and our offense just wasn't good enough. And you knew that you weren't going to be able to win certain games, and you saw the wear and tear. Guys start to get injured on defense, but that's like 7, 8 games into it when you start to feel that thing unravel. And Cincinnati, guys, I knew we didn't have a chance. We won 2 games after week 6 or 7, and the way you go about losing, and then you see guys how they act, they've carried themselves, more into having fun, partying, doing those stuff, and you can just tell they're going through the motion. Seeing guys miss meetings, being late, coming to the practice hungover, not really being there, and you're like, okay, it's over. I know. So yes, the fans and the players have a different perspective on it, but when you're in that locker room and you're on those teams, who and I've been on teams with the Saints, but I knew my guys were going to fight. In Cincinnati, it just wasn't there. You see what I'm saying? So, So the Niners are in a situation where you got guys you know they're going to fight. They're just built that way. They're going to fight on offense, they're going to fight on defense, and they're going to have to fight on special teams. Because the Niners aren't good enough to be lacking in one area. They're good enough on defense, but that's why offense and special teams, they're going to have to make some plays. They're going to have to make some plays, and this is that battle cry. It was been like this for the last several years that the defense would carry the majority of the offense. We know that, but it worked. They just got to go out there and continue to compete. And if the more they score, the more they ahead in the games and keep it going that way, the more the defense can relax and the more the defense can play free. Last week, guys, wasn't a good outing. You give up a safety. You give up a fumble on the play. Your defense got worn out, held them to 10 points, but it was half the points came off of what not the defense allowed, but what the offense allowed. The offense can't fight a battle against their own defense. That's what has to happen, Steiny. So kind of answering your question, players and fans are totally different. It's a different vibe because you know who's in that locker room. You know how good your players are, and you know when you can handle, and you know when you can't.
Wow, Lo, great stuff. Listen, I need your help. I need some ammunition because Steiny said something to me last week after I was making a point through 3 games how stellar the Niners defense is, Lo. And in my lifetime, they're the 85 Bears, Warren Sapp's Bucks, and Ray Lewis's Ravens. And the theme early on is the Niners defense has been stout, running around, hitting, but when they do give up a score, it's kind of the score that wins the game for the other team. What ammunition can I use for people out there making that point when I say, you know what, through 3 games outside of maybe Philly, Dallas, and the Rams, the Niner D is up there, but yet they have that one attribute to where they're giving it up at the end. Walk us through that. How that shouldn't be a demerit to the Niners D.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is if you allow someone, the turtle in the hair when the turtle, because the hair was taking breaks and doing this stuff, allowing people to stick around, end up losing the race. You can't expect your defense to go out and pitch a shutout. You can't expect your defense to go out and say they're not going to give up a play here and there or a touchdown. But that's when you have that, and that's what happens, and it makes it look like, oh man, what happened to the defense? All they had to do was make one more stop. You start to get tighter. You know that you have to carry the load, and sometimes you go out there, Steiny. You know how you go. When I go play golf, Steiny, I hate playing teams with you because I got to carry you. So now I let you shoot your ball, and it's over in the field, it's over in the water, it's over in the drink, and boom, we're playing a foursome, and then all of a sudden it's on you. Okay, you got to put a ball in play. And you become, and usually, if all of us hit a good ball, everyone hits a good ball. Everyone's easy because the first one hit a good ball, the second one, and then you're like, it's easy. But when you're the last and everyone's depending on you, sometimes it's Steiny, that ball may travel, like curve, come out a little different because you're so focused on trying to be perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right, Lo, we'll enjoy the game tonight. Thanks, as always, for joining us, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
No worries, guys. You guys gonna be at the game tonight? Let's go get crazy, boys. Let's go.
Let's do it.
We're broadcasting from the Hilton right now. Lo, waiting on you.
Yeah, I got 90 minutes to go till the tailgate here.
Sounds good, Buzz. Well, I'll buy you guys a drink. Let's sit and put it on my tab. I got you.
Look at Lo.
Nice. Thanks, Lo. Take care, buddy. That's Lorenzo Neal.
He means that. We went up to Napa one summer.
Okay.
And I was on his tab. Oh. Let's just say he had to rent me a room and just threw me in there and left me. I had to go home the next day. Messing with Lo. Yeah, he don't drink no more. But boy, drink it. Stein, you know that peer pressure. You never do that to me.
I don't believe in that.
Yeah, Lo did. That's how I was drinking. Anyway, he took care of me.
Yeah, he made sure you didn't get in the car. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson will be here till 3 o'clock, and then we turn it over to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto. 5:15. That's kickoff. L.A. Rams against the San Francisco 49ers. Let's start playing a little prediction game, dude, because I got some feelings about tonight's game, and I'm going to go against the grain a little bit, and I'll tell you what I mean by that on the other side. On 95.7, the game.
The 49ers play the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo fires into the end zone, and that's a touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle.
And we're live from the Hilton Milton, Santa Clara from 9 till 6.
What's my word, Steiny? The cooking show with the goo. All the ingredients to get ugly Monday, but yet they could win, and I wouldn't be surprised driving them. Feels great, baby.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Guru, you're like the U.S. Constitution. You're from the people, by the people, and for the people.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, sir. We're live from the Hilton Santa Clara, and our coverage is brought to you today by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon, and Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. That's right, Guru and I down here at the Hilton Santa Clara will be here for another 90 minutes. Then we turn it over to Ratto and Damon Bruce at 3. Kickoffs at 5:15. If you don't have anything going, get on down here. Say hello. Lorenzo Neal now in the house. Greatest fullback of all time until he gets out of earshot.
Okay.
And then he just becomes, run-of-the-mill fullback. I guess he can't hear me.
No.
But anyway, the tailgate begins at 2:15 right here. All ages welcome, no cover charge. They got beer, they got mixed cocktails, delicious food. There's DJs. We got some action down here.
And they're out here already. That gets me fired up. Like, I know I'm not playing, Steiny, but you know what I mean? You get this. The nation's watching Monday Night Football.
They are. They absolutely are. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation about the San Francisco 49ers. We're all over it today. And a couple questions I have for 49er fans going into tonight's game. One is, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being huge, and 0 and 1 being not a big deal. And I'm going to ask Guru this first, but I also want to ask 49er fans, and they can jump in here at 888-957-9570. On a scale of 1 to 10, how big of a deal is what's going on between Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo?
A phenomenal question, Steiny, and I'm going to go Tony Romo, a 9. It is a 9. And that supersedes everything else. So hopefully there's a deodorant, a cologne, a conversation that can be had. Maybe it's already been had, but to me, this is what has me saying and using the word ingredient. Like, this is something that's not like past years that they overcame.
See, I don't know that I believe that. I believe that obviously some stuff's come to the fore this year. I'm not sure that wasn't around last year. Maybe they just did a better job of hiding it.
So you think Jimmy knows Kyle?
Of course. I think Jimmy's known for years that Kyle's not a big fan.
But not like this, though, Steiny, to where rinse your hands out. We're see you later. And the way in recency bias, I'm wondering, I keep going back to us being out there in OTAs. Do you think that rubbed Jimmy the wrong way, the fact that they had him behind the barn or over there on the side? Do you think that bothered him? And again, you could be like, what's it going to mean on 3rd and 7 when he's lined up? But to me, I think that's the type of thing, we say it's little or it's nothing, but those can be the things that has him pissed. Oh, so now you need me, and you're the reason I didn't get work, is you guys had me, I'm not even supposed to be here, and I'm just wondering how much of that is festering, if any, with Jimmy.
I don't think any of it is. You know what I think festers with Jimmy? is when they moved 2 first-round picks to get Trey Lance. That's when it all started. I mean, the minute the San Francisco 49ers made the trade with the Jets to move up, it was the Jets, right? I always get that mixed up. Jets or Dolphins? That was the Jets.
Zach Wilson with the win.
No, it wasn't the Jets. It was the Dolphins because the Jets took Zach Wilson. So it was the Dolphins. My bad.
That's my bad. I'd say, yeah.
But anyway, at the moment they made that trade, Jimmy Garoppolo knew Kyle had no confidence in him, either in his durability or in his
play.
Yeah. I mean, so
that ain't it to you, huh?
No, to me, the idea that like this thing just started this year or this rift just started in the last couple weeks, I disagree. I think it started years ago, and over the course of time, Garoppolo has just become more and more and more convinced that Kyle Shanahan doesn't really like him as a quarterback as much as Garoppolo wants to be liked. And I think half the San Francisco 49er fan base is with Kyle Shanahan. They don't think Jimmy Garoppolo's good enough. The other half of it says, well, look where we got with Jimmy Garoppolo. So he must not be too bad. But the bottom line is this thing, the dynamic of Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan changed when the San Francisco 49ers moved up to get a quarterback. Plain and simple.
You know what? You make a compelling case. And you know what? I want to say, I agree with you. But there's just something about, to me, the part that you're gone, you're not gone, Jimmy saying bye-bye, the way it all went down, I just feel like there's something there more than had it just been, okay, you played your last down. Thanks for your services. We'll see you later. But my bigger question to you is, I just want to talk about endurance, because when we watch the NBA, I would use Major League Baseball. You don't need any there. But when we watch NBA and we watch said player and he's not in shape, everybody can see it. And we know that the play, it suffers because your battery is low. Jimmy has told us, and I should ask Lowe, he told us that he's not in game shape. That was 1 week ago. You're not Jaworski, but do you think he's rectified that in 6 days? Or are we, when we watch tonight Jimmy play, are we supposed to say, you know what, the guy told us he's not in shape? My question to you and the listeners, how many weeks is it going to take if...
I think he'll be better this week than last week.
All right. So you game by game.
Yes.
Okay.
But whose fault is it that he's not in shape?
Oh, it's Kyle's.
Exactly.
And John.
Exactly. It's not.
I don't hold Jimmy
Garoppolo's.
No doubt about it.
So maybe we blame last week's loss on Kyle Shanahan because Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't ready. And the reason he wasn't ready is because he didn't practice all summer.
Do you believe this? Here we go. I'm not going to call Jimmy Garoppolo a liar because that would be taking it too far. But what I watched him do, and I didn't hear him say he wasn't in shape after the Seattle game, that looked like the old Jimmy on a bad day. How much of you is saying, you know what, Goo, that probably was because he wasn't in shape. Like the missed throws, I didn't put that on endurance. And that's why I can't wait tonight to see if it's a difference against a good defense again in the Rams.
I just think he's rusty because he hasn't played. Right. He hasn't played much, hasn't practiced. He obviously practiced all week. He's practiced for the last couple weeks. So, yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo should be better. The problem is that even when he's better, he's not great. He's never going to be great. And we all know that. And the one thing, and we're kind of talking about this on the changeover, is, what if Jimmy Garoppolo just doesn't have a great year? If he doesn't have a great year, can the 49ers make the playoffs? What kind of year does Garoppolo have to have for the 49ers to make the playoffs? A great year, a good year, an average year, a bad year? Could he even be kind of bad and they still get in? Because I think a lot of people last year would say, he was average at best, and we went 10-7. So maybe if he's better this year, they win 11 or 12 games. Or if he's not quite as good, they only win 8 or 9.
Wow. I hadn't thought about it because I know that last week, what was it about me? It's every week, every day. But you were like, ooh, it's just, you're not on the fence. You're saying they're going to make the playoffs, but they got the ingredients for a disaster. To answer your question, I think he needs to be average and they can get to still make it to the playoffs. And that's because I'm thinking, and I'm sending a bouquet of flowers to the defense and what I believe they're going to consistently do moving forward. But what if somehow tonight Matt Stafford is in town, he goes out there with Cooper Kupp and the rest of the gang, and they put up 24 or 31 points. Then what am I saying to you tomorrow?
I don't know. You'll be worried, obviously, and you'll get to rant and rave. And they'll still make the playoffs, but you got your money's worth. You're like a guy. You're like a manager. Every day for you is like a manager who wants to get run from a game. You're looking to just.
You can't use that every game, though, Steiny. See, that's what you don't get. You don't give me that like, ooh, you're right. See, I'm over anybody that thinks like they're overdoing their hand. You got to use that and be smooth and know when to use it. And then it'll really, rally the troops. But and I've worked for a boss like that, where you're doing it every day, like, oh, brother, it just falls.
You don't think you're going to come in here tomorrow if they lose and talk about how they're in big trouble?
I'm telling you, they're in big trouble, even if they're 2-2, if they get this game because of what we just talked about. And that's the relationship between the coach and quarterback. So I'm hoping like hell. I just feel like, look at everybody, look at the jerseys. And maybe I'm being a hometown boy. Kyle Shanahan's not going to let his team go to 1-3. And when you tell me what's going to happen tonight, what are you confident in, Steiny? It's the defense. Kyle has nothing to do with that. It's his offense. I don't care. Go get her done. Larry the Cable Guy. Kyle, get it done tonight.
I can't support that. I can't support you saying Kyle has nothing to do with the defense.
I was feeling a little stiff, but you know what I mean.
Because when Kyle Shanahan blows the Super Bowl after being up 28-3, he gets ripped as an offensive coordinator. Then he becomes a head coach, and he doesn't get credit for the other side of the ball. He's got to get credit for both.
Well,
Kyle Shanahan has implemented a great defense in here since he's gotten here.
But I think you know what I mean. You know what I mean? His specialty is the unit.
You know what? Is it? Is it?
Oh, well, it ain't defense. When you think of Kyle Shanahan, you think of his daddy and offense.
I don't think of offense anymore.
Ooh.
Why would I think of offense?
I'm on
they've
that
never
street.
had a dynamic. They've never had a dynamic quarterback, so they've never had a dynamic offense.
But they had a dynamic offense when it comes to play scheming.
Did they?
Yeah, to me, early on, Steiny, that's how they got to the Super Bowl. You don't think so?
No, they got to the Super Bowl to me because of the running game and their defense.
Let's put another rat on the table. Let's put a rat on the table. Is he the mastermind behind Debo? How many other coaches would have drafted this guy and said, this is how I'm going to use him? Now, some could say that's a byproduct because your quarterback has a raggedy arm and the coach has no confidence in him. But I think that's one that you chalk up under the creation of Debo. Now, have defenses got up to him? That's another conversation. But I think the inception of how he used them, I think you got to give Kyle some creativity points.
I don't know about that, to tell you the truth.
I wonder, though.
I wonder how many quarterbacks would have used him. I mean, how many other coaches would have used him like that?
It's just a question.
If any, because I know coming out of college, there were a lot of people that, obviously he started as a running back and he played receiver in college, but
you're not too big on him downfield. You're not saying he's not good.
I'm not big on any of them downfield.
See, but we don't see it enough for you to be a believer.
Again, for the 8 millionth time, Kyle Shanahan is a genius, but apparently he's not calling plays that are suited to his team's strengths.
And that's why he's on the fans' hot seat. And I think it's growing now to where when, I know you're not big into these shows and the public, but Steiny, he's got to answer. He's got to try to, even if he gets picked off 4 times, let's see something downfield. Let's see Kittle utilized. I don't want my partner on the radio, Matt Steinmetz from Reading, PA, to be able to say he doesn't think Debo or IU can catch it downfield. Use your weaponry, Kyle. I'm begging you. It will help you.
Who's going to get him the ball?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay, well, there's the problem. There's a problem. If you think the 49ers have weaponry,
I'm not saying
then the quarterback stinks. Then they stink.
Right.
He stinks. If you're saying Ayuk's great and Kittle's the top 3 tight end and Deebo Samuel's one of a kind and the running game is just schemed up.
Oh, man. I have so much going on in my mind, and I want to say you're hella wrong, as the kids say, but...
Well, why can't they score? They got this genius coach. They got these weapons.
What if I told you it's his ego? He's not... He's going Frank Sinatra. He wants to do it his way. And his way, I think, is the wrong way. And that's why we get Frisky Jimmy trying to communicate to you. Hey, I'm just calling what's called.
Team Jimmy or Team Kyle? Because that's really what it's about. Are you Team Jimmy or are you Team Kyle? Because it sure sounds like you want to be Team Jimmy.
You know what I got?
But you don't have the guts to be Team
I got
Jimmy.
Guts. You know what it is? This is how I'm gonna pat myself on the back.
Why you're gonna rip Shanahan and then say, but he is a genius.
I'm being team adult, and I'm gathering all facts before I go after somebody. And right now I'm taking in. I know Jimmy on a good day, Steiny, can get it done. But I'm telling you, I haven't watched him throw interception after interception or attempt to throw the ball downfield. And that's why in this case, I'm Team Jimmy. And that's why I'm calling out Kyle Shanahan.
So Jimmy Garoppolo can throw a good deep ball, but Shanahan doesn't let him.
And, hey, something else to back me up is you had number 5 under center for a game, 5 quarters, and we didn't see you let him do it. So that's telling me it's upstairs. And maybe it's confidence, but you drafted this kid that was supposed to be able to do the things that we saw these great quarterbacks do on a stage yesterday. Dude, I'm watching quarterback play, and I'm like, maybe the Niners got. I don't know what Trey Lance is. Your guy in Buffalo, Josh Allen. Yeah,
it's the top 3 quarterback.
Okay.
Who else are you watching?
Mahomes, Steph Curry, a quarterback.
That's the best quarter. So you've compared a Division II quarterback, essentially, Division I AA, no experience.
You're going to laugh
and
with this next one.
You've just compared him to 2 of the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Hey, and you're going to laugh at this next one. Your guy in Philly, he was putting on a show. Hurts battle back from 14 points.
Where did he play?
Cooper Rush.
Where did Hurts play?
Bama.
Oh, so he was at a major college.
Yeah. Hey,
it's almost like if you draft a college player out of Division I AA, you have to account for the fact that that's not the highest level of competition.
Here's where I'm going.
Who said it?
He doesn't know my Amway background.
They made a mistake with Trey Lance. Okay. Let's just be honest. They made a mistake.
You know what? I want to hug you.
Just say it.
I'm leaning that way, but it's too soon to give you the win.
No, I want to be first. I got to be first.
No, I'm not going to give you the W because you know there's a part. That's like saying Wiseman was a bust when he went out. We hadn't seen it.
Totally different.
Give me this.
Trey Lance hasn't shown flashes.
But what?
Wiseman has.
Okay, it's the Jimmy thing, what I'm about to say. He didn't do it with Lance. Why? If it's Jimmy and he can't do it, why didn't we see it?
Because Lance can't either. What is so hard to understand? They have a mediocre quarterback and they have a bad quarterback.
Well, hold on. The bad quarterback is the one that you told the world I'm gonna spend 2 first-round picks on.
That's right.
That he can do it.
That's right.
But he never got the chance.
He's bad because he's young. Most young quarterbacks are not very good. There were going to be growing pains, especially from this guy. This guy has you snookered. This guy, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
I called the attorney.
They actually talked you into. They talked you and other foolish fans into the fact that they could draft a 1 AA quarterback with 19 college games, including 0 the year before the NFL draft. And Kyle Shanahan somehow got you and this fan base thinking that Trey Lance could lead the 49ers to a Super Bowl in his first or second year in the NFL. But
I got my hand up.
Yeah, I know you do.
Because I'm not done with Trey. I'm not out on Trey.
Well, you're out on him this year. He ain't happening this year, and it wasn't going to happen.
There's not a walking soul out here that saw Trey just get There's no confidence. Kyle has no confidence in whatever. If it's Jimmy or Trey, we saw no confidence in this quarterback. And I say that by Exhibit A, the play calling.
That's because they have two quarterbacks who aren't very good. Like, let's just put that on the table.
I'm giving you Jimmy, but I'm not giving you Trey.
Well, Trey's not here anymore, so he's gone.
But the question is, what? I'm not
Trey
saying
Lance is
results.
a zero.
Okay.
Is a zero. Okay, you drafted. He was a first. Not only was he a
Rooster
third
19
pick,
saying, "Preach it, Steiny."
Not only was he the third pick of the draft, you gave up 2 more picks for him. And what's he gotten you? Given you nothing. Zero. You've gotten zero. Might he be okay next year? Yeah, he might be okay next year. Do you think he's going to light the world on fire next year? Trey Lance?
Listen, I'm the guy that said if he was the guy you thought he was, he would have started year 1. He would have
made never that guy. Who thought he was going to start?
If he was as good as he's supposed to be, there was an opportunity, I believe, he could have beat Jimmy Garoppolo out last season.
How was a Division I double-A
Only one man
quarterback?
can answer that. And I wish
No,
Kyle
but this
was
is where
listening
you're
to us
wrong.
now.
Kyle never said this kid's playing right away. Like, he never said that. You said it. You thought it. You were the... Not you.
You got a ready-win
fans.
team, though, Steiny. What would make you go want to get a project? How about go get your ring for the fans? Go get number 6.
Garoppolo's not assured of getting a ring just because he's Garoppolo.
But still, no, the point is, Kyle felt when he went off of Garoppolo, he was saying he needs something better, something new.
That's right.
Not a project.
Well, that's...
An old car in the shop, and it's going to take 3 years before I get it running.
Here's the other thing. Any of those 5 quarterbacks, if you put any of the 5 quarterbacks on the Niners, put Trevor Lawrence on the Niners, they ain't winning a Super Bowl this year with Trevor Lawrence. So the number 1 pick in that draft isn't a Super Bowl championship type quarterback 2 years into his career. You think Trevor Lawrence is a Super Bowl type of quarterback? Right, but he'll be a Super Bowl quarterback in 3 years, not now.
So the question is, why did Kyle go do what he did?
Because he thought he was smarter than everybody else.
Could have went got a ISO lineman.
Because he's not on your timetable. He's not under the pressure you think he is.
All right, I give you that.
He's here till 2025,
That's weak.
No,
and I'll
it's
say
not.
this: he
No,
hasn't
it's not.
earned it. He hasn't earned it this long.
Yes, he has. He got
and
the
you got the
extension.
10-point lead thing we hadn't even talked about. Choke artist.
He's not a choke artist.
Well, that's what it is. Hey. He could have had a ring. McVay got it done.
McVay, you know, these are coaches. These aren't players.
It was still.
See, this is why I'm
they
mad
couldn't
at
have
you.
won a
This is
Super
why
Bowl
I'm
with
okay.
any of the guys.
I figured it out. I figured out what bothers me about you. I finally figured it out. The 49ers draft Trey Lance, who's barely played in college. Played Division I AA, and you start talking like this kid's coming right in and gonna boom, the 49ers are gonna win. And they can win the Super Bowl. And I'm saying, Guru, this guy was not even a major college football player. He's got no experience, but you're gonna put him onto the Niners and expect him to push for a Super Bowl. And you said, yeah. And I said, that's crazy. And now it's not happening. Which I told you wasn't.
But I haven't given up on Trey.
No, but you get to get mad about it not happening when we knew it wasn't going to happen.
No, I'm mad at the
with common
ideal
sense.
that you went quarterback shopping when you could have got a lineman or something else to enhance what you already had that got you to the Super Bowl, that got you a 10-point lead, that got you back to an NFC championship with another 10-point lead. Why did you go shopping for soap when you needed blinds for the window?
Because
that's what I'll never
fans like
understand.
you were saying Jimmy's not good enough. Jimmy missed Emmanuel Sanders. We could have won that Super Bowl.
I
got you in circles today,
please,
baby.
Please. No, I'm just, it all falls at Kyle's doorstep, Steinmetz.
That's right. But it doesn't fall now. There's nothing there now.
Oh, you don't think Trey, him running them in the ground when you and I and everybody else said, hey, maybe you might get your quarterback hurt. You don't think that's
what?
bad. You don't get a pass.
Of course he does. Well, how's it going to?
Not for me, though.
What's going to happen?
I'm not giving passes.
Well, yes, you do. You
That's
can
why
pass
I'm mad and you're not understanding. No.
No, yes.
Dude, I called the attorney. I want a divorce.
All right.
Yep.
888-957-9570.
I'm out.
I know. I was out on you thinking Trey Lance was going to be great from the get-go.
I'm not done with that yet.
Trey Lance not being great from the get-go means Guru can rip everybody under the sun.
See ya.
Yeah, see you later. We'll be right back.
It's a monster Monday night matchup.
Shut up, all of you. Just beat the Rams.
We're live from the Hilton Santa Clara for Monday Night Football.
Quarterback sneak. Jimmy Garoppolo puts it away for San Francisco.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7. The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors.
You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. That looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Elton John's Farewell Yellow Brick Road Tour continues with 2 shows at Levi Stadium on October 8th and 9th. For more info and tickets, head to 957thegame.com/events.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, yes, sir. You heard the man. We are live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Our coverage today is brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon at Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. Once again, we are at the Hilton Santa Clara for the tailgate before the Monday night game. Stop on down. Once again, the Hilton in Santa Clara. We got a nice tailgate going on here. It's essentially started 3 hours before kickoff, which is right about now, 2:05, 2:15. So make sure you get down here. We got music, we got mixed drinks, we got beer, we got food, we got no cover charge, and we're just 2 blocks from the stadium. So great place to come down, have a drink, get something to eat before you head into the stadium, and it's a fun atmosphere. Beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky. A lot of 49er jerseys, a couple L.A. Rams jerseys. Who's 88?
88.
Is that Cup? No, he's 80.
Yeah, he's 80. I'm trying to. That's old school.
88.
Yeah, so is that jacket old school. We're looking at a guy with a Ram jersey.
There you go.
It looks like, look at my boy, Vince Ferragamo era. Hey, can I pull the curtain back?
I don't know.
We're in the green room this morning. You usually don't do this. And you tell me about your day yesterday. You're with some buddies. And right before the 1 o'clock games, 1:25.
Oh, yeah.
You felt something come over you about one of the games. And that was the Raiders and Broncos, which was a great game. And you said, Goo, something just hit me to where I knew the Raiders were, I felt like they were going to win that game. And I'm telling the listeners that, Steiny, because I feel that same way about this Niner game tonight.
Put some money on it. Put your money where your mouth is.
Will you take it?
Huh?
Will you take it?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
I don't like this game.
That.
I don't like this game.
I love this game, and the boss backed me up. Like, I can't get the Niners are going to win tonight.
Okay, then put your money on it.
Well, you know I'm going to do that. It's -1.5.
Put big money on it.
I need your bank account. But
see, Goo, this is what
You know I play the ponies now, so you know it's a given that I'm going to put it
Let me
on.
ask you a question, Goo, because I had said this maybe Wednesday or Thursday.
What did you say?
And sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall.
Now that hurts, because I listen.
I said, you know what, Goo? Can somebody find out right now what the odds are that the Raiders make the playoffs after an 0-3 start?
Bet you did.
Because I was like, I would put money right now on the Raiders at 0-3 to make the playoffs because they're good.
Yeah.
They lost 3 games by 5 points. Couple just tough losses.
Should have beat Arizona. We saw it.
Exactly.
But do you feel that way about tonight
So
with the Niners?
No.
What makes you like you have no feel?
No feel.
Because you said I wouldn't touch this one.
No, I think the Raiders are good. I think the Raiders right now are a better football team than the Niners.
Wow. Damn.
I do. Just because they've been involved in close games and I mean, that could change. You know, 49ers might win 31-3 tonight.
Right.
And then we're back, we're back to 2-2 and everything's looking good. No, but yes, I should have bet on the Raiders yesterday.
Yeah.
I got to open up one of those, what is it?
I tried to help
Bovada.
you one time. We got halfway there.
You know what? Here's what
you
I
tried
don't
to get it out. You tried to collect. And
Exactly.
That frustrates you.
Yeah, it's like, I think I
Everything's
started in
Bitcoin
with
now.
like $200-300.
Yeah, look at
I was betting 25, 30. And I got up to about 400. And I was like, you know
Look
what?
at you.
Let me take a couple hundred out.
And it was
And it cost me a couple hundred to take a couple hundred out. It felt like.
Man. My wife sees, what's all this Bitcoin? I'm like, just some investments I got going.
Yeah. I don't know about that. By the
Raiders
way,
would give their right arm to have the Niners defense. So when I look at this Niner 1-2 start, a lot of it is because they're not using their weapons the right way. And I know you're like, oh, good, they ain't weapons, but they are. So that's easily fixed to me. So that's why I say, Kyle, it's on you tonight to show everybody you got control of your unit.
So you say they're not using their weapons the right way.
Yeah, oh man.
Yeah, see, I think that's too simplistic. They have Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. Like you think he stinks. You can't think Garoppolo's pretty good.
Okay, I'm gonna say
and
this
then
to you.
not blame it on Garoppolo.
All right.
If you're saying they have tons of weapons.
It's so simple because you use that word, Steiny. Look at Cooper Rush. He's a backup quarterback. You know what he's doing? He's throwing the ball to their best receiver, CeeDee Lamb. He's throwing the ball. He's giving the ball. It's not rocket science. So just because your quarterback don't have to be Y.A. Tittle to throw a go route. It's like I want to watch a Niner game and feel fed, even if they fail, that they went up top to Debo.
Stop
they
that.
went up top
Now
to
you're sounding
George
ridiculous.
Kittle.
Now
What
you're
are we
sounding
doing?
ridiculous.
What are we doing?
Guru, no.
So the plan of attack. Okay,
You'd rather have them lose 38-35 tonight and have Jimmy Garoppolo throw 4 touchdown passes than if they win 13-10. Come on. No, you don't. You want to win at all costs.
You know what? There's not one day of the year that I would take the latter except I want them to win. Okay, that supersedes anything. But the biggest question mark is Jimmy Garoppolo, where he's at, and if this offense is going to show that they're better than what they've been through 3 games. And let me tell you what they've been, the D word, Steiny, they've been a disappointment.
The offense.
Yes.
Yeah.
How long is that going to continue?
It's still pretty early.
But if you throw out they don't get to the playoffs, it won't get fixed. They'll be an enigma every week. We'll see Denver games and Chicago games. I mean, those 2 games played out the same way.
They did, with the defense breaking down at the biggest moments. Defense has to learn to protect.
What's your drop?
Yeah. I mean, their defense is it's been good. It's been good. Needs to be great. At least through the first 3 games. If the offense is better, the defense is going to be fine. But and the defense obviously is the strength of this team.
No doubt.
But
don't ask them to be. Yeah, what are you asking of them?
I'm asking them to turn the other team over a little bit and to be more dominant. See, I don't think they've been dominant. I think they've been good. Obviously they're not letting a lot of points up, only 37 in 3 games, but it's not like they've had.
I'll give you that. Dominant is different.
Not like they have 14 sacks in 3 games.
Dominant would have kept both teams out the end zone. How about that? When you say dominant, they would have kept Chicago from coming back or getting the points they did, even though we said it was a breakdown. And they would have kept
Chicago scored 3 touchdowns
Denver
in the last 15 minutes of that game.
Man.
3 touchdowns. See, and that's where when people say, oh, well, the Niners defense is so great. Okay, what happened against Chicago? Oh, couple busted plays. Well, that's what a good defense
But
avoids.
when you know, but when you see them play and fly around.
2 of them.
Man.
They're not flying around.
Oh, Steiny, watch him gang tackle. It's like, I'm serious, man. Saleh got him a job because of what he did with this same unit. And now, again, I'm not saying D'Amico is headed there, Steiny, but the defense ain't the problem. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not the problem. But it's had a couple opportunities to give the 49ers a win on a night or a game when they didn't deserve to win because their offense stunk. Again, nobody's blaming their defense, but in 2 of the 3 games, their defense had a shot at closing the door, and they haven't done it. They just haven't been able to do it.
Torrey Holt is the jersey that the Ram guy had. 88, Steiny.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Remember
We
him?
are at the Hilton Santa Clara. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Monday Night Football tonight. Kickoff in 3 hours. 5:15 kick from Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
If you're coming to the game, come on down to the Hilton Santa Clara. We're tailgating down here. We got beer. We got mixed drinks. We got food.
Music.
We got DJs.
Yeah.
We got a lot of stuff going on. And then after the game tonight, get to 95.7 The Game for overtime with Kyle Madsen and Evan Giddings. They're taking your calls and breaking down all the action from Monday night. So Steiny and Guru will be here till 3. We'll turn it over to Damon and Ratto. They'll take you to kickoff, and then after the ball game is over, you can listen to Giddings and Madsen, and they will talk about what just occurred.
I got a question about radio etiquette, because I know you're different. We know you're different. What if I'm so excited about this game tonight that I can't wait to see you tomorrow, and I call in to Givens and Madsen? Fair?
No.
Do it too much?
Yeah. Like that shows. That shows.
No, but it ain't about I want to hear my voice. I'm not one of them that like to hear their
voice. It shows
voice.
a need to horn in on something that you really shouldn't horn in on. What do we got there with the 30
Oh, wow. Who is
jersey?
that? Let me see.
A woman's wearing a 30 jersey.
That Gurley. That's Gurley.
Black
Remember
and
old
gold.
Todd Gurley? Yeah. He used to run hard.
That's a pretty cool.
Look,
cool.
we got music and everything. And we got a clash.
Why do you feel that, why do you think what you have to say is so important that it can't wait a night?
It's not that it's important.
No.
I want to be a part.
I know you do.
Oh,
Sometimes you're not involved. And this is the thing where
sometimes you're not involved.
Right. And this is a part where you don't think this is where I'm going to help you think about it.
And I'm laughing at myself, but no, because
I'm going to help you think. I'm going to help you think about things in a different way, in a way that takes you outside Darryl the Guru Johnson.
Please, I'm not that guy.
Let me get the read again, just because I want to make sure that I have the right. So, we have the post-game show. It's called Overtime. It's with Kyle Madsen. Now, Kyle Madsen's a producer here who gets occasional shifts.
He's great
as a host. Yeah. Evan Giddings, same thing. He's our producer, and he infrequently will get some hosting activities. So these are 2 members of our team, that are not regulars.
Right.
Okay, they fill in, and when they do it, they do a great job, and they're getting their chance at radio.
Right.
So you have a show.
Right. Look at
all
this.
right?
Yeah.
You have a show. They don't have a show.
Right.
So you don't need to be the one calling into their show to hog their airtime when you have you have a 3-hour show. And I just let you spout on.
As the great David Bruce walks by. I understand that, but the calling in was being a part of what the magic they were making.
No, right.
I didn't want it to be
making the magic. You
gotta sit out.
One of the things, your phrases, and I like it when you use it, is I got to take a play off, and maybe you got to take the
my own advice.
Maybe you got to take the post game off tonight.
All right. I'll be listening, fellas. Yeah.
Right. What do you expect to see from Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan tonight?
Man, Scotty, right. That's it. I really don't know, but these are two smart men. They're not dummies. I know you tell me, and you've embedded in everybody's mind, Kyle doesn't listen to the noise. Okay, well, watch the tape. The tape is begging you to be ultra aggressive. And I'm going to tell you one thing I'm watching tonight. I'm in the house, Steiny. If they don't push the ball down the field and we get pedestrian numbers from Debo, Ayuk, maybe 2-3 catches, Kittle, how many weeks when are we going to start seeing the diva stuff? And I'm going to be passing out cards to like, hey, it's valid for you to throw your hands up. Like, what the hell's going on? We might see some Brady and some Aaron Rodgers, when they always act mad.
Well, I don't think we'll see that from Garoppolo. We'll see from receivers.
Okay, that's what Ayuk's got to be frustrated now.
Get open.
Steiny, stop, man.
No, I'm not going to stop.
All right, I'm going to go to PFF in the morning, and I'm going to tell you how they got open last night because they'll have it.
I'm so sick and tired. I am so sick and tired of everybody wondering why this offense isn't explosive when the same people who ask it think Jimmy Garoppolo stinks. When's the last explosive offense a team had with a mediocre quarterback? You can't have it. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. And I know, God forbid, you don't even want to entertain the thought that maybe Ayuk, Kittle, and Debo are overrated. Nope.
Yeah. No, I'm watching.
Weaponry.
I'm watching and I'm gambling on games all day, every day. They got something here.
What?
And I'm not telling you they're all three. Well, damn, Debo's an all-pro. Kittle's been an all-pro.
Now
we're talking about, okay.
One year for Debo Samuel.
But you got it in you. I just can't wait to see how they're going to attack. And what did Lowe say? They're going to run it. Dude, Tampa Bay last night, the Chiefs came in and ran the ball down their throat. I don't know if we see that from the Niners offense, but we saw it last year at this time. So my question to you and the fans is, do you honestly, in your gut, Steiny, you're looking good, in your gut, do you think the Rams game has come at a good time? Like, I think if it was 2 more weeks and the Niners got their, stuff underneath them, then let's take on the Rams. We'll find out tonight, but I don't know if this is too soon because you haven't figured it out yet offensively.
I mean, some people would say this is just what the doctor ordered.
All right.
Jeez, Debo. Brandon Ayuk.
Give it to me.
10 receptions in 3 games. Man. 142 yards.
Well, yeah.
1 touchdown.
So that's 14 yards of reception, right?
He's off to a worse start than last year.
Man.
Yeah.
Free Ayuk.
And you know what? That's part of the problem. He can't get free.
Oh, Steiny, stop. He was free the other game Sunday night. It was a Cheech and Chong throw. Yeah. Well, I hope we don't see too many
was,
of those.
18 for 29?
Yeah. He said it was barking his shoulder after. We'll see. Man.
Got to get open.
And what's McKivitz going to do if he gets to start for Trent Williams? What's he doing right now, Steiny? Using the porta potty?
Well, you know what?
Just like, I got to get out there. Because if you have a bad game, everybody can see. You know what I mean? Like, oh, brother.
We'll see.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. Let's see if we notice there's no Trent Williams tonight.
That's big.
Let's see if we notice that. Because I got my doubts.
All right.
I got my doubts. Now, of course, if Aaron Donald has 6 sacks tonight, then obviously that matters. But, what do? You don't have Trent Williams. So how does that affect your game plan?
Yeah. I just know if I'm the Rams defensive coordinator and coaches and players, you're feeling good about him not being there. But damn, Steiny, look at all the red out there, the sea of red. It's going down.
It is a home game for the Niners, and we are at the Hilton Santa Clara. We'll be here till kickoff. Guru and I's show lasts till 3. We'll turn it over to Damon and Ratto. They'll take you right up to kickoff. But fun tailgate. It is underway here at the Hilton Santa Clara. We got some beer. We got mixed drinks. We got food. We got taco trucks. We got DJs. So if you're coming down to the San Francisco 49ers Rams game, pop by, say hello. And I guess we haven't really had a lot of people come say hello today.
Well, we had, who do we have? Our guy, Mondo.
Same guy from last year.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Well, you know.
See, that's part of
gotta
radio.
Mix it up a little bit.
You hype it up more than it is. You didn't have to say he was here last time.
You're true.
But yeah, he's a big
Adam,
one.
Adam Schefter's got some news. San Francisco 49ers promoted wide receiver Willie Snead and running back Tevin Coleman and wide receiver Malik Turner IV from the practice squad to their active roster tonight. So
they're going
Willie
back
Snead,
in time.
Tevin Coleman.
Dude, that was a blast from the past. His second stint. Jesus,
of course, the former Atlanta Falcon. So George Kittle, 3 catches last week. First game back, he missed the first 2 because of injury. And I mean, to me, got to figure out a way to get him. Like, to me, it's okay. You want to talk about Ayuk and Debo getting the ball?
Okay.
All right. Ayuk's on his own because he's got to run patterns and get open on his own. Kittle's a tight end. You can get the ball to him, and Debo, you can get the ball to if you need to as a running back. So the way I look at it is, I think whether you think Garoppolo's good or not, even if he's not very good, he's got to be able to get the ball to the tight end, George Kittle. So that's the one thing I'd like to see him do. Like, I know when people say you got to target Ayuk, to me that's a lot harder because it's a wide receiver and he's got to get open and it takes you longer to kind of lock in on him and it takes longer for him to run his routes. You can get the ball to George Kittle quickly and see what he's got. But, I mean, the numbers for George Kittle, and if you look at last year's playoffs and the first 3 games of this year, and I know he missed the first 2, but his pass catching numbers, they are not good at all.
Yeah, and you can't defend it. I was just sitting here looking at Tevin Coleman's numbers from when he was here in 2020, Steiny. 28 rush attempts for 53 yards, 1.9 a pop, but hopefully it'll be better this time. He's a mismatch to me. And I know you're like, hey, Guru, there's a defense. There's a thing called defense where 11 guys try to prevent you from catching. So if you had a quarterback, let's say a Tom Brady that was accurate, Steiny, couldn't you just – we see it all the time. I'm not going to call him Gronk, but he has Gronk-like tendencies. I'm watching Kelsey. I mean, no matter what the defense or how good the defense is, he's going to be a factor. And I just – again, maybe you're right. Maybe Kyle's saying, I don't trust a quarterback to make those throws. But when Jimmy does eat, where does he eat? In the middle of the field. And I just don't get how that's not with 85. So we'll see if that changes tonight. But, man, I'm just going with how I feel and how I woke up pulling the caddy in this parking lot here at the Hilton. And I'm like, there will be no Steiny and Guru show on Tuesday where the Niners are 1-3. And that's just all I can give you about the Niners are going to win this game. But if they do, Matt, it's got to be either one of these offensive players, they got to do something in the air.
George Kittle.
Give it to me.
Last 4 games. 4 catches for 28 yards last game. Let me do the math for you.
7.
That's 7 yards per reception.
Remember my timetable.
Last year against the Los Angeles Rams, in the 2017 loss, George Kittle, who's often been compared to Travis Kelce and the great wide receivers, 2 receptions for 27 yards. When they beat Green Bay, he had a monster game.
What did he have there?
4 receptions for 63 yards.
It was snowing now. Okay.
Right, yeah. And then against Dallas,
you know what?
1 reception for 18 yards.
I got a rebuttal for you.
He doesn't catch the ball.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you that's why they don't catch wins.
Okay.
And maybe that's is that the coach or the quarterback?
I think it's the coach.
Okay, but get it fixed.
What?
Tonight I want to see more moving forward.
After a year of this? After a year of this?
I think that's where they're at, though. There's like nowhere else to go but have trust in your players, man. I mean, we can watch a football game and know, damn, Steiny was trying to throw it to Tim Jordan.
This can't be right.
But go.
This can't be right. This can't be right. The last regular season game of the year in 2021.
Okay.
The 49ers beat the Rams 27-24. This cannot be right.
That was here. No, that was, go ahead, Steiny.
George Kittle, 5 receptions, 10 yards. 10 yards.
I believe
5 receptions, 10 yards.
Take that.
Okay, that was the last game of the regular season. What about the second last game? What about that game against Houston with Trey Lance quarterbacking, right?
What we get?
Didn't Trey Lance quarterback that game? 1 reception, 29 yards. 2 receptions the week before that for 21 yards. I mean, these numbers are terrible.
Right. And
They
need to improve. They need
for a
to
wide
improve.
receiver. In fact, let's talk for a minute while I add up these pathetic numbers.
This is data. I'm going Fizdale.
50, 60.
This is data on why maybe they're not winning those games. 49er fans don't want to get him the ball. The dude has demonstrated more than on one occasion he can catch it. He can run after he catches it. Now, Steiny, if you tell me you got some data to where he's not getting open, but that ain't who he is.
Well, if he's open, whose fault is it? Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
I'll tell you after break.
And Kyle Shanahan's.
Yeah.
If the quarterback's making the same mistakes over and over again, if he's missing the same people over and over again when they're open, at some point Shanahan's got to take some responsibility for that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We are live from the Hilton Santa Clara, and our coverage is brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon, and Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. Monday Night Football, there's nothing like it. 95.7, The Game.
Oh, my God.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me. Did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours, I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
In Oakland today, sunny skies, highs around 70.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
This is a legacy game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it is. For George Kittle. Uh-oh. He needs to get busy. He needs to do something. And I'll tell you what I mean in a second. But first, we are live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Our coverage today brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon and Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs. That's right, we're tailgating here down at the Hilton in Santa Clara, adjacent to Levi Stadium. 49ers Rams, they get started in under 3 hours.
Yeah.
So if you're coming to the game, come down here, say hello, have a drink, a beer, a mixed drink, some food, listen to the music. Mm-hmm. There's a lot going on. By the way, I have forgotten.
Yeah, don't tell them what it is, but I showed you my wager.
Oh, yeah. I don't understand that. You have to show me at a break. By the way, I forgot to ask Lowe.
Niners -2. Go ahead.
Did you hear? He was talking about Wade Wilson, the old quarterback.
Yeah,
he said,
the Vikings.
He said Whiskey Wade.
That is.
I wonder why. Or can we just assume?
Shout out Jim Beam.
Right.
Yeah.
Somebody answer me this question. If you're a 49er fan, all right, just answer me this question. Whose fault is this? I'm about to give you a stat that should just knock you over. All
right.
I mean, this is a joke. In George Kittle's last 7 games, 7 games, all right, 19 catches, 196 yards. You know what that breaks down to individually over the last 7 games?
Give it to us.
2.7 catches per game for 28 yards a game. Whose fault is that?
That's the coach's fault. And that's why we're talking about a lack of production from the offense. Steiny, hey, if you want to fight me or anybody else telling you what we've seen from George Kittle, the New Orleans game, that he's not a pass catcher, you choose to use him as, what does Shasky say, a glorified offensive lineman. That's by choice. And maybe that's why you are where you're at offensively. Let 85 go out there and be the mismatch he is. He's physical, but that's embarrassing, and it ain't Jimmy. Now, people are at fault, and it damn sure ain't Kittle. But when was the last Niner game you turned the TV off saying, damn, that damn George Kittle needs to start catching the ball? throw it to him.
We
And
don't know if
maybe
he's
you're doing
open.
the defense a favor by not featuring them and treating them like a lineman, Steiny. It's two ways to skin a cat.
Well, and this is what I always get at. Kyle Shanahan. People talk about use check. When I bring up use check as a fullback, and I suggest that I'm not crazy about the idea of having a skill position player on the field who doesn't have the ball in his hands.
Man.
That's, to me, I think that's a fair discussion about using a fullback like that. As we're talking about that, we got George Kittle, who's catching 2.7 balls a game for the last 7 games. It's like, stop telling me. Stop telling me this team has weapons. Stop telling me that Kyle Shanahan is a master. Everybody on their team who's got an offensive arsenal is having a bad year. And Kittle's not having. Kittle has played. He's been hurt. Okay, 1 game, no factor. Deebo Samuel, not as much of a factor as last year. Ayuk, not as much of a factor as last year. Jimmy Garoppolo, game and a half, he has not been as good as last year. So at what point do we look at the coach and say, who's getting better under him?
I'm doing that now.
I get it. Deebo had a great year last year. Breakout year. How many years has he been in the NFL? Is he going to have another one? It's like, you got to put years on top of years.
You know what, Steiny? And you're putting all the cards on the table, and I'm telling you, that juice thing that you had going on for the last couple of years, I didn't resent it. I thought you were off basis because I thought, you know what, at the end of the day, they're winning games. Kyle is Kyle. But now that you keep going to it, like, what are you wasting a position by having him out there and him not being featured or even utilized? Are you getting something from the run game because he's out there? And my answer right now, because I'm ready to get my divorce papers from Kyle, that's how sour I am on him. I think that's a real valid question. And the numbers about Kittle in the last 7 days, I wonder what Kyle would ask, how he would answer if somebody called him out. Hey, what's going on here?
It's a good question. I thought you could get the ball to your tight end pretty easily.
Man, they say that's a quarterback's best friend.
Even if you don't have a great quarterback.
Not enemy.
I hear you. 49ers, Rams. Kickoff's at 5:15 Monday Night Football. If you're coming to the game, come on down to the Hilton Santa Clara. We're tailgating here. We've got nice drinks. We got mixed drinks. We got beer. We got a lot of 49er fans, food, DJ.
I got a prop bet from BetQL that I want to run by you about Kittle. You saw I went all in, mattress money on the Niners -2, Bonte. But George Kittle, right now, does he get over 48 yards in the air or under?
He hasn't had over 48 yards in
but
6 of the last 7
I'm looking
games.
at only 48. Like, if they win, he's going to have more than 4. But your first initial, and you ain't hating, because you probably, you hating over. You honestly believe he can go a game tonight and not have 48 receiving yards?
Well, why wouldn't I think that? He hasn't had 48 receiving yards.
I think Kyle knows now, and now they're 1-2.
Now
I'm hoping, Steiny. Okay. Now that the stuff has hit the fan, and you know what, the porta potty stuff has hit the fan, you got to change something up.
Maybe play more dwelly. Get Kittle out of there if he's not ready to catch the ball.
Now, stop. The Kittle slander. I know you're running, but hey,
I'll tell you what,
you're running material.
The one thing that's also interesting is I'd love to be, how do I want to put this? I'd love to be a standout professional athlete in the city where Guru does sports talk radio. Because I'll tell you what.
I'm listening.
You just don't get blamed. I mean, the idea that George Kittle may have a sliver of responsibility because he's not catching the ball, it's like a foreign. Kittle can't be not getting open. It can't have anything to do with Kittle.
Listen,
he's
man.
just too great. It's the only
I criticize
game.
Dre. I criticize Clay when he came back. I criticize whoever needs to be criticized.
Oh, he stinks.
This is about totality, and I've seen George Kittle. I don't want to give anybody kudos that doesn't deserve it. We're talking about his whole career, even the Nick Mullen times. The dude is a beast.
Who?
That George Kittle.
No, he's not.
Now, hey,
he's not being used as it. Stop saying a guy's
he's
a
not,
beast.
Go ahead, you're onto something. He's not
7
being used the right way.
He hasn't been a beast the last 7 games.
Hey, your point's made. The numbers are what they are in the last 7 games. That's obvious. But Steiny, now it's bigger than Kittle. The offense is not doing anything. Who's calling the play? Now we're honed in. What's the one constant? It's Kyle. You got to fix that. Steiny, if he wasn't getting open or he was slow foot, I'd be like, you know what, man, he ain't it. But don't tell me Darren Waller, who hit the scene and rightfully so, is a beast. Don't tell me Kittle is chicken liver to walk. Kittle can be used and to do things just like that.
My father used to tell me.
Did you call him back? He called you last week on air.
My father used to tell me, you need to make yourself so valuable that the coach has to use you. He has to, because you're so valuable. Kittle's not that valuable. He's not making Kyle Shanahan utilize him. He's not.
And maybe that's why they're smoking 10-point leads in playoff games.
Our guy Brian,
yeah.
from The Office, I just put Kittle's numbers up there, 19 catches, 196
Help us out,
yards.
B. Help me out.
2 catches, 28 yards. He says, those are great numbers for a lineman. My guy Brian with a good sense of humor. Of course, here's the other thing. I just put out there. There's no commentary.
Yeah.
I just put out a stat. Yeah. Just a stat.
What do you get?
Last 7 games, 198 yards, blah, 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 blah. Now do Kelsey's numbers. Now do Kelsey's fumbles. Now, what are his blocking grades? My man Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh, Ryan, I'm sure his blocking grades are great. I'm sure.
You're too smart of a man, Steiny, to know what's going on. Who's it for?
Ryan, you know I love you. Yeah. Let me tell you something. If Kittle's blocking grades aren't great, he stinks. He stinks if his blocking grades aren't great. Because if you're telling me he ain't one of the best blockers in the NFL as a tight end,
I never even
sure
liked
as hell
that
ain't
part
one of the best pass catchers.
That's just me.
So you got to tell your boy Kyle Shanahan
that's what
he might want to utilize George Kittle. But you know what? Don't be afraid to criticize George Kittle for not getting open. But it doesn't always have to be the coach. Right, you don't have to be afraid of the players.
We've seen more. Has he been an All-Pro?
Who?
Kittle.
Probably.
Yeah, no, he has, and I know you don't. I know what he can do. I've seen him. You know what I'm saying? I've seen him. It's like Batman. When you call for him, he shows up. Spider-Man.
He had his best year with Nick Mullins.
Okay. Well, maybe. Okay, so I know who's not to blame.
Who?
GK, and that's George Kittle.
Of course not.
Yeah.
I mean,
he don't pay my bills. I ain't afraid to criticize him.
No. The last time you criticized a player was 2014.
That's a
and of course it was James Harden. It was Russell Westbrook
look at
or somebody against the Warriors.
Yeah.
Let me guess. It was probably Chris Paul. I'm sure you criticized.
But what's your greater message about Kittle, Steiny? You honestly think he's just average? I know you don't. I gotta believe my partner knows this dude is not even being asked to get open, or the ball's not coming his way because the dude he quarterbacks closes his eyes when he throws the ball.
Okay, I don't believe that. I don't. Listen. I'm not saying George Kittle's not good. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when a guy's numbers have dropped that precipitously, last 7 games, less than 3 catches a game, he's got to be partly responsible. It can't all be Kyle Shanahan. It can't all be Garoppolo. It can't. These guys, the weaponry's got to take some responsibility. That's all I'm saying.
Wow, that's as we wave to Niner fans. That's a hard one to swallow.
I don't wave to them.
But I'm gonna die on the heel of.
Oh, he's got Tom Rathman jersey.
George Kittle is a mismatch,
Garoppolo.
and I'm standing by that, Steiny.
Who said that? Who said
I'm
George
telling you he's a mismatch.
Is he?
If I was calling plays,
I agree. He's quicker than most linemen.
Hey, does it say how many targets he had last? I guess I could look it up.
He can get off the ball faster than most linemen. You're right. He's got explosion.
And I always hated
at the tackle and guard
he's
position.
used like a lineman. Get out of here with that.
He is.
Oh, he's used like a. That's Kyle's fault. And
He is. He's
18-20 offense.
He's got 2.7 catches more per game than Trent Williams.
It's just, wow. I'm a more than used chick. I mean, that's a fan. Like, that's bad. You know that's bad. I'll give him 3% ownage in that, and the rest the quarterback and the coach, man. What if you had a great batter and he only got you only pinch hit him? I mean, and he only had 8 at bats for the year, and you talk about batting. Hey, why's your average? So your average one. Dude, it's because you're not getting the opportunities. And that's what, how many games are you watching Kittle not catch the ball? That's how you look at this. There's not many where I walk away like, whoa, they going to Kittle. That's what I'm talking about.
Who's the quarterback of the Ravens?
Lamar Jackson.
How does he throw the ball? I mean, you laughed at him for 5 years. How's their tight end?
He's got some. Yeah, he's going to him.
So Lamar Jackson can get the ball to Andrews, can he?
Well, yeah.
How come? Jimmy Garoppolo can throw better than Lamar Jackson.
I don't have that answer.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You might not have the answer, but let me tell you what you know.
And I'm not afraid of
it can't be George Kittle's fault. It can't be. Come on,
I wonder how many people would agree with you, Steiny. Seriously, how many people? No, well, we had this before the overrun, but I'm talking. How many people would blame him?
Blame who?
Kittle. Like, give him some responsibility.
I give him a third of responsibility.
Wow.
He gets a third. Garoppolo gets a third, and Shanahan gets a third.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know why he's not.
How can you not get the ball to a tight end? Please.
Because you got a quarterback that you
or maybe you have a tight end that's ineffectual.
I'll tell you what. This is what I do know. If they're going to start winning, he's got to be a part in the passing game. I'll leave it there. He's got to be a part. Them days of you winning and him blocking, they're done.
Now, interestingly,
what you got?
That's easy to say. He's got, but of the last 7 games, take out the one this year. That's 6 games last year. I mean, they were on a run.
Okay.
And he wasn't putting up big numbers.
I'm going to say
this. So they can win games without him putting up big numbers.
Here I go, Guru, the DVR. The Dallas Cowboy playoff game and the Ram NFC Championship game. George Kittle, just mainly the Rams, was running wide open early in that game, and that would have been a touchdown. Jimmy overthrew him. And I know you laugh like, it's one of... Dude, games... They take on the character of big made plays and plays that are missed. George Kittle, that was a touchdown. He didn't get that. Did he go whining after and it was a L? No, he had his quarterback's back. But Steiny, I'm letting you know he was running. We watch Ayuk against Dallas in a playoff game. The world's watching. Wide open. Jimmy overthrows him. Last week, Deebo Samuel. And the worst part about that, Jimmy looked his way. I don't know why it didn't come out. It was a touchdown. So Kyle doesn't even get the credit for calling a great play. It's just like, but
it's not a great play if you cannot execute.
They drafted another quarterback because Kyle is probably hearing what I'm saying and said, Daryl, that's why we went out and tried to kick this dude to the curb. I'm saying it's the quarterback now more than the coach, why Kyle's not getting the ball and why Jimmy's not using the tight end. Maybe he's not, I don't know. Maybe he can't see, I don't know. But it is uncanny, and I think now there's a parallel to why this offense is on the side of a milk carton. Man. I rest my case, Your Honor. Like, it ain't George Kittle. You're free to go.
Hell no, it's not George Kittle.
George Kittle, you are free to go, but Jimmy and Kyle... Sentencing coming soon, and hopefully tonight you can
have
do
your
something
favorites.
About it. Oh yeah, please.
You have your favorites, and they cannot be criticized. God
Round
forbid,
Table Pizza's a favorite.
Get open, George Kittle. Seriously,
I'm gonna look tomorrow. PFF. You know how they judge. Some people hate it.
Right, and you know what? And this is it. If you see he's running wide open,
stop it.
God forbid that'll be an indictment on Shanahan.
You hear Aikman and Buck tonight talk about Kittle tonight. and the
I
adjectives
don't
they
care
use.
how they talk about
Well,
Kittle.
'cause he's a
because
player.
I've watched Kittle more than they've watched Kittle. I've watched each of his last 7 games when he's been a non-factor.
That is
I'm
an
not
indictment.
going on
That
3
is
years
not the
ago.
player. It's not the player.
Here's the other thing. Maybe he's wearing down because of how physical he's been his entire career. Maybe that's why he's been getting banged up a little bit. Guy takes punishment. Maybe he's on the downside of his career.
He's such a big target in the red zone.
And how old's
When was the
Kittle now?
When was I don't know. When was the last fade you saw to Kittle?
20.
Or were they dude, he's still not 30?
Hey, George Kittle's got a birthday coming up. October 9th. He's going to be 29. George Kittle. Huh, how about that?
Well, he is coming off injury.
How about that? What's new? You can pretty much say that about a lot of 49ers.
Man, Steiny, they need a win tonight in the worst way.
No, they don't. Not in the worst way.
And I just put my chicken on it.
That's
Look at you, like
root for the Rams now. I've told you about the way I feel when you guess like this. I can't support it. I can't support you guessing like this.
Please. It's a feel. Dude, the Rams.
I just want Guru to lose money for some reason.
Wow, dude, we know the reason.
Why?
You don't like me to be happy. Anything
I don't
else?
like you to, no, I don't like you to be rich.
Steiny, I told you.
I don't
No,
care
but
if
look
you're
at
happy.
you. I bought you a beer on your birthday. Come on.
When?
At the old ship. Remember I bought you a soda? I said, I got his. Oh, now I'm hurt. You said the other day on air you remember now. It's all right. Yeah. But I ain't the type of dude to do nice things and then want cameras around. I just brought it up.
How much we got, Evan?
Guys, we got about 1 minute here.
Oh, good.
60 seconds.
Okay.
By the way, I bought Steiny a beer on his birthday, Guru.
Well, that was after you were tardy. I was there early.
He wasn't tardy.
Yeah, he was. He wasn't there when I was there.
He's like a Dodger fan. That's fine.
Yeah, no, that I get.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Who do Ratto and Damon have coming up? Probably the Playmaker, I would think.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
look
Playmaker,
at you.
4:15.
4:15, Michael Irvin. And,
He'll be in a good
last
mood.
call. Come down to the Hilton Santa Clara. Tailgating here. And the people are out and about. 49er fans, if you're coming to the game. Once again, the Hilton Santa Clara is the place to be. Drinks, beer, food, DJs, everything under the sun. How much we got now, Evan?
We got 20 seconds. Also, Larry Kruger will be stopping by in the 4 o'clock hour, 4:45 with Damon Ratto.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, let's see if George Kittle can get open tonight.
Kittle down
And
the
maybe
middle.
even, heaven forbid, catch a ball. I got Kittle over 1.5 catches
Look
tonight.
at you.
Big night for him coming up. That'll do it.
Oh, boy.
The 49ers play the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Garoppolo fires into the end zone, and that's a touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle.
And we're live from the Hilton Santa Clara from 9 till 6.
What's my word, Steiny? The cooking show with the goo. All the ingredients to get ugly Monday, but yet they could win, and I wouldn't be surprised driving them. Feels great, baby.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner can clean your entire system and help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for only $7. A great deal to help you go a good deal farther. Find Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the Hilton Santa Clara. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well,
What a gorgeous Monday night for a football game down in Santa Clara. Welcome, Damon and Ratto, coming to you live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. Our coverage brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. Can we get Ray a bourbon? Can we get Ray a bourbon? How drunk can we get Ray before kickoff tonight?
Well, don't just stand there. Go.
Get this man a bourbon. Bring this man some beef. Harris Ranch beef, of course, preferred. Man, thank you so much. Chavez Supermarkets, where all your beef and tailgating needs, you go there to find everything you need. Thank you for tuning in. And, man, we got a big one tonight, Ray. I don't think there's much hype that we can put on a Week 4 NFL game. But if you're talking about the road less traveled or a smoother ride to where you want to go, the playoffs, this is one of those games where we are looking at a little bit of a fork in the road. You're going to join the ranks at 2-2. And be right in the smack dab middle of any and all NFL conversations when this game ends tonight, or you're 1-3 and you are dead last in the NFC West, and that's really not a position you ever want to be operating from as an NFL team.
No, 1-3 is less good than 2-2.
Thank you.
But the only thing that I would say, not as rebuttal, it's that we're not going to know, what this team is for another 8 to 10 weeks, but what the conference is in another 8 to 10 weeks. They could conceivably lose tonight with the subsequent panicking, and then they've got Carolina and Atlanta after that. And those are not only beatable teams, they're very beatable teams.
Carolina, yes. I think Atlanta's got a little more spiciness than I expected them to have this year, so I'm not going to chalk that up to being easy, especially with it being an odd road trip where they're going to spend 2 weeks on the road. They're going to go to West Virginia and stay at the Greenbrier. That was shared by Cam Inman the last time we talked to him. So it's just, do you want a bumpy road back to 500, or do you want to get to 500 tonight? That's the question for the 49ers. It feels like a big game. I mean, beyond the rivalry in division, it's the rivalry of Northern California and Southern California. You have the established, I don't want to call it regular season dominance, but one thing that Kyle Shanahan does probably more routinely than any other thing that Kyle Shanahan does is beat the Rams in the regular season. And then, of course, the huge bragging rights that the Rams then took back by taking the NFC title game last year.
Yeah, well, it's their first real measuring stick, because I don't think anybody thinks that they're as bad as Chicago, Seattle, and Denver. I think they look at that and go, they've played poorly twice and well once. So basically the 49ers are, to be fairest about it, they're an erratic team. You've gotten excellent defense 3 times in a row, and you've gotten good offense once. So I think tonight is the first time you can measure this team against a team that has genuine, big playoff aspirations and see, well, how close are you to them? Yeah, because the 49ers right now don't know what they are. We kind of know what the Rams are. And the Rams are not playing at nearly the level they played at last year, but they're still better than average.
They are better than average. There's no doubt about that, but they have a running game that has basically put them in the caboose of NFL running games. They are a one-dimensional team offensively because the offense right now is basically just get the ball to Cooper Kupp. He is doing the lion's share of the work for the Rams. So shutting Cooper Kupp down tonight is job one for a 49ers defense. And for a 49ers offense, we know what the job is. The job that Kyle Shanahan wants done is to run the ball and control the clock against this team specifically. That's the way Kyle goes about dealing with the Rams. It is predictable, if you will, at times when the Niners come on out against the Rams. They run a little bit more. Not only is it playing to the strength of the Niners offense over the last few years, but it keeps, an offense that can scare you and does scare you off the field as much as possible. So we'll see what the Niners have going tonight for them across the line of scrimmage. We know that they'll be looking at Aaron Donald across the line of scrimmage. And just that, on the surface of you're playing Aaron Donald tonight, sounds like you're in for a very, very long night. And he is a preeminent game wrecker. But against the 49ers lately, Ray, and I can't explain it, Aaron Donald has done a lot more wearing beige and blending into a game than jumping out as this dominant defensive force. Aaron Donald has 1 sack in his past 5 games against the 49ers after having 10.5 in the previous 6. So when it comes to slowing down Aaron Donald, we might have to give this team a lot more credit than we can give most NFL teams, because they've actually done it. And they haven't always done it with a premier interior line. We've seen Daniel Brunskill go out and have very good days against Aaron Donald. Why? I don't think I can conclude a why, but it just happens. And tonight, the test for Aaron Donald really belongs to Jake Brindle, to Aaron Banks, and Spencer Burford. And if they can keep him in check tonight, that goes a long way to getting the Niners where they need to be.
Well, I have a theory about why Aaron Donald does not jump out at you against 49ers. And it's that the 49ers don't put themselves in passing situations. And Aaron Donald wrecks games by destroying quarterbacks. Quarterbacks who don't have the ball don't really become part of what Aaron Donald does. So I think what it is the 49ers have been able, over the last 4 years, to run the ball effectively, thereby neutralizing the thing that makes you notice Aaron Donald. And the Rams are not, or have not been, an extraordinary defense against the run. And I think that's largely why the 49ers have done well against the Rams. And then really, they probably would have lost the conference final last year if not for that one defensive breakdown. It's just, the 49ers do the one thing the Rams don't prevent well, and they take away the weapon that does the most damage, which is Aaron Donald.
We are, with every passing minute, getting closer to kickoff tonight. Monday Night Football starts at 5:15, and Ray and I are going to obviously walk you up to that game tonight. We got a great show in about an hour from now. The Hall of Famer, the playmaker himself, Michael Irvin, will join us. Larry Krueger stops on by as we get even closer to kickoff to focus on what the Niners need to do tonight. The trends in this series are pretty clear-cut, and we will go over them again and again and again. And does Kyle Shanahan hold serve with his trends, or is tonight possibly going to be a little something different? Are the Niners going to try to play left-handed just a little bit against the Los Angeles Rams? We're coming to you live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day down here. I mean, in the city, it is 15 degrees colder than it is in Santa Clara right now. So it looks like a great day to come on down early, fire up that grill. You can stop on by the tailgate here at the Hilton as well. All sorts of food. Got a DJ, got a bar outside. So come on. I see Daryl the Guru Johnson milling around, kissing babies, shaking hands. Matt Steinmetz dealing with his adoring public. So like two guys, about two guys.
Yeah.
And
it's a quiet room.
It's not the loudest of rooms. But we got ourselves a great day down here in Santa Clara, and we're also brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Why? Well, go find out for yourself. You can make an appointment to visit them today at bmwfairfield.com to book a visit. Again, the Niners booked here on Monday Night Football. The 49ers have beaten the Rams in each of their past 3 Monday Night Football meetings. They're actually 10-4 in their last 14 Monday Night Football games, but are just 4-3 on Monday Night Football here at Turkey on the 50 Field at Levi's Stadium. But they are set up for a little history. A win tonight would tie the 49ers with now the Pittsburgh Steelers for the most wins ever on Monday Night Football. The Steelers have 51. The Cowboys have 50. Excuse me. The 49ers have 50. The Cowboys have 49. The Dolphins have 43. The Raiders, who used to be the kings of Monday Night Football until a bad 30-year stretch, put them at now 5th all-time with 42. So, little Monday Night Football history could possibly be up for grabs tonight, but more importantly, position in their own division. That is where the 49ers are concentrating their efforts tonight. They're either going to fall all the way back in the pack at 1-3, or they'll be in a logjam of everybody in this division looking at 2-2 because the Rams are 2-1, so they're a loss away from being 2-2. Seattle yesterday won in Detroit in a shootout that looked like a Big 12 game, almost 1,000 yards of offense. So the Seahawks are now 2-2. Arizona goes into Carolina, finds a win. They're 2-2. So the 49ers do not want to be 1-3. 1-3, that's Raidersville. You don't want to be living in Raidersville right now. There is just one winless team remaining in the NFL, and it's the Houston Texans, who actually have a tie on their record. So they're not as bad as haven't won yet, but they're still winless with now 2 losses and a tie scored against them as well. The Raiders did get their first win of the year over Denver yesterday. The Eagles are the NFL's last remaining unbeaten team after yesterday's action wrapped up. They're now 4-0, and we're going to be talking to Michael Irvin about all of that because we're at the first quarter pole of the NFL season. So getting a little feel for the league is something we're going to try to do with Michael a little bit later on. And talking to you about how the Niners get this one tonight is what we're about to do until Michael Irvin joins us, Larry Krueger, a little bit later on. And we got open lines and want to ask you, what do the Niners need to do tonight to pick up a win against the Rams on Monday Night Football? 888-957-9570 is the number. Damon and Ratto live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, brought to you by Jim Beam Whiskey and by our good friends at Harris Ranch Beef. It is good to have you here. We got ourselves a little football coming up tonight, and we're excited to be down here. Hopefully you're excited to go. This is going to wrap up Week 4 in the NFL. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. And, of course, you can download everything we do here on the Odyssey app, which you can download for free today.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's a monster Monday night mashup.
Shut up, all of you. Just beat the Rams.
We're live from the Hilton Santa Clara for Monday Night Football.
Quarterback sneak. Jimmy Garoppolo puts it away for San Francisco.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Harris Ranch, we do beef.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
Tracking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone staff. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, live from the Hilton Santa Clara on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
Oh, welcome to you. Damon and Ratto coming to you live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. Brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. And by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all of your beef and tailgate needs. Ray, I always knew you and I would be getting a hotel together.
The hell we are.
It's good to be hanging out here. We got a beautiful day to tailgate ahead of a Monday night football game, 49ers and Rams. The final act of week 4 in the NFL. We got an awful lot to talk about leading you up to kickoff tonight. And one of the things that we also have to talk about, Ray, it's really going to be, I think, the only thing that we get in today that isn't specifically about this game until we go around the NFL with Michael Irvin at 4:15. But I think you and I, after discussing it so much on Friday, need to follow up a little bit on Tua and what the Miami Dolphins and the NFL are doing regarding concussions, because just last night on Sunday Night Football, you had Cameron Brate coming out of the game, then going back into the game, and then coming out of the game at halftime, and that was when they decided he had a concussion. So, The Dolphins found their fall guy, and we knew that they would. Apparently, the independent neuroscientist has been fired, and I don't know how the Dolphins can fire anyone who is operating independently, but I guess they've said that they're not going to be going back to him, or they're not going to be going to that neuroscientist's doctor's office for further independent evaluations because he blew his concussion evaluation. The NFL says it's going to take another look at protocols. And I'm just going to ask, do you think that that is going to affect real, honest change, or is it lip service in the moment that will fade into the background the minute that this topic fades back into the background?
It's definitely lip service because the outrage over what happened to Tagovailoa was clear and obvious. And yet you saw, and you referred to it, Cameron Brate.
Just last night.
Yeah, goes out. And then they just decide, oh, no, he's fine, and then send him back in. It means that the protocols are clearly inadequate, and it doesn't matter how they arrived at them. So this is not a negotiating thing. It's that there is nobody on either side, on any of the sides, really, that wants to say, he's concussed, he can't play. They all want to try to figure out ways for concussions not to be concussions. Right. That's the mindset that's got to be wrecked. Because that's the thing that gets players in trouble. Because they don't want to leave the game. The teams don't want them not to play. The union doesn't want to be the heavies in this. And the fact is, somebody's got to be the mean dean of students. And nobody in the National Football League hierarchy, and that includes the players' union and the players themselves, wants to be the dean of students. Somebody's got to do that in every stadium. And nobody wants to do it.
Don't you think this is opportunity lost for Roger Goodell himself in his commissionership, where he's always pitted as someone who is, against the players? What if he came out saying, to me, the goal of concussion protocol is to eliminate the player from going back into the game more than it is to wave the white flag for his reentry? It feels like Roger Goodell could really take this bull by the horns and say, this is going to be sort of the hallmark now of my commissionership. I am going to take concussions and player safety on the topic of in-game sustained this afternoon fear of concussion to a level that maybe coaches and franchises and owners are uncomfortable with, but man, for the first time ever, the players might actually sing my praises.
The problem is he has no constituency that would back his play if he was even remotely interested in doing that. And I don't think he is, because he knows
how the sausage is made.
Well, he knows, A, how the sausage is made, and B, who provides him with the money to buy the sausage. The owners don't want the commissioner meddling in any of their business. Yes, you just go out there and make money for us. You're an employee. So this has nothing to do with what Roger Goodell would like to do. And I'm not saying he wouldn't like to protect players, but he's got as much heat at that as I do. That's not going to happen. So it's not really a moment for Roger Goodell. It's a moment for somebody, and I don't know even who that is at this point, to simply say, you need an adult that has nothing to do with any of you. Nobody you can talk to or influence or lean on. And the NFL doesn't do business with people like that. They don't do business with truly independent people who can make sticking judgments that they can't overturn in 5 minutes. So I think it's a grand idea that has no constituency behind it. So it dies on the vine.
So, like I was suggesting on Friday, when everyone was up in arms, this is a cause celeb. It won't be very much of a celebrity a few weeks from now. I mean, it's so funny. Quarterback gets concussed. The world wants to hold an on-field martyrdom for that quarterback. Tight end for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, whatever. Like, the reaction to Cameron Brate going back into that game today is the equivalent of a harumph from the NFL in comparison to the, loud echoes of outrage that came from Tua.
Well, but here's the thing. I mean, you're asking for like a public outcry for a tight end who, it wasn't nearly as egregious as the Tunga Vailosi.
Right, and didn't come with a sexy video.
No, so and they're going to react to that. But the principle remains the same. The National Football League has been lousy on this issue since day one. The Players Union has never pushed back on it, which is their own shame. And the fact is, players are getting damaged on a weekly basis by it. There are a lot of guys who get taken out. Oh, he just got this bell rung. Well, that's a ridiculous old standard that shouldn't be endured. But they all endure it, and they try to write it off as, well, they knew the job was dangerous when they took it. Well, that's just stupid. You know, it's not about trying to assess culpability. This is about protection. And if you have to tell a player, you can't go in again today, he might pitch a fit and his coach might pitch a fit. But the real problem is not that it's a cause celeb, it's that it's a genuine problem that nobody within the industry is interested in knowing about, let alone solving. And anyone who says they are is either outside the circle of power or is just BSing. It is a genuine issue that ought to be treated like one, but there's nobody who's going to be able to say, look, I'm in charge here, I'm deciding, because nobody wants to be that.
All gas, no brakes, very little changes.
Well, there's plenty of gas. There are brakes. All you have to do is basically declare somebody the czar of medicine, and just say, both sides will pay. Nobody gets to talk to the guy, ever. He just decides, he's going out, they're putting him in the tent, it's head-related, he's done for the day. And then...
Right, communicating only with a player agent. Doesn't even talk to the team, doesn't talk to the league, just player agent.
Not even the agent.
You got to talk to somebody. You want to have the player's mom on his phone?
Well, no, I mean...
maybe mom would have his best interest, right?
Well, no, he goes into the tent, and it looks like a head injury. That guy just decides from distance, that looks like it might be a head injury, that's enough for me. But it's not a head injury. You can't know that. I said, I'm using judgment based on caution first. If I'm wrong, then he just didn't play the rest of the game. Deal with it. You got 52 other guys.
You know what I think might be part of the problem? That blue tent might not be really a good place to do a concussion evaluation because you're still surrounded by the atmosphere of an NFL game. And I'm sure I don't know if that blue tent is actually a friend of players or a foe of players, and they shouldn't just be carting these guys back to the locker room for proper evaluations in a quiet work spot where conversations can be had. There's no ticking of an NFL sideline waiting to get a player back into a game. Maybe that blue tent isn't the ally that it's framed to be.
No, well, it isn't. But neither is taking them back under the stands either. If you're in the stadium, somebody's going to say, come on, let's get this going. Come on, hurry up. And the player himself is going to lean on that. What you need is somebody who is allowed the power to just make the decision. It looks like a head injury. I may be wrong, I may be right, but that's my best judgment. And he's not playing again today. Done.
Right, that's ball game.
Yeah, that's it. That way there's no arguments, no influence that you can make, none of that. It's the only way this will work, even if, and it may not work this way either because football is basically designed by psychotics, for psychotics, but that's your only way out. And I don't believe anybody wants to take that because they would rather guess on the side of player plays rather than, no, injured player sits.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're coming to you live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Our coverage ahead of Monday Night Football brought to you by Jim Beam and by Harris Ranch Beef. We are also brought to you by our friends at BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall with over 400 Google reviews in. They have the highest rating of any BMW dealer in Northern California. Find out why for yourself. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. We will obviously continue this conversation with Michael Irvin himself, a guy who knows the league like the back of his hand. He joins us at 4:15 this afternoon. In about an hour and 15 minutes from now, Larry Krueger is going to stop on by the Hilton and get us ready for a little kickoff on Monday Night Football, where, again, the 49ers have a chance to tie the Steelers for the most wins ever in the history of Monday Night Football at 51 each. Now, in order to do that, as we said, they're going to have to get around Aaron Donald. And to me, getting around Aaron Donald means you are scoring some points, because that's really the missing ingredient from this 49ers season so far. Their defensive expectations are high. I don't care who they're playing. They're supposed to keep their opponent to under 21 points, and they've been doing it so far. As a matter of fact, they're only giving up 12 points per game. While this offense is struggling to come in around 16 points per game, and maybe something that can sort of unlock the offense tonight is George Kittle. And it feels like a tough night to ask him to go out and do it, because we know that Trent Williams is out, and as good of a blocker as Kittle is, you'd figure without your starting left tackle, Kittle's importance as a blocker multiplies. But man, I think he is a key ingredient in just getting this offense, and especially Jimmy Garoppolo, comfortable in a passing game. Kittle's managed at least 5 catches for 50 yards and a touchdown in his last 4 games against the Rams at Levi's Stadium. He loves seeing the Rams on his schedule. As a matter of fact, George Kittle is the ultimate Ram killer since he was drafted into the league. George Kittle has 49 catches, 706 yards, and 5 touchdowns against the Rams since he was drafted in 2017. All are NFL opponent highs against the Rams over that time. So how do you get Kittle going in a passing game, get Kittle going in a series he's gotten going in historically, and have him be a big part of this team's blocking scheme? It's tough. It's a very hard needle to thread.
It is, but the problem that you have is that you only have the one. You only have the one Kittle. And if you don't have blocking, it sort of doesn't matter what else you do. So I don't know that Kittle is necessarily the thing they have to get going, as much as they have to be able to run the ball. There's only one game going back to 2018 in which they couldn't run the ball successfully at all. And that was the conference final last year. They went 21 for 50, which is a terrible average, and it showed in the end. Every other time, they were at 100 or more, and they won 6 of those 9. So I think the template is right there for them. So I think maybe the key here is Jeff Wilson, because he's the guy who's going to get the most carries, I would presume. But if it's not Jeff Wilson specifically, it's a running game, because the first thing is the running game, if it's effective, will keep their offense off the field. Secondly, it will keep Aaron Donald busy at something other than the thing that's going to send him to the Hall of Fame. You can get the ball to Kittle, because you're still going to throw 20 times, and that's a conservative estimate. You can get the ball to Kittle enough, but if you don't run, they don't have a definable offense that's going to work. And the longer you have your defense on the field, the greater the chance for the odd breakdown. So I think it's their ability to run that separates them from the Rams when they play each other. And their inability to run was most exposed in the most important game they've played in years.
Well, look, if you're talking about the trends that the 49ers always want to play when they're taking on the Rams, it's running that ball and keeping the Rams offense on the sidelines. The 49ers have 30 or more carries in 5 of their last 6 regular season games against the Rams. So that is the way to get into the win column. And last year's game here in Santa Clara saw the 49ers run the ball 44 times against the Los Angeles defense. That's their most rushing attempts for the 49ers against the Rams since 1986. And I don't even believe shotgun formations or the forward pass was even allowed in 1986. So it was a much different NFL back in 1986. And the Niners brought us back to 86 just last year in a game against the Rams here at Levi's Stadium. Now, running that many times with just Jeff Wilson Jr., we know that they're not going to ask him. So Jordan Mason, the unproven, undrafted rookie, we might see him tonight. Tevin Coleman is a recent addition to the 49ers practice squad, elevated, I believe, for tonight's game. And maybe the former Niner, former Hoosier, can be a little bit of the rushing attack tonight. It'll be interesting to see if Kyle Shanahan doesn't lean on the veteran he knows about before he leans on the rookie that he might think give him something.
Well, that's sort of been his MO, is go with the thing you've seen do it before.
Yeah.
I know that there are some people who don't like that approach, but that is who Kyle Shanahan is. Says, I like guys with a track record. And you've seen baseball managers who believe that. You've seen basketball people who believe in that.
Steve Kerr believes in that.
Yeah, if you've shown me that you can do this, I'm going to rely on you to do it. So I think it is going to be a big night for Jeff Wilson, at least in terms of attempts early. I think you might see Marlon Mack. He's done it before. Tevin Coleman is another. I don't know that he's necessarily going to go younger, unless he wants to just show a bunch of running backs and keep them as fresh as possible and just pound them. I mean, the way they did last year with the 44 attempts for 156 yards. I think Kyle Shanahan is probably most comfortable with that. And I think he expects to see whether the Rams can stop that, because they've only done it once.
We know that as long as things are going well, Jimmy is going to enjoy some home field advantage. But I wonder how quickly we might see fans turn on Garoppolo in this building if he's playing a sloppy brand or an uninspiring brand of football early on. I'll tell you, over the past 15 seasons, so this predates Jimmy, but there is a problem when the Niners turn the ball over. They sometimes turn it over in bunches. They really do. Over the past 15 seasons, the Niners have 8 games in which they've turned the ball over 3 times and surrendered a safety. That's twice as many as any other team in that span. The Giants actually have 4 of those games. And believe it or not, as you could probably predict, the 49ers are winless in those games. They are 0-8 in those games. So getting crispy offensively tonight, it's a must. It has to happen. And if Jimmy can't show it in a week where he had an extra day to prepare, an extra day to rest, an extra day to get his body into game shape, an extra day of practice, an extra day of running with the ones, even though he's had 6 years essentially of running with the ones. So this is set up to be a successful night for the 49ers as much as you could predict a successful night for the 49ers. A team that Kyle Shanahan routinely beats in the regular season is in the building tonight. The Niners are comfortable on Monday Night Football, and there should be a really good crowd in here tonight. And let me just say this. I think a lot of people know I'm not a particular fan of Levi's Stadium. Its architecture, its construction, to me, it just comes up short in infinity categories. Like, it really, really does. But you want to know the one thing it kind of has going for it is that this stadium's lack of appeal, is absolutely a talking point around the NFL. And I think it keeps it off the opposing fan, gotta go see it with your own 2 eyes list. I watched that Raiders game yesterday against Denver, and that building had to have been 65 to 70% Broncos fans in there. There was more orange than silver and black in Allegiant Stadium as the Raiders found their first win of the year. There will probably never be more of the opposing fan in this building because the word is out on the building. It's officially no big whoop. So unless you really wanted to get to a Niner game, unless you really wanted to get to Santa Clara, because, again, a lot of people find out it's nowhere near San Francisco, so staying there and traveling here, not too convenient. It's actually maybe the one element that can be turned into an advantage at Levi's Stadium. And right now, it is my duty to inform you that the 49ers are riding their longest home winning streak in the history of this place. They've won 5 in a row, and tonight, if they win it, would make 6 in a row. They've never won 6 in a row at Levi's Stadium. So we'll see if they can do it tonight.
Well, the other thing, too, is that they travel well. So these are not people who are going to willingly give up their tickets very freely or even resell them at less than an exorbitant rate. So they're sort of imbued with the idea that, well, we got to be at the game. So I think in addition to whatever deficiencies the stadium might have, people, they put up with the deficiencies of Candlestick Park for decades, and they turned out. If the team is good, they show up. So, the Raiders are a bad example only because they designed their entire fan base around the idea that 70% of them don't live in Las Vegas. They wanted a third from LA, they wanted a quarter to a third from the Bay Area, and they wanted everybody else except for the 10% who live in Vegas to be the other team. So they were prepared for that. What they weren't prepared for, I think, is how quickly the local fans would promptly sell their tickets to the highest bidder, and you get enough people in football mad towns like Denver. Yeah, I'll do that. Plus, I'll spend the airfare. Plus, I'll spend the hotel fare. I'm ready to blow a bunch of money in Las Vegas for a weekend and watch my team.
It's an event beyond just an NFL game.
So they're signing up for that, and the Raiders knew that and didn't care because they needed bodies and they needed money.
Well, what the 49ers need is a win tonight to even maintain, if you want to say it's an illusion of a good start. 2-2. Technically, it's not a bad start. It's not a great start. It's as average as you can be. But the difference between 2-2 and 1-3 is massive, not only just against the rest of the league, but in this division. Rams win tonight, they go to 2-2. The Seahawks are 2-2. The Cardinals are 2-2. 49ers do not want to be 1-3 if they lose tonight. This is a big one. This is a big one early on. And if the 49ers are going to get around the first quarter pole of the season, I suggest they do it with the win because, boy, it makes the road ahead a lot less bumpy. We got an awful lot coming up for you. Michael Irvin joins us in about a half an hour from now, the Hall of Famer, to go over what the Niners need to do tonight, what makes Cooper Kupp so special, and we're going to bounce around the entire league and do a little Tua concussion follow-up with him as well. Larry Krueger is going to join us at 4:45, and you're welcome to join us right now as well at 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do the Niners do? How do they beat the Rams tonight? We'd love to hear from you as we're rolling from down at the Hilton in Santa Clara. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Don't pop the champagne just yet. I'm Joe Giller here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Phillies' magic number is 1 as they enter the final 3 games of the regular season.
You'd think, so how good could that hotel tailgate really be? It's legit. It's absolutely legit. Come on out and find out for yourself. The lobby in the Santa Clara Hilton is bumping. The tailgate outside is bumping right now. There is an awful lot of enthusiasm ahead of Monday Night Football here. Damon and Ratto at the Hilton in Santa Clara, brought to you by Jim Beam Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon, and by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all of your beef and tailgate needs. It is good to have you here. Damon and Ratto, about less than a half an hour away from saying hello to Michael Irvin. Always a phenomenal conversation on a Monday afternoon after an exciting weekend of football, which wraps up with Monday Night Football. Here tonight, Larry Krueger stops on by at 4:45. About a half an hour later than that, it is going to be kickoff from Levi's Stadium. It's a big one for the 49ers, who do not want to go to bed tonight in last place at 1-3. They just want to be in a 2-2 logjam, which every team in the division would be if the Niners pick up a win here tonight. If the Niners are going to win, Ray, they're going to have to slow down, because I don't know if there is any shutting down Cooper Kupp. I mean, it's one of those, you cannot stop him, you can only hope to contain him level of talents that has emerged from this guy. I actually was one of the last people on board on the Cooper Kupp train, just figuring it's got to be gimmicky. It's got to be bells and whistles. It's not like this guy's picking up yards by out-athleting defender after defender after defender. It's wrong of me to put the stereotypes of, I'll say it, a white boy wide receiver on Cooper Kupp. He is an absolute handful. And you can expect a cupful tonight, especially with Allen Robinson probably being this year's early clubhouse leader for free agent flops so far. Since he's joined the Rams, he's basically been on the side of a milk carton. Cooper Kupp has carried even more of an offensive load for the Rams than last season so far. He scored on an end around just last week. 2021's Offensive Player of the Year is averaging a modest 51 yards per game in his 7 career meetings against the 49ers. So just when they thought they might have had him figured out, he turned around and dropped one of the all-time NFC title game performances, where he tore up the Niners with 11 catches for 142 yards and 2 touchdowns. I'm guessing, Mooney Ward, Charvarius Ward starts out on Kupp, but I don't know if he's going to be following him all over the field. And Cooper Kupp, he lines up a little bit everywhere.
Yeah, he's a hard guy to keep track of, and he's a brilliant route runner in that he will break off a route at just the right time for just the right reason. And whether it was Jared Goff or Matthew Stafford, they read him and he read them. I think he's one of those guys. He's a little bit, and this is not an exact comp, but he was a little bit like Fred Biletnikoff in that he knew how to make his quarterback happy. And it wasn't catching the ball. It was being in the right position to catch the ball that was thrown to him. So he's largely made both of those quarterbacks very happy by not only catching the ball when it's right where it needs to be, but when it's not where it needs to be. He's just that good. As far as his numbers, though, it really wasn't until last year that he broke out either against the 49ers or anybody else. I mean, he was really an afterthought in that offense. But it wasn't so much, I think, the big game that he had that you referenced, but it was the conference final where they were basically doing everything but tackling him. And he still caught all 7 targets for like 118. And at that point, you have to go, you know what? He's too good for anybody to corral. What they have to do is be able to not get hurt by anybody else. And part of last year was Kupp had Odell Beckham on the other side, which meant you kind of had to single him more. And one guy is going to have to cheat like a bastard to stop Cooper Kupp.
Allen Robinson has not been a compliment. Obviously, Robert Woods is out of the picture, and Odell Beckham is, he's just not on the team right now.
He's an injured free agent.
Yeah, exactly. So, having said that, he's still got a greater presence, I think, on the Rams than Allen Robinson has had since showing up as a member of the Rams I'm stunned that Allen Robinson, now playing for the best coach he's ever played for, with the best quarterbacks he's ever played with, has been such a huge scoop of nothing, because he was the only hope of a passing game for years in Chicago and actually did his job to fill that hope. He was good. Allen Robinson went from a really good player in a bad situation to a really good situation, which has turned him into a hard-to-find player. It's one of the bigger head-scratchers that this NFL season has really produced so far early on. I know that anyone who went out to spend a fantasy draft pick on Allen Robinson is nodding along in agreement. This is another thing that we're going to talk about to Michael Irvin when he joins us at 4:15 this afternoon. But back to Cooper Kupp. This guy hasn't even played this week, and he's got the fourth most catches in the NFL. He's tied at number 4 with Justin Jefferson. He's already got 28 catches on the year, 28 receptions, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns. He's got another touchdown on the ground as well. He's been targeted 35 times through 3 weeks, so he's getting 10 looks a game from Stafford. And it's really all intermediate and underneath stuff from Cooper Kupp right now. He is yet to take the lid off of defense. He has 0 receptions of 40 yards or more. So it's a lot of quick stuff. He is the peskiest underneath route runner in football. He's got 4 catches of 20 or more yards. So he is the ultimate chain mover, and Charvarius Ward and company have their work cut out slowing him down tonight. It's one of the hardest tasks, I think, for any secondary in football.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing that makes Kupp dangerous is that you can't, back up against him. You have to have him covered at the line of scrimmage and never let him have a step. Because if he has a step, then he's beat you. And it doesn't matter whether that step is toward the middle, toward the sideline, or upfield. Because once he's got you beat, you can't close that because he's too good a route runner. And I think the problem that the Rams may be facing here is that Kupp is so reliable and so automatic. I mean, he's caught 28 of the 35 targets. Is that Stafford has not yet developed that level of comfort with Allen Robinson. I mean, he's targeted him 12 times in 3 games. And for Robinson to be effective, he's got to be more of a role in the offense. And it's not, I think, all on him as much as it is Cooper Kupp's like going to the ATM. If you put your card in, you're getting the money you asked for. And I don't think Allen Robinson, has shown that yet, or even has been asked to. I don't watch the Rams, with the same, sort of eye for things that I would watch 49ers. But I think that's probably a lot of it is, who are you going to throw to on 3rd and 7? You're going to throw to Cooper Kupp. And it almost doesn't matter who the other receiver is. He's the guy who will get me the 8 yards I need. So why not go to him every chance you get? Because nobody's covering him.
Feels a little bit like the 49ers need to be stubborn in that regard with their top targets. If Sean McVay can figure out a way to feed Cooper Kupp constantly on every important play, you would think that the 49ers would be able to figure out a way to get Deebo Samuel more involved in this passing game. Deebo is yet to record his first receiving touchdown of the entire year. George Kittle still waiting on his first receiving touchdown of the entire year. There's only 2 receiving touchdowns on the 49ers, and one of them honestly shouldn't have counted. Brandon Ayuk came off an illegal screen, and that was the one offensive touchdown that the 49ers scored in the loss in Denver. And the other receiving touchdown was a really nice play to Ross Dwelley, which he gets all the credit in the world for making. He was very good on that play. So the Niners really, really need to open up this passing attack, if nothing else, to just have this defense take a quarter of a step backwards instead of taking a quarter of a step towards the line of scrimmage, because the running game is being telegraphed at any and all times, because it's really the only thing that's working.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, do you go toward the thing you don't do as well or block as well as the thing that you do well? I mean, at some point, if you go against what you perceive as your strength, are you shooting yourself in the foot to spite your toes. And I think that's part of Kyle Shanahan's conundrum. It's, hey, can we, if we're doing a better job running the ball, why wouldn't we run the ball in any clutch situation? I mean, I'm just looking at the 32 quarterbacks who, have played any measurable time, and Jimmy Garoppolo's thrown the ball 50 times. Now, that's not a Garoppolo choice. That's a Shanahan choice. And I think it's clearly because he doesn't trust that his passing game, and that includes the men who block for it, are up to the task. Now, maybe that changes when they play Carolina and Atlanta, two teams that you can throw the ball on. I don't know that it does, but I also don't know that it doesn't. But you can't force yourself to be good at something you're not good at. So I think the most important thing for them is to establish a run game that forces the Rams to overcommit to that, and then you can start throwing the ball, because you've got to do the thing that works first. And if it's not passing, then you better be really good at running the ball. And if you can do that, then you're fine.
By the way, just got handed a list of actives, inactives tonight. Eric Armstead is playing. He is active. Javon Kinlaw, who was sort of a late add to any injury report earlier last week. We talked to Cam Inman about this, and on Wednesday is usually when players start showing up on practice, didn't practice reports, and Kyle Shanahan did not list Javon Kinlaw as out of practice until practice ended. When Javon Kinlaw actually suffered this injury, we don't really know. Maybe it's just a buildup and a lingering from the knee, which we all know has troubled him since he basically has come into the league. But there you go. Javon Kinlaw out tonight. Eric Armstead in tonight. And that, in one way, has to be very good news for the Niners defense, because we all know that Nick Bosa and Eric Armstead do play very well together and around each other. And Bosa's just off to a very good start this year. And that's where we're going to put our focus until Michael Irvin joins us at 4:15. It's officially time to welcome you to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
And Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, getting you ready for a little Monday night football tonight. We got 49ers and Rams coming up, and the defense needs to carry the evening. That's the only side of the football that has really carried any games for the 49ers so far. The Niners have won 6 straight regular season games against the Rams. Kyle is 7-3 straight up against the Rams since becoming head coach of the 49ers, with, of course, that stinging defeat in the NFC title game just last year. Nick Bosa, the man is just a force. There is no doubt about it. And there are more 97 jerseys probably walking around this tailgate than any other active player that I've seen so far, with Montana and Rice still figuring out a way to dominate any 49er fan gathering for the most part. But Nick Bosa is clearly reverberating with this fan base as the player that he really is. He is a foundational piece of the current version of the 49ers, and when we start stacking him up against other 49er defensive greats, it really looks like he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with just about all of them. He's a special player. He's basically a sack per game at this point in time in his career. He's got 4 sacks already on the year. The NFL sack leader right now is Alex Highsmith of the Steelers. He's got 5.5. Bosa, not only is a sack a game, he's a sack a game in his last 3 career Monday Night Football games where he is notched a sack a game. And he is, without a doubt, the anchor of a defense which leads the NFL in 3 and outs. Right now, the 49ers lead the NFL with a 44% 3 and out percentage. That's almost half the drives that they have faced going right into punt mode on 4th down. The fact that they're 1-2 with that, Ray, is kind of a damning stat for this offense. It really is.
It's a damning stat for the offense, but it's a little deceptive in that the 3 teams they've played are also inept offensively. So while I'm not disputing the bigger point, this is where this game becomes important because the Rams can't sustain drives. And if the 49ers can produce that level of 3 and out tonight, then you know it's an elite defense. And by elite, I mean top 3, not just top 6 or top 10. This is the first real test they're going to have. And I wouldn't put it past them to be able to do that because I think they are that good. They just haven't been put to the kind of test that they need to prove that they are an elite defense and a defense that this team can rely on until they figure out how to make this offense work.
You're right to be skeptical of the success that they've had in the 3 games that they've played. But we're reminded every single week that even the bad teams in this league are still pretty good. I mean, they really are. They really, truly are. And those are 3 NFL teams that the Niners have played that well defensively against. Now, a sliding scale, it's always a good idea to put that into play because those really are 3 of the most offensively challenged teams right up until the Seahawks met the Detroit Lions anyways, and that was like a 600-yard offensive afternoon for the Seattle Seahawks. Geno Smith is putting up 300-yard games on the reg in terms of just passing yardage. That was not expected really by anyone this year. So it is a big night for the 49ers defense. Again, 44% of their defensive possessions have been 3 and outs. That's number 1 in the NFL. Of the 34 series that they've defended, 15 of them have been 3 and outs for the other team's offense. That is an awful lot of special teams opportunities for the Niners that they need to start capitalizing on. By the way, the next best 3 and out percentage goes from the Niners' 44% and plummets to 32% by the Packers. And I'll tell you, I've watched enough of the Packers to not think of them really as an elite defensive unit. So I was surprised to see the drop between 44% and 32% be a 12% drop. And I was doubly surprised that it was the Green Bay Packers that did it. I would have thought it was either going to be Buffalo or possibly Baltimore's defense that had done that. By the way, John Harbaugh, he makes interesting late games decisions. Does anyone else see this? This guy is constantly electing to go for the play to take the lead with a touchdown instead of taking a lead with a field goal. And that's bit him officially like 3 years in a row now.
Yeah, that's his philosophy, which is I'd rather be up by 4 than 3. And I think there are some times when you actually do need to ignore your fans' advice.
Just take the lead.
Just take the lead and not worry about it. Rely on the defense you say you've got. And their offense is not so good that they can just, rely on, we'll get a touchdown whenever we need it. Because this may come as a surprise to him, but teams are kind of on to Lamar Jackson. They kind of know that he's all they got.
Well, I mean, and even
because
knowing that, you're right. Yeah. Even knowing that, though, this is the first week of the year where he really got slowed down. That was a remarkable comeback by Buffalo. I spent an awful lot of my Sunday afternoon watching that one, and I know the Bills took a loss in Miami, and a lot of people were looking to maybe sell some immediate return stock on the Buffalo Bills. Boy, whoever sold their stock probably shouldn't have. They look very, very good. And Ray, I don't mean to say that this year might get predictable in what looked to be a very cutthroat AFC. I think we're looking at another Bills-Chiefs AFC title game right now. As a matter of fact, I would be stunned to see any team jump up and take one of those 2 team spots in the AFC title game if they can hold serve from an injury standpoint. What Patrick Mahomes did again last night, I don't know if I've ever seen a better quarterback. I know there are quarterbacks with greater resumes. I know there are quarterbacks of teams that we all root for that are, put on high and exalted at all times. Patrick Mahomes is the greatest making something out of nothing football player I think I've seen since Barry Sanders was doing so as a running back with the Lions, where some of his 2.5-yard carries were as spectacular a run as any run you've ever seen in the NFL. Just to get back to the line of scrimmage, that guy made something out of nothing. Patrick Mahomes, that sideline pass to Edwards-Helaire last night, where he basically runs 15 yards backwards, runs 20 yards now towards the line of scrimmage, knows exactly where it is, does a 360 around a defender who's got his hands on him, and flips a chest pass forward to Edwards-Helaire, who was blanketed in the end zone, but still made a play. It was one of the great improvised moments the NFL will have all its year.
Yeah, the chest pass had something on it, too, because it looked when it's leaving his hand like, this will end badly.
Yeah.
But it was thrown so hard that the defender couldn't get to it, which is the most amazing thing. But no, you're right. I mean, there is Mahomes, and then there is the Justin Herbert, Josh Allen class. You know, I mean, and then everybody else wants to fixate on Brady and Rodgers because they're used to doing that for 2 decades. But Mahomes is so good that he's essentially an outlier. He's like Wayne Gretzky. That anybody who says that guy's going to be the next Patrick Mahomes,
just cut him off.
They're just lying.
Yeah.
You shut up. No, he's not. Mahomes is...
He's in a group of one.
He's in a group of one, and everybody else is, by definition, going to be a more traditional quarterback. And that allows for the fact that Josh Allen can do a lot of things. He just can't do all those things.
Well, here's, you'll never hear this brought up about Patrick Mahomes because it's almost a nonstop end of compliments, and rightfully so. He's that good. He's fundamentally horrific. I really mean, Patrick Mahomes is fundamentally the quarterback that you should never, no coach in the world would show any quarterback Patrick Mahomes game footage and say, do that. Never have your feet set. Have your feet actually opposite of their proper throwing, setting motion, and it really doesn't matter. The man has more arm angles than Greg Maddux did, for goodness sakes, and there's just, he can do anything he wants to with a football. He can keep any play alive with his legs, foot speed, and he just has as good of a feel for a pocket as anyone in the league. He's remarkable, and yesterday, huge scoops of remarkable on Sunday Night Football. We'll see who is even in the... Well, neither of these quarterbacks are in his category. There is no quarterback in the Mahomes category, but one.
I mean, you forgot the time when he threw with the wrong hand.
It doesn't. Yeah, he can do it lefty. He can go southpaw if you need him to.
No, the truth is that's why he's an outlier, and why Andy Reid is a great coach, because he's never tried to break him of those things. It's working. Go right ahead.
Did you see the Andy Reid sneak the tight end right behind the center last night for a gore? I mean, what a touchdown that was drawn up by Andy Reid. Everyone's looking at Mahomes, screaming to his blind side, screaming about, protections over here. Meanwhile, tight end in motion, comes back, no eyeballs on the tight end once he goes in motion. Tight end under center, goal, touchdown on the sneak.
And I'll be real quick about this. Andy Reid not only helped make Patrick Mahomes, or gave him the freedom to be the most improvisational quarterback since Fran Tarkenton, he designed an offense that factors that into every other play call he makes, because he doesn't run that play with any other quarterback.
Right. And it feels like every single time he calls a play, there is the, in case everything breaks down, Mahomes lever built into it somewhere. It's really, really something else. It's brilliant quarterback play meeting brilliant coaching, which is a formula every Niner fan envisioned between Kyle Shanahan and whoever Kyle was coaching. He hasn't quite found it yet. We don't know and will not know now for over a year if Trey Lance is going to be that guy. And this is us spinning our wheels once again in what the 49ers offense might look like tonight. We're going to talk about all of that with one of the great guests that we have each and every week, every Monday, about 4:15. It's time to talk to the playmaker. Michael Irvin joins us next here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Ratto live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. We're brought to you by News Nation.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnation.com/join us.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately, like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever. So you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Aw, you didn't have to go so all out for my birthday.
Yes, we did. Because birthdays are about showing your friends how much you care for them and how grateful you are for their... This is Jamie from Progressive. No, this is a great time. Progressive protects you 24/7. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. Jamie, can you hold on one second? I gotta take this call, but remember, birthdays are about togetherness.
Contact us 24/7 on the phone, online, or on the mobile app. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In Petaluma, mostly cloudy overnight, lows in the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Indeed, we are at the Hilton Santa Clara, getting you ready for a little Monday Night Football. We're brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon and by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all of your beef and tailgate needs. It is good to have you here with us tonight, getting you ready for Monday Night Football. And what can we say that will mean more than what our next and first guest of the show could possibly say about the NFL's Week 4 as it wraps up tonight? The Hall of Famer, Michael Irvin, joins us on 95.7 The Game for his Monday conversation. We always appreciate it, Michael. Thank you so much for stopping on by. How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing great, guys. How are you guys, man?
We're getting ready.
Getting ready for that game, ain't it?
Absolutely. We are sitting right behind a big glass wall. Out in front of it, we got a lot of fans. They're drinking, they're partying, they're eating well, they're tailgating, and so we got the atmosphere here tonight. And look, the Niners need all the home atmosphere they can get, Michael. They do not want to be in last place 4 weeks into their year. They win tonight. Everybody in this division is 2-2. They lose tonight. Everyone's 2-2 except them. They're 1-3.
Right, and you talked about it, man. You know, I was thinking about that. I got my godson goes to TCU, plays for TCU, right? And they're playing Oklahoma, and again right here TCU, and TCU beat them again.
Yeah,
they did it before. You know what I mean? And I was like, man, it's just the atmosphere when you come in and these guys expect to win here. It changes the atmosphere. That's the atmosphere you should have tonight. Right where you are. You've had great success against this team. And in that atmosphere, just like you say, the number one thing and the number two things that I most count on when I'm starting to measure who's going to win a game is, okay, tell me the atmosphere, and then tell me how badly a team needs this. Give me the matchup. Give me how badly a team needs it. If you can get to Matthew Stafford with your front four, which you have, which you did, which Buffalo did, that's how they won that first game, then you got a shot at getting Matthew Stafford to give you an interception because he's given up 5 this season. So it's the atmosphere, man. This is a great matchup. And you have to be desperate because that matters too. And San Fran, like you said, should be desperate to make sure they all tie this thing up.
And, Michael, the Rams come in, as good as they are offensively, they've kind of become one-dimensional. The offense is basically get the ball to Cooper Kupp right now, who sees 35% of Stafford's passes in this offense right now. He is probably more important to his team than maybe any other wide receiver in the league. Don't you think? When you watch Cooper Kupp play, what makes him so successful?
Right. And you know what's so funny? See, I've been looking at this, man, because, you know, and I'm going to give you a whole tale of this. The whole tale. When I even said I'm picking Kirk Cousins as my MVP, everybody said, oh, you crazy? What was wrong with you, Michael? You must be doing... You know, okay, but it was because of the conversations I've had with Justin Jefferson and the kind of year he's expected to have. And because he was going to be in that same place that Cooper Kupp is in. That same place, the same position, running around, moving around, doing everything. And they move them around so much, I say it's so difficult to stop them. It's so difficult to stop them. So I've been breaking down the difference between Kupp and Jefferson. But, man, and I always say Sean McVay won't let you take Cooper Kupp out. But they did. Arizona kind of, you know, they got him out of there. They took him out, you know, so things are changing. Things are changing. And that's why I go back to and say that's why I picked Kirk Cousins as an MVP. And even studying these two, what I'm looking at now is maybe it's because one, who's best at getting off the jam, you know, and Justin Jefferson gets jammed way more than Kupp. For some reason, Cup is rarely jammed at the line of scrimmage, and that's what I'm working through. That's all the best point I got on it right now. I'm still working on it, so I can't give it all to you. I gotta still have to figure it out. But I'm telling you, if they make it difficult to get your hands on Cup, if he gets what I'm basically saying, if he gets all those free releases, then he can do damage. And I think more teams should try to stop him from having those free releases.
How much of that, and you would know this far better than anybody else we talk to, how much of that is the fact that he runs routes so well that cornerbacks are afraid to sort of jam him at the line, because if they don't get their jam right, they can never get back to a place where he doesn't have a huge advantage on them?
Well, and understand, I don't know if I would say it's he runs routes so well, because if you look at Cooper Kupp, he's not a physical phenomenon. You know what I mean? It's not like, boy, when he cut, he's the fastest thing out to cut it. It's that he understands the game so well. And within that system, he has so many options that more likely there's not a right option for you to choose. It's just a least painful option, because they give him so many ways to break on so many routes, and such an understanding. It's not like it's really a fair matchup, to be honest with you. And his understanding of the game, it just takes it over the top. Now, and this is what I'm talking about. I'm studying. I'm learning. See, Justin Jefferson, who has probably a better physical skill set than Cooper Kupp, but probably less of an understanding of the game like Cooper Kupp. You see what I'm saying? And he needs more time to understand the game like Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp's dad was a coach and sat him down and understood all the game. But that's what makes him so effective and so difficult.
You can never sleep on a coach's son, right?
No, they're uncomfortable.
I'm telling you.
The other thing...
It goes to when I say it's great to know how to get open, because that's a physical thing, but it's even better to know when exactly to be open, because you understand the progress in the play, and now I don't have to beat a guy early if the quarterback's not ready to throw to me. He's a master at that.
The other thing that people who watch the Rams have noticed is that Allen Robinson has not yet been much of a factor.
I know you were going here, and that's basically what we were saying when he became the one team that you rely so much on the receivers. And I was wondering about this, but I put it on Sean McVay to take care of it, because Allen Robinson is I always say he's more like me, because he's a big timing dude. He's better when he's in a timing offense. I'm dropping back 4 steps. I'm dropping back 3 steps. I'm letting this ball go. Go up and get it. I need you to be here when it go. When I let this ball go and go up and get it. A bang 8, a 9, a 5 route, 17 back to 15, a deep end at 18, rolling up to 20. I need you to be right here on top of the numbers. It's all timing. But this is not just a timing offense. This is a more schematic offense and a read offense. So you're not just using your physical skill set to go to a position and dominate the ball. You got to read all of this out to decide where to go. And sometimes I see frustration in Allen Robinson in this system, because it's not maximizing, I think, his great skill set.
Michael,
I just want to follow up real quick. What I was going to ask is how much of his start is because Stafford has fallen in love with the reliability of Kupp to the point where maybe he doesn't look for Robinson enough.
Right, but it's you get a big target like Allen Robinson, you're going to try to give him some opportunities, even if you're Matthew Stafford. Now, here's the issue: if I'm trying to give him those opportunities and he ended up in interceptions, whatever, then I'm going to be wanting to throw and give those opportunities to him less. There's no doubt he's in love with Cooper Kupp, but there's no doubt I think he will really want to get Allen Robinson more involved. But I think Allen is thinking the game and not just playing the game right now. And a lot of times when you're thinking the game and not playing the game, you just get frustrated, because it always seems like you're a tick behind and you're hearing the whispers that people are saying, oh, maybe you don't fit it, you don't play, or you're not the same receiver.
Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer here on 95.7 The Game. So Deebo Samuel has more rushing attempts than he's got receptions this year, Michael. And this team's entire receiving core has only 2 receiving touchdowns on the year so far. And one could even argue that Brandon Ayuk shouldn't have stood in Denver because there was an illegal pick on it. Do you, in your mind, really still see Deebo as a number 1 wide receiver in this league, or is he more properly billed as the number 1 gadget player in this league?
No, he's the number 1 wide receiver. Now, the question doesn't rely in the lay on him. You know, it's so funny. I was watching, right? I was watching the Packers Patriots game on one TV. And on another TV, I was watching the Raiders and the Raiders play and Broncos game on another TV. And I was watching Aaron Rodgers make perfect throw and the Packers receiver drop him. And I was watching Devontae Adams get open with just a little hole, just a little spot that Aaron Rodgers used to drop that ball, and Derek Carr was afraid to throw it. And I said, wow, I bet those 2 miss each other. I bet they regret that they're not together because that was quite a view. He's the number 1 receiver, but he has to right now, and that's why I thought it was smart for him, honestly, as a businessman. And I ain't talking about a businessman. I'm talking about a whole business. Pause. Man. Right. I'm talking about to go in and say, let's do my deal now. Because you're asking me to be a part of this quarterback transition that you are working on. And my production may drop. And people may be saying that I ain't quite the receiver. I want to make sure I have my comfort while you're working through that process, and you don't sit here and try to mark me. That's why it was smart for him to go get it. He's the number 1 receiver, but it's going to take something through this process. Now, the game tonight, we should start getting back more to what he is. You should start, because, hey, listen, let's just be real, guys. Let's stop the bull. This game right here, and it's so funny how this football works. You're not getting to where you're going to be in this game without facing every demon or passing every class. I don't care how you want to put it. And right here, all the things you said about Jimmy Garoppolo, all that he's gone through, he probably thought this was going to be an easy season, and now he's facing one of his greatest challenges. After last week's game, this is the game. What are you going to look like? Last week, I can give you an excuse. All right, that's a quick turnaround. But right now, you got to face your demons. You've had great success against this team in the regular season. You haven't had so much success the last few years in prime time. Which one of your demons are going to win tonight? Which one of them are going to win? I shouldn't say demons, because if the right one win, it ain't a demon. It's your good man. If the right will win, it's your good man. But which one of those will win tonight? And I'm looking at this game and saying, I'm expecting the second game back for Kittle to make a great move. I'm expecting Garoppolo and Kittle to do something great in this game. You can get to them with the front 4. You can play with Garoppolo and Kittle because they're going to need each other. It's not an overly throw. Jalen Ramsey will be over there on Debo, and Garoppolo may be a little more afraid of that. Kittle has had great success against the Rams, more touchdowns against the Rams than any other team. I say this is how you go win this game.
Well, I hope you're right, and I hope they can get Kittle out in some pass patterns and not need to leave him on the line of scrimmage to make up for an offensive line that is obviously going to be without Trent Williams tonight. But
that's the worry right there, dude. That's the worry right there.
Yeah.
Trent Williams. And I'm not talking about just on the football field. I'm talking about to set the tone, to set the attitude too. You're gonna miss his physical skill set, but more so to set the tone and set the attitude. When we lost Big E, and we lost in that championship game to the 49ers. We lost that game because we didn't have Big E to set the tone and to set the attitude on that line. We didn't have Biggie. He had a car accident. And I'll never forget that. That's what I worry about with Trent Williams. It's the attitude that you got to set.
Michael Irvin here on Damon and Ratto. So one more question about tonight's game before we bounce around week 4 with you just a little bit, Michael. Do you think at all the league has caught up to Kyle Shanahan? Like, he sees his running game parroted around the NFL. His passing game isn't popping quite like it used to. How long can something extraordinary exist in this league before the league turns it into something that is ordinary?
Well, that's a hell of a question now. What you're saying, since so many people are starting to copycat to run his system, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that it's not quite as unique as it used to be. You prepare for Kyle's tendencies week in and week out now.
Right. And you know what? That's how this thing works, right? So now, remember now everybody comes in with this system, and the system works. But then other people learn about it. And then they start getting to your system and with better players. Now you didn't have to go get better players to run your system, because then ultimately what we're saying is it's going to come back down to players beating players. You know, and at some point your system, if it starts spreading, and it is spreading, that more people get more adapt to it, understand it more, and everything. And that's the truth. But now, I think Kyle is pretty much a master at his. Now, he's had some success against Sean McVay. So that means it's something he has, or it's something. It's something. They've worked with each other enough. It's something that he's holding that he hadn't even talked to Sean McVay about, that has helped him with his success. So let's see how this plays out.
Looking at the Rams, though, they seem like they're a half step off from the team that we remember, particularly in January. Do you see the same things, or are they as good as they've been? And if they're not as good as they've been, how much is that it's too early in the season to know?
No. They're a half step off. But can you imagine why? Allow me to just share with you how that plays out. Every time you win a Super Bowl, anywhere in any team was, you got to worry about everybody getting all these little radio shows, everybody patting them on the back. Can you imagine how many times that must be multiplied out in L.A.? The city of Hollywood. You know, you sleepwalk through it all season with everybody patting you on the back. Then you have to realize, and you hope it's not too late, like, dude, we got to get back to it. And to some degree, I think that is what has happened in L.A. But also, you get a perfect storm of people together. You know, Von Miller's not in that locker room anymore. You know, Odell Beckham had come over and had given them that boost that they needed. So, you know what I mean? So, yeah, this is a different football team. But they have that champion mentality, and they have that champion pride. They know they've done it before, and that's what they'll draw on. So it'll still be tough games.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So concussion protocols have obviously been a huge topic this week. What is the one thing, Michael, the NFL can start doing better right now, without an investigation, without conclusions, without a change in protocol? As a former player, what would you like to see the NFL doing right now to better enact some in-game player safety?
I can't even begin to tell you how unqualified I am to even speak to that. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
And here's the reality and why I say that. I think we have absolutely have been out of place and out of line with what I believe have been the little slight accusations we threw at Mike McDaniel with all that would happen with Tua. You know, it was like, okay, listen, what is in this man's history that will make you think he is wanting to put this man in harm's way? When I saw him having to explain himself, like, you know, Tua and I, we're very close. I said, why should you have to do that? You know, why? What did this man do for us to try to slyly point to or point at him as if he's done something wrong. You got people that are way more qualified than him to make decisions on medical issues. They said that the kid was fine, you know, and it was just wrong, I think, of us to try to act as if this guy, this new coach who's come in and done a great job, done a super job over at Miami, and grabbing these talented players and putting them in a position to win, all of a sudden you're going to put a stain on his name like he's putting players at risk. I thought it came from places of jealousy in the NFL. People even say stuff, and I call it hyperbole, to make that point more grand and to make him look even more worse by saying things like, well, I haven't seen anything like this in 40 years. I mean, stop. We've only been doing this for 12. And in the old days, we would get hit. I got knocked out in a football game, stumbled, wobbled over. They took me to the sideline, put smelling salts up under my nose, wake you up, and throwing you back in the game. All of this was on TV, and it was less than 40 years ago. So that's all I'm saying. I want everybody to be healthy. We want everybody to be healthy. I am not qualified, and a lot of us, we need to stop acting as if we are qualified, and we know when we see things. Let's let this. And if you want to do that, do that. But just make sure you're pointing anger in the right place. And I thought going at Coach McDaniels, I thought that was unjust. That was not right. There's nothing in this man's history of his character that said he's that way. He's a young man. Players are going to choose, though. I want to go play with him a lot. I don't want to get on a rant. I just want us to be careful with stuff like that.
Ignoring where the blame for what happened should be pointed, is there an intermediate solution to be found somewhere in maybe just having someone who isn't connected to the league or the Players Association or anybody else to be able to say, if that looks like it might be a head injury, he doesn't play for the rest of the game until he can get a full evaluation? Is there a value in that, and do you think that's plausible?
There is a value in that, and I don't think anyone should have a problem with that. You know, yes, and that takes him off the hook. He's a first-year coach. We all don't understand, and nobody's saying that any winning is more important. But as a first-year coach, your relationship and all that with your team matters. So you know what I mean. These guys are going to want to play. You got to try to monitor all of that. But your relationship moving forward matters. So to act as if he can come in and just start doing whatever he wants to do and not worry about a relationship, all of that. He's taking into consideration, yes, he's talking to his players. All of that moving forward matters. That's what great leaders do. Now, when it comes to the medical, the more experts we have that say, no, you can't play, take it out of the hands of those that are not experts, I'm all for that. I'm just not okay with an assassination of a man who had a sparkling character on something like this when we got the people in place. When we have the people in place, and he's going by the information they gave him.
Michael, you are a treasure each and every Monday. Thank you so very much. Next week, we'll get into exactly how many Cooper Rush jerseys you're ordering for family members this Christmas. But thank you very, very much for joining us. Always a pleasure to talk to you, sir.
All right, guys. I apologize for going off about that, man. I just, it's what's right.
This is
right?
why we have you as a resource on this show, and we're thankful for it. Thank you, Michael.
All right, buddy.
There he is, the one and only Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. He's a Hall of Famer, and what he says about the NFL carries some weight around the NFL for sure. We're going to carry the rest of the show, bringing you up to kickoff tonight. I see Larry Krueger is somewhere on premises, which means we're going to get into the nitty-gritty and the breakdown of all tonight as we get you closer and closer to kickoff here. It's Damon and Ratto coming to you live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, brought to you by Jim Beam and by Harris Ranch Beef. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket Podcast.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Live from the Hilton in Santa Clara, Damon and Ratto. Let me give you your quick inactives tonight. No Javon Kinlaw tonight. Rookie wide receiver Danny Gray isn't going tonight. Rookie running back Ty Davis-Price isn't going. Tight end Tyler Croft isn't going. Tavarius Moore's not going. And, of course, Trent Williams inactive tonight. Eric Armstead is active. He is active tonight. And we have also activated Larry Kruger to join us here for this segment. Larry, thank you for joining us on Damon and Ratto.
Yep.
How are you, man? Thank you very much. Now, did you get golf carted over here, or did you use your own 2 feet?
No, I walked through the parking lot, and there is a lot of Niner fans having a very good time.
It's a perfect day
it's a
for
very
a football
good time.
game. It's a perfect day for a football game. It's actually absolutely gorgeous out there. The tailgate out in front of us has been fantastic. I can imagine it's been getting a little choppy in the parking lot as well. So, look, the Niners need as much of a home field advantage as this place can give tonight, and having a crowd come in hot off of some good tailgating can maybe give this team the good start, maybe offensively, that it really hasn't gotten so far this year.
Yeah, they need some rhythm, right? They're really out of rhythm offensively, and how do you reestablish that rhythm? That's, a question up to Kyle Shanahan. Last year, they entered that Week 10 matchup, and I felt like Shanahan kind of made it a referendum on toughness, the way they came out. Just 18-play drive. I think it was like maybe a dozen runs in there in the 18 plays. And
they ran 44 times the last regular season game they played against this team.
And if you look at it, they didn't run that effectively. It was like 3 yards a pop, but they just stayed with it. And, you can run around or you can run through. And last year they kind of chose to run through. And I felt like it was such a referendum on toughness that when the Rams got beat, Aaron Donald was just irate from what I've heard. And then they went into that second game saying, we're going to show how tough we are. And they got away from their real advantage, which was Cooper Kupp on the Niners slot corner. By the time the playoff game rolled around, McVay had learned his lesson, and it was a lot of Cooper Kupp.
Well, the other thing that happened in that regular season game is the 49ers scored the first 2 times, and they had a 14-0 lead.
Yep.
And Kyle Shanahan is basically playing with the casino's money at that point.
Right.
I'm going to run. You're not going to get the ball. And then they come back and they give up the touchdown to Higbee, and then he scored 3 more times.
Yeah. Wasn't it Jimmy Ward that had the...
Yeah, he had the interception return. So it wasn't an offensive triumph, but 14 points is 14 points. And, that's how Kyle Shanahan's offense best works. Give him a lead that's more than just a touchdown, and then he can defend it the way he wants to defend it. And I think part of his problem has been he's wanted to defend any lead he gets that way. Because 7 isn't enough against almost anybody. So you can't sort of go into your 44 run a game shell if you're only up a touchdown. I mean, he has to figure out a way to get a bigger lead, and then he can just stand on the other guy's throat.
It's a great point, because what happened in week 1 and week 3, week 1 they got derailed by a dozen penalties. I think week 3 they got derailed by 3 turnovers, a lot of them late. That's what you're talking about. You can't have a team kind of hanging around if you're then going to make those kinds of mistakes late in the game and give them a chance to win. But if you can get a 14-0 lead, a 10-0 lead, I would say 10's the mark. But if you can get up 14 points or 17 points, run the heck out of it and maybe take 1 full possession away from Stafford.
Let's say it is something egregious like a 40-carry night for the 49ers. Let's give Jeff Wilson Jr. 20 of those just by default of him being the RB1 on the depth chart tonight. After that, do you think we're going to get... Will Jordan Mason get a carry tonight before we see Kyle Shanahan lean on, Tevin Coleman or, the other running... Do you think we're going to see the rookie tonight?
I will say yes, but you know what? Chris Forster has done a couple interviews, the O-line coach, and he always sounds like he doesn't want to see J.P. Mason, or there's some hesitancy to put him out there. Like he said a couple weeks ago when he sat down with us, he's like, Mason looked good, and he showed some things in the preseason. Let's see what happens when the lights shine brightly, and that was going into the Denver game. He got that one carry, he ran for 7 yards. He looked pretty good. I think most of us wanted to see more touches from him. I get the sense, Damon, that he will be in line behind maybe a Marlon Mack or a Tevin Coleman, just because he is a young player. He runs a little upright. There's always the propensity to fumble when you run upright. I think he's won over a lot of us, but we're easy to win over. I'm not sure if he's won over Lynn, Shanahan. Now also you have last year's running back coach is back with him as well. So those guys are probably a little bit more harsh critics on how they want it done. And this kid is 230 and he can break tackles, but he runs upright. And rookie running backs notoriously don't hit the hole as fast as the Bobby Turners of the world want them to. So, we'll see how they evaluate at practice. My guess is Coleman gets the first run behind the starter.
Go Hoosiers.
That's right. He's a Hoosier.
Never miss an opportunity.
Never.
The other thing that's been noticeable about the Rams defense is that they're better against the run than they have been in the past. So that maybe, that's where the game will be decided. If the 49ers can run the way they used to against this version of the Rams, then maybe that's the enduring advantage that is going to define the game.
They added a Hall of Famer in Bobby Wagner, and Bobby Wagner's long in the tooth, but he's still as good against the run. I think the one area of Ray that I think is really interesting in this game is, if you guys remember last year's Seattle game, Wagner torched the Niners on those delayed blitzes from the inside backer position, just right up through the A-gap. And he's so smart. He's kind of like a linebacker version of Hufanga, who just reads everything and doesn't hesitate. Well, Bobby Wagner's the same way. If you're one of those young interior offensive linemen and you think you've got a handle on the surface, and all of a sudden you look to your left and here comes Wagner. He's going to shoot that gap. So does Bobby Wagner impact this game, not only as a run defender, but as a pass rusher? That's what I'm looking for.
Well, he's so familiar with the Niners, how they go about playing, how they go about blocking and setting up their schemes. He just has an incredible internal knowledge of the way the Niners go about their business. And, we always have to look at what Aaron Donald is doing, where he is on the field. He is a game wrecker extraordinaire. It's stunning, though, how ineffective he's sort of been rendered against the 49ers. Aaron Donald has 1 sack in his last 5 games against the Niners after having 10.5 in the previous 6 games against the 49ers. What, if anything, can you prescribe to that? Because this guy, we all know, he's a future Hall of Fame caliber game-wrecking defensive lineman. But Daniel Brunskill has had great afternoons against Aaron Donald.
He really has. I mean, where he's almost completely neutralized Donald. I think, and I don't have the absolute, statistical breakdown to say that this is absolutely law. But my sense of it is that Donald is so fast and he's so good in pursuit that most teams run away from him. And he gets you anyway. Where the 49ers, I think, fool him with a lot of the motions and the shifts. There's a lot going on pre-snap, and then they'll run right at him. And it's a combination of they just need you don't need that hold open long just for a second, and they get his eyes moving, and then they run at him, and his time to react doesn't. And they take his pursuit ability and they use it against him. I mean, that's what makes him special. He's arguably the greatest defensive tackle ever. Maybe better than Reggie White. Maybe better than Mean Joe Green. But where's he really better than those guys? His pursuit away from him is like linebacker-like. So I think they run at him, and I think they'll probably try to do a combination of things. But never gloat, because just when you think you got him, he steps up and plays
and makes the punctuating sack of the NFC title game to wrap it up.
Exactly.
Offensively, the Rams don't look the same. They can't run the ball. They don't have enough running backs for starters, and they don't like to run the ball. Is this the game in which we find out for sure whether the 49ers are a truly elite defense or a defense that's pretty good against bad offenses.
Yeah, that's a good question, too, because the Rams I was looking at the splits. The Rams are 55-45 pass-run split. The Niners are the opposite. Niners are passing the ball 55% of the time, or running it 55% of the time and passing it 45%. The interesting thing is they don't have OBJ, and they don't have Van Jefferson. So they don't have the same weapons to put the three wides out there and really test you. They've been using Skoranek, the Notre Dame wide receiver, as a back in the backfield at fullback to kind of change up the look, make people pause, and to get that extra receiver on the field. But I think we're going to find out if the 49er D-line, minus DJ Jones and Kentavious Street, tonight minus Kinlaw, how good is it? How good is this D-line? Because the Ram O-line doesn't have,
Whitworth.
Doesn't have Whitworth, but they also have some injuries as well. And if they can't move Stafford off the spot, it's going to be a long night. I mean, they have to move him.
We're here live at the Hilton in Santa Clara. It's great to have you along. We're getting closer and closer to kickoff tonight. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Larry Kruger walking us up to kickoff tonight, basically, and welcome everyone to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So, look, when it comes to who might be the next guy in that backfield, I guess I forgot to bring up Deebo Samuel, because it seems like he is now appointed as an understudy running back as much as he's been asked to be this team's true primary number one receiver so far this year. He doesn't have the targets, the catches, or he doesn't even have a touchdown in the receiving game so far. I asked this of Michael Irvin, who insisted, he's still definitely a number one wide receiver, but I just look at him now more as a gadget guy than I see him as a number one wide receiver. And it seems like Ayuk has maybe asserted himself in that role.
I think Ayuk's got better ball skills. He's got better hands. He's got a bigger catch radius. He's just a better receiver. But where Deebo's a difference maker, guys, is run after the catch. Yeah. And what they're struggling with right now is they're using him as a running back, but he needs to get 3 strides. If he gets 3 strides, good luck bringing him down. I mean, especially if you can get 3 strides and he gets in that second level. Now it's Deebo on a backer. Or he gets to the next level, it's Deebo on a safety. And he's got 2-3 strides. You're not bringing him down. He's like T.O. in his prime with a little bit more compact, build. So what we've seen so far is they've used him as a runner a lot. But he's getting, before he can get to that second step, they're corralling him. They're keying him in the backfield, saying if he's in the backfield, he's going to carry it. He's not going to be a lead blocker. He's going to carry it. And then they're going a lot of east-west with him. They're not doing any of these fly sweeps where they're getting him on the perimeter. And he's not getting to the perimeter. And they're getting penetration and they're bringing him down. So to me, it's about, can you maybe throw him a few more passes instead of handing him the ball? Can you get him the ball within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, but with a head of steam? If you can, I think he's a much better player.
Do you think we see George Kittle out in the amount of patterns that I want to see him in? Feels like if there were ever a night to err on the side of caution and being, involved in blocking, run blocking, pass blocking without Trent Williams out there with an offensive line that's, got a lot of new guys along for the ride. George Kittle needs to be out in pass patterns. George Kittle needs to be used as a receiving tight end more than a blocking tight end, even though maybe that's what he does the best. But he's got more catches, more yards, and more touchdowns against the LA Rams than any player in the NFL since he was drafted in 2017. And I think leaving him on the line of scrimmage to buy Jimmy, an eyelash more time, clearly that's important. But this guy's got to make some plays. I mean, that's the thing. This team needs an offensive player to make plays in a passing game. Since the quarterback doesn't seem to be the first guy to take that charge, it's got to be Deebo. It's got to be Kittle. It's not going to be Danny Gray, who, we still don't know what he's going to be, if anything, this year. I think Kittle needs to have a game where you feel him for them to win tonight. I think the Rams are winning this game tonight. I do. I think that the 49ers have so many offensive concerns that without their defense looking like an absolute juggernaut tonight, they're going to have trouble putting up 3 touchdowns until I actually see it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, actually. I don't. If you told me the Rams are going to win this game, I wouldn't be like, what? No way. I think the Rams have a very good chance to win the game. If I have one, I don't know, kind of feel on this game, I think it's going to be low scoring. I think this is going to be a low scoring game. 49ers offense has struggled. Rams have a really good defense. Even though it's not elite, it still can cause a lot of problems. You got a true number 1 corner. You got guys you got to double up front. You got Bobby Wagner reading the thing in the middle of the field. So they're strong on all 3 levels. But I think the 49ers have to show me that their offense is on getting back in rhythm. I'm never going to predict it until I see it. And I think the Niner defense is good enough with the Rams' limitations with their wide receivers, their limitations on the O-line. Stafford under pressure throws you a pick or 2. I think this is a low-scoring game. I think this is a 23-10. 20-13, something like that, and either side could win.
11-8 with 5 safeties.
Exactly. Exactly.
Somebody tell Jimmy how many yards the end zone is this week?
Yeah, seriously. I don't care. People saying, well, he's rusty. Nobody's that rusty. All right, this guy's played the guy played a full high school career. I watched high school football for days. I've helped coach high school football. I haven't seen a high school football player, quarterback, drop out of the end zone. I don't see it in college. For Jimmy to do it and for people to apologize for it.
No, a lot of excuses have been made about, well, gee, he's out of practice. No, he's not. Okay, he stepped out of the end zone because he screwed up. He had an Orlovsky moment, period. What I'm more interested in is the notion that without Trent Williams, the 49ers are neither a good pass blocking team or now a very good run blocking team. If that's true, does it really matter who gets focused on in the offense if they can't block successfully? Because it seems like they are neither one nor the other at this point.
I think they're a much stronger run blocking line than a pass blocking line. Banks.
Well, but that's been traditionally true. But are they as good run blocking this year as they have been in the past?
I think they're better because I think like Burford on that 37-yard run that Jeff Wilson had in the first quarter, Burford just buried DJ Jones, and McGlinchey had a beautiful backside block, and Wilson took 2 steps to his left, cut it back, and there was nothing there. He had 2 steps and he was gone. I think Burford and Banks and now McKivitz are all good run blockers. McKivitz is, though, he's a short-arm tackle, so he's not going to be able to be that kind of a pass blocker. But you don't have Von Miller here anymore, so you've got that side not quite the same. The guy that I'm really interested to see as far as affecting what the Niners do up front is A'Shawn Robinson, because A'Shawn Robinson has not had a good start to his year. I don't think he has a single pressure on the year. And if you guys remember the NFC Championship, man, A'Shawn Robinson was just maybe the game of his life. He was absolutely huge. So, Ray, I think the answer is they ran behind Tom Compton at times last year. We forget that. You had Compton and Brunskill on the right side. Hardly big-time household names the last month of the year. And they had some success running behind them. I think McKivitz is a really good run blocker and understands the positioning well. But pass blocking is a totally different thing. So I'll say they're a stronger run blocking line.
Can they pass block? Well, let me ask it this way. If they're a better run blocking team this year than they were last year when Kyle Shanahan wanted to run the ball 40-plus times, and the only reason why he didn't in the conference final is because the Rams took that away, should we expect this to be the passing game breakout, or should we wait till Atlanta or Carolina?
The only way this is going to be the passing game breakout game is if the Rams defensive coordinator says, you know what, we don't have Eric Weddle anymore, but we are going to play that exact same plan. We're going to stick the extra guy on the line of scrimmage and give every indication that, make you want to spread us out and throw it over the top of our heads. So, and there could be some of that, but ultimately, I think that the 49ers, if you're going to try to beat this Rams team, you're probably going to want to neutralize the dynamic nature of their offensive attack. And I think Kyle Shanahan will try to do that by just trying to dominate the time of possession. I mean, we saw Arizona did a really nice job dominating time of possession against the Rams, and I just think that's got to be the 49er game plan is dominate the time of possession and see if you can get up in the game and make them more one-dimensional. And then they don't have the receivers that they had a year ago. The big question, I think, is how much better are the 49ers against Cooper Kupp and the slot receiver with Theomador Lenore in year 2 and Samuel Womack and then Ward and Mosley on the outside than they were when these teams battled in the playoffs? Because they had no answer for Kupp in the playoffs. They really had no answer for Kupp in any of the games. The Rams just went away from him. They're not going to do that favor to the Niners today.
Kupp's last 3 games against San Francisco, 11 catches, 14 targets, 142 yards, 2 touchdowns. That was the NFC title game. 7 catches on 7 targets for 118 yards and a touchdown. That was the game before. That was the week 18. And 11 catches on 13 targets, 122 yards, no touches. But Cooper Kupp, look, 29 catches, 382 yards, and 3 touchdowns against the 49ers just last year. And obviously that includes the postseason letdown in the NFC title game. How that carries the night, if the Niners are still stinging more from that defeat, other than leaning on the 7-3 regular season success that Kyle Shanahan's had them, McVay were about to find it all out. If the Niners are winning this one, they need big games, I think, out of Nick Bosa and Eric Armstead. Let's see what you look like for the first time this year, basically. And Talanoa Hufanga has been all over the NFL so far. He needs to be all over tonight's game as well. I want to, Larry, be able to get you in there in time for kickoff. So last question from me, and then Ray can delay your exit as long as he wants to. It's been a week of concussion conversation, right? Really, that we haven't seen in a couple of years in the NFL. Without leading the witness in any way, what were your big observations from this topic as it's come up in the last, since Thursday night, and Tua got destroyed in Cincinnati? Where do you think we are on this? Where do you think the NFL goes with this?
Well, they want us to all say that they are addressing it with tremendous seriousness and that this is totally on their radar, and that they're not doing things for the sake of doing things, but they actually have thought about this problem. But I just don't, I'll believe it when I see it. A star player who gets who's actually, his nonverbal's a little wobbly, or he's not quite moving right, and then suddenly you're going to pull him out of a game. Okay, that sounds great, and when the game's not going on. But wait until it's the playoffs, and it's Josh Allen, and now that takes Buffalo out of the mix. Are they going to prevent Josh Allen from coming back on the field? Or is it going to be like I mentioned to you guys off the air? Is it going to be like Doug Fister in the World Series against the Giants, where somebody hit a line drive off the side of his melon, and he didn't even come out of the game. He just kept pitching. Why? Well, because he said it was
the World Series.
He said he was fine, and it was the World Series. Are we going to is the magnitude of the moment going to factor in at all? And should it? I don't think it should if we're talking about strict medicine and we really care about the players. We're going to say that this is the players' safety is our priority. Is it? Or is a team from a major market whose quarterback is now going to be knocked out of the game or knocked out of a future game, is that the priority? Are we prioritizing dollars and cents and ratings and that kind of thing? Or are we prioritizing?
You just answered your own question.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to think when medicine's involved that dollars and cents would still take a back seat, but that's naive.
No, it's not. You're right. It's not only naive, it's preposterous because they ultimately don't care. That's the lesson here. It's that they've never really fully addressed how to evaluate this stuff. They think it's a negotiating tool rather than a medical priority. Because if it's a medical priority, it seems to me that the best short-term thing is to just say, that looks like it might be a head injury. You can't play again today. But then that opens up another can of worms, which is what's the downside to just having somebody haul off and hit a quarterback in the head 5 steps late? You get thrown out, but he doesn't get to play anymore. because look, there's no more cynical game than football. So, where does this line begin or end? And I think the NFL just tries to figure out what will cost them the least amount of money.
It's interesting you brought that up, too, from the standpoint of what do you think of the idea of taking the person who delivers the punishment and taking them off the field until that quarterback's ready to roll? It's still not a fair one-on-one deal because it's a quarterback versus a safety or quarterback versus an outside backer. But it seems like there's no real price to pay for going after the quarterback now, so at least that would add to the deterrent factor.
Unless you make it a fully suspendable thing where you go, you not only don't play again today, you don't play again for several weeks.
And you don't get game checks.
Yeah, make it a deterrent that will even cause them to not even risk it.
Yeah. Is the entire division 2-2 by the time we sleep tonight, or is the entire division 2-2 except for the Niners?
I'm going to say the 49ers get it done. And the only reason I really feel that way is because the odds seem wrong to me. I think the Rams should be favored by 1.5 or 2, and that the Niners tells me that, maybe there's some equation here. I would say the guy that I expect to have a big game if they do what I expect them to do and slide the line towards Nick Bosa is Samson Ebukam, who I think Ebukam's going to party in the backfield.
Ebukam revenge game.
Yeah, this is a 3-sack night for Samson Ebukam.
Larry, thanks so much for stopping on by.
Good to see you guys.
Just heard a distant foghorn, even though the skies are blue and there is not any fog in sight. Get into that press box, and I'll see you in there in just a little bit.
Sounds good. Good to see you guys.
Thank you very much. Larry Krueger stopping on by. He is your pregame host along with Lorenzo Neal as soon as we get back to playing football on Sundays. Larry, thank you for stopping on by. And we want to remind you to stick around for our postgame show tonight with Kyle and Alan Stiles. They're going to be taking your calls and breaking everything down that is about to happen inside of Levi's Stadium. We also had a big, what was that, a B-1 bomber, whatever that was, flying over. That was look at it this way. That was such a loud jet exhaust that there are now hundreds of car alarms going off in Santa Clara, which being a residential neighborhood, they must be in love with.
In this parking lot, that's not a surprise.
It's not a surprise at all. It's a big game for the 49ers. Again, you do not want to be 1-3 while the rest of the division is 2-2. And your next two games are on the road. Now, Carolina, that feels winnable. But give respect to every NFL team. A great way to lose an NFL game is to look past an opponent. And then the Atlanta Falcons, they're a little more frisky than I think anyone really anticipated them being so far this year. Again, in that log jam of 2-2 after 4 weeks. So there is nothing easy on an NFL schedule. There truly isn't. The Niners, to prove that, just got through the easy part of their schedule, playing ears pinned back level, fantastic defense, and they're sitting at 1-2 so far this year. So this game is a big one tonight. It really is. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, but it's a fork in the road, Ray, of whether this thing stays on a path that is easy to negotiate or whether you are now running just to stay on the path, and that path is very much tilted uphill.
I don't think this is going to be easy at all at any point, because I've never thought that this looked like a 12-win team. I think it's the kind of nail-biter season where they'll either be 8 or 9 or 9 and 8. They'll be on the edge of the playoff chase, maybe sneak in, but maybe not. Because I think beyond the fact that originally they were going to trust all this to a rookie quarterback, now they've got injuries to important pieces that change that equation even more. I think the 49ers right now, with the players they have, are incomplete. I don't know how good they are. And I think they're going to be a team that doesn't really build momentum or build either way, good momentum or bad momentum. So I think you're just going to have to strap in. This is going to be a bumpy ride. I would drink.
Defensive football. It's got to be the way that the Niners win this one, probably not just tonight, but all year long. The Niners have outgained their opponent in all 3 games so far, but in their 2 losses, they've committed 5 turnovers and have just 1 takeaway. So create a takeaway tonight. Jimmy, protect the ball as much as you can. Ease up on the YOLO passes. If he struggles tonight, I think one of the more interesting things will be to see how this crowd reacts to a middling Jimmy Garoppolo or a not even able to middle a game Jimmy Garoppolo. I wonder if the fangs might come out for him, Kyle, the team. I don't. It's going to be interesting to see. Will the Boo Birds be out tonight for the own team's offense?
It might, but then again, there's a significant segment of 49er fans who don't really worry about whether they win or not, as long as they get to hate the offense. I think if they win 20-10, they'll be dissatisfied. If they lose 20-10, they'll be infuriated. And if they lose 31-28, they'll be pissed that the offense worked, because that means more time with Jimmy.
Always fun. Never a dull moment with Jimmy Garoppolo, that is for sure. This defense is allowing 12 points per game over its first 3 weeks. That was third best in the NFL coming into this week. And I'll tell you, Tampa and Denver were in front of them. Denver obviously just gave up enough points to lose in Las Vegas. And Tampa gave up so many points that it fell from the best defensive points per game average in football to 5th, thanks to Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs just last night on Sunday Night Football. The 49ers defense only allowing 3.9 yards per play, so they need to keep that up tonight. And obviously, if they do, the odds could certainly tip into their favor. The offense, again, averaging only 16 points per game over its first 3 weeks. Ray, since we're pretty much at the end of this, and we'll invite a lot of people to stick around for Michael Irvin, who we're going to replay for you as we settle into some football tonight. For the first time in a long time, this show has an official gambling segment. And even though we said it was going to be the Vikings -3 to fade the public, Lucas, you gave us an incomplete line. It was actually 3.5 to 4. I don't know what you were looking at, but Ray, who is more of a gambler than I think either of us, said that he only saw Vikings -3.5, Vikings -4, which would take us, Ray, from a push to a win against Fave the Public Fridays. So should we sort of fugazi the segment to say that it's a win?
Do what you'll wish, because the great thing is, it doesn't matter what the universal line is. It's the one you got.
Right.
If Lucas gave you 3, then 3, I guess it is. Now, I don't know where Lucas gets his numbers. I suspect he probably makes them up like he does everything else. But if you want to call it a win, go ahead. Knock yourself out.
So here's the deal. Lucas, through your crack research, what we need you to do is each week come up with the Fade the Public game. Then we'll use the most accurate, up-to-date line that satisfies Ray Ratto to make sure we have it. And again, this is no influence by us. We are not choosing the game. We are not choosing the spread. We are not choosing the location. We are only going to be fading the public against the biggest number that we can find going into each and every week. I'm declaring us 1-0 in this segment. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna fudge the numbers just a little bit. I'm gonna declare us 1-0. Is everyone comfortable with that?
I'm good with it.
Yeah,
also, the other two picks, one is happening tonight, the Niners. We would have faded the public. The public's on the Rams, and the smart money is on the Niners, so we like the Niners tonight. The other is the Cardinals, when like 90% of all of the action was on the Cardinals against the Panthers. Just an awful football game, but the Cardinals ran away with that one. So we would have lost that.
We would have lost that. Again, that was... There were percentages that were very seductive, but 91% of the money was on the Vikings against the banged-up Saints. That's why we rolled, Saints plus 3.5. Almost got it done. No, as far as we're concerned, did get it done.
In Ray's book, it's a win, so we'll take it.
It's a win. We're calling it a win.
Thanks, Ray.
Plus, you could fade the public tonight. This line opened with a total of 51. It's now 42.5.
Ooh.
So everybody's pounding the under. If you want to fade the public, you bet the over. You'll have to sweat that one out.
I believe technically we have kicked off and we're underway, so I hope you got all your bets in because, of course, as you know, all bets are indeed action. I guess we should, just for a quick moment, lay the San Francisco Giants down to rest. They are officially, mathematically now eliminated from any postseason wild card conversation. We all kind of knew it was coming. They did a really nice job treading water over this last homestand, last couple of weeks. They could have faded and died. They didn't. My fear, Ray, is that they're going to take a decent September here and trying to say, oh, well, that's the year we should have had. They need money. They need players. And what you're looking at definitely needs to be concluded is that ain't good enough to get it done around here. I hope that that is the way ownership is looking at it.
The last 3 games, they drew 24, 22, and 24,000. That's the message.
It's been beautiful.
People are not going to go out to watch this. That's if that's the motivation they need, then that's where it'll be found. Because this doesn't hold. You know, even within a nice second half of September, you know, they still have to acknowledge the fact that they'd have been eliminated well before this if either the Brewers or the Phillies could have gotten out of their own way. So I think the lesson here is they're now a team that isn't an automatic ticket. They're now a team that has to work for it. I mean, they're a team like Cleveland.
The ballpark alone is not the draw anymore.
No, the ballpark alone has not been the draw, but the thing that they were able to do last year was get people rallied around the notion that this team punches uphill. And this year they didn't. They punched their weight and they won some and they lost some. They're an average team with average players. And if you want to change either of those things, you either better hit on some minor leaguers fast or start to be a player in free agency, which they have tried to avoid for the most part.
Did you enjoy the Mets gagging away a huge series against Atlanta? They had literally, the New York Mets, sat in first place the entire year, right up until it mattered, and now they're going to be the wild card team.
Yeah, I actually saw that coming, and one of the tip-offs was when Jacob deGrom couldn't avoid giving up home runs to A's. I mean, the A's hit fewer homers than any team in baseball except Detroit. And they took him over the fence 3 times, and then he got routed again the other day. The Mets basically they were running on fumes, while Atlanta is hitting the ground like they did last year, and they're a 700 team.
What are the Mets going to do with DeGrom and Scherzer having arm fatigue at the end of the year?
Well, they're going to die a horrible death.
And on that note,
here's to horrible death.
Hey, this is a show that isn't even close to being over. I want you to stick around because coming up next, Michael Irvin, who joined Ray and I just last hour to talk about the game that's happening at Levi's tonight, talk about the week that just happened around the NFL. We have a very interesting back and forth with Michael about concussion protocols, wishes, desires, and all that jazz. So that is what's coming up next here on 95.7 The Game, live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. Our coverage brought to you by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon, and by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all of your beef and tailgate needs. Much more around the corner. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loan.